Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can outplay these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Here at Esports Arena Las Vegas, the game continues and we will see who can rack up the highest score. Good evening everyone and welcome to the World Poker Tour. I'm Lynn Gilmartin and tonight we are bringing you coverage of the season-ending WPT Tournament of Champions. On hand to call the action are Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten.
Lynn, it's always great. The Tournament of Champions, really exciting. Who can take down the great Darren Elias the way he's been running lately? Maybe Matt Waxman, who has a lot of chips as well.
Yeah, Matt Waxman, a very tough player. Been out of poker for a little while. Meanwhile,
Cimbolas, the young Lithuanian in third place, looking for his second WPT title. He's being chased by David Benyamine and Nick Schulman, a couple of old school names in the poker world who have had a lot of success in the live circuit over the years, trying to make a big splash here tonight.
Great players going at it. This is a lot of fun.
Well, it's not game over yet for these remaining players. There is so much on the line, including close to $500,000 first place prize, a handsome Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch, a BBO poker table, a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, and a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, because everything tastes better in Baccarat. Cards are back in the air, so let's head over to the final table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga poker leaderboard. Darren Elias still well out in front, being chased by Matt Waxman and Modest Cimbolas. Nick Schulman and David Benyamine are shorter stacks, hanging around 35 blinds.
The antes now are 12,000. Blinds are 6 and 12.
We are playing with the big blind ante format at this final table, which means one player in the big blind pays the ante for everyone around the table, instead of everybody committing a small amount of chips.
Modest Cimbolas from Lithuania is going to raise with a Jack-5. Darren Elias, four-time WPT champion, has called. And the flop is a beautiful ace-4-3, 2 spades. Good for Darren Elias.
Massive flop for Darren. Matas here really just has a gut shot to the deuce and is betting his position.
It's a continuation bet of 20,000. Darren, poker pro they call end boss, is going to re-raise with his huge drawing hand. Makes it 70 to go.
Darren has all the outs in the world here. A deuce, 6, or spade would give him the best hand. And so that raise is going to take it down for him.
Darren Elias has taken home over $3 million in WPT earnings. Quite a player. 29 cashes on the World Poker Tour.
29 cashes and 4 wins. He is winning over 10% of the tournaments he cashes.
That's pretty amazing. All right, he is folded, and now Matt Waxman. They call him Waxy. Has an ace-8, and he'll make it 35,000 to go. Nick goes out, and Modest now with an attractive ace-queen.
Well, Modest is in the small blind here. Some players 3-bet this hand, others call. Modest this time wants to go with a call.
David Benyamine from France goes out, so two-way action, ace-queen versus ace-8. And the flop is a 5-3 deuce. Modest will check it. They both check, go into the turn. It's a queen. Beautiful card there for Modest. And he is going to check it. Try to trap here a little bit, perhaps.
Now, Modest checking over to Matt, looking for the check raise, but instead, Matt checks behind, and we see a 6 on the river.
And Modest will bet the queens.
So 4 to a straight out there, but a very unlikely hand for Modest to be holding. So I wonder if Matt intends to fold his ace high to 1 bet.
Matt Waxman loves to steal pots, and he's been very successful at this final table doing so tonight. Doesn't always have to have the hand to win it.
Yeah, Matt is a sticky player. He fights for pots, and the action clock is ticking down on him here as he contemplates this call, which he's going to make. So Modest does get a little value with top pair.
Matt Waxman going to pay him off. Modest going to take that one down.
This week has been filled with intense poker action, but we managed to squeeze in some fun by attending an exclusive party at the Hublot boutique.
Hublot is the art of fusion. The art of fusion in its capacity to combine exotic material with Swiss traditional watchmaking. This is really the DNA of Hublot. Hublot is also the art of fusion in its capacity to combine different worlds. And we are here tonight for a perfect illustration of that with the fusion of the watchmaking and the art of poker. Hublot has been a partner of the World Poker Tour for 4 years now. And we see a lot of natural crossover between the Hublot watch collector and the world of poker. The latest addition to the family was launched in Asia at the end of last year, was a full ceramic piece limited to 188 pieces for the world. So very, very exclusive timepiece. We're not the traditional watch brand. Hublot is very cool, edgy, original, and I think we tend to see a lot of that in the younger generation.
Well, I had such a good time at the Hublot party. Much thanks to them for hosting us and for giving our winner a beautiful timepiece.
And now we go back down to the table, 5-handed. Action on Nick Schulman, who lives in Las Vegas now. And he folds his hand. Modest. He goes out. The Frenchman also not going to play. It's around to Darren Elias, and he has a king 8.
Benyamine a little tight on his button with the fold of Jack 7. Darren limps in the small blind. We talked about how many professional players like to limp most of their range in the small blind. Limping their stronger hands allows them to protect the times they limp a weaker hand. Here, Darren has a medium strength hand and calls this raise from Matt.
Flop comes up. It's a queen 8-6. So Darren getting lucky on that flop.
He has outflopped Matt here. Check, check on the flop. And a deuce on the turn. No help for either player. Darren now going to make a value bet with second pair.
Matt with just a king jack.
Well, Matt really likes fighting for pots. He doesn't have a draw. He has 3 clean outs to the jack. But it's gonna work. Darren folds second pair, and so the aggression from Matt really paying off at this final table.
I'm joined by Kevin Quintanilla with Protection Poker. Now, Kevin, what is Protection Poker?
Protection Poker is a poker variant. It'll give players protection in the pot. So if you get in with the best of it, you're protected, and you get a portion of the pot back if you actually end up losing the hand. For example, I go all in with aces, you call with queens, and I end up losing because you get a queen on the river. I wouldn't lose my entire investment. I would actually get a portion of the pot back to me.
It's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Well, big thanks to Protection Poker for providing the action clock, which has made all of our lives faster and easier.
Darren Elias, 4-time WPT champion, well out in front with 1.4 million as we go down to the felt. And right now it's on Matt Waxman. Quick fold by him. Nick Schulman folding ace-5. Modest out, and now finally the Frenchman picking up the big hand, pair of kings.
Well, we talked about limping in the small blind with your strong hands to protect your weak ones, and David shares that philosophy.
Well, he wants the chip leader to come over the top, but that's not going to happen. Darren with just a jack deuce, not going to fall into any traps. Wants to see a flop. Here we go. And the flop is a massive Jack Deuce 5 here. Darren Elias flopping 2 pair.
Disaster for David Benyamine, who was hoping to be able to play a big pot post-flop with his kings. If that were to happen now, he would lose a big pot.
Oh boy. So Darren has bet just a measly 15, getting called. And now it only gets better for Darren Elias.
That jack should prevent David from getting stacked. Before, I think if the turn was a brick, he would have looked to get a lot of money in. Now, he's just going to be calling down.
35,000 has been bet. Elias with his full house already. Benyamine's got to make that call. Going to the river. Has to hit a king here. Not to be. 4 clubs on the river.
That 4 is an interesting card because if Darren was semi-bluffing with a hand like 4-3 or 6-4, he's now made a pair that he can check and just try and show down with. The fact that he's betting again and betting so big means his range has become polarized between strong hands like straights and tripjacks and weak hands like spades that are just bluffing. David here with a really tough decision.
Yeah, the bet is 125 by Darren Elias. Very tough to get away from this hand. Clock is ticking down to 5 seconds, and he's taking more time.
Well, if you're in Benyamine's shoes and you get to the river like this, what hands are you calling with that are better than pocket kings? Like if you're gonna fold kings, what's a better hand than kings that you get there like this and you call with? I'm having trouble finding one.
It's gonna take more time, but it's very tough to lay down this hand. I think 90% of the players would make this call at this point, but he's going to make the good laydown.
Wow.
Look at that. He laid down the kings. Darren Elias picking that one up. What action we're seeing here tonight?
We'll be right back with more from Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions.
What are you doing?
I'm playing on clubwpt.com.
Oh, really? I'm playing on clubwpt.com.
Oh, I'm not playing on clubwpt.com. I'm crushing it. Play for a share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month at clubwpt.com. Phil Hellmuth, the poker brat himself and self-proclaimed greatest, is standing by to put in his 2 cents in the raw deal.
Sweet! That feeling when you look down at pocket kings deep in a tournament. But what is the best way to play it? David Benyamine, who is known throughout the world as a great poker player, gets pocket kings and opts to just call in the small blind. Like it. With the chip leader and most aggressive player at the table, Darren Elias, right behind him. Of course, David is ready to play a huge pot before the flop. But remember, one of the tenements of successfully slow playing a big pair is you don't lose too much after you let your opponent get there. Benyamine has to be disappointed when Elias did not raise before the flop, but like the consummate professional poker player that he is, he immediately went into a defensive stance. Check calling on the Jack 5 deuce flop, and check calling on the turn. And then Benyamine managed to invoke my aforementioned tenement of slow playing by making a really good fold on the river. Many amateurs and many lesser pros would have called the bet on the river and completely botched the hand. But not Benyamine. Good fold, my friend.
And a tough spot for David Benyamine. Has not been able to get things going at this final table. And when he finally did get a big hand, it didn't even hold up.
Andy's and the blinds are going up, my friend. 8 and 16 and the big blind. Andy right now is 16. Nick Schulman. He is going to look down at the best hand in poker, pair of aces. Jack deuce is awfully good if you're Darren Elias. And he is going to raise it. 32 total. Goes around to Darren.
What you got in?
Roughly 320 to start.
He won't do it. Last victim, Matt Waxman, will stick around with Jack 7. He will splash around. Let's see if Matt gets lucky. Not really.
Check.
King 8-6 on the flop, 2 hearts. Waxy has checked. Schulman with the aces. Gonna bet 35 and hope he gets a call. Now, Waxman is very tricky. Sometimes he just plays strong with a bluff, but he won't do it there. Schulman gonna take that one. It's better than losing.
It is better than losing. And especially at this table where a lot of big hands have been cracked so far. Nick, I'm sure, a little frustrated that he didn't win a big pot, but happy that he won in general.
The Frenchman, David, can't get a hand, goes out. Darren with ace-9 of spades. And he will move it up to 35,000 to go. Into Waxman, who has a pair of 9s here.
Matt could call, he could 3-bet, either option quite reasonable. This time he's gonna call.
Schulman, let's see what he's got. Wow, he's got a pair of ducks here.
He's got about 21, 22 blinds. Some players move in pre-flop. Nick Schulman does not take the bait.
Modest also going away, so ace-9 versus a pair of 9s. First 3 cards is at 9-6-4, 2 hearts, 3 of a kind for Waxman.
What a flop for Matt Waxman. I mean, Darren not only has top pair, top kicker, but he's got the backdoor and a flush draw to go with it. As you can see, he is 4% to win this hand. Otherwise, Matt is going to take a chunk out of our chip leader.
What a flop for Matt Waxman. He's going to make the bet of 40. Flops a set. He's got Elias flopping top pair, ace kicker. And he gets the call he wants, going to the turn. It's a queen. Darren checks again, Waxman. We've seen him bluff numerous times tonight. This time he's got the goods, and he's betting 130.
We have, and we've seen Matt be particularly aggressive with his double barrel bluffs. And so if Darren is aware of Matt's aggression, it makes it even harder to fold in a spot like this.
Gets the call. The river pairs the board with the 6. So just a mere full house for Waxman.
Yep, great card for Matt, bad one for Darren. If the river had been a heart or something like a king or an 8 or a 5, maybe he can get away without paying off, but now that will be tough.
What will be the amount? That's what Waxman's trying to figure out. How can I get paid off?
$260.
Oh boy.
This is about to be a 1,000,000 chip pot if Darren makes this call.
Nine's full.
And he does. Matt Waxman takes down the biggest pot of this final table thus far.
No detection of any anger by Elias, but you know it's there.
Yeah.
Matt Waxman looking good. Takes it from the chip leader. 5 players remain here on the World Poker Tour.
That's a good hand.
Modest with the little needle after the hand.
Tony, who has more WPT action? Zynga Poker does.
Play the new WPT Tournament Center in the Zynga Poker app. Play today on Facebook or download the app on the App Store and Google Play.
Ari is a great casino, very fancy, with a great card room. Good service, good food, good dealers, everything all right.
It's a beautiful place, it's comfortable, the ambiance is nice. The way they run the tournaments is just top notch. I really do enjoy playing there.
Aria's great. They've been really coming up in the poker scene lately. Their casino is very nice, very modern, clean, and they do a lot of good things for poker. They have a high roller series and are getting some big tournaments, and now they're on the WPT.
Well, a lot of smart poker players, and they all love the Aria, as we do.
For sure, Vince. When I'm in Vegas, Aria is my home. Meanwhile, Matt Waxman out in top, trying to chase down the nearly $500,000 top prize for our eventual winner here at the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, Waxman now our chip leader. He has taken it over from Darren Elias on Modest. He's going to fold. The Frenchman, David Benyamine, picking up a beautiful hand. Pair of queens. And he will raise to 40,000.
Benyamine has been very patient. The one big pair he had earlier got cracked. Now making a second attempt with queens against Matt Waxman.
You started the hand with 330. A little under. You're good, you're good.
278 more.
Yeah, Waxman in the big blind has a 10-8 of clubs, and he's liable to do anything. This time, just calling. Here we go, queens versus 10-8, and the flop is a king 9-4, but there's two clubs. Well, the Frenchman can't be excited about that king hitting, but still, he's making the bet, 28.
Yeah, and I wonder whether Matt is just going to check shove on David, or whether he'll check call and try and play this out a little less risky.
Waxman just calling, hoping to hit a club. Not there, though, 5 of diamonds.
So there's 160 in this pot. And I'm curious whether Benyamine will bet this turn or check. And it looks like he's going to go for the bet, which I like very much. There's a lot of hands that he's still ahead of that Waxman can call once. And he bets small, just over quarter pot.
Well, he's on the short stack, too. He's plunging away.
Well, he's getting the right price to see a river and draw to his 9 outs. We know it's actually 8 outs because David has the queen of clubs.
Calling, hoping to hit the flush and to break Benyamine. Let's take a peek. No, it doesn't happen. A 9 hits, pairs the board.
That should slow things down. A 9 is one of the most likely hands that Matt would check call twice with. So Benyamine checks behind, afraid that Matt either has a 9 or a king, but he will be relieved to see he's going to win this time.
David Benyamine from Paris, France, now living in Vegas and LA, takes down a good one.
Back in season 2, when I won the WPT in Paris, it was my first win in a tournament, and not easy to remember. It was a long time ago. But I remember George the Greek. He was a whole character, you know.
Bingo! Great forever.
He would just walk on the table. Like he would literally get up and walk on the table.
The island of Frit.
I remember there was a specific hand where I lost all my money, where I should have actually won it.
He's done it, look at 7. I can't believe this.
George the Greek has come back and defeated 2 aces here.
I killed the aces.
Yes, you did.
So I will not forget him.
I don't forget the Isle of Crete guy either. I tell you, he is one of the reasons why the World Poker Tour was so interesting.
For sure, Vince. I remember watching that episode and being so drawn into this weird, strange, gamble-filled world.
Benyamine won that event, and here he is again. And right now, Darren Elias, with the pair of 7s, has made it 35,000 to go. And it's around to Schulman.
All in.
He's going to shove with a pair of 4s. Modest goes out.
And count, please.
So Darren wanting a count, he'll be in great shape.
438.
Nick shoving about 25 blinds here with the 4s. That's going to be close for Darren. Can tell he senses it's kind of borderline, but he does make the call, and he's going to be way in front.
Wow. Nick Schulman in a lot of trouble right now. His little pair of 4s up against the bigger 7s. 5 cards to come. Anything can happen. Here come the first 3. It's a 4.
Oh, wow.
Ace by 4. 3 of a kind there.
Wow.
But Nick Schulman
This final table is taking a very bad turn for Darren Elias.
Here comes the turn.
Oh, but a 7 on the turn.
Oh my God.
Good luck, guys. I take it all back.
And it is over.
Yeah, Nick. Thank you. Good luck.
Darren Elias finds the 7 he needs on the turn and scores the knockout of Nick Schulman.
Tony, how do you run so good? Nick Schulman out in 5th place. He's gone from champ to Chumpsville. Let's see what he has to say.
I thought you got unlucky one time. For like 1 second.
Nick, a tough beat there in the last hand, but this is just another day at the office for you.
I wanted to win, you know, but yeah, I'm disappointed, but I'm still, you know, thankful to have made it, and I'll be back.
That's it for Nick Schulman, our 5th place finisher. We'll be right back with more from the WPT Tournament of Champions.
Nice shirt, Vince.
Oh, yeah, I like this. It's the butter cloth shirt, and we both have them, and I'm excited about it because they're very comfortable. They look good, and the price was right.
Yeah,
Great.
they're really well tailored, very comfortable for playing poker.
You know, all the champions of the Tournament of Champions got one of the butter cloth shirts, and they're loving them. They're walking around proud as a peacock.
Got some free shirts, got some incredible gifts in their gift bags. Awesome stuff.
I managed to get my hands on one of the player bags that all of the TOC players receive, and it's awesome. So first of all, the bag comes in this Biaggi backpack, which is great. It's a really, really nice size. And look at that, it's a backpack. And it is loaded with tons of good stuff. Check out this Tournament of Champions sweater. I love that. A bag of On It goodies. I love this brand. I've actually used a lot of their supplements. Yes, Alpha Brain, I've used that before. It works really well for memory and for focus. New Mood, this is for relaxation. Helps you de-stress a little. We all know how that feels. Faded Spade cards. These are the official cards of the World Poker Tour. Really nice, good quality cards. And they've got really nice prints on them. I love the face cards on these, and they feel good. Manscaped. Now this is a fun one. I'll have to bring this home to the boyfriend. It's a whole kit to help you stay tidy down under, if you know what I mean. I'll give that to the fella. I love these sneakers. Athletic Propulsion Labs. These are high-performance sneakers, but they're also super stylish. Thanks, APL. This is a beard oil by Jawline, and not only can you sort of add the oils to your beard to help moisturize and get that beard growing, but you can also be breathing in the essential oils to help your game. Brilliant idea. It's the WPT specialized formula. Not that I'm growing my beard, but apparently I can use it in my hair. The bag flattens down. It basically disappears. Thanks, World Poker Tour. These are awesome goodies. Such great gifts. And of course, let's not forget the spectacular Gunner computer eyewear. I've had mine for years. They are great at preventing eye strain when at the computer. Now, it looks like action is about to start back up, so let's get down to the table.
Oh, I love that goodie bag. I actually love the memory oil. That's my favorite. I just keep forgetting where I put it. Back to the table we go. Darren Elias back out in front with 1.5 million, and he quickly folds this hand. And Matt Waxman behind him with an ace-10.
Matt's gonna raise this up into the big blind of David Benyamine, and he's got a king-jack, so he'll make the call. Then we'll go to a flop.
It is a 9-7 deuce to help to either player.
David with the backdoor flush draw, Matt a backdoor straight draw, but both of them are high enough up that they're able to just sort of check here and try and get to showdown.
Deuce on the turn, pairs the board. Let's see if Waxman takes a shot. No, he checks as well, going to the river. It's a king. That is good for Benyamine.
Okay. Now, Benyamine hasn't had much luck at this final table, but he finally finds a favorable river and fires out 40,000 into Matt. We've said that Matt can be pretty sticky. He does have ace high here. Does he want to try and look up Benyamine?
Look at that look. He wears all his emotions on his sleeve. He's going to make this call, and he's not going to like it. It was worth the investment, perhaps. He mucks his hand, and yeah, you can see all of his emotions. He throws off certain looks that can distract the player. I mean, like that. I don't know what it means, but he's doing something to throw off his opponent. He's a tricky guy, Matt Waxman. This time Benyamine with a queen, 9 of hearts. He's still a short stack, but he has raised it up. Darren with 4s behind him.
And Darren knows that these don't play very well as a call against someone that's pretty short, so he essentially turns it into a bluff pre-flop and 3-bets David, who quickly goes out. Takes that one down from David Benyamine.
The WPT Foundation continues to strive for excellence when giving back. And for the last 7 seasons, we have been honoured to work with an outstanding organisation that goes above and beyond. The TGR Foundation and Tigers Poker Night.
Poker is the greatest game in the world because it's a very social thing, and there's a great way to give away a lot of money. And that's what they're doing here tonight. The biggest people in the world are here. Tigers here, all for an amazing cause.
Tiger Jam is definitely beyond just poker night. It starts with golf on the first day. There is a trick shot exhibition, concert, auction. It's phenomenal. But there is a much deeper cause to this, and it's the TGR Foundation.
What is the mission of TGR Foundation?
Well, the TGR Foundation is to help underserved kids that traditionally have never had the opportunity to do something with themselves. A lot of times they're first gens ever go to college, and they're so talented. We're here to give them that opportunity.
How has the foundation grown?
Oh my God, this is our 21st year now. All our over scholars that are now going off to college, and some are now in the workforce. So we've come a long way. We've gone from serving hundreds to now millions of kids, and eventually it'll be billions all around the world.
Tiger Woods has a goal for our foundation. We're doing great work here in the United States. We've expanded it dramatically, but our goal is to be global. Whether it's our teacher professional development programs, our digital programs, our learning labs, we're going to improve the lives of kids wherever they are.
I'm actually super proud to have been here every single year that Tiger Woods is putting on an event. Just go all in, have some fun.
Twice? Really? This event has been a tremendous fundraiser for us. We've generated well north of $20 million that's going into our programs. I know it's a fun event. People are having a great time. But at the end of the day, they're helping us serve kids. And so that's the most important thing.
TGR Foundation is the best, baby. So next year, I want all you guys right here for them. Au revoir.
I always love this night. Please take the time to learn more about the TGR Foundation and other WPT charitable events at WPTFoundation.org.
We get to see a lot of winners on the WPT, and Club WPT VIP member Ed Stolte cleaned up during his appearance on the King of the Club. He won a poker table, sunglasses,
Awesome.
a WPT cruise,
Oh my God! Are you guys messing with me?
plus the opportunity to play with the pros in a WPT main event.
When I got home from King of the Club, it was a lot of yelling, screaming out loud, because it was awesome. I ended up coming in first place to win the prize package to come out here. I'll take it. Playing against some of the top pros in poker, I'm not gonna lie, it's intimidating because I've never played against the best players on the planet. It won't end here. I'm gonna keep playing on Club WPT, trying to win every seat that they offer. I tell everybody I know to play on Club WPT. It's the greatest thing for me because I have a family. I can just sit down whenever I want and play a couple hours and have a potential to win some great prizes. I'm here because of Club WPT. This experience has just been amazing. Once in a lifetime. I wouldn't trade it for anything.
If you want the opportunity to win a World Poker Tour VIP package, just sign up at clubwpt.com and get the game.
All right, we are back. 4 players remain at our Tournament of Champions final table with Darren Elias out in front. Matt Waxman and Modest Cimbolas essentially tied for second. David Benyamine chasing down the pack.
Actions on the Lithuanian, Modest Cimbolas. Great name, by the way. Just rolls off the tongue. He's going to fold. Benyamine out. Darren Elias with a 9-4 of hearts. He almost looks like a scientist when he's going to make a decision. Really deep thought.
Very stoic.
Yeah.
Darren has done a lot of limping in his small blind, and he's going to continue that with the 9-4 suited. Matt's gonna check with 7-deuce offsuit.
Sorry, I'll push that forward.
All right, we'll see what happens. Here come the first three.
Interesting flop for junkie hands.
6-4-3. They go check, check, a 5.
Man, and it stays interesting. Matt picks up a straight. Darren now with third pair and a flush draw, checking once more over to Matt. 25,000.
Why not? Darren's gonna play. Hoping to hit a flush.
There it is.
Wow. 4-time champion. That's what happens. And he's gonna check it.
Yep, nice check.
Oh boy.
And Matt, of course, has to bet his straight. He even has a blocker to a flush here.
That's a 60,000 bet.
Darren now unloading the check raise, going up to 210,000. This is a tough spot for Matt. Not only do you have a 7, but you do have a blocker to hearts. Although it's not a particularly relevant one.
It's 150 more. The clock is ticking down.
Matt has made some very disciplined folds, but he's also made some very sticky calls. He's going to use a time bank chip to buy himself another 30 seconds with the action clock.
I almost checked back. And I thought...
I'm happy that Matt did not check back, because that would have been absurd. He would have been right, but it would have been absurd.
Call.
Flush. And he's got to make this call.
Gross feeling.
Would have been a sick check.
It's hard to beat the guy that makes straights and flushes on his blind.
I wish Modest would add something just to get the full table worth of needles.
The blind's gone up to 10 and 20. And it's around to Darren. And he has a king 5. And he is going to pop it up there. Makes it 70 to go. And Waxman wants revenge, has an ace-deuce. And he will make this call.
Now, Darren taking a more aggressive stance out of the small blind now, raising a king 5 offsuit, gets a queen 3 2-diamond flop.
And neither one hitting, and Darren not going to make a continuation bet. He checks. Waxman steaming like a cheap economy car after that last hand. We'll make a bet. 40,000.
Darren with just enough hand to peel this flop. Blind versus blind.
6 on the turn. Nothing changes. Darren checks. Check, check.
9 of hearts on the river. Darren sensing he cannot win by checking. He's going to turn his hand into a bluff and bets 150,000. Matt has been very sticky on the river with ace-high. You see him do it with the ace-8 against Modest. You see him do it with ace-10 against David Benyamine. Last time he called down Darren Elias, it didn't work out so well, but if he puts the pieces together here and makes this call, he's going to be very happy with the result. And he does call. Tell you what, Vince, Matt is not the man you want to bluff.
All right, a little revenge on Darren Elias. He's thinking it through. Matt looking good. We're coming back with more action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the esports arena in Las Vegas. There you see Darren Elias out in front with 1.7 in chips.
Being chased down by Matt Waxman and Cimbolas, David Benyamine a little separated from the pack.
Action on the chip leader, Darren Elias. A 4-time WPT champion. He's going to fold that mess. Matt Waxman also going out.
Cimbolas in the small blind, facing off against the short stack David Benyamine. He's got about 24, 25 blinds, and a lot of players would move in with King Jack there. David takes the more cautious approach and just calls pre-flop.
Flop is a queen, queen 5, helps neither player. Modest doesn't care. He's going to put in a continuation bet, it appears. Yep, 40,000 into the Frenchman.
Call.
David Benyamine going to call this. Wee. Turn is a 3 of hearts. Neither player has a heart.
Not really the card that Midas was looking for. He'd probably fire a second barrel on a 9, king, or 8.
They go check, check.
But now with a 4th heart, Midas realizing that his opponent is unlikely to have anything that good if he checked back the turn, and he can only win by betting. So 80,000 leads to a quick fold from Benyamine, so Midas pulls that one out in the river.
That feels good when you don't have the heart. There's 4 of them out there. There's a pair, and you bet with nothing but guts, and you win.
Benyamine having a tough time at this final table.
Back to the action. It's going to be on Waxman, who's been up and down here tonight. He's going to fold this hand. Modest also going out.
All in.
David Benyamine with a pair of 7 says all in.
He's in the small blind here.
Darren Elias looks down at 5s.
Call.
Please don't get lucky.
If anybody could make an upset happen, it's Elias. He has been running so good lately.
Yes.
Playing good and running good.
One time the bigger pair has to hold. I mean, I'm saying that, but what is the difference if I lose the next one?
I like that Benyamine is so blasé about how this all turns out.
Okay, if you gotta beat me, I want you to beat me when I flop the 7 first and find a way, and then I'll have a nice story.
So you'll take 6, 7, 8 right now?
Yeah, I have a nice story. I don't take 6, 7, 8 now, but if he has to beat me, I want to beat me after flopping a 7.
To this day, I've always enjoyed David Benyamine's demeanor.
Queen Jack 10.
Always gonna have a chance to chop.
Chop it up.
Don't pair the board. Next card, deuce. I should call 7. That's silly.
Darren looking for a miracle.
Oh, it's a 5 on the turn for Darren Elias. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's so crazy. I mean, this is too spooky.
You wanted a story, you're gonna get it. Wow, going to the river. 4 on the river, it's over.
And Darren hits a miraculous 5 on the turn to catch up against David Benyamine, scores the elimination. Benyamine out in 4th.
Very nice to play.
Enjoy.
Pleasure, Mr. Benyamine.
Good luck. You don't need much, but good luck.
Absolutely stunning. David Benyamine out in 4th will take home 123,000. The Frenchman has been fried. Let's go talk to him.
He said he wanted it after the flop.
Oh, no.
David, you've been primarily a cash game player. How does it feel to be back in the tournament circuit?
It just feels like I never left. You know, I play tournaments sometimes, not too often, but it feels like home.
With that hand, we have to say goodbye for now from the WPT Tournament of Champions. See you next time when we will name the final World Poker Tour winner of the season.
The World Poker Tour is sponsored by Zynga Poker. Go all in. Play the world's largest home game on Zynga Poker today.
I can help play these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Season 16 is nearing the end as we are ready to crown the champion of champions. Hi everyone, welcome to the WPT. I'm Lynn Gilmartin. This has been a groundbreaking event spanning the Las Vegas Strip. Play began a few days ago at Aria Resort and Casino, and now the WPT Tournament of Champions will conclude at the esports arena at Luxor Hotel and Casino. Joining us are my dearest colleagues, Tony Dunst and Vince Van Patten, who will bring us all the action.
Lynn, this is the Tournament of Champions, but it should be called the Tournament of Suckouts, because that's what we're seeing now. 3 players remain. We are seeing ridiculous drawouts on the turn, on the river. It just doesn't happen like this normally.
Yeah, some miraculous turn cards in this final table so far. We lost Nick Schulman in 5th place, David Benyamine in 4th, and now our 3-handed final table will play down to a champion.
Look, Darren Elias still the chip leader. Can he put it together and take down another title? We will see.
Thanks, guys. The winner tonight will not only take home the lion's share of the over $1.3 million prize pool, they'll also receive a $50,000 JetSmarter membership, a BBO poker table, a beautiful set of Baccarat crystal flutes, and the timeless Hublot Big Bang Unico titanium ceramic watch. It looks like play is ready to start back up, so let's take a look at the chip counts and head over to the table.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Let's have a look at our Zynga Poker leaderboard. Darren Elias, just above 2 million in chips, your chip leader. Matt Waxman and Modest Cimbolas essentially tied for 2nd place, both a little below 1 million.
So the blinds are 10 and 20 now, and the big blind, Andy, is 20,000.
That means instead of each player paying a small ante, the big blind pays a full ante for the entire table.
Quick full by Modest, and Darren Elias has raised it up to 70,000. Matt Waxman from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 8 cashes on the World Poker Tour, has an ace-6 and will make this call. And the flop is a queen. Deuce helps neither player.
Darren here has a couple of backdoor draws to either the straight or flush, and an overcard. Matt with ace high, certainly not going to fold to 1 bet.
A 9 on the turn, hitting Darren Elias, the chip leader. He's going to check it. Going to try to get a bet out of Matt, but he's too smart for that. He checks down to the river. 3. So Darren Elias putting in the last bet with the 9s, feeling confident. Now, Matt has made a lot of calls with just ace high. Likes to make those hero calls. Well, he's going to get away from this. Darren Elias has 29 WPT cashes, 4 titles to his name.
Deuce. Quads. Ace is full.
Yeah, Mr. Sticky makes the right fold there. And I wonder if that's sort of a metagame adjustment from Matt, sensing that he has called down in those spots so much that Darren is going to decrease how much bluffing he does, and therefore Matt should be willing to fold a little more.
Darren this time with queen 10, he'll bump it up to 45,000 to go. Matt goes away. Now Modest with a jack 9 will call. Modest has 2 cashes on the World Poker Tour, 1 title. Flop is a 5-4-3.
Not much for either player here.
Modest checks.
And it goes check, check, leading to a queen on the turn.
Oh, wow. Darren hitting queens.
Modest will check. I expect Darren to bet. No, he checks. Interesting.
Yep, he's going to check and hope a nothing card comes. A 5 pairs the board. Modest with no hand is going to try to bluff it now.
And this check from Darren is going to work out nicely. This is the only way he gets more money from Modest in this hand.
Pretty routine call here. Modest has to show the bluff. So you say, why did Darren check on the turn? That's why. He knew a 5 was coming. He knew he'd get a bet.
Nice anticipation from Darren Elias, the end loss.
Every time I play, I think I bring my best. I'm not the type of player who people can say, oh, he didn't have it today, he didn't play his best. I don't show up late. I play from the beginning. I bring my A game every time I play. Focus is everything. Any one hand and you can be done. So you make one mistake and then it compounds and then you're out of the tournament, and then for the next couple of weeks you're thinking, what went wrong? You just lost focus for 1 second and you're done. The wins mean a lot, just mentally for me, to be able to achieve your goal and close it out. The finality of it is important to me. I never thought I'd be here playing with all the success, so it's a dream. I don't like to try to rate myself as a player. I mean, I've always thought my actions will speak. I'm not gonna talk about how great I think I am, but I'm confident going to this final table. I'm ready to play. I've been playing with these players for a couple days now, and ready to finish it.
Oh man, you gotta love his humility.
Yeah, and his focus is very clear. Whenever I play with Darren Elias, I can tell that he is watching the hands that he does not participate in. He's there from day one, moment one.
And we go back down to it. He's our chip leader.
You check back turn?
What's up?
You check back turn?
I don't know, did I?
All right. That's cool.
All right, Waxman now.
I would have told you.
Is going to raise it with a queen 9, Modest out.
I wanted to compliment your turn check back. That's all.
Elias looking down at his hand. And it's a simple little 5-3 of spades. And Darren will speculate to make this call. Flop is a 9-8-8. So good flop for Waxman. Check, check. Oh, and it just keeps getting better and better. Matthew now with a full house. Darren has checked. So now Waxman, he's just trying to figure out how he's going to get some money out of this.
Yeah, you've got a massive hand, but you know it's tough to get value here. Darren with just a 5 high.
So he's going to put in a simple little 40,000 and pray for a little action, but can't get it. Waxman wins the pot, but a little disappointed.
Really, though? Really. I was on the draw.
Full house draw?
For quads.
It was a hard-fought battle this season amongst several players for the honourable distinction of Hublot WPT Player of the Year. However, one player remained triumphant. Art Papazian. Congratulations, Art. You came out of the gate so strong this season. What do you attribute to your success?
A lot of hard work, and I got really fortunate in both my first tournaments that I played, and I'm really happy that I came out on top.
Now, when we first met, you actually didn't play too many tournaments, so how much does it mean to you to now have this amazing title of Player of the Year?
Yeah, it means a great deal, primarily because I probably won't ever have this chance again in my lifetime. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll get lucky again. Who knows? But it means a lot, you know, and I worked really hard on my game, and I'm really proud of myself, for sure.
You should be.
Yeah.
And you won a Hublot watch at Legends of Poker this year.
Right.
Now you're building a collection, and you have another one, and you're wearing it right now. Let's have a look.
Yep.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice.
You got a couple of choices to wear throughout the year, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Yep. They're both really special to me.
They're both very special. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Another great guy.
Yeah, we're very happy for Art. Great player, really humble champion. Belongs in the winner's circle.
Darren Elias continues his onslaught here.
He's got over 60% of the chips in play.
Raise here by Modest with an 8-6 of spades. Darren's gone out. Waxman with a 9 deuce of spades will make this call.
And that brings us to a flop of 9-4 deuce. So Matt Waxman with 2 pair. Not a bad flop for Modest here, as he's got some backdoor draws and likely thinks that a c-bet will take down this hand. We know that's not the case.
Oh boy, he can't help himself. You got to do it. Continuation bet of 40,000 is just a great flop here for Waxman. Now how to play it, just sit on the horse, sit tight? Or do you push a little bit here? Well, he's going to push it. 110. So Modest has to fold it, and Matthew Waxman now in second chip position, mops up the floor, doing quite well.
There are perks to being a WPT champion, including wonderful gifts from our partners like Athletic Propulsion Labs, also known as APL shoes.
APL stands for Athletic Propulsion Labs. We started APL in our dorm room with a mission to build the world's first luxury athletic company. We try to make the product as comfortable and as functional as possible. APL is our passion. You definitely feel the adrenaline as an entrepreneur. And I feel like when you're sitting down at a poker table, it's the same type of thing. We gifted all of the players with pairs of APLs.
I love the WPT Tournament Champions. Look what you get here.
I love these. They have to be comfortable and they have to perform at a very high level. And so what better way to do that than to be wearing our products so you look good, you feel good, and then you perform great. We like to say for APL shoes, you can change your clothes throughout the day and keep your shoes the same. And for the world of poker, a lot of the players start the day working out. They play a long day of poker, and at night go out and wear APL shoes for all of it.
Action is heating up as we close in on a winner at Esports Arena Las Vegas. But before we do, Phil Hellmuth will dish it out in the raw deal and get a taste of what's good at Aria. We'll be right back with more from the WPT Tournament of Champions. Welcome back to Esports Arena Las Vegas and the WPT Tournament of Champions. Tonight, this place has been transformed into a hotbed for poker, which is no surprise as it was built for competition.
Esports are great, you know, ever since I was a kid, I would always play like a lot of video games. And the first thing I did when I got to Vegas 2 weeks ago was came to the Luxor to check out the Esports Arena because I'm very passionate about it. It's a very nice facility. They just make the whole atmosphere really, really fun. The growth that esports is experiencing, like it's becoming more popular than professional sports, and it's just really fun to be a part of. Esports is like a great way to combine your intellectual abilities with your physical abilities, where you play a game that requires problem solving and creating a strategy, but at the same time you also have to be good at like hand-eye coordination and timing. It also has a lot of similarities to poker. In poker, if you can maintain your composure, just like in esports, stay focused on your goal, you're going to give yourself a much better chance to win.
Yeah, we are at the Esports Arena, at the Luxor in Las Vegas. Three-handed poker. Darren Elias still the chip leader with close to $2.4 million in chips, and the winner will win $460,000 for first place. Down to the felt we go. It's going to be on the chip leader, Darren Elias.
If Darren wins this tournament, we're going to have to create an entire separate Champions Cup that's just full of the name Darren Elias everywhere.
He's on his way to do it. He's got ace-deuce this time, makes it $45,000 to go. Waxman out, Modest Cimbolas with a nothing 9-3.
I play a lot of hands in the big blind, but 9-3 offsuit is not one of them. I wonder what Modest is considering. He's gonna 3-bet this.
There you go.
Huh. I guess this is just a timing thing. I don't quite know why he chose 9-3 offsuit as his bluffing hand from the big blind, but here we go.
Will Darren make this call? Now the time is ticking down. Whoa.
Pass.
Darren is going to lay this down. Very interesting. He figured a short stack. Modest can't be making this move unless he's in front.
I feel like Darren sensed a disturbance in the force, but didn't quite pull the trigger.
Nice play by Modest. And now it's on him, and he looks down at an even worse 3-deuce. He folds.
Darren wakes up with pocket queens in the small blind.
Married with a 1-year-old daughter.
He's got all the ladies.
Gonna make it 70,000. Let's see what Matt has. Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
He's got jacks.
Don't do it, Waxy.
Yeah, he's gonna raise it.
Of course, Matt has to 3-bet here with his jacks.
185, he makes it now. He had the choice of pushing it or just call.
Darren is going to pretend he has a decision to make here and use a time bank chip. To promise you that Darren knows what he's going to do. He's just trying to create the sense of uncertainty in Matt's mind.
All in.
And there goes the hammer. All in.
Call.
Insta call. Oh. Waxman devastated.
I'm sure Darren is happy to see jacks, but not as much as Cimbolas. He's doing a little dance in his chair.
Well played.
Okay, going to the flop. Darren, of course, well out in front of Matt. Matt looking for a jack or perhaps 4 to a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be our 3rd place finisher. Okay.
Yeah, the flop is a 10-9-8.
So Matt would most like to see a 7 here. He will take a queen, but of course that would give Darren a redraw to a full house. Oh my goodness.
Thanks, Mitch.
Matt, a huge favorite right here.
Darren has been Mr. Lucky for most of this final table, but finally has a reversal of fortune.
1 card to come. Matt, a huge favorite right here. And it's over for this hand. Matt Waxman gonna double up.
It's like the 7s and the 5s, just like spots that are going in. You know, who knows which hand switch.
Unbelievable. Matt Waxman right back in there.
You were ready for a giant suck out. You knew.
Was it worthy of it? I think it was. Right?
Yeah, oh yeah, that was a good one.
Good one.
Timing was perfect.
It was worth it. I haven't done it in a couple years.
That's actually where I was aiming. My man.
Now, good times at Top Golf the other night. One of the best parties we've had on the World Poker Tour over the years. Meanwhile, Matt Waxman, now our chip leader after his jack sucked out on Darren Elias's queens. Darren in 2nd chip position. Cimbolas still wishing that somehow Darren had won that hand.
Jack would have been sick.
Yeah.
That can't happen.
I was already congratulating you for the jack, you know.
Let's go to the cards. Pair of 4s here for Elias. And he's going to make it 45. Waxman is going to look down at a lovely pair of queens.
It didn't work out for Darren. Will they work out for Matt?
Jack's the hand before, and now queens. Here, out in front, over 4s. What a beautiful place to be. 160, he makes it. Modest goes away. And Darren makes this call, hoping to get lucky with this little pair of 4s.
He's in position, he's got a pair, so we go to a flop, and it's 9-7 deuce, which is actually a pretty bad flop for Darren, because it's likely to make him continue putting money in this pot.
Waxman with a continuation bet, 180. And Darren, is he going to get stubborn here? Yeah, it looks like he's going to put in the chips. Doesn't believe his man yet. A 10. So Waxman's queen's looking really solid.
Check.
Wow, nice check here. Trying to make Darren think he's in front, which he does now, and he is going to bet 200,000.
Matt, of course, he's not going anywhere.
Darren realizes he might have made a bad bet there. And a jack on the river.
4 to a straight now. I wonder if Darren will turn his hand into a bluff.
Check.
No, he quickly checks.
He's had enough. He's gonna not like seeing this. He just lost half his chips again to Matt Waxman. Things are turning around here.
Yeah, and unraveling for Darren. It's been smooth sailing for so much of this final table, but now major setbacks in 2 hands against Matt.
Had about 2 point something, and now he's down to about 600. Modest Cimbolas with about 600 as well, and Modest is gonna look down at the 4s this time. And he will make a raise of 40,000. Darren's gonna take a breather. He needs it. And now Waxman, massive chip leader all of a sudden. He's got just a 7-4 clubs, and he'll stay involved. So Modest with 4s, Waxman with 7-4. Here's the flop. It's at ace-10-7.
And Matt has outflopped Modest with his 3 outer. Modest gonna take a little stab and hope that Matt goes away.
40,000 continuation. Waxman has too many chips out there to fold this, so of course he's gonna make this call. We are going to the turn, a queen. 4 is even looking worse. Waxman's gonna yield to him with a check. Now, do you want to blow more money? Nope. Slowing down. And a 9 on the river.
It's quite a coordinated board now on this river. Matt will not be betting. Modest might turn his pair into a bluff. And there you go. And Matt has a really tough call to make here. He's got 5th pair. Even if he were to call and be right, I don't think I would like the call. That just seems ambitious.
Modest with the little measly 4s. It's going to work out for him.
Got one through, huh?
It's a good fold at the wrong time, but I don't think when Matt sees that hand after the fact, he'll feel bad about his fold at all.
Matt Waxman kind of knows he was robbed there, but sometimes you got to just give credit and give him the chips. Well done, Modest. Action going on Darren, and he is just going to fold some hands here.
Well, Modest takes a walk. Did he have anything good? Yeah, oh, he had it all.
What? Finally? How good? Oh, no. Sorry, man.
Really?
Really? Sorry, man. I just had Jack 10, you know? I couldn't call.
Even though Phil Hellmuth may not be a WPT champion, he might have a few words of wisdom for these players in the raw deal.
Tilt is a thing, both in poker and in life. Can you say road rage? But does 4-time World Poker Tour champion Darren Elias ever go on tilt? Darren took a bad beat a few hands earlier when he had Matthew Waxman all in with queens versus Waxman's jacks. And Waxman hit a straight.
7 on the turn. Oh my goodness.
Would this affect the way that he played this hand? Darren raises with pocket 4s and Waxman makes a big re-raise with pocket queens. On the turn, Waxman checks and Darren bets 200,000. Waxman calls. Many of the new school players like Waxman's call here. I like the raise. Put it all in. Don't let your opponent hit a card to beat you. The new school argument is that your opponent may be bluffing and may bluff again. Meh, it's close. There's arguments for a call and arguments for a raise. Did Darren tilt here? Nope. I like his turn bet. Waxman may fold 6s or 5s, or ace-king or ace-queen, thus giving Darren a chance to win the pot right here and right now.
As you can see, Matt Waxman now way out in front of the competition, 2.6 million against the 600,000 of Modest Cimbolas and Darren Elias.
The blinds now are going up to 15 and 25. Big blind Annie is 25. Now Modest Cimbolas with a huge hand, big slick, ace-king. And there he goes with the raise, makes it a min raise to 50.
All in.
Elias gonna go all in with a 10-8.
Call.
I think that's a good shove. It does look a little wide, but a computer would agree with it. Unfortunately for Darren, Modest has got ace-king.
I'm underdog, right?
So it happens very quickly. Darren, big chip leader, and just in a few hands, he is down to his last chips.
How much you have? You have more than me, right?
Something like that. 650 probably.
He's on the short stack. He's in with the worst of it. 5 cards to come, and the flop is a big ace-5-4, so Mata's out in front with the aces. Oh, Darren, sickened by that, gets up to leave. Because now he's a huge dog, and the turn is a 5. So Darren Elias playing great poker tonight, but it's not going to be happening for him this evening.
645?
685.
Well, an incredible run and week for Darren Elias finally comes to an end in 3rd place as his luck runs out.
And he'll take home $177,000. He's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Looks like your WPT heater has ended. How disappointed are you?
I mean, as disappointed as I can be. I ran really well yesterday, so lucky to get here.
4-time WPT champion, what does it mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, I've had a lot of success in the WPT. I enjoy it, and it's a great accomplishment.
All right, well, congratulations on your run.
Thank you.
With Darren Elias out in 3rd place, we are down to heads-up action here at the WPT Tournament of Champions. See who has what it takes to come out on top when we return on the WPT.
Tony, who has more WPT action? Zynga Poker does.
Play the new WPT Tournament Center in the Zynga Poker app. Play today on Facebook or download the app on the App Store and Google Play.
Earlier this season, Club WPT gave 8 lucky qualifiers the chance to play on TV for cash and prizes, including a WPT main event package. It was a hard-fought battle, and Brian Whitman proved he was king of the club.
King of the Club's really changed my life. The expectations have definitely been higher since I won King of the Club. So I've been studying and learning and practicing as much as I can, going through several hundreds of hands every day. Club is a really good place to practice for me because I live in Texas, where there isn't a lot of opportunity to play live. When I came here, I knew I was going to be playing against professional players. I did not expect that I would have 3 WPT champions playing at my table. Coming here to LAPC was a great experience and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Clearly, without Club WPT, I would not be here at LAPC, and I would not be considering myself a lifetime poker player now.
For the chance to experience a trip of a lifetime and to play in a WPT event, sign up for a VIP membership at clubwpt.com.
All right, we're back at the Luxor. Heads-up battle about to begin. Matt Waxman, Waxy they call him, is 2.5. Up against Cimbolas from Lithuania with 1.4. Here we go.
Matas here with a king-queen on the button. He's gonna raise this up, 60,000. Matt, queen 10 in the big blind. He'll make the call.
And the first 3 are Jack, 9, 7, all hearts.
Interesting flop. Open-ender for Matt. Overcards with the gut shot for Matas. Nobody has a heart, and Matt starts by leading out. Matas does make the call. And we see a 5 of hearts on the turn.
Waxman's gonna check it.
Yeah, that's not a good card for Matt. Matas now knows he needs to bet if he wants to win this hand. He's technically in front, but he's turning king high into a bluff here. Matt will give this up.
I'm gonna show if I have a straight flush. No. You're gonna see it on TV anyway.
Very good acting. Right?
It's good actor. He's a funny guy.
He's making me laugh.
Please give me a walk.
Waxman now has raised. It's been called. And here we go. Look at this. 3 of a kind for Matt Waxman. And Waxman will bet 50,000. Mata's just gonna stick around, splash around, hoping to get lucky. He's way behind. 4 of hearts on the turn. 3 hearts out there.
Now Matt gonna bet once more, and Modest not going to be able to continue here. No pair, no draw, no heart, no hand.
Don't get personal.
I play poker for moments like this. Final tables when the blood pressure and adrenaline rises. My strategy is go for it, play my best game, and win it. I'm very excited and I'm very proud of being here. That's a great chance to show where I'm from, Lithuania. Yeah, and I'm on TV, so it's great.
Yeah, he started playing in home games, he said, back in Lithuania. He's only 25 years old. Good attitude, loves to talk at the table.
And a sharp sense of humor. Eastern Europeans have kind of a stoic, robotic reputation, but Modest, not in that mold at all.
We've got a raise by Modest, and Waxman with a queen, 3 of clubs will make this call. And the flop comes up ace, 8, 4, 2 clubs, but 8s for Modest, 4 flush for Waxman.
Modest gonna fire out 50,000 with second pair. Matt will make the call with his flush draw. Queen would be helpful as well, but it's a jack to give Modest 2 pair.
Things are getting good for Modest Cimbolas. And he is gonna stick out more chips. 205.
Big bet.
Waxman has a lot of chips. He'd love to hit this flush on him. Wow, he's not gonna call it.
Good poker right there. A lot of players just automatically make those calls on the turn with the flush draw. Matt knows to be aware of the odds.
Nevertheless, Modest taking that one down.
Vince, people ask me, can you really win on Club WPT?
Well, Tony, the tournament's running all day, every day, and $100,000 worth of cash and prizes available every month. The answer is yes.
Sign up at clubwpt.com.
My name's Joshua Michael Smith. I'm the executive chef at Bardo Brasserie. Bardo Brasserie is a traditional Parisian brasserie. We take French classic dishes and we try not to modernize them. We just round out the edges and make them a little more approachable and introduce people to French cuisine. The dishes are very simple in their essence because they're classic dishes. It's really sort of comfort food, but French. I think our dining room is one of the most stunning in Vegas. It transports people to Paris circa 1960. It's got a really classic, timeless feel to it. We're open almost all day long, and there's always somebody at the bar to greet you and take care of you. That level of hospitality and that offering that we have helps us kind of blend in with the surroundings at Aria. I love what I do. I love every day. I never want to be anywhere else. I'm always super happy when people come back.
Oh yeah, that's a great restaurant.
The Aria is just full of great food. I had one of the best meals all summer over at Bardo.
It is fantastic, but right now we have a heads-up battle. Matt Waxman out in front with 2.8 million. Modest Cimbolas with 1.2. Blinds and antes are going up to 15 and 30 with the big blind ante of 30. And we have a raise by Waxman to 75. Matas, he's got 10-4. Battle of wits. All right, flop is a 5-4 deuce.
So second pair for Modest. Matt with a couple of overcards and a backdoor flush draw.
He'll bet 60,000.
Modest with his second pair is going to continue.
Going to the turn. It's a 6. Modest is going to check again. Waxman with nothing here.
Nothing. No pair, no equity, no draw.
Oh yeah, nothing but heart. He's going to bet it 300,000. Put the pressure on Modest.
He bets full pot here, making it very tough on Modest to continue without a strong hand. I will say that Matt has double-barreled a couple times today with no equity, and he has always timed it right.
Saying if you don't have a 3, you got to fold. I figured right. I'm taking down this pot, and he does so.
Now Waxman continues to stack chips. Meanwhile, the Dr. Pepper bar has a great view of this final table here at the esports arena.
That is right. Nothing like having a Dr. Pepper at the bar. And we move on. Waxman now extending his chip lead to close to 3 million in chips. Matthew this time with a seductive little 4-5 of spades. Makes it 75. Modest with a king 3. Let's see what happens. A jack 10-6. Helps neither player. Well, this is how you play heads up, though. Don't catch, just bet.
Now, Modest not really able to counteract the continued aggression of Matt. Forced to fold again.
Matt Waxman, things have turned around since his jacks destroyed Darren Elias's queens. He's our chip leader. This episode is sponsored by Dr. Pepper, the official soft drink of the World Poker Tour. Hublot, the official watch of the World Poker Tour. Rockstar Energy, the official energy drink of the World Poker Tour. And Club WPT. Play poker for real cash and prizes today at clubwpt.com. All right, we're back in Las Vegas at the esports arena. The heads-up battle continues. Matt Waxman, close to 3.2 million. Modest Cimbolas with 815.
Modest running out of room. Matt has a 4-1 chip advantage. Matt Waxman doesn't play as much poker as he used to, showing tonight that he hasn't lost his step.
This time, he is just calling with his king 4. And Modest, he's content to C3. Flop is an A7-3. Nothing materializing for either player. They go check, check. And a 6 of clubs on the turn. So now open-ended for Modest. And he likes it. He is going to bet it. 40,000. Matt Waxman out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. 33 years old. He's just got king high inside straight draw, and he's going to raise this.
Matt is so tough to play against. He's got a gut shot here with king high and decides that Modest is unlikely to have an ace or a strong enough hand that can handle the pressure, and so he raises his bet on the turn. Modest actually has an 8 outer to what would be the nuts, but unfortunately, he barely has enough chips to get to that river. Now he has to wonder if it's worth it.
He's going to take more time.
He's getting about 3-1 on this call, but hitting his straight is more like a 5 or 6-1 proposition.
He's going to lay this down.
Modest aware of the odds, but still frustrated that he can't win a pot here.
Matt Waxman running him over right now. And the blinds are going up to 20 and 40. The big blind ante is 40 as well.
Modest completes with a 10-3 offsuit here. Now with Matt, he will check queen 7 in the big blind. And it's a flop of king, queen, deuce. So Matt was already in the lead, but now is so far out in front of Modest that it's almost impossible to catch up.
Well, Modest is going to take a stab at it. 40,000. Matt, of course, flopping queens. Makes an okie dokie call. And the turn is a 4.
No help to either player. Modest now officially drawing dead. He can only win by betting. I wonder if Matt will pick up on some of the uncertainty.
And he'll take more time. He's going to bet 125. Now, Matt has disguised his strength pretty well here.
think that Matt has a pretty comfortable call at this stage, and the real decision will be on the river if Modest were to go for it. And that's a big if.
Matt's made the call, and nothing happening for Modest on the river.
Well, that 8 does miss all the draws. If you were worried that Modest had spades or, Jack 10, 9, 10 kind of stuff, it all whiffed.
So now Modest is saying, maybe I could take it right now.
All in.
Oh yeah, that's what he's going to try to do. He's going all in with nothing, 10 high.
This is the only way for Modest to win this hand, but 8 of hearts is actually a very safe card on the river for Matt's hand. Is he going to put the pieces together and end this tournament with a call, or is he going to let Modest get away with this?
Matt Waxman, one call away from this title. Needs more time. What will Waxman do? Oh, look at this. He looks like he's gonna throw it away, maybe.
Oh, but he's got the chips cut out. False alarm, Vince. He's gonna call and win.
Good call.
Modest turns up the bluff. Matt Waxman is your champion on a great call.
You played great, man. Congrats on second.
Yeah, absolutely. A world-class call by Matt Waxman. He's our champ. Let's go talk to him.
God, that's over.
Modest, a very hard-fought battle. Are you happy with your play?
Yeah. I played my strategy and I lost. Sometimes happens. Variance, carded. I was underdog. Matthew played very well.
All right. Well done. Congratulations on your finish.
Thank you so much.
All right, we have a champion. He's the champion of champions, Matt Waxman. Incredible play tonight. Now, you got to go back to Darren Elias. He had queens, you had the jacks. He hit it on the turn. How did that feel?
It felt really nice, Vince. It felt really nice. It's just one of those hands that the money's going in no matter who has which one. So I'm glad I was on the winning side.
Well, you did it again. You are the champ. You're going to take home the beautiful Hublot watch. You'll also have your name inscribed on the Champions Cup once again. So let's hear it for our champion, Matthew Waxman.
On behalf of our friends at Baccarat, congratulations to Matthew Waxman, winner of the Season 16 WPT Tournament of Champions. For Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush crew, and everyone at the World Poker Tour, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. See you next season on the WPT.
That's beautiful watch. Wow. Amazing. That's so great.
Can I take a sip now? Poker's most exclusive table has landed in one of the world's most expensive cities. A seat here will cost you at least £100,000, but it could earn you millions. This is WPT Alpha 8. London's ever so posh Mayfair district, here at the Palm Beach Casino, where the world's high rollers have gathered for Alpha 8 London. The buy-in for our Texas Hold'em poker tournament is a staggering £100,000, which is more than 160,000 US dollars. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to the world of super high stakes poker. I'm joined by our top-notch commentators, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, stationed over in the clubwpt.com skybox. Good day, gentlemen.
Good day to you, Lynn. Olivier and I are, of course, excited to be here across the pond alongside yourself and a room full of very illustrious poker players, each of whom have bought in £100,000 to take a seat in our event, and that translates to over $160,000.
This is a re-entry tournament, which means that if any of our current players busts, they can put up another £100,000 and give it another go.
Yeah, it takes a lot of nerve to pull the trigger and buy a second bullet when the stakes are this high. The room does have 2 tables in action currently and several familiar faces who have played in our last event out in Florida, and some faces that we have yet to see.
Our feature table is really the epitome of an Alpha 8 table. We have a few superstars, Scott, Toby, and Steven. Obviously, a legend of poker in Eric Seidel. A couple successful businessmen and poker enthusiasts with Richard Young and Tony G, and even an unknown player in Drew Patel. I've never seen him before. It'll be really interesting to see what his approach to poker is.
Well, so far, it's to open the pot with a raise sitting on Queen Jack offsuit to 2,300. Scott Seaver out of the way. Eric Seidel with pocket sixes in the small blind defends. And now on to Steven Silverman with ace jack suited.
Silverman, of course, the champion of our inaugural Alpha 8 event in Florida.
He's had to put 160,000 roughly back into this event as he defends his big blind, and we'll take our first flop of the evening, three-way. And they do things a little bit differently here at the Palm Beach. One by one, they peel him off the stub. Eric Seidel has flopped bottom set, nothing much happening for Silverman. Drew Patel, 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw, and the action is checked all the way around. Turn card pairs the board. Seidel has a full house. His opponent's drawing dead. He checks a second time, and Silverman seems like he might be tempted, but instead checks it over to Patel. And it looks like Drew's gonna say, if you don't want it, I do.
Yeah, exactly. After 2 checks from 2 players, Drew Patel taking a shot at this pot. We know it's not gonna work with Eric sitting back there with a full house. We'll see how he plays it.
10,500.
Raise to 10,500.
And Seidel is gonna check raise to 10,500. That makes quick work of Silverman's hand. Back over to Patel, and he knows better than to continue laying it down. What have we learned about him?
Well, just by looking at him and his age at just 21 years old, I'm not surprised if he's a relatively active player, getting involved a bunch and taking shots at pots.
Now, while Seidel took that pot, there has been much action here in London leading up to this point in the event. A8 London kicked off with 10 players drawing their seats, stacking their chips, and assessing the competition. London newcomer, 21-year-old Drew Patel, found himself at a daunting table with 2 high-powered American players, WPT Season 9 World Championship winner Scott Seaver and Alpha 8 Florida champion Steven Silverman. Meanwhile, UK resident high roller Sam Trickett was sharing the felt with the formidable likes of Russia's 2012 EPT high roller winner Igor Kurganov and A8 Florida's third-place finisher Jeff Gross. With the competition in full gear, the German contingent arrived with Monte Carlo super high roller champ Max Altergott and his compatriots, young pros Philip Grusom.
Hello, everybody.
And Tobias Rankenmeyer. Tobias immediately contributed to Seaver's growing stack. And Canadian Sorel Mizzi arrived next, raising a flag for the Great White North, while Swedish provocateur Victor Blom came in and showed no mercy when he river tripped jacks to take the tournament's first victim, Max Altergott.
Yeah, I'm the first passer, right?
This after just a couple of hours of play. Sorel and WPT champion Antonio Esfandiari also busted early.
You can't win at poker unless you lose, so I just look at losing as if I was paying my taxes. So I paid my taxes today.
I like it.
Heavily.
Heavily is right, $160,000 worth. I don't know, maybe you should get a better accountant, maybe get some write-offs going?
Yeah, I've never thought about losing in those terms, but it's important for poker players to be able to have a good attitude about it, because otherwise it can really get you down.
One thing you learn pretty early on when you're playing is you can't win every session. But you'll try.
If there wasn't luck in poker, it wouldn't be a profitable game.
Back to our featured table, we pick up the action, where Drew Patel limped in under the gun. Scott Seaver then raised it with Jack 10 offsuit. It was folded all the way back around to Drew, who then called with his 10-9 offsuit. And the flop. 2 sixes and a tray. Drew checks to Scott.
Not a premium hand for Scott, but trying to take advantage of what he perceives as weakness from Drew, the unknown player, limping under the gun.
6-6-3 on the board, and Scott has fired 7,000 into the pot.
Pretty standard for Scott to take a shot after raising pre-flop.
Oh, but this is not standard. Patel saying hi there.
Yeah, this is a very odd raise. This seems kind of like a kamikaze play, but I wouldn't be surprised if it works in this particular case since Scott has just jack high.
Is Drew showing any youth or inexperience?
You know, it's hard to tell, but the problem with this play is that he's just really not representing very many hands. I mean, could he have you know, pocket threes or a 6 or something like that, sure, it's possible, but it's very tough to make such strong hands, and it's not obvious that he would necessarily play them exactly like this, but it works in this case because Scott just doesn't have enough of a hand to play back.
And Seaver's going to mine that into his catalog for sure as they continue to build an understanding of the relatively unknown player.
Yeah, I think not just Scott, but all of the players at the table will be very cognizant of that hand and how Drew played it. Definitely an unorthodox line.
Let's get a look at the current chip counts. Tobias Rankenmeyer is at the top of the board with 370,000 in chips. On the short stacks are Steven Silverman and Richard Young with just about 66,000. Button on Tony G, Drew and Seaver in the blinds. Tobias Rankenmeyer will be first to act. And what do you know about Rankenmeyer?
Well, Toby is generally considered one of the very best tournament players.
23.
He says 2,300.
He and I actually played heads up in Monte Carlo a few years ago. Really nice guy, well-respected player. He's part of this contingent of high roller players, a bunch of German players who have been kind of taking this scene by storm.
And you see Max Altergott has actually joined the action. Max was busted at one of our other tables earlier, has had a chance to regroup and raise, what, a little over $160,000 so that he can buy a second bullet. Tobias has actually been a part of big buy-in events in the past, including a $250,000 buy-in in Australia, where he finished second for $1.3 million. Here, he finds himself raising with ace-queen offsuit, and Richard Young is just calling with ace-king offsuit. That could be trouble.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous from Richard to not take the lead in this hand, but at the same time, you know, there are a couple hands that he's dominating, so if it comes ace-high or king-high, he might be able to win a big pot from a dominated hand.
Well, without a 3-bet, both blinds come along for the ride, and we'll take this flop 4-way.
To help you out. Appreciate it, bro, but would have been enough even without you calling. Give me my chips back, but nothing's changed, yeah?
A lot of overlapping cards out there.
Yeah, king high, queen high, or ace high flop could be a lot of trouble for at least one of these players.
Burn down. It's 6, 9, 6 on the board. 2 spades. Both Drew and Scott have checked. Toby bet 5,000, and Young calls the 5,000.
Yeah, I don't mind this call by Young. Obviously, he doesn't have a pair, but since the board is so dry, it's reasonable to take another card off.
And the board stays dry. Young also has the advantage of being down to heads up with 2 players mucking, and he's in position against Tobias. Will Tobias fire a second bullet at this pot? The first one always easier than the second. He does indeed, and Young gets away from his ace-king after he doesn't improve.
Strong second barrel from Toby there. Gets Richard to fold the better hand.
Richard not interested in spending another 15,000 on the turn, especially when he has no idea what may happen on the river. You get a look at Max Altergott. If he looks familiar, that's because he actually was felted earlier in the event. He has since rebought for 100,000 pounds. Do you think that players feel more pressure when they're on a second bullet because now you're just so deeply invested into the event?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, it also depends on, you know, what kind of plan players had going into the tournament. If they were planning on willing to be putting up 2 or 3 bullets, then as you get deeper towards the end of your slacks, as they say, I think it could put a lot of pressure on players to make sure they play their best, maybe play a little bit more conservatively than they would their first or second bullet.
And I would imagine other players at the table are cognizant of the fact that he's on his second bullet and maybe a little bit tighter than he was on his first bullet. As we get caught up to speed on the action, it's pocket 8s for Toby. Back-to-back raises, this time to 2,400. And he has picked up 1 caller in the form of Richard Young, who has 5-6 suited.
We're going to see another pot here between Toby and Richard Young.
We've been talking German, like I've said.
Flop is ace-jack 3.
Not a great flop for either hand here.
Round 2. And this time, Tobias checks the flop. Richard checks behind him. And the turn card is a 7. Good-looking card for Young.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Richard picks up a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw.
And Tobias has just shut it down, checks again with the pocket 8s.
450.
Young bets 4,500. And Tobias simply mucks the pocket 8s. Seems like he was done with his hand by the time the flop showed up.
Yeah, I like the way Richard played the hand, picking up equity and betting it. Toby played his hand a little bit weak, but at the same time, he had played the hand previously very strong. Maybe he has a good read on Richard.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Well, I'm in a London cab with Eric Seidel. We're going a few miles south to play lawn bowls. You've definitely got the title of King of High Roller events.
I had a very good year in 2011 in the high rollers.
What's your favorite place?
Well, this is my favorite place. I like playing in London. I'm a New Yorker, so London is very much like New York for me. I really, you know, when I'm away from the poker table, I lead a pretty ordinary life. I don't really have a bowler lifestyle.
We're gonna play some bowls. After our 4 balls have gone, it's the one that's closest that determines the winner. What are you gambling on it, Eric?
£5 total for the whole thing, right?
Per game?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's such a gambler.
I'm trying to protect you. You know, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Oops, that's bad.
Oh, yes!
No!
It was so kind.
Does that count? Does that help her?
It sure did.
It counts. It counts. That's very good. That's excellent.
That's unbelievable how close you are. Wow.
See that? Got a ball. Can we make it £10, Eric?
You're
Are you
natural.
getting this?
That's very, very
You're
good.
gonna get
That's
that.
excellent.
That's amazing. I'm buried.
Oh, it just tucked right in front of yours.
It's like the last insult was just boom. Don't you dare push my hand away. No! This is a disaster. I think we spent more time here than go broke.
Okay, I think I spoke too soon with the trash talk. You might be
I got a sweat.
sneaky last one.
No! Disaster!
Yes!
That's terrible.
15 sweet pounds. Well, Eric,
Oh, you got me
you're good
again.
at poker, but I guess I'm great at lawn bowls.
I think so. I've learned my lesson.
Don't gamble with women.
I can't believe Eric didn't know that Lynn comes from a long line of illustrious lawn bowlers. Yeah, that's her lineage. And those 15 pounds, that'll get her, what, like 4 blocks in a black cab in London? Probably the most expensive cabs on earth. As we get back to our feature table, Steven Silverman with 9-4 suited lays it down to Richard Young, who's been rather active in the early going. He picks up King-Queen offsuit, and he's going to raise it up to 2,500 with the blinds at 500 and 1,000, antes at 100. Folded around to Scott Seaver now. He doesn't like 8-4 off, and you can't blame him. Pocket eights, though, for Max Altergott. We should see some action out of him. Max, of course, was felted earlier. He's on his 2nd bullet now, and we've talked about how that may impact a player's approach to the game moving forward.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're on your 2nd bullet, you might tend to be a little bit more conservative, maybe a little bit less willing to take risks, because you really don't want to end up losing 2 bullets.
Now, Max just called, as did Eric Seidel with ace-10 offsuit, and the flop was 4 tray deuce with a couple of clubs.
Pretty good flop for pocket eights.
And Max bets 4,300 after both Seidel and Young checked to him.
Yeah, it was check to Max.
12-5.
And Eric raises on the flop here.
Check raising.
Yeah, it's this very interesting play. Eric has, you know, a gut shot straight draw, 2 overcards, and a backdoor flush draw. I actually like this play by Eric. It's a very aggressive, very strong play, especially against someone like Max, who, you know, theoretically could be taking a shot in position here without much of a hand. We know that Max has an overpair himself, but even with this overpair out, Eric does have a number of outs to catch up and take the lead in the pot.
The 3 of diamonds, of course, not one of those outs, and Eric is staring at a pot of 33,800, but rather than shut it down, he fires 20,000. Now, how do you feel when you have pocket eights?
It's a good-sized bet there by Eric. I mean, I think you could make an argument for folding or for calling. Max not going anywhere with his 2 8s.
Yeah, he makes the call and brings the pot to 73,800.
It'd be interesting to see if Eric bets another club on the river.
Well, it's a spade, so he doesn't have that option. And Seidel shuts it down. Max quickly checks behind him and will be very relieved to see Eric turn over ace-10 offsuit. Max happily rolling over his pocket eights.
Holding on for dear life there with 2 8s. Very happy that Eric did not fire the river.
Let's get over to our outer table, where Sam Trickett finds himself all in with King-9 suited against Victor Blom, better known as Isildur in the online world. Victor has pocket queens, and Sam is hunting for a king. The flop of Jack 8-7 means he's also got a straight draw. 5 on the turn doesn't get him there, and the river is a deuce. And that is the end of the road for high-stakes player Sam Trickett.
Yeah, Victor is such an aggressive player. Sometimes his opponents will make crazy plays against him, and when he picks up big hands like pocket queens, he can turn into big pots.
Well, we'll find out whether or not Trickett is going to rebuy shortly. Meanwhile, Steven Silverman is being relocated from our feature table to the outer table. That, of course, because we need to keep those tables balanced. Can't have a full game on one side and a short game on the other.
And unfortunately for Steven, there just really aren't any soft spots in this tournament,
No.
so it's not like you're moving to an easier table.
Nobody has 100?
I'm just trying to figure out why Tony's...
Perhaps Antonio thinks there are some soft spots in the tournament because it appears that he is lobbying for funds. Looking for that second bullet. No dice over at the outer table, so he's come over to a different bank. Oh, and it looks like the Bank of Yang has approved Esfandiari's application.
And again, this type of situation happens from time to time. Poker players will lend each other what seems like huge, just immense sums of money with no contract, nothing, just just your word and your reputation to stand on.
23.
Antonio certainly has no shortage of credit in the poker community. King 7 suited for Tobias Rankenmeyer. Meanwhile, at the feature table, he has put in a raise to 2,300. A call from the pocket nines of Eric Seidel. And now pocket jacks for Tony G.
Tony been pretty quiet thus far.
Well, he's going to make some noise, though. 7,700 decibels worth.
Good size 3-bet here.
And Tobias out of the way. Back over to Eric now.
Eric's sitting on close to 50 big blinds.
He's deep enough to make a call here and take the flop, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so, but looks like he is playing it a little bit more aggressively and moving all of his chips in the middle. Wow, that is an aggressive play by Eric Seidel with just 2 nines.
Hard not to call.
Oh, and Tony doesn't like it much.
Yeah, I mean, Tony's in a kind of a tough spot. I mean, Eric could easily have an overpair or a hand like ace-king, but if he does decide to call, he'll be very pleased.
Yeah, Tony does make that call, and there's the good news.
A little bit ambitious by Eric. I don't think Tony is such an aggressive player that this will work all that often.
Well, here comes the flop. Jack 8-10. Tony has top set, but of course, Eric has flopped an open ender. He's looking for a 7 or a queen to crack Tony's jacks.
One of the best flops Eric could hope for that had a jack on it.
Oh, and that's one of the worst turns. It leaves Seidel drawing dead.
Good luck, guys. I got a rebuy for us.
You think Eric's the kind of guy that's looking for a second bullet? I heard Richard Yang is lending.
You know, you never know with Eric. Obviously, he's had an incredible amount of success. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see what Eric decides.
Well, when we come back, the magician rejoins the action.
What do I do? Will you catch this?
Find out how a sports injury sidelined one player's dreams of glory, but led him to victory on the felt. Log on to clubwpt.com and join Lynn as she has tea with Sam Trickett. Clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to the elite world of super high stakes poker, WPT Alpha 8. Tonight's event is coming from the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair, one of London's most exclusive districts, where the high price of this tournament fits right into this Tony neighborhood.
Is Lynn out and about in London?
You know, every time I see Lynn, it looks like she's having the time of her life.
Well, you know who else is having the time of their lives? These guys, because they get to play high stakes poker against some of the best in the world. And let's face it, they love the competition. Blinds have gone up to 6 and 1,200, antes have doubled to 200, and you'll notice the magician has taken a seat at the table.
I'm gonna be very nitty now.
He has 100,000. That's what you get when you re-enter. Meanwhile, Richard Yang is having a good time with King Jack offsuit. He opens for a raise to 3,000, and Tony G looks down at Ace Jack of hearts. He's just gonna call, no need to isolate.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tony could consider 3-betting with Ace Jack of hearts, but I think the more standard play would be just call and see a flop.
Max Altergott gets involved with Ace 5 offsuit.
Getting a pretty good price from the big blind with 2 people already in.
We take the flop 3-way, and it's 10-5 queen, all diamonds. Max has the nut flush draw and bottom pair. Richard has an open-ended straight draw, and Tony with the Broadway draw. Turn card, the 9 of hearts, and Richard has made the nut straight.
Now, from Max's point of view, after both Richard and Tony check the flop, it's not unreasonable to try to bet here, even not necessarily for value with just a pair of 5s, but he also has the ace of diamonds and is just taking control of the pot.
Well, Richard chose to smooth call with the nut straight, considering 3 diamonds are out there. It's not the nuts. Tony G's out of the way. We're down to heads up, and look at the river. A third 5 from Max. He may not have thought 5s were good once Richard called. but now he's got to believe his hand is good.
Yeah, this is the perfect card for Richard Young because now Max is definitely going to bet for value, and he does make a big bet here.
16,800.
So big that I don't think Richard can even raise here. With 3 diamonds and a paired board, looks like Richard just calls with the straight, and Max a little bit disappointed to have value bet the worst hand.
Yeah, he was ready to show his hand, and then he wasn't.
In poker, we call that value cutting, when you bet for value, expecting to have the best hand, but then run into an even stronger hand.
Trips. Huh? Trips. Lunkin, I feel like this table is a lot more quiet, but it's the same table. And Tony G's here, and it's more quiet.
First of all,
how is that possible?
Tony G's scared. He has a reputation to protect these days. You know, he's a government man. He has to be careful what he says.
That's right.
Times are
I have
different.
all the people
on
watching
camera.
now.
He has all the people watching, all his, you know, representatives.
Is this true, Tony?
Represented.
It is true.
He's running the Lithuanian government.
Talk at the table has turned to Tony G's political aspirations.
I'm not going to play poker there.
One-time Australia resident.
I'll play poker during the tournament.
Now calls Lithuania home and is running for the European Parliament.
I can't gamble. With the future, right?
Pocket kings for Richard Young. He makes it 3,000 to go.
A vote for Tony G is a sure bet. That's what you need. You need me to do your campaign managing.
That would be good.
And ace-king suited for Tobias Rankenmeyer.
Pretty big cooler pre-flop here for ace-king suited, an extremely strong hand.
He's the big stack at the table right now, and he is going to 3-bet it to 9,000 total, back over to Richard's kings. And he says, all right, how about 20 more on top of that, 29,000 total. You getting anything from Young's body language here?
I mean, he does look comfortable, but I don't think it matters for Toby. His hand is just too strong
All in.
against Richard's stack to consider folding ace-king suited.
Yeah, Toby moved all in. Richard made the call, and he's all smiles, isn't he?
It's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
Shape.
Yeah, not bad.
Young needs to avoid an ace on the board. So far, so good, as it reads 6 and 9. And I promise the third one's on the way.
Now I better.
The deuce of spades.
Feel more comfortable. An 8 would be great.
That's a good board for 2 kings.
I'm going to buy some insurance. Insurance.
Yeah, you can buy it.
Insurance. Yep. 12 to 1 now.
12 to 1.
You want to take some insurance? 12 to 1.
8 on the turn changes nothing, and all Richard Young's got to do is dodge an ace on the end to double through the chip leader at this table. And he's going to do just that.
Richard very excited to double up. And, you know, it's great to see such enthusiasm.
Nice hand.
He'll collect his pot. Meanwhile, at the outer table, another pocket king situation. This time it's Igor Kurganov up against Jeff Gross, our third-place finisher in Florida. Gross with pocket 5s. Can't hit on the flop, can't hit on the turn, can't hit on the river.
See you later, man. Might be back, I don't know. Good luck.
And Jeff Gross, who looks like he might be sharing closets with Antonio, is going either in search of another bullet or a black cab. Back at the feature table now, ace-queen offsuit for Drew Patel. He has opened the action with a raise to 2,700, and he has been called by the Jack-9 offsuit of Richard Young in the big blind. Their heads up to a flop of 10-4 king rainbow. Gut shot straight draw for Young. Broadway draw for Drew, whose ace high is best. Young checks it over to him. And Drew's going to bet 3,500.
Drew looking for Richard's jack, and Richard looking for Drew's queen here.
Young makes the call. 7,000 more slide into the middle, bringing the pot to 14-4. Turn card pairs the board. Young checks. Now, what are you thinking if you're Drew? Fire again with the ace high and the backdoor draw there?
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to fire the turn, but I think checking is also perfectly acceptable.
Pot control, of course, that's what Patel opts to do. And on the river, Young senses an opportunity. As the 7 peels off, he just has jack high.
Yeah, I don't mind the flop call if you're Richard, as long as you're going to bet in a situation like this. So I actually don't mind the way Richard's played the hand. Drew with just ace high looks like he's considering a call.
Well, the bet's only 5,400. That's kind of on the small side.
That's true. I think the bet size is definitely a clue for Drew and gives him a pretty good price. With just ace high, I think a lot of times he's going to be running into a value bet from Richard, but in this particular case, he wins the pot.
And you better believe that there is a table full of seasoned professionals paying attention to each and every one of young Drew Patel's moves.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much of Drew, but my sense early on is that he's the type of player who likes to get involved. We just saw he's not afraid to make a big call with ace high, and we'll have to see throughout the rest of the tournament how he fares.
Our WPT Alpha 8 London event rolls on. Each of the folks sitting at our tables have invested £100,000 and some even more.
That's right. This is a re-entry tournament, and two of the players at our feature table, Max Altergott and Antonio Sfondiari, have already busted and re-entered, which means they're in for £200,000.
And let's take a look at the chip counts. Top of the board is the German, Tobias Rankenmeyer, and at the bottom of the board, you'll notice another German, Max Altergott. And there is one of the newcomers that we talked about, Drew Patel, just 21 years of age from Portsmouth. He's got ace-queen offsuit and makes it 3,000 to go.
I think it's really good.
And why do some players opt for the min raise of 2,400 and others decide to put 3,000 in there? Is there really even a difference?
You know, there is a small difference. You know, first of all, you give the big blind a worse price to call when you make it a little bit bigger. You also make it more expensive for someone to 3-bet you. But a lot of it is a function of how deep the stacks are. When the stacks start to get a little bit more shallow towards the end of the tournament, you'll start to see more min raises.
Patel has picked up both Esfandiari and Tony G. They'll take the flop 3 ways, and that flop, ace, queen, jack. Patel with aces and queens. He's got the best hand. Tony G's got the Broadway draw. Antonio with just a pair of jacks. Patel bets 4,000. And Antonio quickly lays it down. And now Tony G has raised it to 10,000, making it 6K more to go.
Tony does have some equity. I mean, he has a gut shot straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. I don't like this raise, though, because it just represents so little. I don't think Tony would even raise if he had queen jack or ace jack. Drew Patel is now re-raised to 17,000, putting Tony in a very awkward spot.
And Tony G invests an additional 7,000 with just the naked king high here.
Not to mention he's out of position. He is getting a great price. The raise is very small, but still, Tony out of position without much of a hand.
4 on the turn. Tony G quickly checking over to Drew.
And that 4, not a scare card for Drew Patel. His ace-queen still looking very strong here.
And he's going to check it.
Yeah, I don't understand this check at all.
Oh, and disaster rolls off on the river. Tony G now with the best hand.
40,000.
This is a huge bet by Tony, and Drew immediately, you know, takes the earphones out and pays attention. He doesn't like this play at all. Now, it's very tempting to now blame Drew Patel for checking the turn and letting Tony G get there.
Cool.
I would have had to bet any river, so it was a good call. We're just unlucky.
Drew very disappointingly pays off Tony and sees his king deuce of hearts.
Kind of floating when you check the turn. It put me under pressure. At least the 10 arrived.
What you really needed it.
I called the 7. He was trying to play around with me a bit. If you pump it harder, then you get the, you know, honest. I mean, what's 7? That's like, what is this? It's not online here. Against me, you got to make it like 30 or something, right? For me to think I'm going to call 7. I was proud of you that it was a good call. You made a really good call.
Yeah, I lost my chips. Okay, cool.
Oh, well, you're unlucky. I mean, now you have to call me every time. Like a loose slot machine. And hope for the best. That's all you can do. Now you don't know where I am, right? That's the best policy, right? When you don't know, you just call.
Tony G alluding to the small raise that Drew made on the flop. Not just winning the pot, but then giving him a verbal needle after that.
Yeah, it's always nice to get lucky and then teach the other guy something. Tony has a reputation of being an active player.
And a very talkative one at that.
Yeah, and that talk is not always the most courteous in nature. Meanwhile, in the cutoff, Scott Seaver picks up ace-king suited and makes it 2,800 to go.
And for those who don't know, Scott Seaver is really one of the absolute very best tournament players in the world. In my mind, he might actually be the favorite in this field and any field that he enters.
Former student at Brown University. Our season 9 $25,000 buy-in champion. He took home $1.6 million and change for that effort. And he is heads up to the flop. Board is Jack 8-7 with a couple of hearts. Antonio defended from the big blind with King 10 off and has flopped a gut shot straight draw.
44.
7,600 in the middle, and Antonio is going to bet 4,400.
Now, I think Antonio leads out of position here for a couple of reasons. One, he has some equity, but not enough in his mind to check call. And two, because a flop like Jack 8-7 is much more likely to hit Antonio's defending range than it is Scott Seaver's opening range.
Well, the board is paired on the turn, and Antonio hasn't gotten rid of Seaver just yet, so he's going to try to get rid of him again, this time with a bet of 8,600. Twice the size of his flop bet of 4,400.
Can't imagine Scott going anywhere with 2 overcards and the nut flush draw.
He makes the call.
You know, on top of everything we've said, it's also just very unorthodox for the out-of-position player to lead into the original raiser.
And look at this river card. Antonio thinks that he's hit something with King 10. Finally, he's got kings and sevens with a jack kicker, but little does he know he's up against the ace-king of Scott Seaver.
Yeah, Antonio going from bluffing on the flop and the turn to now trying to bet for value as he's rivered top pair.
16,300 is the number. Action on Seaver.
I think Seaver is thinking about whether he wants to raise now that he's rivered a king with an ace kicker, but given the line that Antonio's had throughout the hand, I don't think Scott can really contemplate doing anything but just call.
Well, Seaver makes the call, and he'll be happy to see King 10. Gives Antonio a look at ace-king, and that's not the way Esfandiari scripted his re-entry.
It's another instance of somebody out of position trying to bet for value with the worst hand. At these stakes, players are trying to bet so thinly for value that sometimes they're betting for value with the hand that's not even the best hand.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to clubwpt.com now and play in our Alpha 8 high roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion. Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 London. We're in the middle of Playdown at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair, where a collection of talented international players have invested at least £100,000 each in hopes of becoming the alpha player who takes home a bounty worth of a king. Action at the feature table is in full gear, so let's tally-ho to Ali and Olivier over in the clubwpt.com skybox.
Thanks, Lynn. Olivier and I have been having fun watching this feature table so far. Plenty of fireworks, and we get a look at what those fireworks have done to the chip stacks. Tobias Rankenmeyer up top at 334,000 and change. And down below on the short stack is Drew Patel with just 25,100. The blinds are at 8 and 1,600 now. Ante's at 200. Button is on Richard Young. Tony G and Drew Patel are in the blinds. And the action has been folded around to Antonio Esfandiari, who has less than half of the 100,000 he got for his re-entry to start this hand, and he's going to put 3,800 of that into the middle here on a raise.
One thing you can say about Antonio is that he is persistent. Even though he's lost a number of chips, he's still raising it up.
Easy defend from the big blind for Drew Patel and his King 9 suited, and the flop 5 trade deuce. I'd say Antonio likes it.
Yeah, Antonio has flopped what we call the wheel, which is the straight starting at the ace and ending at the 5. An absolute monster hand for Antonio.
38.
It's been checked over to him.
A little bit unlucky for him. Drew has really nothing and can't really play back or even call.
Well, there's two pieces to running good in poker. It's not just making big hands, it's finding people who will pay you off when you've got them.
Yeah, a lot of times you want your opponent to have a strong hand, just slightly weaker than your hand.
Let's get back to the feature table. Folded over to Tobias Rankenmeyer, who
Raised to 4,000.
don't adjust your sets, has Queen 5 offsuit, and has decided to make it 4,000 to go.
Yeah, I really don't understand this play. I mean, I know that Toby is the chip leader, so he's going to be opening with a little bit of a wider range than normal, but I would never include a hand like this in my opening range. It just plays terrible post-flop, and I don't understand it.
How do you like the smooth call by Richard Young with ace-queen offsuit, which has, of course, invited Scott Seaver into the pot, who has 8-6 suited in the big blind?
I think it's perfectly reasonable. He should definitely have considered at least 3-betting and probably do it from time to time, but calling is just fine.
The flop, all hearts, 9-7 deuce. Seaver checks his open-ender, and it's on to Tobias, who checks as well. Richard Young, happy to knuckle. And the turn, a fourth heart, it's the ace. Young now with the best hand. Action on Scott Seaver. And he is going to bet into the field for 6,400.
Yeah, Scott's flop check was pretty natural since he just called a raise out of position. But when both Toby and Richard check the all-heart flop, I think Scott has now assumed that neither one of them have a big heart, and he's tried to make a bet on the turn here to take it down.
Of course, he gets through Tobias, but Richards is saying not so fast. He likes his ace-queen and makes the call. And the river card is a fifth heart, the queen of hearts. These two are now playing the exact same hand.
Yeah, now that there's a flush on the board, they both are playing this flush, and any heart that either player had would make a higher flush.
And Young is bet 13,000. A quick fold from Seaver, and Richard, 211 in progress.
Richard decides not to allow the board to play, takes a shot with a bluff on the river, and wins the pot.
We're back in jolly old England, London to be specific, and the Mayfair district, home to the Palm Beach Casino and our second ever WPT Alpha 8 event. We have 7 players at our feature table right now. On the short stack, young Drew Patel, and not far behind him, Antonio Esfandiari, who is on his second bullet, but looking very relaxed, despite being in for over $300,000 US.
How did they react? No, I said I always wanted to.
Oh, you wanted to?
Yeah, I never had.
I thought it happened.
No. But I think also poker players care about their reputation a lot.
He and Richard Young fold over to Tony G. And not even Tony wants to play 3-4 offsuit. Among the more active players, more creative players at the table. Pocket queens for Patel. He's going to open for a raise to 3,600.
Patel starting the hand with just over 12 big blinds. This min raise with 12 big blinds might look a little bit suspicious.
Ace-6 suited for Tobias. He is the big stack.
And he's in the big blind, so there's no one after him.
And he's going to put Patel all in. Patel will gladly make the call and be happy to see that he's up against Ace-6 of diamonds. So far, he is in the lead, but you know how it works. You gotta avoid the ace on the board.
Drew in a great position here to double up.
And the flop, a jack, a 4, and an ace. Patel not looking good anymore. And he is rooting for a queen to hit the turn. Instead, it's a king, and that changes things.
Yeah, it gives him a few more outs. Any 10 would give him a straight at this point.
6 outs once for Drew Patel. Otherwise, it's time to hit the ATM for another 100,000 pounds. Can he get lucky? No, he cannot. Tobias has eliminated Drew Patel.
Drew was pretty active on the table, getting involved in a number of pots. Sometimes that strategy can be pretty expensive, especially against such tough competition that we have here.
And we send him over to some other tough competition. Lynn Gilmartin.
Drew, queens against A6. He hit his 3-outer. That has to be tough.
Yeah, it happens. See, I've seen it so many times. I don't. Just one of those things that just got to put up with it.
You're still smiling.
Yeah, why complain? Why not smile?
Well, I don't know too many 21-year-olds that can light a match to 100,000 pounds and then have that attitude about it, but congrats to you, young man, for having arrived at that financial state.
It's a special breed of player, the guys that are putting up this kind of money to play this level of poker.
Let's get back to the feature table. It's a heads-up pot between Tony G and Antonio Esfandiari. Tony has flopped top pair with Queen 10 offsuit, and the board reads Queen 6-3, giving Antonio a pair of sixes.
Antonio started this hand with about 30 big blinds, close to 50,000 in chips.
And he is the pre-flop raiser here. Tony defended from the blind. Antonio, continuation betting in the amount of 5,100, and Tony G check raises to 12,000.
Now, I think Antonio, could have thought about maybe checking back with middle pair, medium kicker here. He decided to go ahead and bet. Tony, really unpredictable player, raising here with top pair and just a medium kicker.
Oh, look at that. A little bit of a balk from Antonio. Looked like he was about to ship it all in. Looked up at Tony. Maybe saw something he didn't like and pulled it back. Is that even legal?
You know, I think that's pretty borderline. Antonio's actually known for doing things like that, having a chip in his hand and pretending to throw it in the pot, trying to see if he can pick something up off of his opponent. It's one of those kind of old school live player tricks. But Antonio ended up moving his chips in the middle there.
How much?
That's a good sign.
I don't know, you know, Tony G might also be able to pick something up from Antonio.
I call. All in on a call. I'm ahead, obviously, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be cool.
You know, Antonio started this hand with 30 big blinds, so to put his entire stack in here with just a 6 is very ambitious play, and that's part of what makes Tony G so tough to play against, is that he gets his opponents to make these crazy plays because he himself is playing so unpredictably.
Tony hits trip queens. Oh, and he's drawn dead as of the turn.
Sorry?
You're good at the turn.
I'm good at the turn today.
Good luck, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
Richard, don't forget text me.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, if you forget, it's okay.
Antonio advising Richard to give him a call. After all, they do have a little number to settle up on.
That was a good one, yeah.
Antonio.
Yes.
We meet again.
We meet again,
2 bullets in one day.
Yeah, that's it for me.
That's it?
Yeah, 200,000 sterling is a lot of cheese.
That is a lot. So what happens now? What do you do now when you bust out of a tournament like this?
You just carry on with life. You have to exist somewhere, right? So I'm gonna take my body and go exist.
All right, well, sorry to see you go, Antonio.
Okay, see you later.
Bye. Back to you guys.
So we've lost one body, but we've still got 11 warm ones inside our poker room right now. And with registration still open, that field could grow. All it takes is 100,000 pounds after all. One thing is for sure, there's no limit to just how high the stakes can go in an Alpha 8 event. On behalf of Lynn Gilmartin and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Ali Najad saying good night from the Palm Beach Casino in London.
The world of high-stakes poker has taken root in the heart of London, and you have VIP access to all the action. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to WPT Alpha 8 London. The game we play is Texas Hold'em, but our prestigious poker table is not just for anyone. Our players are part of an elite group who travel the world in search of the highest stakes games. All of our competitors started by paying the £100,000 entry fee. While that investment may seem a lot to you and me, for these guys, it's just another day in the office. We're in the middle of our exclusive coverage, and the gentlemen with an expert take on the game are A8's esteemed commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They join us from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Gentlemen.
Gentlewoman, how are you? Lynn Gilmartin, thank you so much. Olivier and I here for day 2 of the event. We've seen 19 entries so far, 7 players have busted out, and 11 players remain. Now, registration is still open, so that number could increase. And those remaining players, well, we've mixed them up a little bit.
That's right, Ali. We're starting a new day, so the players have redrawn for seats. And our new featured table actually has a couple of players that we haven't seen too much of thus far.
And those 2 players are Fabian Quas, sitting on almost 300,000 in chips, and Philip Gruesome, sitting on 110,000. Button is on Max Altergott, Steven Silverman, and Richard Young are in the blinds. As we kick our action off, there's a look at Fabian. And he's got pocket jacks. Not a bad start to his evening.
Fabian, a very talented German player. Very close friends with the 2 guys you see next to him, Philip and Max. They really just travel the world playing super high-stakes tournaments together.
Over to Steven Silverman, as Fabian raised to 5,000.
Steven, of course, our inaugural Alpha 8 event winner in Florida, sitting on about 18 big blinds with a small pocket pair.
All of which he's going to put in the middle right now, making work of Richard Young's ace.
Cool.
Pretty easy call for Fabian with 2 jacks. Steve Silverman is going to be in a world of hurt trying to stay alive with just 2 outs.
Yeah, you never want to be up against an overpair. 2 overcards is one thing, but the overpair a whole nother. And here comes the flop. Tray 9 tray. And Steven Silverman is left duck hunting here, looking for a deuce. They try to crack Fabian's 2 jacks. Queen won't work. And now it's 2 outs once for Silverman. 10 of diamonds, not one of them. And he is eliminated. Unless, of course, he chooses to re-enter.
That's right, the re-entry period is still open for a short period of time, so we might yet still see Steven again.
Down to just 5 players at the feature table. And the German triumvirate. 2 of them have folded, but not the third, as Max Altergott on the button gets aggressive with 8-6 off.
Yeah, Max, a young, aggressive player, having played primarily on the internet, playing high-stakes cash games, a very, very talented player.
Young folded ace-9 offsuit from the small blind, which left Tony G to defend the big blind, and the flop. 5-deuce-jack. Tony checks his 5s, which are currently the best hand. Complete air for Max here. With almost 12,000 in the middle, he'll fire a continuation bet of 5,000.
Tony not going anywhere with middle pair.
He makes the call. Another 10,000 slide into the pot. And the turn card pairs the board.
Good card for Tony, not a great card for Max.
No action on the turn, and the river, 3 of hearts.
Tony goes for some pretty thin value here with just 5-4, but Max with just 8 high can't do much else.
Thinking about, again, about a move, right?
And Tony G adds to his stack.
Excellent.
And look who's come to dinner. It's Bill Perkins taking a seat at our outer table. There are 2 tables currently in action. He is an energies and commodities trader, but he also plays a little bit of high-stakes poker.
Bill coming in at the last minute. I actually like that from Bill Perkins. Kind of takes away some of the advantage that these brilliant young players have, especially early in tournaments when the stacks are deeper.
Yeah, the less decisions that you have to make against those types of players, the better off you are. And one of those players, Philip Grusom, has Queen Jack suited and has raised it to 4,500. Philip currently calling London home. Has played other high roller events, including the 2013 PCA, 100K buy-in. He finished 5th there for 400,000.
Philip is known as a high roller specialist. The last couple of years, he's absolutely dominated the high roller circuit.
Tony G has called from the small blind with 10-9 offsuit over to Quas in the big with King-9. He accepts an invitation.
Don't expect to find Tony's play here in any poker book, kind of playing his own style.
Well, if it's in a book, it'll be his own. 3-way action to the flop, which is deuce-5-jack.
Not much of a flop for anyone besides the opener, Philip Grusom, who flops a pretty good hand with top pair.
Try telling that to Tony G, who is led into the field here for 7,000.
Very odd play from Tony, leading out of position into 2 very talented players here. One of them who is the pre-flop aggressor in Philip Grusom.
And Philip just calls. Why not raise?
You know, I don't think your hand is necessarily strong enough to raise it, and I just think, you know, most players have been playing a little bit more passively post-flop, allowing their opponents to bluff into them and making it so that they can play weaker hands the same way that they play some of their strong hands.
Action on the turn went check-check after a 3rd spade hit the board. On the river, the board pairs.
A little surprised that Philip didn't bet the turn here. He doesn't have a spade in his hand, and Tony showed some weakness by checking the turn.
25.
And Tony bets 25,000 with 10 high.
This bet is going to make Philip think that Tony's hand is polarized.
Tony.
Which basically means that Tony either has a stronger hand than Philip,
Not flush, so.
maybe a flush or a straight, or potentially is bluffing.
Remember, each player only had 100,000 upon entry. 25,000 is a pretty sizable representation of that original stack.
Why are you not betting the turn? It's a good turn for you.
Yeah, I think that's one of the keys to this situation right now. If Philip wants to call, he's got to put about a quarter of his remaining chips into the pot and hope that Tony G is just bluffing.
Okay, you got it.
And wow, Philip Grusom lays down and Tony gives him a look at the bluff, 10-9.
Oh.
I didn't connect anywhere.
It was a good turn for you.
It was. It gave me hope. I was committed to that pot.
Nice hand.
I didn't have any option on the end, right? I mean, I had to do something.
Max, Philip, and Fabien looking like hungry lions as Tony shows his very unorthodox and somewhat fishy line.
Right, if I just leave it, I might as well just give you 50,000 pounds cash, you know? I'm going to stop bluffing, though. That's why I wanted to show that one, so that it's not going to happen anymore.
Tony claims it was a self-disciplinary maneuver to show the bluff over there.
Never again.
Looks like something like, now I bet it's a nice sort of situation. I know, like, ace high, it's a nice call, usually, because the pair's there. I know it was marginal.
Yeah, I think Tony's playing a little psychological games there, implying that You know, he thought there was a chance Philip would call with just ace high, knowing that Philip probably had a stronger hand and trying to make him feel even worse about folding such a strong hand.
Tony is the master of the needle.
See, it's compensation for you.
Been known to get into a player or two's mind.
Yeah, I just had to fire there. I couldn't leave that much money in there without a fire.
Philip getting a walk on that last hand. Not sure that makes up for the hand before.
Well, Tony G is certainly showing these gentlemen what he's made of, made a reputation as a very wild and unpredictable player, as you've mentioned on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I think Tony understands that from a fundamental point of view, he can't necessarily match up with these players. So he tries other things. He tries to take some unorthodox lines, put them in situations that they're not used to, even psychologically manipulate them, and see if he can rattle them or get under their skin and potentially create an edge for himself that way.
Pocket sevens for Fabian Quas. He opens to 4,500. Richard Young has defended from the big blind with King Jack of clubs. The board reads 10-5 deuce rainbow. Young checks it over to Fabian.
Clearly a better flop for Fabian, but not the worst flop for Richard Young. He does decide to float out of position here with 2 overcards, a backdoor flush draw, and a backdoor straight draw. I kind of like this play by Richard.
Oh, and Richard kind of likes this turn card, which gives him a pair of kings.
Yeah, easy to say now that Richard has hit the turn pretty hard.
Both players check, however, and the river is a 3 of diamonds.
Now, from Fabien's point of view, it's really difficult to put Richard on a king here. Sure, it's a scare card, but not really, because there aren't that many hands that make sense from Fabien's point of view that Richard would just check call with on the flop.
Now, Young has bet 10,000, and Fabien has called with his sevens.
Can't really blame Fabien for calling there. I think both players played the hand pretty well. Richard just got a little bit lucky to hit a king on the turn.
Well, something tells me Quas isn't too discouraged. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
I am in a little magic shop in the heart of London. It's called Davenport's. It's the oldest family-run magic shop in the world. What is it that you love about magic?
I suppose in some ways it's like poker. There's a lot of strategy behind it. People plan out the way they're going to mystify the audience. Someone who's really, really into the game understands all these little things which go to make up an amazing game.
What is it about cards that makes it such a great prop for magicians?
The thing about a deck of playing cards is there are so many different combinations of things you can do with a deck of cards. They're also quite a normal object that people know about. So doing these amazing things with what is ostensibly quite a normal thing.
Poker players get pretty creative with their chip tricks, but I haven't seen too many card tricks at the table. Daniel, what have you got up your sleeve today?
If I were to give these cards a shuffle, and then a few cuts, if during this I was able to find myself an ace, that would be quite useful. The ace of hearts.
There it is.
Now, 1 ace by itself is not fantastic. If we have 4 aces...
Wow, I need a dealer like you.
Something tells me that guy doesn't get invited to a lot of home games.
Well, you don't think you can beat a guy who can just randomly pick 4 aces out of the deck?
I can't beat guys that can't do that, Olivier. Back to the featured table. Tony G opened up the pot with Jack-10 offsuit, raising to 5,000. Smooth call on the button with King-Queen off for Fabian Quas. And a call from the big blind out of max with 3-4 suited. The flop, 9 Trey Queen. Little something for everyone. Bottom pair for Max, who checks it over to Tony. Tony's got the open ender. Checks it over to Fabian. And with top pair and a king kicker, Quas is reaching for chips.
Yeah, good flop for Fabien.
He bets 9,000. Max lets it go.
Actually, very interesting fold for Max. He did have a pair on the flop with a backdoor flush draw. I'm surprised that he just let it go there. Maybe it was because he was out of position and still had Tony behind him, who, as we've seen, can kind of play hands in any which way.
Tony has made the call, and the turn card would have given Max a flush draw. Instead, it's heads up. The ace of hearts. Tony checks. Fabian checks behind him. King on the river, however, has given Tony Broadway, and he is going to bet 25,000 here into a pot of 35.5.
This is a terrible card for Fabien. Not only does it give Tony the nut straight, but it gives him 2 pair. I think Fabien is going to have a tough time getting away from his hand at this moment.
Clearly, he isn't comfortable.
If you fold, I'll show you one card, don't worry.
I'm sure that's true.
And you can choose it.
I'm pretty sure you have it this time. I have a pretty strong hand, though.
Good instincts from Fabian here. Even though Tony's been bluffing a lot, Fabian still has a feeling that his 2 pair is beat.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, it could be. I don't know. I have a strong hand too. Obviously, I wouldn't bet, right? Two strong hands fighting.
What kind of hand does he think Tony's got that has king queen beat?
You know, he's going to put him at least some of the time on the hand that he has, a straight, and then hands like a flop set, ace queen, ace king.
Yeah.
Oh, and Quas makes the call and gets a look at the nuts.
Yeah, Fabian can't be too shocked to see that hand.
This is the big one.
But at the same time, his 2 pair, I think, was just a little too strong to fold, especially against a player as bluff-happy and unpredictable as Tony.
At least you didn't raise.
And sometimes this type of style works really well.
And I could have bet 50. I'm crazy enough to bet 50 on the river.
You get folds when you need them and calls when you need
So
them.
I was friendly as well, gentle.
Over to the outer table, where Talal Shakirchi finds himself all in with ace-king offsuit against pocket tens for Igor. The board runs out safely for pocket tens, and Talal is going to have to re-enter if he wishes to continue. Back to the feature table.
You qualified, right? So you got a call. Did you hit second pair? Queen king or something?
No, I had bottom pair all the way.
Bottom pair?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I qualified on the flop, right? I had a multi-way draw there.
Cannot argue with that.
So I
always enjoy getting a speech from the guy that just took my chips.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Tony G likes to be the one giving the speech right after he wins a pot.
Ace-queen suited for Richard Young, who raises to 4,500. Folded around to Philip Gruesome with king 10 off. He folds the small blind, and it's 10-8 off for Max Altergott.
I think Philip probably makes king 10 into a 3-bet some of the time here, deciding to fold in this particular hand.
Max Altergott defends for an additional 2,500, and the flop is 5-7-4. Gut shot straight draw and 2 overs for Max. He checks it. Young bets 6,000. He'd love to see Max fold and give him the pot right here, but it doesn't look like Altergott's going to comply.
Yeah, now Max does have some equity with a gut shot and 2 overs to the board, but I don't really like this call. It's a very wet board, so it's not surprising that he has a draw, and I think his draw is just a little bit too weak, especially with a flush draw also on the board.
On the turn, Max has upgraded to an open-ended straight draw. Checked it over to Richard, who bet 11,000. Max has made the call. And on the end, Max makes the nut straight.
Max, having check called twice, has now rivered the nuts. I think this is a great spot for an overbet, since it's possible that Richard has just an 8, which would be a straight.
Max moved all in, and before he could complete the motion, Young's hand found the muck.
Yeah, with just ace high, Richard has no choice but to let go.
We have just about drawn the curtain on our re-entry period.
We'll return to London for more high-stakes action after this.
The magic continues when Lynn learns her own card trick.
Did I do it? Yes.
Log on to clubwpt.com to see what she has up her sleeve on the A8's Clip of the Week. Clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 London. We're in the middle of Playdown at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair, where a collection of talented international players have invested at least £100,000 each in hopes of becoming the alpha player who takes home a bounty worth of a king. Action at the feature table is in full gear, so let's tally-ho to Ali and Olivier over in the clubwpt.com skybox.
Well, someone's got their British lexicon down, don't they? Thank you, Lynn. We are here indeed inside the skybox, feasting our eyes on our feature table, which currently is down to just 5 players. Registration is now closed. We had 20 entries totaling over $3.6 million US, of course, 2 million pounds. Among those entries, Fabian Quas, a player we did not see at our Florida event. Native European, hailing from Germany. With Queen 10 offsuit, he makes it 5,000 to go. The blinds are at 12 and 2,400. The antes are at 400. It's been folded around to Tony G.
We're 5-handed at our featured table. We have a total of 10 players remaining in the tournament.
Ace 9-7 rainbow between these two. Tony has flopped a gut shot straight draw and checked it over to Fabian, who is betting 6,000 with queen high. Little known fact about Tony, he contributes large portions of his winnings to charity. Tony makes the call.
Tony floating out of position here with a gut shot. A 10 would give him the nuts.
Deuce on the turn, no help, and Tony checks a second time. And Fabienne checks back. And the river, Tony gets there.
The worst card possible for Fabienne, gives him a pair of 10s and obviously gives Tony the nut straight.
Yeah, second pair for Quas. And he's gonna make the call. Take a look.
Fabienne here doesn't beat very much on the river, but Tony's style is kind of so hard to predict that Fabienne felt the need to just pay off there with just a pair of 10s.
You go to bet the turn sometimes.
I didn't have anything on the turn.
And you could also think about raising it on the river, putting some pressure on. That's what I go, you know, I go for those things, and then I get into trouble when I have to bluff the river sometimes. You would have got me again, I mean, you had me.
Maybe you would have checked if you missed.
I can't check. If I call 6,000, I'm not that bad of a player.
Some at this table would beg to differ, I would imagine.
No, but I think Tony's right. I mean, if you're going to float out of position with a gut shot on that board and get a check on the turn, it makes sense to bet the river on a lot of river cards, regardless of whether you've hit your straight or not.
Under the gun now, Philip Gruesome, who is the short stack with roughly 50,000 in front of him.
It's much easier to play, you should try. Not looking at your hand.
Over to Tony G with ace-5 offsuit and...
Friends, I just called in.
He's going to limp in from the small blind.
7.
Fabienne says, no, we'll play for more. Makes it 7,000 total.
You don't want to stop, huh?
I think Fabienne is probably trying to make it seem like he's getting frustrated with Tony, but Queen-8 of Diamonds is actually a pretty good hand. He's in position here, and I think he thinks that he has a real post-flop advantage on Tony, so he wants to build a pot with a hand that he can just outplay Tony in position.
I'd be embarrassed if I just give up like that, you know, limp in and then what? I have to do something now.
Do something?
I'm committed. I'm committed to the pot. All right, I just call. Just keep it friendly.
How do you feel about Tony defending with the ace-5 offsuit?
You know, when it's just blind versus blind and you have an ace, it's a very strong hand. Tony could have raised it up himself. I don't mind, you know, limping in and then calling a raise, but it's a fine play overall.
Flop is 6-8-9. Tony has the bad end of a gut shot draw.
With ace-high, I can't see Tony releasing his hand on the flop.
Pair of 8s for Fabienne.
Looks like he's going to bet for value here when he flops a pair.
8,000 is the number. Back to Tony. He'll call the 8,000. Turn card is a 10. 4 to a straight out there. Tony checks it.
It's a bad card for both players, but when Fabienne checks, that might open the door for Tony to take a shot on the river.
Amazing river.
Yang seems a little entertained by the fact that the board now reads a straight.
Yeah, this is a really interesting card. Tony checking out of position. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't take a shot. Instead, he's checked it and allowed Fabienne to take a shot.
I know, I don't know why. I have a bad feeling.
Now Tony doesn't look like he's considering a raise, knowing that the best possible outcome is chopping the pot. Fabienne's bet is so big that I don't think mathematically this is a really reasonable option. I think you just have to let it go.
Stupid fold. That's okay, I'll do it.
Tony seems to agree, and talk me through that. Betting 25,000 is designed to cause Tony to evaluate the hand as it's not worth it. What are the numbers there?
Right, so basically, Fabienne he's evaluating and in some ways hoping that Tony doesn't have a jack in his hand, which means that they would both have the straight that's on the board. Fabienne wants to bet enough such that, from Tony's point of view, he would have to call such a large bet and best case scenario, only get half the pot back. So it just doesn't give him the right odds, and Tony, I think, makes the right play and just folds the hand. That's one of the advantages of being in position. Fabienne, the last person to bluff at the pot, and ends up working out for him.
I go some kits for the 100K.
US, is it?
There's a 100K Alpha 8 on Caribbean.
Huh?
Alpha 8 on the Caribbean.
Caribbean?
Yeah, some kits.
Yeah, I know. I will there.
It's gonna be nice vacation.
Me too.
Fold it around to Quas. He's got ace-jack offsuit and makes it 37,100, putting Philip Gruesome all in.
I don't know.
And he is going to make the call. Ace versus ace, and Gruesome doesn't like it, does he? Ace-deuce is dominated.
It's not so bad, actually.
It's not so bad.
Well, Ace-9 would be worse.
Yeah, looks like Philip just looked at the ace, didn't even look at his other card, and decided to call blind versus blind for 16 big blinds. I think that's very reasonable play. Unluckily for him, Fabian has a better ace, and when he looked at his kicker, it was the lowly 2.
Ace is enough. Third best.
And the flop is an 8 and a deuce. And a king, 3 diamonds out there. Philip has the flush draw locked up, and his deuces are good.
Incredible flop for Philip here.
Yes.
Well, the turn card is an ace, and that improves things for Quas.
Right, now Fabian can win if a king rolls off, his jack kicker would play, and an 8 would chop the pot.
And the river card, no good for Quas.
The ever-dangerous Philip Gruesome doubles up here and has a little bit more room to play.
Richard, you were just saying yes, so you can bust me now.
Yeah. Richard, he said yesterday he wanted a revenge, right?
Yeah.
So he wants a chance.
Yeah.
That was easy. That was so easy. The softest double I could get.
I'm tough to bust in these high rollers, you know. Should game more often, I think.
Back in London at the Palm Beach Casino, where the WPT Alpha 8 Super High Roller event rolls on. 10 world-class players still going after the title. Our action is currently divided between 2 tables as we send it to the outer table, where we find Swedish super high-stakes cash game player Victor Blom, involved with Tobias Rankenmeyer. And we've got an all-in and a call. Tobias shows pocket 10s, and Victor shows ace-queen offsuit.
Victor opened the pot with ace-queen. Toby 3-bet from the button with 10s. Victor 4-bet and then called when Toby went all in. Pretty standard race situation for 2 such high-caliber aggressive players.
Oh, look at this flop, ace-jack-jack. That's not what Toby had in mind with pocket 10s. He doesn't get any help on the turn, and he's got 2 outs to eliminate Blum. The 6 is not one of them, and that's not the kind of thing you want to do if you're Toby, giving chips to Victor Blum. Let's get back over to the feature table, where 2 members of our German triumvirate are involved in heated battle. Fabian with 8-5 suited, and the cutoff made it 6,000 to go, and the action is on Max Altergott with 9-7 suited, and he's 3-betting it to 15,500. Yang folds, and it's back over to Fabian. What's going on here?
Yeah, so the small blind is a tough position to play. A lot of players play relatively tight, and then every once in a while will throw in a 3-bet, a lot of times with big hands, and then also with hands like this to try to mix it up and deceive their opponents.
What's your play, Max?
120.
Fabian and Max know each other very well, so Fabian is going to be very aware that occasionally Max will be bluffing from this situation. It doesn't look like he wants to fold his 8 high, even though it is a pretty weak hand.
Yeah, not only does he not want to fold, but he wants to put in a 4th bet. Quick fold from Max, and looks like Quas's spidey senses were tingling.
Yeah, 8-5 is really just too weak to call a 3-bet with, and so Fabian instead decided to 4-bet. Really aggressive play there by Fabian.
Richard Yang has queen 6 suited, and he's showing signs of boredom potentially as he makes it 6,000 to go. Pocket deuces for Quas in the small blind, and he throws it away.
It's another interesting illustration of just how tough the small blind can be to play. He decides to fold a pocket pair to just 1 raise.
Gruesome, meanwhile, with ace-9 offsuit.
Okay, Richard, 1 for me, huh?
And Philip from the big blind getting a good price, and ace-9 is just way too strong to fold, so he decides to see a flop with Richard.
The blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000. 6,000 is a min raise, and the flop is 9-deuce-jack.
We see how conservative certain players are from the small blind. Fabian folding a pocket pair, pocket deuces, would have made a set here, but decided to just let it go before the flop.
Philip has the best hand with a pair of 9s, and he checks it over to Richard Yang, who has flopped the queen-high flush draw.
Really interesting flop because neither player has a huge hand, but both have some piece.
Yang has bet 10,500. Gruesome calls, 37,000 in the middle, and the turn card pairs the jack.
Now this is a card that I think will probably slow down both players. Personally, if I have a queen-high flush draw, I actually like this card and will bet it just because I think my opponent will give me a lot of credit here. But most players like to check, not wanting to bet in a potential 3 of a kind.
And on the river, a 9, and Gruesome has a full house.
Yeah, now if Richard had a better hand, even a hand like ace high, he might consider calling here, assuming that Philip bets his full house. When he bets the river, though, Richard can't do much with just queen high.
And gives Philip a look at a 6.
Yeah, because maybe I have better. You 4-5. Maybe you 4-5. Maybe you 4-5. I still beat you.
Over at the outer table, Bill Perkins finds himself all in with ace-6 suited up against Victor Blum's ace-king. And the flop is not a good one for Bill. King high. His ace-6 is in a world of hurt, and on the turn is drawing dead. River just a formality, and Bill will say goodbye.
Looks like Bill had a tough task ahead of him. The rest of the outer table looks incredibly tough. Toby, Victor, Scott, and Igor, an absolute death trap here.
It's like a poker think tank.
Yeah, I can't imagine many players have an edge in that table.
Yeah, the loss of Bill Perkins gets us down to just 9 players, and you know what that means.
Yep, that means that they consolidate to one table and they redraw seats, and they go from playing short-handed to now playing more normal poker 9-handed.
Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard.
Play all the poker you want 100% free, today and every day, at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 London. We're in the middle of play at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. The buy-in for A8's super high roller is £100,000. That translates to over 160,000 US. We've seen several players lose fortunes, and those that remain are fighting to be the alpha player to come in first. Action at the feature table is starting up, so back to Ali and Olivier.
Thanks, Lynn. And fighting is the operative word. We have a real slugfest. We have been joined by Igor, Scott, Tobias, and Victor, very talented players who were previously at the outer table, and everyone was playing shorthanded up until now. That changes.
Yeah, we've reached the final 9 consolidated to one table here. And the things to keep in mind are both chip position and table placement. You want to have position, in other words, be to the left at the table of the big stacks and then the less experienced players. If I had to pick one player's seat, I think I would probably pick Victor's seat or maybe Scott's seat. They're both well placed to take advantage of the players that they have position on.
Victor at the top of the chip counts currently, pushing the 400K barrier. On the short stack currently is Max Altergott with just 82,000 in front of him.
You know, this final table is a great example of this surge of German talent that's entered the tournament scene in the last couple of years. We have Max Altergott, Igor Kurganov, Toby, Fabien Quas, and Philip, all extremely talented, extremely good players.
Blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000, antes at 500, and Fabien Quas will be kicking off the action. Yeah, Igor, of course, Russian, but made some friends along the way.
And I think he lives in Vienna, speaks German fluently.
Richard Young speaks raise fluently, and he's gone into battle with 6-4 suited. He raises it up to 6,000.
Yeah, Richard might have forgotten that they're now playing 9-handed and no longer 5-handed. A little bit too loose of an open, I think, with just 6-4 suited.
Flat call from Max.
Yeah, Max and Igor both with the same hand here, king-queen offsuit. Neither one deciding to put pressure pre-flop, both just calling. And Tony with a pretty tight fold, considering he has 350,000 chips almost and 9-10 of diamonds on the button. I'm surprised that Tony folds such a strong hand.
Both blinds have folded, and we take the flop. 3-way, it is 5 deuce 8, a good one for Young.
Young, the only player that really has any equity on this flop.
He's going to check it, however. And look at those percentages.
Yeah, the reason those percentages look a little strange is because they refer to each individual player's chance of winning the hand outright. Since neither Max nor Igor can actually make a flush at this point, they both have a 0% chance of winning the hand outright.
Young checked his 2-way straight draw. Max fired 10,000. Igor laid down, and Young is going to put Max all in with a check raise.
Yeah, I think Young is willing to play this hand aggressively, both because of Max's aggressive style and the fact that Max is the shortest stack at the table.
Nice play by Young, and he gives the table a look at the 6-4.
Huh? No chip, never mind. I will finish back. Tired already.
Max is the shortest stack at the table. Maybe if a player with more chips had bet here, Richard would have played a little bit more passively. Instead, Max, with both his aggressive style and his low chip count, allowed for Richard to make an aggressive move here, going all in, and it does work since Max has no hand.
Altergott has 56,000 in front of him, and with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000 and the antes at 500, that may not last him very long. Fold it around to Philip Grusom, and he's got pocket eights.
Philip starting this hand with just over 50 big blinds.
He makes it 9,000 to go. And it's pocket queens for Tony G.
And this is especially dangerous for Philip because Tony is such a unpredictable and aggressive player. Philip's going to put him on a wider range than he would some other players.
Tony has made it 22,000 total. And Grusom calls.
And Philip at least has position here.
Is that too much of a commitment to make pre-flop by just calling rather than either folding or pushing all in?
No, I think Philip with 50 big blinds can definitely afford to call and see a flop.
And the flop. 2 4s and a 10, couple of diamonds.
Both players are going to feel relatively comfortable. For some reason, Tony decides to check his pocket queens out of position. Maybe he's trying to deceive Philip or at least get Philip to take a shot at the pot.
And Grusom doesn't take a shot at the flop. Now the turn, a very dry-looking deuce of spades.
That's also a little surprising. I think with a pocket pair, I would probably bet if I was checked to. Maybe Philip was suspicious of Tony's check on such a dry board.
And Tony bets 30,000 and Philip makes the call.
Tony deciding now to try to build a pot with his overpair.
And here comes the river. Oh, it's an 8.
Wow, that is an incredible card.
2 outer for Grusom. He's now got a full house.
And Tony shockingly checks the river with an overpair. I don't know if Tony picked up something on Philip or he's just decided to play this hand passively. I can't imagine he would be check raising. It's a really strange and interesting line from Tony G. And since Philip got incredibly lucky on the river, I think this is going to end up saving him a lot of chips. Philip is probably pretty confused about the line that Tony has taken. 3-betting, then checking the flop, betting the turn, and then checking this river.
Full house.
He bets 55,000 and gets called, and Tony doesn't appear to like it.
Oh, queens, well done.
It looks like Tony played this hand like a genius since he lost so few chips, but I'm not sure if he played it the most profitable way he could have.
Beautiful.
Well, Tony G may be getting a small helping of some of what he's dished out.
Shortage of luxury living when it comes to the riches of Mayfair and our A8 players. So this week, I decided to indulge in a true experience of the Alpha 8 lifestyle.
Welcome to Ebony Suite. Please come in.
This is amazing. You just don't see places this big in Europe.
This will be our lunch, and we have a lovely balcony here, this way.
A terrace in London, now that's a rare sight. I wouldn't mind having a party up here.
And now I would love to take you to where the magic happens.
Bedroom, let's go. Oh, wow, this is the sexiest bedroom I think I've ever seen.
It is very comfortable. And from this side, it has an open bath.
Oh, there's a bath and the lights are pink. It's pink. It's a pink bath.
It changes color depending what you feel like in your mood.
Oh, there's more?
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
The toilet.
Everything is automatic. You don't have to do nothing in this toilet. It works with sensors. There's no limit in this toilet. I mean, dry it, massage it, give it a heat.
Massage?
Yes.
There's a remote control for the toilet. What happens with the massage? Oh, no need to touch.
She's very smart.
She is smart.
She does the whole thing for you.
That's why it's a she. How much is this worth, this toilet?
Around 10,000.
10,000 pounds?
Yeah, below for the...
Now that is a royal flush.
Really? A royal flush?
Really? Meanwhile, looking at the chip counts where nothing is happening by remote control, Tobias Frankenmeyer up top, followed by Victor Blom. The short stack currently belongs to Max Altergat. Button will be on Tony G, Scott Seaver and Tobias Frankenmeyer in the blinds. Action on Victor. He makes it 8,000 to go with pocket fours. And Altergat has ace-king off. Not going to get much better than that.
Yeah, great spot for the short stack. Altergat sitting on 14 big blinds. Very happy to pick up ace-king and get his chips in the middle.
When you say his chips, there's not a lot of them out there, but trust us, it's still over 55,000. I always like keeping the lower denominations. Gives me a sense of I've got an actual stack.
Looks more intimidating.
Yeah. Not again.
It looks like Blum is elected to call with pocket fours. It was a pretty big re-raise from Max.
Yeah, it was 14 big blinds. I think it's pretty close for Victor. Victor probably pretty happy to be in a race.
Well, Victor's ahead heading to the flop, but you can see by the percentages that Altergat actually a favorite to win this pot as we go to the flop, and it's 3, 7, and an ace.
Team Germany.
That'll bring a smile to Max's face.
And a fist pump.
Only 1-4 left in the deck. Turn card is a queen, and Altergat should be able to get away with this, right? One out or never. That never happens.
Never say never.
I just said never. It's another queen on the river.
Chippy.
And Max is looking a little happier than he has for the last few orbits. Ooh, a little Miyagi hand rub.
Now some playability. I can free bet, I can call, I can check raise. Now I can do all kinds of again.
Yeah, Max just 22 years old, showing his youth a little bit with that enthusiasm.
He's pure. He's still pure.
He's not as jaded as some of the older poker players.
Right. Now, Victor is a young player as well. He's only 23 years of age, but he looks like he's been through a little bit more.
Yeah, you know, it strikes me how calm and composed some of these guys are, playing for such huge amounts of money, and especially at such young ages. You know, they're going through these really massive swings, literally millions of dollars that they're winning and losing on a semi-regular basis. And you know, they're calm, they're relaxed, they're enjoying themselves. It's really nice to see.
I always wonder, though, is it a function of not having enough perspective to understand the value of the money that they're throwing around? Or is it just they're old souls and they're just not as emotional as the average person in the early 20s?
I mean, I think some of them are emotional and just have learned to control their emotions. And it's a skill, being able to detach yourself from the money that's, you know, that you're playing for. And it's a skill that takes development. A lot of these guys are used to these stakes, and they've trained themselves to be able to kind of take it in stride and not get too high with the highs and too lows with the lows.
Well, speaking of highs, Fabian Quas has pocket kings and has come over the top of Richard Young, who opened with pocket sevens. The total amount is 18,000 to play, and you saw Victor Blom lay down ace-queen offsuit from the small blind.
All in.
Looks like Young has chipped in his entire stack, and a snap call from Fabian.
Yeah, I think Victor was able to get away with ace-queen because from his point of view, Fabian is not going to bluff the amateur Richard Young as often as he would bluff another pro.
What are you doing, Scott?
And we go to the flop. A 7 right away, and Young has outflopped the 2 kings, hitting a 2-outer.
Disaster for Fabian, he's the one at risk. He's got a shorter stack than Richard, so if he can't hit a king, it's going to be goodbye for Fabian.
King.
That was actually the case 7. Tobias folded a 7 before the flop.
I buy some insurance. You want? 18 to 1.
Yeah. 2 to 1?
20,000. Okay.
There are 2 kings out there, however, but Fabian cannot find any of them, and that spells the end.
Sorry.
Quas doesn't look all too disappointed.
No, Fabian in his typical classy style takes his bad beat.
Good luck, guys.
Well, Young is certainly pleased with that outcome, but so are a few of the other players at the table.
Yeah, the table just got a little bit softer as the very tough Fabian Quas got unlucky and busted in 9th place with pocket kings. Not to mention that Richard Young, the amateur, has built his own stack.
Yeah, they're licking their lips out there, looking to prey on Richard's newfound chips. As we're down to the Alpha 8, Olivier, anyone stand out, somebody to watch for?
Well, I think all the Germans are very tough, and Toby is the chip leader, so I look for him to make a lot of damage going forward in the final table. Also, Scott Seaver is one of the most talented players in the world. Though he doesn't have that many chips, he always knows how to play. He always knows what ranges to play in which spots. So I look for him to also make a big splash.
With savvy skills and a little bit of luck, the Alpha 8 have been chosen. Preparations for the official final table are underway. The high-stakes action is heating up here at WPT Alpha 8 London. So join us next time in our quest to crown the next King of the Felt. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night from London. Prestige, power, and a lot of cash. These are just some of the attributes needed to play at the world's most exclusive final table. London's calling and the battle is on. This is WPT Alpha 8. Welcome to the Palace of High Stakes Poker here in London, the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. We are in the middle of the first ever A8 Super High Roller event to be held in the UK. The buy-in is £100,000. We saw many players willing to make the investment and take the challenge, but only a few have survived to make it to this illustrious final table. Some will still go broke, but all are hoping to make the money. Covering the play is A8's own elite poker pundits, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, who have the inside track of all the action in the clubwpt.com skybox. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you, Lynn. Olivier and I, of course, excited to be here as we draw closer and closer to crowning a champion here in London. Now, as tempting as it may be to believe that if you're among the 8 players at our final table, you've got to be a high-stakes poker professional, we know that that's not the case. We have a Malaysian entrepreneur by the name of Richard Yang who is sitting on a healthy stack right now, Olivier. Is there any chance he's going to be able to beat this lineup and be crowned champ?
Well, as we all know, in live tournament poker, anything can happen. And Richard is actually no stranger to high-stakes poker. He plays in high-stakes cash games all around the world. I feel like he's played pretty well so far this tournament, and if he can get a little bit of luck, he'll have a decent chance at making a deep run here.
It was a little bit of luck that sent Fabien Quas packing when Richard held pocket sevens against Fabien's 2 kings, so we know that luck is always a part of it, but skill is certainly a much bigger part, and there's no shortage of it here at the final table. Looking at the rest of the field, who stands out?
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on Victor Blom. Victor burst onto the scene a couple years ago on the internet. It's really a treat to get to see him play live. He doesn't play that many live events.
Yeah, and he's joined by folks who he probably has no shortage of experience playing against, some of the other elite players in the world who play these kinds of stakes regularly. As we send it down to the final table, here is the prize pool. Almost £2 million were collected, and first prize will be 862,000 of them, which at today's exchange rate is about $1.25 million. Not too shabby. Blinds are at 2 and 4,000. Antes are at 500.
Can't really complain about that payout.
All you got to do is beat some of the best players in the world, right? Speaking of best players in the world, Philip Grusom looks down at King, Queen suited. And when you give the chip leader premium hands, that's going to be tough to beat. He makes a raise to 9,000. Folded around to Igor Kurganov, and he has pocket queens.
I think Igor really has 2 legitimate options here. He can make a very small 3-bet, or he could just decide to put all his chips at risk.
He elects to put in that very small 3-bet to 20,000.
Now, Igor is an extremely aggressive player, 3-betting with lots of different hands, even when he's a little bit short stack.
Is this suspiciously small in Philip's mind?
No, I think no matter what Igor's hand is, he would make it this size. He only has 25 big blinds, so he doesn't have that much room.
All in. Cool.
Oh, Grusom has moved all in. Igor snap calls.
The butcher of Baghdad, you're protecting the queen. Just need the king.
Just need the king. Jack 10 of diamonds and 3 bricks. That's what I want.
Start with Jack 10 of diamonds.
And then deuce.
No, I had 10 jacks.
Yeah, an aggressive play by Philip, but I think it's because of his opponent Igor being so aggressive and being at least relatively short stacked.
And we go to the flop. It is 6, deuce, 7 with 2 diamonds.
Slip. Not quite, not quite.
Yeah, you take that, right, against you. You feel your favorite.
Anyone want insurance?
Turn pairs the board with a 7.
Diamond's the worst.
Stays exciting.
King is not as bad as the diamond.
Gruesome still in search of a diamond or a king to eliminate his buddy Igor. Instead, it's a black ace, and Igor Kurganov will double up.
142.
Looking at the way the stacks shape up at the end of that pot, Tobias has inherited the chip lead. Gruesome not far behind, though, and Igor has doubled out of the dungeon, leaving Max Altergod on the short stack.
Always a great feeling when you're the short stack and manage to double up at the final table.
But the pain was worth it, you know. The whole process was...
Action folded around to Tobias. He wants no part of this pot. Can't say the same for Victor Blom on the button with ace-9 suited. He puts in a raise to 10K. Ace-jack suited for Gruesome as he gets right back in the saddle, making it 26,000 total. Young folds the big blind, and it's back over to Victor.
Both of these guys are pretty deep. Victor, the shorter of the two, with over 300,000 in chips.
He will call an additional 16,000, sending us to a flop heads up, which is King 10-9.
Little something for both players here. Philip with a gut shot straight draw, and Victor with bottom pair.
Well, Blom has outflopped Gruesome here. Spike in the 9, he's currently got the better hand. Gruesome fires a continuation bet of 35,000.
This board will hit a lot of Philip Gruesome's 3-betting range, so very reasonable for him to continue with the action after taking the lead pre-flop.
And Blom is going to call with bottom pair, and the turn is a queen, giving Gruesome the best hand with an ace-high straight, and he is just praying after checking that Victor Blom will commit some chips to this pot, as Gruesome's got the nuts.
Now, I think the reason that Philip checks here, most of the time he would be betting, hoping that his opponent had a jack, and that he could just cooler his opponent with a higher straight to the ace. But against Victor in particular, Victor is the type of player to take, like he's doing right now, take some weaker paired hands and turn them into a bluff when a scary card comes. So I think Philip knows that if Victor has a jack, he'll still win a big pot, and then also Victor is likely to be bluffing much more often than some other players would.
And the river card is an ace. Gruesome didn't necessarily want to see that card. Of course, any jack will now tie Gruesome's hand. He checks a second time. Blom shuts down, quickly checking behind.
Yeah, and I think there are a couple reasons why Victor checks. Victor checks on the river because his hand has improved enough that now he doesn't feel the need to bluff.
Oh man, the river cost me a lot of money.
You have to bet something, I mean, 20.
We've talked about how close Igor, Max, Tobias, and of course Philip are. When you're heads up in a situation like that and you might bust a guy in a 100,000-pound buy-in event, you ever feel bad?
I'm not sure about these particular guys. When I play with some of my close friends, I do feel a little bit of guilt if I bust them out. But if I end up doing well, then usually that guilt goes away.
The blinds will be going up to 2,500 and 5,000 now. The antes stay steady at 500. With the action folded around to him, Tobias Reichenmeyer.
85.
Raise to 8,500. It's going to be 10.
Yeah, 25.5. Makes it 10,000 to go. Inadvertently made it 8,500, but our dealer quickly correcting him. Minimum raise is, of course, double the big blind.
Philip contemplating what he wants to do with pocket tens in position on Toby here. Decides to just call. This is part of what makes Philip so difficult to play against. He can 3-bet with a hand like ace-jack and just call with a hand like 2-10s, really mixing up his play, not letting his opponents know what he has. Not to mention he's also in a different table position than he was in the previous hand.
And getting better than 5-1 on his money. Igor is going to take a peek at a flop for an extra 5K with 9-5 suited. And that flop is deuce, tray, jack with a couple of spades. Action on Igor has flopped the 9-high flush draw and checks it. Tobias fires with the naked ace-high, 20,000. Call from pocket tens. Philip Gruesome's seat, and of course, Igor not going anywhere.
This pot getting relatively big very quickly here.
96,500 in the middle, and the turn, a queen of clubs.
Not a card that anybody is a particularly big fan of. If anybody is going to try to bet this card, it's most likely to be Toby.
And sure enough, Toby fires 50,000.
I fold.
Gets Philip to fold 2 tens.
Into the muck they go.
And Igor out of position with just a 9-high draw.
9-high flush draw.
Doesn't want to continue.
Not getting the right price.
Very aggressive, well-played hand by Toby. Looks very strong when he bets into 2 of his opponents.
Under the gun and first to act is Scott Seaver. The American professional has just under $8 million in live tournament earnings, and I'm sure pocket aces will help add to that figure, which is what he has right now. Min raising to 10,000.
Since they're 9-handed, Scott's under the gun raise is definitely going to get some respect here.
Might have had a qualifier on the button. No. Talked him out of it. He wasn't sure if he was qualified or not.
Hold it around to Tony.
You make sure people qualify. The qualifying police.
The qualifying. So I gotta have a look.
Feels like his ace-9 offsuit qualifies, and he is in horrible shape heading to the flop. And that flop is 4-9 Jack Rainbow. Tony with a pair of 9s. This could be trouble.
Scott, a very deliberate player, always takes his time, thinks through each and every decision.
Tony has flopped middle pair here and checked it over to Scott. Scott, of course, firing 15,000. And Tony making the call. Turn card is a 4, pairing the board.
Great card for Scott.
Insofar as it allows Tony to feel even more comfortable with his ace-9.
Yeah, and just makes it very unlikely that Tony can make a better hand than Scott.
And Seaver is betting 30,000. And unbelievably, Tony just gets away from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty reasonable fold. He just has second pair, and Scott has shown a lot of aggression. Scott did raise an early position and fired twice on that board.
Well, Tony G certainly with more live experience than a majority of our players here, although he is somewhat recreational. He knows what he's doing. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
When you play prestigious tournaments like the Alpha 8, you see the same 20 to 30 faces all the time. If I'm registering for these tournaments, it's because I want to beat them all. It's a really wild dynamic. We all know each other very well. We've played a lot of poker together. You can't escape anyone and you can't look for anyone. You're gonna have to play against and beat every single player to get to the top. And honestly, it's just a fun atmosphere because we're all friends too. It's really the most you could hope for from a tournament. You're playing for a lot of money and you're having fun.
I don't know about the friends part, though. They left him hanging when Scott was on fist bump mode.
Yeah, but I agree. I've played a number of these super high rollers, and they are a lot of fun. There's a very collegiate atmosphere. Everyone has a high level of respect for one another, and it's, you know, it's very relaxed, very casual. A lot of people having fun.
Hard to imagine that being the case, considering how much money is at stake.
Yeah, and as you get closer to the money, the tension definitely rises, and that collegiate, casual atmosphere generally gives way to a more intense and serious tone.
Mm-hmm. Pocket jacks for Scott Seaver. And he'll try to make some friends with this particular hand. He is raising to 10,000. Hold it around to Blom, and Blom has ace-king offsuit. Re-raises to 26,000 total.
All in.
Seaver moves all in.
I call.
Blom says call, and it's a classic race. Ace-king against 2 jacks. Seaver looking to hold on and send the Swede packing. Look at this flop.
That's a flop.
10, queen, king, all spades.
Oh my god. I actually think you're gonna win, Scott. I do too.
Seaver has an open-ended straight flush draw, but Victor currently has the best hand with kings. Oh, well, he bumps up to aces and kings, but gives Scott a straight in the process. Seaver now in control. Victor can win the pot with an ace or a king on the end to fill up, though. Not gonna hit.
Straight flush. Oh, this is straight flush.
A little bit of overkill.
7-5.
Good game, guys.
Victor, I think you have some. Victor, I think you have some.
You have pretty much exactly the same stack.
177.5.
Well, Blum is getting up from the table right now, but Scott is asking for a count. I don't think he's got Victor totally covered here.
Yeah, Victor actually has about 25,000 more chips than Scott. They were very close, though, and obviously Victor is crippled here. What's really important is to be able to keep your composure and still play well. I thought Victor played very well, just couldn't win the races when he needed to.
It's not going to be a matter of playing well moving forward for Victor. He just needs to get lucky and double up 2, maybe even 3 times before he has some breathing room.
peaking.
I mean, I was peaking before that hand.
Yeah, exactly.
So of course I'm super peaking here.
This definitely changes the dynamic of the table now because Scott Seaver, another incredibly talented and very good player, has just doubled up and now has a very healthy stack. I look for him to start putting even more pressure on the other players, especially the shorter stacks, as he tries to make a deep run to get in the money.
Action on Seaver, and he folds king high on the button, leaving Tobias to do the dirty work.
A little surprised that with king high, Scott decided to fold with Victor in the big blind, just 4 big blinds.
Toby puts Victor all in. Victor, no need to look, makes the call and flips up 10-7 offsuit.
If you win the pot, Victor, me and you will be playing heads up at the end.
Yeah. Hope so.
That would be fun. I would love it.
And here comes the flop. It is king, jack, deuce. Not looking good for Victor.
We need to work here. We need to do something.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
And the turn card is a 9. Victor can now hit a queen or an 8 to make a straight, or a 7 to make a pair.
7, 8, 10, queen.
10 would be no good. That, of course, would give Toby a straight. Can Victor stay alive? No, he cannot. And we send the Swede in search of an internet connection, no doubt.
Deuce free, I guess I win with even like a flush.
Yeah, Victor winning some pre-flop hands earlier, but as we got to the final table, Victor just unable to win when he was all in.
WPT Alpha 8 London is coming to you thanks to the fun, exciting poker that you can play for free on clubwpt.com. Clubwpt.com brought to you by the World Poker Tour. I'm joined by Gurchan Sahota, the world's very best car detailer and most expensive for that matter. We are at his workshop surrounded by some of the most incredible vehicles.
This is a Mercedes SL Pagoda. So this car we've spent 2 days on so far. That was just underneath the car.
Just underneath?
Yeah. That's a Morgan, that's a British car. The wheels can be a nightmare though to clean. Okay, this is one of the natural waxes that I use. This costs about £8,000.
£8,000? And how long would that last you?
This will do around about 50 cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bargain.
This is a Bugatti Veyron.
I've never seen one of these in real life.
This is a £1 million car. However, this is relatively cheap compared to some of the cars I've worked on.
Really?
Yeah, some of the cars I've worked on, you could buy 10 of these.
How much do you charge to wash
Oh,
this car?
no, this one, the 50-hour one will be about 3,500.
3,500 to wash your car.
Yeah.
What is it that makes it so expensive, is it?
Quite a few of the things. The time it takes, the chemicals we use are expensive, and also we check the paintwork on a micro level, so when we're removing the fine scratches, you have to make sure you don't remove too much, because if you remove too much, then you've damaged the car and then you have to respray it. And to respray this car will cost close to £100,000. So it's not really something you want to mess up.
Wow. All right, so one of our Alpha 8 players, Sam Trickett, pretty sure he owns a Ferrari. If he was to bring it down here, what would that cost?
Well, I would do him a really good deal, so £50.
£50?
That's cheap.
Bargain! Bring my car down.
Yeah.
£50 is just for the estimate. Now the work, that's a whole nother story. As we look at the chip counts, you see currently chip leader Tobias Rankenmeyer with almost $500,000 in front of him. Max Altergott on the short stack with 116,000. Meanwhile, Richard Young with ace queen offsuit has 277,000, and he's put 12 of those into the middle. Good for a min raise. Action on Scott Seaver with 6-7 suited. He looks like he's got an idea here.
Scott, having recently doubled up, probably feels flush with chips.
And he's gonna put 28,000 of them out there, 3-betting. Trying to isolate the amateur?
Trying to isolate the amateur, along with, the hand might, from Scott's point of view, might be a little bit too weak to call with, so instead he decides to 3-bet, giving himself the additional fold equity.
He's heads up in position, heading to the flop, and that flop, ace, queen, 4, Young with top 2 pair. He checks it over to Scott. And Seaver, with 69,000 in the middle, is going to continuation bet.
Scott has 2 backdoor draws, backdoor straight and backdoor flush draws, not to mention this flop is going to hit a big part of the range that Scott normally is 3-betting with.
Betting a call of 25,000. The turn is an 8.
I like Richard just checking and calling on the flop. It disguises the strength of his hand, along with allowing him to play a slightly weaker hand in the same way.
Both players check, and the river, a deuce. Yang bets 100,000.
After Scott checks the turn, Richard just trying to go for value with top 2 pair. Unfortunately for him, Scott with just 7 high, not much he can do.
You would have satisfied my thirst.
Actions on Igor.
Date of the night.
Igor folds. Action on Tony G.
There's other forms of pain too, you know, right?
Of course, I mean,
lays it down. Obviously. Scott Seaver, and Scott looks at King Queen offsuit and raises it up again, this time to 12,000 once more.
Philip on the button with Queen Jack suited. If it was offsuit, he might consider 3-betting, but instead just calling.
Scott picks up a call from Richard Yang's Ace-7 suited. Max Alter got in there as well with King Jack offsuit.
A lot of these players sharing cards.
4-way action heading to the flop. King Ace-10 with 2 clubs, fun for everyone.
Philip Gruesome flopping a straight, and everyone else having at least some part of this flop.
Yang checks his aces.
Scott Seaver, the original raiser pre-flop, flopping 2nd pair and a gut shot, deciding to just check, hoping for a free card. But Philip, having flopped a nut straight, is not going to let anybody get a free card here.
Yang checked his aces. Alter got checked the kings with the gut shot straight draw. The original raiser Seaver checking a similar hand, but no such luck out of Gruesome's seat as he is betting 25,000.
Richard with top pair and a backdoor flush draw.
Makes the call. We lose both of the kings, and now the turn, a 6 of spades.
Now this gives Richard, along with his top pair, the nut flush draw. Philip still has the nuts and continuing to try to build a pot. I'm sure he'll bet here on the turn.
Yeah, Richard has check to him.
Oh, yeah.
Gruesome bets 65,000, and Yang is going to check raise all in.
I have been nuts.
I don't really like this play because though he does have a good semi-bluffing hand and a flush draw, he also has top pair and can very easily just call the turn bet
Insurance?
and see how the river changes things. Instead, he puts his chips at risk, and now he's a big underdog and could bust out here if he doesn't hit a spade.
Can I split the cup?
He's worse than 4-1 in this spot.
Oh, yeah.
And can't connect. And the chip counts were very, very close to start this particular hand.
That's pretty good to dodge that one.
Our tournament director stops by, and it is official. Philip Gruesome has sent Richard Yang out in 8th place.
Richard, one of the most colorful characters at this table. I thought he played very well, especially for a non-professional.
I want to do that to you in the heads up.
Oh, you had your chance of revenge, at least. You had your chance of revenge.
You must bet. You got top pair,
third eye, Phil. That's the third eye on his shirt, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Pardon?
You have the third eye. It's like the third eye on your shirt.
No use the eyes, cannot see the card. I go back and flip. The salesman told me, the sales told me, he can see the card. I see a pocket check.
You ever been in that good a mood after losing 100,000 pounds?
Can't say I have, but I don't think my bankroll is quite up to Richard Young's.
Yeah, bad shirt. Cannot see. Terrible shirt.
You can see the cut. I just see the pocket check. Then I raise it
that's
before.
all I would see too.
Richard, tonight coffee is on me, yeah? Okay.
We'll return to London for more high-stakes action after this.
Do you know when to hold 'em and when to fold 'em? Prove your poker supremacy and rise to the top of the ClubWPT.com leaderboard. Play all the poker you want, 100% free, today and every day at ClubWPT.com. So far, we've seen plenty of action here at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. The game continues, so let's get back to Ali and Olivier.
And the game continues 6-handed. We are closer and closer to the money bubble. Top 4 places will be getting paid. And here's a look at the chip counts. Up top, we see Philip Gruesome with 654,000. At the bottom, Max Altergott with 116,000. Scott Seaver is on the button here. Tobias and Philip are in the blinds. It's time for us to get some Rosetta Stone going or something, because there's too much German happening, and I want to know what they're saying.
Das gehe ich mal davon aus.
Can you understand anything? I can't understand a single word.
No. 9. That means no in German.
That much I knew.
Yeah, you knew that. Fold it around to Scott Seaver on the button, and in English, he says raise, making it 14,000 to go.
Yeah, 5-3 suited, obviously not the best hand, but Scott on the button and a very aggressive player going to play a relatively wide range from the button.
But 2 deep stacks to his left in Toby and Philip, both of whom are excellent players, maybe a little bit wider open than he needs to be.
Yeah, I don't think I would have opened here, but Scott's a little bit more active of a player than I am.
Gruesome, with 2 7s in the big blind, defended, and the flop has come King 3-4. Both players check. Turn card is a queen.
Scott does make a pair, but not strong enough in his view to bet, and decides to take a free card. Philip, confident now after Scott's check, even though the queen is also not a great card for Philip's hand, bets for value here on the turn.
And that bet, 17,000.
Can't imagine Scott folding a pair at this point.
Well, why not? Why can't you lay this hand down?
Well, basically, Philip could be bluffing with a number of hands, especially after Scott checked the flop. He could have some straight draws, some flush draws, or maybe just trying to pick up on the weakness that Scott exhibited by checking on the flop.
All right, and the river is a 9.
Neither player is going to like this card. Some of the semi-bluffing hands that Philip could have had, like 9-10 or Jack-10, have now made a much stronger hand. And looks like he bets on the river. This is very surprising. In my view, his hand is a little bit too weak to bet for value, but too strong to bluff, so I'm not sure exactly what he's doing. Scott looks like he just doesn't believe Philip and pays him off with just a 3. And the way Philip turned his 2 7s over, he looked very confident that he had the best hand. Looks like it was just a straight value bet. Really impressive by Philip Gruesome to understand the situation, know his opponent, and bet for value with such a weak hand. I'm a little surprised that Scott Seaver paid off with such a weak hand, but again, there's probably a lot of history between these players that we don't fully know at this point.
What kind of impact does having Gruesome turn his hand up the way that he did, suggesting that he knew it was good, have on a player like Seaver? I mean, that's pretty disheartening.
Not just Seaver, but the whole table is going to understand just that Philip's on his game. It's kind of intimidating when someone makes such a thin bet and is so confident and right in their own play.
Ace-9 offsuit, and Max Altergott moves all in for his last 102,000.
I'm all in.
And now Seaver with Ace-Queen suited moves all in over the top of him and shows him the bad news. Altergott's gonna need some serious help here.
Not too much Max could do. Moving in with 100,000 when the blinds are 3 and 6,000. He could have decided to just min-raise and fold if someone put some pressure on him, but him deciding to put his chips at risk is definitely not a terrible play given his stack.
And here is the flop. 5, ace, 9. Oh my goodness, Altergott has hit aces up here to take the lead. He's turned sauerkraut into Spätzle.
A very fortunate flop for Max, but he's not out of the woods yet. As we see, the turn card brings another heart, giving Scott Seaver the nut flush draw.
We have some interesting spots all the time.
So many ways for Max to lose this pot. He needs to avoid the minefield that is the river.
Okay, go.
Max can't take it anymore. Here it comes. It is the 3 of hearts, and Seaver has made the nut flush, and that is the end for Max Altergott.
It's always brutal when you start out behind, catch up on the flop, but still end up losing. Not a fun way for Max to get eliminated.
Altergott finishing in 6th place, one of 2 players to re-enter in this event, which means he spent 200,000 pounds and ended up with nothing.
What a turn. I was not praying for this turn. GG. Happens.
Great job.
Down to 5 players, we are officially on the dreaded money bubble. So Max isn't the last player that's gonna go home empty-handed.
We are now down to just 5 players, and this is the point in the tournament that we call the money bubble, which means that the next player to be eliminated will go home empty-handed, and from then on, players will receive a payday. Now, traditionally in tournaments, this is where play tightens up, but with these guys, anything is possible.
I hate this stage in a tournament, Olivier, because I just know we are moments away from someone going home very, very unhappy.
Yeah, your feeling about the bubble usually depends on how many chips you have. The more chips you have, the more you like the bubble, and the shallower stack you are, the more you dread it.
Short stack right now belongs to Tony G. Igor looks down at 9-10 suited in the cutoff.
16.
And raises it up to 16,000. Blinds have gone up to 4 and 8,000. Ante at 1K. So this is a min raise.
Means that Igor has just about 25 big blinds with this raise.
And it's been folded to the big blind of Tobias. He's got pocket sixes. And he wants to put Igor all in.
Not much Igor can do there with just 10 high.
Protecting a friend.
Protecting?
Well, you don't want him to call, right? I guess that's the only thing.
That's not a nice protection I want to have from my friends, Tony.
I mean, if you got a big hand.
I didn't have a big
Next time, if you protect me, please, just call.
If I had a really big hand, I would have 3-bet hoping that he moves in. But I wasn't that strong. I was very happy with the
You have bad friends, Tony.
What's Tony G upset about?
I think Tony's just upset because he's the short stack, and he was hoping Igor would somehow bust and Tony would would get into the money. Toby giving Tony a little poker lesson on how to play on bubble strategy.
Scott Seaver makes it 16,000 to go, and Toby has ace king offsuit. You expect a raise here, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he just calls.
I would normally expect Toby to 3-bet on the bubble with ace king.
Oh, and look at this. Philip Gruesome has 2 aces, and he's made it 48,000 total.
Igor folds.
Tony folds. Seaver's hand quickly hits the muck, and what do you do if you're Toby?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's definitely the right play to just call. They're both pretty deep stacked, and even though Toby has a big hand here, there's no way he wants to put his tournament life at risk when there's 3 stacks much shorter than him. He can almost guarantee to get paid if he just plays a little bit more conservatively than usual.
In a different situation, he may have moved all in and taken his chances,
in a
but
different
not
situation,
right now.
This is a huge pre-flop cooler, and I can't imagine these players not getting all in. But Toby, being the smart and aware player that he is, playing a little bit more cautious with just ace-king offsuit in this very, very critical spot.
And that caution continues. The flop is 3-4-8, and Toby has checked it over to Philip, who has fired a bet of 45,000 with his aces.
Now, 8-4-3 is relatively dry, and Toby does decide to take a card off here. He doesn't have a pair, but he does have the strongest non-pair hand possible.
5 on the turn. Both players pick up a wheel draw. Only one needs it, though. That, of course, Toby, who's way behind. He checks it over to Gruesome.
But since Philip has 2 aces, I'm sure he'll bet again. And the bet itself does change the situation. There's one thing to continuation bet on the flop, but it's another thing entirely to bet twice, especially after your opponent has called you on the flop. So Toby does see this bet by Philip as a sign of strength and decides to let go without a pair.
That was special.
Yeah, 120K too rich for Toby's blood, and he'll lay it down, allowing Gruesome to add to his chip lead.
There's more to the UK than just high-stakes poker. Log on to clubwpt.com and join Lynn as she discovers the wonders of London on the A8's Clip of the Week. clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Finding myself around this Alpha 8 lifestyle, fine dining naturally comes with the game. So I felt it was fitting to get some well-needed advice, and who better to turn to than an English butler. So, Neil, I need a little bit of help, all right? I guess you could say I'm a little bit of a country girl from Australia. Okay. I've got this amazing gig on Alpha 8 with these fancy boys, Ali and Olivier. What are some of the mistakes that someone makes when they sit at a fancy table?
What we wouldn't do is put our elbows on the table. We would sit, yeah, exactly like that, your hands on your lap. Probably fork in right hand, pushing the food around.
Like when I start to...
Yes, we would never do that.
Why is that?
It's just not the done thing, really. Now, the correct way to eat the soup is to scoop away from you and then to drink or eat the soup from the side of the spoon.
Really?
Indeed.
Why away from me?
I would assume it's so we don't slop it on our lap, but...
Oh, there you go. How do I hold a wine glass?
Whites and champagnes, you can take the stem, because if you're holding the glass, you're going to increase the temperature of the wine. If it's champagne or white wine, you of course don't want to do that.
Never knew that.
Your champagne, madam.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Cheers to you. Ali and Olivier, I'll see you at a fancy restaurant.
Well, not if we're rolling with Tony G. He has a little bit of attitude on him right now. He's talking to the tournament director, apparently still upset about that pot that involved Toby and Igor.
You mad, Tony?
No, when Tobias moved all in, when there's only 30 in the middle and he's moving in for...
Tony, are you really serious?
No, I'm just saying, I'm not thinking, I'm just saying, I saw it. I'm just saying what I saw. You saw it too.
What did you see?
No, when you moved all in, I didn't like it, that's all. I mean, that's just, I'm saying it. I'm saying it straight away. When you moved all in, I didn't like it. Because it was too much. It was a heavy overbet to say. I mean, I would like to see what you had that hand and then what you had.
I tell you, at pocket sixes.
Okay. That's fine.
That's fine.
I mean, I wouldn't have been happy if you had like queens or kings. Yeah, I would have been upset.
I would have never done it with queens in my whole life.
Okay, it's just weird because look, it's just weird. I'm being honest. It's okay. I'm not gonna bring it out. I know you guys are very good.
You know what? This
I
is
don't have
not
a
good for your
problem.
parliamentary campaign. This is not
Well,
good
but
for
you
your-
got to be honest with what. I mean, I'm just saying it was just weird. That bit of action was weird. That's all. I didn't like it because you don't really do that. You never do it, so I didn't like
It's
that
a different situation on the bubble, though. With like.
Okay, all right.
He's not often in situations.
That's it.
where,
I mean, I just didn't
he's
like
playing
it. I
against
would
the
have.
friend.
Come on.
Pretty serious allegation by Tony.
Yeah, I don't know if Tony is outright making an allegation, but the implication that Tony's making, I think, is completely out of line. It seems like he's upset that Toby moved all in when Igor raised pre-flop. Igor, at that hand, only had about 25 big blinds, and Toby was in the big blind himself. It's a completely normal and standard play for him to move in, regardless of the bubble. The idea that Toby has to now defend his play and tell Tony what his hand is, I think, is completely inappropriate. Tony had absolutely no evidence to make this sort of implication, and I think the reality is he's the short stack. He doesn't want to bust. He understands that he's outclassed by these other players, and he's basically just complaining like a baby. I really don't appreciate this, the entire tone or style that Tony has taken in this situation.
All right, it's finished. It's finished. I apologize. You know, I didn't like it, but it's finished. You're a good guy. All of you are good guys. Great guys.
I can promise you, I would never do anything different, ever, ever. Like, if you sat there, I would have moved all in against you. It doesn't matter.
Okay. That's it. That's fine. There's no questions.
Meanwhile, we have a pot in progress between Tony and Philip Gruesome. Both players checking on the 6-deuce tray board. Gruesome with a pair of threes has the best hand. Turn is a jack. Tony checks again. Gruesome showing some pause. And knuckles bottom pair. To the river we go. It's a 9.
Check.
Check it down.
And I like the way Philip played this hand, flopping a pair. The board did not run out that great. Didn't have enough of a hand to value bet, but still enough to win, so he just checks it down.
Just to put a button on that discussion we were having about Tony,
Sure.
the inference that he is making is that what Toby did was, in essence, conveying a very strong hand.
Right, he's saying because they're friends, Toby was helping him out by going all in and thereby conferring the information that he had a strong hand. And Toby's saying that he never would have made that play with pocket queens or pocket kings because those hands are too strong. I don't even necessarily agree with that. I think it would have been fine if Toby had done that with pocket queens. Thank you. I think Tony was just out of line and basically just whining because he's the short stack and surrounded by 4 players that have him outskilled.
Well played, too.
Ace-3 offsuit for one of those skillful players, Scott Seaver, who min raises to 16,000.
That's one of the unique dynamics of the bubble is that the player that makes the first initial aggression has a very, very strong advantage. So though Scott doesn't have a very strong hand in ace-3 offsuit, they are 5-handed, and since he's made the first aggressive play, he's going to get a little extra respect.
Tony G wants to take a peek for an extra 8,000, sitting on Jack-10 off. And the flop, 10, 8. 4. Top pair and a jack kicker for Tony, who checks to Scott.
Scott probably continuation bets a little bit less frequently than some other opponents. The 10 and the 8 are not a great combination for Scott because Tony in the big blind is going to defend with a lot of hands that hit. 7, 9, 8, 9, 10 jack, queen jack, all those types of hands.
And we saw Scott check behind on the flop and then check behind on the turn after having made the best hand with a pair of aces. River card is a 5, and Tony is leading out for 16,000.
Yeah, at this point, after 2 checks, Tony thinks his 10 might be good, bets for value, but frustrated to see that Scott actually very deceptively checked when he made a pair of aces on the turn.
That is not a happy poker player.
You can see the frustration mounting in Tony G as just nothing going his way.
And this is the kind of thing you really don't want to be doing. Everybody's taking note of this.
Absolutely, and I don't think any of the other 4 players would have reacted this way, just so emotionally, getting so down on themselves and so frustrated. This is part of what happens in poker. You have to be able to keep it together, keep your composure, and play the best poker possible. Otherwise, especially against such a tough level of competition, you're just going to give away too much and not be able to come back.
Pocket queens for the chip leader.
Nice run for Philip here.
Yeah,
He's had a number of strong hands.
And he's going to raise it up. It's pocket 7s for Tony G. He moves all in for 121,000. And Scott Seaver with pocket 8s flat calls. Now back over to Gruesome.
I'm all in. Wow, and looks like Philip has gone all in after Scott called with pocket queens. I can't imagine Scott calling here with 2 8s.
Okay, fold.
Fold. Fold. Showdown. Ace king.
Yeah, that's smashed.
I'm out.
Fold.
Tony already resigned to his fate. Obviously, he does have a chance to win with a pair.
What could I do?
Your jacks?
No, just under.
10. Easy fold.
Yeah, I just need to think it through. I don't know.
Ace king would have been better.
How do you wake up with it? You know, I just think it through. Like maybe he didn't. Maybe he had king queen.
8, 9, 10 on the flop.
Oh, that's the 10. Oh yeah, Tony.
Scott would have flopped a set of 8s here.
Right, now obviously that's
draw.
Results-oriented thinking,
draw,
but
right?
it's always hurts when you fold a pair and then see that you would have flopped a set.
Yeah, Tony, meanwhile, has an open-ended straight draw. The jack would be no good.
I'm out, right?
And that's exactly what comes up on the turn, and the board pairing on the end.
Tony, good game.
This is a disaster. This is unbelievable.
Well, the bubble has burst, and so has the tension. These guys are all in a good mood. Why? Because they're paid.
You mad, Tony?
And there's a look at 4 players who are in the money.
Wow.
Board.
Yeah, 10s.
One of them is suggesting he folded pocket 10s.
Those people that go all in, just go all in there, they have 1 million chips right now.
I know.
Yeah, it looks like Scott is not correcting that. Doesn't make that much of a difference. Both pocket 10s and pocket 8s would have made a full house and won the pot.
Great game so far here at the Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair. Join us next time as we play down and crown a winner. For Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin from WPT Alpha 8 London. The world's richest and most daring players have braved the competition, and tonight we will crown a winner. This is WPT Alpha 8. The Palm Beach Casino in Mayfair for the conclusion of WPT Alpha 8 London. It's only fitting that poker's most exclusive final table be played right here in one of the most posh and expensive neighbourhoods in the world. The entry fee was £100,000, and tonight we will see who will parlay their investment into a cachet of royal riches. Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet have an exclusive view of the action from the ClubWPT.com skybox. Good evening, guys.
Good evening to you, Lynn, and to those of you at home who are joining us. You know, we began our London event with 18 players, and we're now down to just 4, all of whom are in the money. So it's not so much a matter of whether or not they'll be paid, Olivier, but just how much they're going to be taking home. And in looking at those 4 faces, what can we expect?
Well, the blinds are relatively high, so I expect some pre-flop aggression. Also, the 4 players we have left are all excellent players. They might not be the most recognized names in poker, but they're widely considered to be in the top 10 or 20 live tournament poker players in the world.
On tap, we're going to have some of the best poker you're likely to see anywhere. So without further ado, let's get down to our final table and set the stage. Prize pool was almost £2 million. 4th place will be taking home 235,000 of those. First is going to take home over 862,000 pounds. And let's get a look at the chip counts. Philip Grusom is on top, 1.25 and change in front of him. Second in chips is Tobias Reckenmeyer with 336, Scott Siever in third with 225, and Igor Kurganov with 180,000.
You guys are bidding, or?
Button will begin on Tobias.
No pair for you?
Philip and Igor are in the blinds. And there's a good start for Scott Siever. Pocket kings, and he just limps in.
Now, this play might look very suspicious, but I suspect that four-handed, short-handed in general, not only Scott, but a number of these players has started to limp in more than you would normally expect. So he's probably doing this having already limped in with some weaker hands, and now this trap looks like it's going to work since Phil Grusom has ace-jack offsuit here.
All in.
And moves all in.
Call.
I was so sure to have it this time, man.
Snap call from
Sick.
Scott.
Why did I do that?
Oh, an instant remorse by Philip.
Too nice of a hand.
Yeah, Philip's hand definitely strong enough to move in. Scott only had about 22 big blinds, but he said that he had a specific feeling in this particular case that Scott had a big hand. Sometimes in poker, you get those feelings and you hope that you can trust yourself, but it's very difficult to go against the kind of standard strategy that you know to also be correct.
Well, let's see if ace-jack can get lucky against 2 kings. A king right away on the flop. Ace-jack in a world of trouble here.
Definitely not.
Siever the one at risk, however. He can ice things on the turn unless Philip gets some help.
Queen.
Well, the jack is no good. No way for Philip to win the pot now. And they'll count it down and double Scott up. Nice start to four-way action for him.
Philip still the overwhelming chip leader with over 1 million chips, with no player even at half his chip stack at 500,000.
First real misstep we've seen from Philip Grusom.
And I really can't call it a misstep. I mean, it was really a cooler pre-flop four-handed ace-jack to pocket kings. He's just frustrated with himself because he had inside him an intuitive feeling that probably Philip, the type of player that normally trusts those feelings, just in this particular case didn't do it, and ended up Scott had pocket kings and Philip doubled them up.
Pocket fours for Igor after Philip raised it to 26,000.
Igor with about 15 big blinds doesn't have much of a decision with a pocket pair here. It's just got to move in.
Well, he's just 3-betting it to 100,000.
Yeah, 100,000 is basically the same as moving his chips in. I don't think the players will think anything differently of this.
So why make it 100 and not just move all in?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe it's just those were the chips that were in front of him and he just felt like throwing them in there.
Well, Toby is looking down at ace-jack suited.
All in.
Kings, Toby? Pair? Woo! Oh, call. Call. Yeah.
Oh, he folded. He folded.
And even though 2-4s are the best hand right now, look at those percentages. Given the hands that have been dealt and all the cards we've seen, ace-jack suited is actually a small favorite.
I wanted a straight.
Here comes the flop. It's 5-8 ace. Toby jumps out into the lead.
Deuce 3, 6, 7.
Yeah, ace-jack a slightly bigger favorite now that he's flopped an ace.
Oh, I don't know about slightly. I'd say it's a much bigger favorite. And the turn card, a 3, not bad for Igor.
Yeah, not so fast. Igor picking up a straight draw. Any 2 or 4 on the river would keep Igor alive.
And he hit one of his 6 outs. He cannot. And Igor Kurganov will be the first player to cash in the WPT Alpha 8 London event, finishing in 4th place for £235,200.
It's one of the reasons that it was so relaxed after the bubble burst is that really there are no bad payouts. 4th place, like you said, the first person to cash, still making a great sum of money.
And then there were 3. You're either on the button or in the blinds at this point. And Toby, first to act on the button, looks down at Jack 3 suited. Not exactly premium, but he's got position and he's going to put it to use, raising it up to 26,000. Chip leader folds and it's back around to Scott Seaver, who takes a peek at ace deuce offsuit. And he will defend. We'll see the flop heads up. And that flop is 4, tray 5. Scott Seaver flops a wheel. Bottom pair, meanwhile, for Toby. Seaver checks.
Yeah, Scott flopping a straight here. Definitely going to take Toby by surprise. You don't necessarily expect the big blind to hit this range of cards. Usually you expect them to have a little bit higher cards.
33,000.
And that probably playing a part into Toby's continuation bet of 33,000.
Toby with just bottom pair deciding to bet, also because his pair is obviously very vulnerable. Any card that comes off is bad for Toby's pair here. Scott has such a strong hand, I think he should contemplate just calling here, but instead he decides to check raise, trying to get as much money in the pot right away.
Yeah, his hand is also vulnerable with 2 hearts out there. Obviously a 6 or a 7 would be a bad card on the turn.
Yeah, but it's so hard to make a hand as good as a straight. I think personally I would have played it passively and let another card come off.
Well, Seaver hasn't lost Toby just yet. He makes the call.
Very liberal call here with just bottom pair.
And the turn is a jack. Toby now has jacks up, still beat, of course, but something else has changed.
One of the best cards Toby could hope for.
But it is the jack of hearts.
It is a heart, which if Scott Seaver had a flush draw, would give him a flush.
I'm all in.
Well, Seaver moves all in.
And this is part of the problem with calling on the flop if you're Toby, because this is one of the best cards that could have come out. And now that Scott's moved all in, you still don't know what you can do. I think Toby ultimately will have to call because Scott could have some 2-pair hands himself, hands like 5-4, 4-3, or 3-5. And from that point of view, Toby can't fold that hand, especially since Scott only started the hand with just over 30 big blinds.
I call.
Well, Toby does make the call, and Seaver's already doubled up once so far. Can he do it again?
It's a little loose, but if I decide I'm going for it on the flop, I can fold the turn.
2 pairs, jack 3 for Tobias with 1.
You know, I don't mind calling the flop with bottom pair, but just not when it's such a connected flop with 3 cards in a row like this. You could definitely be drawing dead.
Well, Toby's hoping for a jack or a 3 to get it down to heads up and move up in the payout. Instead, it's a 5, and Scott Seaver
275, right?
is going to double up.
Just like that, Scott and Toby switch places. Toby now the shorter stack, and Scott comfortably in second position.
And with that flip-flop, Toby now the short stack, as you mentioned, with 332,000 in chips. Scott nipping at the heels of chip leader Philip Gruesom's 876 with 792,000. Gruesome on the button with Queen 8 offsuit.
Yeah. It's all right. Don't worry.
Raises it up to 27,000. Seaver takes a look at King 10 off in the small blind.
Cool.
And just calls. 10-8 off in the big blind.
I think Scott could have considered 3-betting here. He probably mixes it up, 3-bets sometimes, then calls other times. Maybe even folds occasionally with King 10 from the small blind.
Toby is called as well. All 3 players take the flop of King 7 deuce. Seaver with the best hand checks it. Toby checks as well. And as does Philip. A little harder to continuation bet when you get called in 2 spots pre-flop.
Definitely. I think also if it was an ace 7-2 flop instead of king 7-2, Philip might have been a little bit more likely to continuation bet, but
Turn card is a 9. Toby now has an open-ended straight draw, and Seaver isn't going to be checking top pair any longer. Bets 40,000. Toby makes the call. Easy fold for Philip.
I think Toby's calling not just to hit the straight, but also since he's in position, if Scott does check on the river, I think Toby would take a shot regardless of whether he hits.
Well, he does hit as the jack comes off, and look at the way Toby's staring at Scott.
Yeah, a little bit suspicious there. Scott not paying attention to Toby, so nothing he can really pick up.
Although he's not betting his king 10 anymore.
Yeah, he might have picked something up, you never know. I think personally I would like to bet for value here with king 10. It's a very strong hand. Toby could definitely have some weaker hands himself, and if you are beat, you can control the size of the pot by controlling your bet size. Instead, Scott does instantly call and allows Toby to control the bet size.
Big hand. I said I'm taking my one back. I tossed one. Big hand. Big hand.
River card cost Scott 85,000 on top of the investment he had already made.
Tell myself, no jack, no jack.
We'll return to London for more high-stakes action after this.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
We are down to just 3. WPT Alpha 8 London. These guys are now guaranteed to at least triple their money. But of course, all eyes are on the trophy and over £860,000 that comes with it. Back to you, Ali and Olivier.
Well, these 3 guys have so much money at this point, you wonder whether or not the trophy isn't the real lure. I mean, they probably got some pretty impressive cases at this point.
You'd be surprised. Poker's a tough game to make a good living at, even though these are 3 of the best players in the world.
Well, looking at their resumes, Philip Gruesome already with over $5.5 million in live tournament earnings. Scott Seaver, just under $8 million. And Tobias just under 7. That's pretty impressive. Let's get a look at the chip counts. Philip Gruesome on top, not far behind is Scott Seaver, and not far behind him is Tobias Rankenmeyer.
And no real short stack here.
He looks down at pocket 5s. Blinds are currently at 8 and 16,000 with a 2K ante.
It'd be very disrespectful to hold that. It's just like, you know.
Philip makes it 35,000 to go. And Seaver looks down at king 10 offsuit. We've seen him just call from a small blind to a raise from Philip on the button so far with this hand.
We see Scott mixing up his play, just calling before with king 10 and now 3-betting it.
Making it 115,000 total.
I'm all in.
Philip moves all in here. Scott has over 40 big blinds. This is a really big shove here.
And Gruesome didn't take very long to move all in either.
Yeah, I mean, Scott had a lot of chips there. I don't love that move in there from Philip, but
Easy game.
Scott is 3-betting, you know, pretty often, so Philip moving in with 2 5s is reasonable. Scott's going to fold a lot of the time, but still, I think it's a little too big of a risk considering how many chips Scott had.
But high risk, high reward. King Jack suited for Toby on the button now. He makes it 35,000 to go.
I'm all in.
And Philip is going to move all in with King Queen off.
What would Timo Bull think? Fold.
Seaver getting a good chuckle out of having to fold his King Jack.
So disgusting.
So disgusting.
Now it's back to Toby.
I can call, but...
And he folds as well.
Disgusting anyways.
Schmetterball.
The Schmetterball thing.
You hear Tobias using the term Schmetterballing it in German. Schmetterball is a spike, smash, or hardly hit or thrown ball that is difficult to defend. I'd say that's about right.
That's a risky Schmetterball.
That's a really risky one.
Yeah, it's always tough to play against my friends because they are obviously very good and then they know a little bit what I'm doing, so I can't get too much out of line every time.
Like, I didn't think you would pull it off.
Oh my. The sick part is, it was so brilliant. Anything else, I do something.
What do you mean? I do something too.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm ready. I was really ready.
Way I could win the hand, right?
I had a great hand here.
Yeah.
Just, it's
What
timing.
hand did you have?
I had King and Jack.
Me too.
Oh my God.
Which suit?
I have no idea. Different suits. Different
I was
suits.
spades, suited even.
Oh no, I was different suits.
Well, you know you're friends when you're sharing information, and there's over $1.25 million up for grabs.
I was like,
what a brilliant move by him.
I know.
Brilliant.
I was like, now he's 3-betting, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm already like,
of course,
going nuts, and then all in from him. It's like, what's happening?
Philip right back at it, raising to 35,000 from the button. Seaver folds, and it's ace-9 for Toby in the big blind, suited. He just defends.
We see a different strategy out of Toby. Toby with about the 30 big blinds could have just moved in with ace-9 of spades, but he decided to take a flop. I prefer this strategy myself.
5-4 tray on the board. Wheel draw for Toby. He's got the best hand with ace-high and checks it.
Both Phil and Toby have 2 overs and a gut shot straight draw. Toby also a backdoor flush draw to go along with it.
Philip bets 40,000.
I can't imagine Toby folding here. Just too much equity and a board that is on the drier side. Even though it is 3 cards in a row, they're very low, and I think Philip would be continuation betting with a pretty wide range here.
Toby not done with his hand yet. He makes the call, and we'll see a turn card. 10 of diamonds.
This is a card that Toby is not going to like. It's not a spade. Doesn't really give him any more equity. It's another card that, if it hit Philip's hand, beats him.
100,000.
I like another barrel here from Phil for a couple of reasons. One, his hand is probably not good with just king high. 2, he does have some equity, so he can make a good hand if he does get called. And 3, it's a type of board where Toby is likely to be calling with some weak hands. Phil does decide to bet the turn. Toby's hand not good enough to continue. Nice aggressive play by Philip Gruesome.
Don't try this at home. These guys are making it look easy. Philip Gruesome adding to his chip lead. We'll see if he can ride that lead all the way home.
Sucked out on the turn.
As action continues from London.
Good turn.
Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk? Go to clubwpt.com now and play in our Alpha 8 high roller play chip tournaments and ring games for a chance to be crowned champion. Our players here at Alpha 8 already have so much cash. What on earth would they buy if they win first place prize? Well, when in England, you got to get a Rolls Royce.
So this is our new car. This is Ray.
It's gorgeous. Blue's my colour. So,
Blue's your colour? Well, we chose it just for
the
you.
right one.
Everything that's in this, all the stitching lines, the wood, the materials, everything is all done by hand.
Oh, incredible.
There's so many things to show you. We wanted to give customers something different than just an interior light. It's called a starlight headliner.
Oh, it's like a starry sky.
And also, if you do get out at the end of your drive and it's raining, you of course have the umbrella.
There's an umbrella in the door. It's definitely a British car. Kind of scared to ask you this question before I take it for a spin. How much is this worth?
In dollars, perhaps around 250,000. But the reality is that it's just a starting point.
Suddenly the Alpha 8 buy-in seems affordable compared to this. Oh. I don't even have to pull the door shut. This is when you know you've made it, when you can own a Rolls Royce. Okay, I'm gonna floor it. Whoa! It really takes off. Oh my God. Woo! Wow. Now it all makes sense why these are the best cars. They really are. Incredible.
Now it all makes sense why Lynn is in always such a good mood. Look at that. She gets to play with Rolls Royces and I get to tell you what the prize pool is. But you know what? That's not too shabby because it's enough for a Rolls Royce, over 350,000 pounds, going to third place. But of course, first is what these guys have their sights set on. Philip Gruesome still the chip leader, Scott Seaver in second, Tobias in third. Tobias Rankenmeyer with pocket queens. Raising on the button to 35,000.
Probably feels a little bit closer to first when he gets dealt such a big hand on the button.
Phillip out of the way, and it's back over to Scott Seaver with 10-9 offsuit.
Pretty standard defend from Scott with his chip stack.
And the flop is 4, Jack 7. Scott checks with the gut shot straight draw. 2 queens still way out in front.
And Toby started this hand with 300,000 chips, the blinds being 18 and 16,000, so Toby under 20 big blinds. The blinds being 8 and 16,000. So Scott here flopped some equity with 10-9, flopped a gut shot, not going anywhere to Toby's continuation bet.
Yeah, he check calls 37,000. And the turn is a 10.
Definitely improving Scott's hand, giving him a pair of 10s to go along with his straight draw. Not a great card for Toby, but still definitely worth a second bet, especially with Toby's chip stack here. I think he's willing to bet and get all in.
158,000 in the middle. Toby's thinking about how much he wants to fire. And he settles on 65,000. Less than half the pot.
This leaves Toby with about 150,000 remaining in his stack.
Action back on Seaver. What's he thinking?
Well, he's thinking about the stacks. He's thinking about the equity he has in this hand. And he's decided that it's worth a call here for 65,000.
We'll see a river, 288,000 in the pot, and it's the ace of clubs.
And this is a card that will usually freeze the action, usually make it go check, check here.
Yeah, third club and an overcard to the 2 queens. Action on Seaver.
I'm all in.
And he moves all in.
Wow. And this is an illustration of what really separates the good players in poker from the truly great players. Scott Seaver, recognizing the fact that his pair of 10s is probably not good enough to win, understanding that he can put the pressure on Toby for his tournament life, Scott having Toby out-chipped, even if he were to lose this pot, would still be alive in the tournament. And remember that Toby doesn't have that many chips. He just knows that he beats absolutely nothing here.
And he folds the winner.
Yeah, he really, again, he doesn't beat very much. The only draw that Scott has that makes sense from Toby's point of view is maybe 5-6. But the flush draw got there, bunch of 2-pair hands got there, so it's really tough for Toby to call with just 2 queens. And Toby absolutely hating that spot that Scott put him in with just 1 pair and over twice his stack in the pot, but just feeling like he can't call it off for his tournament.
And such big jumps between the payouts make it even harder to pull the trigger in spots like that. Blinds and antes have gone up. Bad news for Toby's stack.
All in. Toby now under 10 big blinds, which is why he moves in with Queen 2 suited, not a premium hand.
And Seaver looks down at King Jack suited.
Call.
Also in hearts, makes the call, and it's a big uphill climb for Toby if he wants to avoid elimination.
Toby a little bit fortunate that he's not dominated. Both his queen and 2 are live.
The deuces are hot, right? No? Oh, you're not rooting for me, buddy. I'm not rooting for you, by the way, now. I'm not rooting for you either.
They're not rooting for each other. And the flop is 9 Queen 7, Toby. Fortunate to make the best hand here.
Not sure why they felt the need to point out that they weren't rooting for each other. I don't think anybody assumed that they were. Scott with a gut shot straight draw and an overcard, either a 10 or a king would give him the win.
Any other card, and Toby's going to be doubling through.
What about a 7 on the river?
Here comes the river. It's a jack. Seaver makes a pair, but not big enough. Toby is going to double up.
Almost heads up against me, Scott. So close. Almost.
What are you talking about? That's very disrespectful.
I think both Toby and Scott are in a short-handed scenario like this. Top 5 in the world, at least, if not even better. And yeah, so this was like one of the toughest lineups possible, I think. And so I hope we will get to see those lineups more often.
In spite of that, it almost feels like Philip appreciates the opportunity to challenge himself against this kind of competition, and we differ in that way. I'd rather just find a couple of fish.
Yeah, you know, I really respect that comment from Phil. Even though he's obviously an incredibly talented player himself, he's able to, you know, be humble enough to give his opponents that type of respect.
Might explain some of his all-ins earlier, doesn't want to be faced with additional decisions, and maybe wants to get a little bit lucky against these guys.
Yeah, putting them to big decisions pre-flop so he doesn't have to make tough decisions post-flop. But again, Phil is such a talented player that I think he can hold his own.
He throws the 9-4 offsuit in from the button, giving Seaver a chance to just limp in with ace-10 off.
So how much do I even have? One.
Should have like 360.
You guys know. All right.
Happy to help.
Thanks.
Tobias has 7 deuce offsuit. Oh, but that's not going to stop him from trying to win this pot right now, raising to 55,000.
I'm all in.
And Seaver moves all in, making quick work of that bluff.
Yeah, Toby subscribing to the strategy of making aggressive moves with both the top and bottom of his range. Unfortunately for him, Scott had a big hand and he just had to let it go.
Well, Scott's second in chips right now. Philip in the lead, Tobias in third.
That's 200.
Yeah, I just can see the pinks. I knew they were there, but I was confused.
More visible.
Gruesome looks down and sees a hard 8, pocket 4s. And he'll raise it up to 40,000. Ace-5 off for Scott, and a quick fold.
Yeah, the small blind is always a little bit tricky. I think it's a reasonable fold with a junk ace from Scott. He's out of position, and there is Toby behind him with just about 12 or 13 big blinds.
Toby with ace-3 off.
All in. All in.
It's less than 300, right?
Yeah.
All in, and it's call, ace-3, all in, and
Yes, the wheel blocker, that sucks.
That's the brutal part.
It is really brutal, right?
He doesn't have 3-3 blocker though.
That's true.
He doesn't
and
have
no
that.
hard blocker either.
Oh, wow.
Hearts coming.
Ooh,
And the flop is 9-6 king with a couple of hearts.
Now it's always hearts coming.
Of course.
Like if it starts. Are you rooting for me? Come on, root for me once.
Okay, 3.
Over a 4-1 favorite to win the pot here.
Ace. Got it for the ace, that's all there is.
All they got to do is dodge an ace, and we know that Seaver mucked one of those.
Clubs. Ace of clubs.
So it's 2 outs for Toby, and the 4 is not one of them. That gives Philip a set. Overkill, and he has busted his good friend and compatriot, Tobias Winkenmeyer.
Come here.
Okay, come here.
All right. GG, bro.
GG.
Sorry. Alrighty.
Good competition.
Yeah.
At least I didn't get second.
I think in a
Yeah. That's something new.
Action continues. Heads up play begins right after this.
After 2 grueling days, 20 entries, and almost £2 million in play, we are now heads up. Philip Gruesome versus Scott Seaver. Who will be the one to conquer Alpha 8 London?
Scott Seaver is one of the toughest opponents in this field. He likes to bluff, he's creative, and he also has like good fundamental understanding what's going on.
Phil is just a relentless poker player. He's non-stop aggression and he's incredibly good at it.
Yeah, I always enjoy playing against him, so hopefully we keep it that way.
We'll see how all that mutual respect takes shape as we get heads-up action underway. Over £500,000 to second, over £862,000 to first. That's what they're after.
We are that close to crowning our second Alpha 8 champion.
Heads-up play begins with Scott Seaver on the button, taking a look at pocket sixes. He makes it 45,000 to go, and it's ace-deuce suited for Philip Grusom.
2 playable hands.
He will defend and will take a flop.
Out of these 2 players, Scott Seaver definitely has the edge in terms of experience playing heads-up. Scott's played a lot of heads-up online. He's a very, very talented, very good player.
King 10 Jack on the flop. 6 is still ahead, but not in love with that board. Both players check.
Not a great flop for either player.
And the turn is a 6. Seaver with a set of 6s now, but Grusom has picked up a draw.
Yeah, Philip Grusom turning the nut flush draw to go along with his gut shot and ace high.
He's gonna lead right out 65,000.
I actually wouldn't mind a raise here from Scott. It would look so odd to check the flop and then raise this card. But Scott electing to just call.
130,000 more into the middle, and the river card is an 8.
Now, if I was Philip and I had bet the turn with my draw and not gotten there, I would feel committed to betting the river. It's tough to just give up.
But that's exactly what Grusom has done. Knuckling over to Scott, who has to feel comfortable with a set of 6s.
Oh, yeah. Maybe Philip picked up something on Scott. It's hard to tell.
That's 150,000.
Philip normally relatively aggressive, but Scott, with his huge set of 6s, does bet for value on the river, and Philip, with just ace high, can't call.
So advantage Scott Seaver in the early going. Grusom now looks down at ace queen.
Huge hand, heads up.
Blinds are at 12 and 24,000. Philip makes it 50,000 to go. Scott defends with 7-3 suited, and look at this, ace a7 on the board. Seaver quickly checks.
Yes, Seaver's hand is not that strong, but on this board, it's actually pretty decent. 2 aces makes it less likely that Philip has an ace, and Philip's going to continuation bet on a board like this with almost all of his hands that he raised pre-flop with.
Scott check calls 50,000, and on the turn, this is trouble.
Yeah, Scott makes a full house, but it's the under full house. Any ace in Philip's hand would have Scott drawing dead, or at least dead to quads.
Scott checks it, and this time, Philip bets.
Philip, in fact, does have the ace, as we can see, and elects to bet a relatively small amount, just 75,000 on the turn, when he bet 50,000 on the flop. I think trying to get some of Scott's weaker flop calls to continue, hands like king high.
River card is a 9, changing nothing. Seaver again checks.
Seaver staying in rhythm, continuing to check every street, knowing that the best he can do is get value from a bluff from Philip.
Now, Grusom's job here is to come up with a number he thinks he can get paid off with. 350,000 in the middle. What is that number?
Well, at this point, I don't think Philip expects Scott to necessarily call on the river with a king, so he's hoping Scott does have a 7 and can bet a pretty healthy amount if he does.
Nice. 155,000 was the bet, and he did get paid off, as Seaver can't get away from 7s full.
Yeah, good bet size from Philip there, wins a nice healthy pot. Not much Scott can do. I think I like the way Scott played the hand throughout, just a little bit cooler with Philip having the bigger full house.
So Seaver takes a hand and Grusom takes a hand. Back and forth these two go as the action continues from London.
What does Scott Seaver think is the most significant hand he's played all tournament?
I'm all in.
Log on to clubwpt.com and find out on the A8's Clip of the Week. Clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
London Bridge, not the only bright spot in the city this evening. 2 of poker's brightest stars are inside our tournament arena, vying for the WPT Alpha 8 London title.
We are heads up between American pro Scott Seaver and German pro Philip Grusom, 2 of the top players in the world.
Last level. It's gonna be last level.
Grusom on the button, declaring that this will be the last level. Blinds are at 15 and 30,000. Grusom min raises to 60,000. Seaver calls with ace-3 of hearts. And the flop is deuce, queen, jack with a couple of hearts.
Yeah, big flop for both players. Scott flopping the nut flush draw and Philip Grusom flopping top pair. We could even see it getting all in here depending on how Scott decides to play his flush draw.
Well, he has checked it over to Philip, who is betting 70,000.
Scott's thinking about whether he wants to raise or not. I think he has enough equity to get all in, but he does decide to just call and see a turn card.
And that turn card is a 4.
The 4 is actually a good card for both players. Scott turns a straight draw to go along with his flush draw. And Philip's going to feel pretty comfortable betting the turn for value. It's going to be tough if he wasn't beaten on the flop for him now to be beaten.
Scott did check it over to Philip, and with 260,000 in the middle, Gruesome is going to bet 145,000. What do you do if you're Seaver?
I think, again, Scott has two legitimate options. I mean, he did turn some more equity with his straight draw, and if he wants to raise and put pressure on Philip, I think that would be pretty reasonable. But again, he has so much equity that even this big bet by Philip, he could just check and call and hope to hit on the river, especially since that straight will be so disguised.
And let's see, the river is a queen, giving Gruesome trip queens. Seaver checks it over to Philip.
The pot's now about 550,000.
All in.
Gruesome moves all in.
Yeah, Gruesome has just under a pot-sized bet here. He wants to make this look like a bluff and maybe get called by, you know, just a pair of jacks if that's what Scott had. Now, Scott, thinking about it with ace high, I don't think he's genuinely contemplating this call. He does beat some hands because Philip could be bluffing with a missed flush draw of his own or maybe a missed straight draw. But ultimately, I think Scott has too many bigger hands in this spot to call with such a weak hand. Unless he gets a physical read from Phil, it's tough to make a call here with such a weak hand.
And Seaver is going to let it go along with a significant number of his chips, which slide over to Philip Gruesome, adding to his chip lead.
Bad river for me. Bad river. Very, very, very bad river.
Oh, yeah, flush draw.
Very bad river.
Blinds have gone up to 20 and 40,000 now. Seaver looks down at ace-7 offsuit and limps on the button.
Yeah, you see players limping a lot more once they get under, 30 big blinds heads up. Scott has shown that he's willing to limp with very strong hands, so Philip with king-jack offsuit deciding to play it cautious and just check behind. I actually like this play by Philip. King-jack plays pretty well in this spot. He can flop 2 big pairs.
4-6-7 on the board. Swing and a miss for Philip, but he's reaching for chips. Seaver, meanwhile, has top pair with an ace kicker.
Yeah, good flop for Scott, and I don't love this lead by Philip. This board is going to hit a decent amount of Scott's limping in range, and Philip really doesn't have much equity of his own.
55,000, bet and called.
Not to mention Philip is, of course, out of position versus Scott.
A turn is a 9 of spades.
So if Philip was leading with a flush draw, he's now hit it. We, in fact, know that Philip just has 1 spade in his hand, the king of spades. So he's gone from not much equity to now a king-high flush draw.
He bets 115,000.
This card not great for Scott Seaver. Scott having just a pair of 7s. If Philip was leading with a flush draw, like we said, he would have a flush, or with a straight draw, he would either have a straight or potentially even a pair of 9s, which would also beat Scott's pair of 7s.
And the river is a 3, puts 4 to a straight out there, 420,000 in the middle. And what do you do if you're Philip Gruesome? You've been called not once but twice. Can you fire a 3rd barrel?
Yeah, I mean, that's another one of those tests between the good players and the great players in poker. The great players are able to fire that 3rd bullet. And personally, there's no way in Philip's mind that he can think he's good here, so he does feel the need to bet to win. And from Scott's point of view, the 3 is just another terrible card. Now, any 5 is a straight, and he doesn't really beat much.
And Gruesome bets 175,000, and Seaver folds the best hand.
Yeah, you can't really blame Scott for folding there. He doesn't really beat much. I don't think he was expecting Philip to necessarily be bluffing 3 times in a row with such a weak hand, or a hand that had so little equity on the flop.
Scott, what do you think is who is the best live hold'em heads-up player? No limit.
I don't know. Live? I don't know.
Tough question there by Philip. One of the reasons is that heads up is played so much more often online than it is live. A lot of these guys don't get a chance to play that much heads-up live, so Scott probably doesn't have that much experience playing heads-up live against that many different opponents, and most opponents just haven't played that many hands to build up a sample size.
All in.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, looks like the time has come. Scott Seaver sails off with king, queen off.
Look at this.
All in, for you, Richard.
Richard Young and Igor step to the table.
Who against who? What's happening?
Who against who? I have very smart question.
No, which hand against which hand? Which hand's against which hand? Who is ace-jack against...
Where's my... Richard, where's my group?
Hey, sure.
Where's my group of people?
We get to the flop, which is 9, jack 4.
Hey guys, I'm winning.
Who has what?
Spade. Spade, yeah, 10. I just wanted spade. I just said spade, but Richard says 10.
8 of spades. 8 of spades. Spade.
Turn card is a 5.
Spade.
Scott looking for a king, queen, or 10 to stay alive. Otherwise, Philip will be our champion.
Are you on? 5.
Here comes the river. It's a 4. And Philip Gruesome is your WPT Alpha 8 London champion. Well, Scott Seaver certainly did his best, but it felt like tonight it was just destined to be Philip Gruesome.
Yeah, Philip, with that dangerous combination of great play and a good run of cards, seemed pretty much unstoppable tonight.
And he's joined by Lynn Gilmartin.
Well, Philip, congratulations. Alpha 8 London champion, £862,000. That's almost 1.4 million US dollars. Huge prize money. What's going through your head right now?
I'm very happy. I'm stunned that I beat this competition. It was the toughest table I've ever played.
Absolutely. And now you have this amazing trophy. It's huge.
Yeah, we want to have an 888 in our apartment. I told that before. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get 3 of them.
Yeah, we're trying.
Okay. Well, huge congratulations to the Alpha 8 London champion, Philip Gruesome. For Ali Najad, Olivier Bousquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. We'll see you at the next Alpha 8. Welcome to poker's most exclusive room. A seat at this table will cost you at least $100,000, but it could earn you millions. This is WPT Alpha 8. We are at South Florida's hottest gaming destination, the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, for the first in our series of super high roller events. Here at Alpha 8, the game is Texas Hold'em, and today's buy-in is $100,000. I'm Lynn Gilmartin, ready to bring you VIP access to the elite world of high-stakes poker. I'm joined by our top-notch commentators, Ali Najad and Olivier Bousquet. They have a bird's-eye view of all the action from the clubwpt.com skybox. Guys, how's it looking up there?
Well, this is, of course, the best view in the tournament room, and Olivier and I are excited to be feasting our eyes on some of the world's most talented players as they're going to be ponying up at least $100,000 in the hopes of taking home that coveted and first ever Alpha 8 title.
That's right, Ali. And if you think 100,000 is a lot, if any of these players bust out of the tournament in the first 6 levels, they have the option of putting up another 100,000 and trying again.
Sure, what's another 100K? After all, it is a re-entry event.
Now, poker players are notorious late starters, so it's actually pretty common in these big buy-in events for the fields to start off relatively small, and then as the end of registration approaches, for more and more players to register. Right now we have 14 players, and I think that number will grow slightly since the end of registration is 1 more level away.
Well, we'll certainly find out soon enough. There are currently 2 tables in action, and our feature table has a nice mix of both young pros and brazen businessmen. Chief among them, of course, Texas millionaire Bill Perkins, who's chatting everyone up. And as you can see, despite the amount of money at risk, it seems like everybody's pretty relaxed out there.
Enjoy to get Jake or something like that. Not that far. Fort Lauderdale, here. Fort Lauderdale, hometown favorite. Hometown. Vegas.
Looks like Bill Perkins is trying to nail down where everybody's from.
People at home audience can root for.
Blinds are at 500 and 1,000.
Okay.
Perkins lays down. Options trader Daniel Perper does the same. Folded around to Andrew Lichtenberger, who looks down at a couple of black sevens.
22.
Yeah, Lichtenberger is one of the toughest and most well-respected pros in all of poker.
So what you got, Chewy? 36 behind.
Another very tough player, Jason Kuhn here with ace-king, a huge hand in the small blind.
Jason Kuhn currently lives between Vancouver and Vegas, as many pros do, maintaining a residence outside the United States to be able to continue to play online. Kuhn ran track for West Virginia Wesleyan College. He's also helped some of the other pros get fit. Kuhn settles on a total of 6,800.
Slightly larger than standard 3-bet, a little more than 3 times Andrew's open.
And Andrew, faced with the decision, is moving all in.
Instantly called by Jason's ace-king.
Well, it's going to be a race here. Jason doesn't seem to love it. He is a slight dog heading to the flop.
Both players seem pretty much resigned to their fate at this point. Andrew's going to have to win a race to stay alive in this tournament.
Maybe a little more aggressive than he needed to be this early?
I think it's close. It's just a very, very tough spot. Calling such a big raise with just 2 sevens is tough.
Well, if you thought it was tough before, it's gotten even tougher now. Look at that board. Ace 3-10, Kuhn in the lead now on the all-heart flop.
Just an atrocious flop for 2 black sevens. Even the 7 of hearts doesn't win now for Andrew.
Yeah, Andrew's down to 1 out once here on the end. Only the 7 of diamonds. Otherwise, it's time for another 100,000 or a goodbye. He can't connect.
Good luck, gents. Nope.
Well, the man they call Chewy because his mom used to pack him granola bars is dishing out hugs.
Maybe? Yeah.
Going through your head right now?
Just wasn't a great day of poker. Did my best. Got in a lot of spots. Most of them didn't work out. That's why I'm here.
Oh, now it is a re-entry tournament. Do you have a second bullet, or that's it?
Yeah, I'm just not really feeling it after busting out, so just gonna hang out and wait for the next tournament.
Okay, fair enough. Well, good to see you here, and best of luck next time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it never feels good when you bust out of 100K. I've been there myself, and I know how it feels.
So Andrew Lichtenberger is the first bust out of the tournament, but we've had hours of action leading up to this point. It began with a single table of 7 players, each boasting over $1 million in live tournament cashes, including options trader Dan Perper, seasoned pro Jeff Gross, cash game phenom Isaac Haxton, and poker prodigy Steven Silverman. They were quickly joined by 2013 WSOP November Niner and 2007 WPT Player of the Year, J.C. Tran. Florida's own Jason Mercier used his home turf advantage against the field. Here we see him picking up a big pot against Kansas entrepreneur Brandon Steven, worth about $25,000 in chips and the early chip lead. With gaming executive Tom Hall's arrival, a second table was opened up, making room for venture capitalist Bill Perkins and legendary Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. Before long, we saw Silverman push all in on a board filled with clubs. WPT champ and WSOP 4-time bracelet winner Danny Elias called with a straight flush draw against Silverman's nut flush. The river was no help to Elias, who was left crippled with only $5,000 left in his stack. But over the last hour, Elias has actually doubled up, not once, not twice, but 3 times through a luckless Dan Shack. But Elias is still at the bottom of the field with only about $32,000 in chips.
We have a really tough field here that's just gotten a little tougher as seasoned vet Matt Glantz has bought in and drawn a seat here at our feature table. But over at the outer table, Daniel Elias is fighting for his tournament life.
Indeed he is. Daniel is all in with top pair against Ike Haxton's flush draw. You pick up the action after the flop. The turn is the 3 of clubs. Daniel is drawing dead, and he wastes no time heading for the exit. Yeah, it looks like Daniel's day might be done unless they've upped the maximum withdrawal limit at the ATM. I don't think you can get 100 grand out all at once, though.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if he re-enters.
Meanwhile, the action's been folded around to J.C. Tran, who takes a peek at ace-king of hearts, and he's going to raise it up to 2,200 from the button.
Absolute monster for J.C. And here we see Jason with an ace in the small blind. It's kind of an awkward position for ace-8 offsuit. I think you can make an argument for really any of the 3 plays. I think you could even fold here. You could 3-bet. or it looks like Jason's going to decide to just call. I think part of his motivation for calling is that Mac Lance in the big blind is a little tighter than some other pros, and he's a little less likely to squeeze.
He's got queen 7 of diamonds here, but he doesn't like 5-1 on his money and pitches it.
That's a very conservative fold there in the big blind. I don't think many pros would have made that fold.
Well, we've got some ace-on-ace violence coming up. Queen high board, glance what a flop top pair. Instead, Jason's checking his ace-8 over to JC.
And though there's a flush draw, this board is relatively dry. Looks like JC is going to take a shot with a continuation bet, even though he doesn't have a pair here.
2,300 into a pot of 6,100.
Slightly on the smaller side, but pretty decent, pretty standard play so far.
Well, this doesn't look too standard. Kuhn's calling.
Yeah, it looks like Jason's decided to float here out of position. I think I would have preferred it if he had the ace of clubs instead of the 8 of clubs. But I think he thinks that JC Tran is a little bit less likely to continue firing, and since JC doesn't pick up any more equity on the turn, looks like he's right.
Yep, check, check on the turn. Here comes the river, the jack of hearts.
Looks like, again, Jason has 2 legitimate options. He could check and hope that his ace high is good, but looks like he's not going to hope that and take a shot himself.
Not going to chance it, and he fires 3,200 into a pot of 10,700.
It's a pretty small bet here, but looks like it's going to work because JC really beats nothing with his hand. Even 2 clubs with a 9 or a jack are better than his hand now, so he does lay down, and Jason wins the pot.
Ace. Number one, I'm a very hard worker. I may be the hardest worker in poker, and I play the game out of joy and fulfillment. I don't play it for money, so it gives me a freedom at the table that a lot of people don't have.
Oh, I call. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, it's tough to speak to the motivation that Jason has when he plays, but I can attest to his hard work. He's a very studious player.
Speaking of motivation, young Joseph Chong has entered the building, eager to play the event, but he has apparently done so without the full 100,000 necessary to enter. He's on the campaign trail looking to raise some funds here. He's actually got 99,000 in the backpack, Olivier. If we can just drum up another grand, he's good to go. How much do you have on you?
Well, Joe's a really good player. I'm sure it won't be that tough for him to raise the requisite funds.
We're back now at the feature table where Jason Kuhn's pocket 8s open the pot for a raise to 2,200. Jeff Gross with ace-10 suited re-raised to a total of 5,500. Bill Perkins somehow couldn't resist with jack-5 suited. Kuhn has called. We take the flop 3-way. And Kuhn has flopped a set of 8s. Monster here against his 2 opponents. And he's opting to just check over to Jeff Gross.
Yeah, Jason's hand is so strong. You know, at this point, I think he can decide either to play passively and continue to trap his opponents, or even to play aggressively and try to get stacks in here.
Of course, he's trying to trap, and Jeff Gross has just put a foot in that trap. Well, it looks like Joseph Chong has raised the necessary capital, and he is taking his seat at the outer table, adding 1 more to our field. Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Jason has check-called. He bet of 11,500 out of Jeff.
So he does elect the trap or passive strategy.
Well, the turn brings a 3rd spade on the board.
Yeah, the jack of spades is a pretty interesting card. I think it'll probably prevent Jeff from continuing to be aggressive in the hand. Now, this jack of spades puts a flush out on the board, and it looks like Jason's even going to break the rhythm of the hand and lead out here on the turn.
Now, is there any chance in Jeff's mind that this lead looks weak and he might be thinking hero thoughts right now?
I think Jeff is probably posturing more than anything else here. He just doesn't have enough equity to continue in the hand.
And sure enough, Jeff Gross's ace-10 of hearts hits the muck, sending a pot of over 60,000 over to Jason Kuhn, who is now sitting on about 106K. Chip leader at the table, still Jason Mercier with about 191,000, while short stack duties belong to Daniel Perper with about 56,000. Meanwhile, the accessory duties are apparently being held by Jeff Gross. I don't know about you, Olivier, but I didn't pack a scarf to South Florida, but somehow Jeff Gross did.
It can get cold inside those casinos.
Normally, the scarves belong to Lynn Gilmartin, but on this occasion, she decided that she would dress for warm weather and go in search of the sort of sharks that you more typically find in South Florida, not the poker players.
We're in the Billy Swamp Safari on the Big Cypress Reservation in the Everglades. This land is actually owned by the Seminole tribe, which is the same tribe that owns the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino. So they've sent us out here for a day of adventure. Oh gosh, but we sure are in for one. Let's go. I'm driving a boat through
can't say you do that every day. Woo! Wow! Well, this was a lot more fun and less scary than I thought. I can't believe I'm this close to an alligator, but I definitely feel a lot more at ease at the poker room, that's for sure. I'm joined by ClubWPT.com VIP member Artie Rodriguez. Artie, I met you last night at the Alpha 8 player party. It was right here at Seminole Hard Rock Casino at Martirano's. A lot of fun.
Tremendous party. You guys throw a great party. You get to meet the top flight names in the world of poker. These guys are playing, you know, in the biggest tournaments in the world, including the one here today, and I loved it.
Tell us about the experience of going to parties like that and being a member of the club.
You know what? That membership has paid for itself many times, and it's just a tremendous value. You can't beat it in poker.
How long do you think it'll take for you to be taking a seat at this table?
Definitely a couple of zeros short of that type of an entry, but you know, I had that opportunity thanks to Club WPT. I'm not done yet, though. I hope to see you guys again, and maybe right here.
Yeah, already parlayed that Club WPT buy into the WPT event into $55,000. Not too shabby as we take a look at the current chip counts at our feature table. You see Jason Mercier, the chip leader, Daniel Perper, still on the short stack. And the action is on Daniel Perper, former member of the University of Illinois bowling team. And he's going to roll 2,000 out into the pot with ace-8 suited.
Yeah, Perper decides to min-raise here with ace-8 of hearts under the gun seven-handed. I think ace-8 of hearts is kind of in between, you know, a raise and a call. I think either would be reasonable. The min-raise has become basically the fashion in the last few years. Defense. Because they can play more hands, and they get basically giving themselves a cheaper price at winning the pot pre-flop.
Right, and the flop heads up with Bill Perkins, who has flopped the two-way straight draw. Yep. Perper has flopped middle pair. Both players check it. One of the consequences of min-raising is that you end up giving the big blind a very good price, and you see players defending their big blind much wider than they used to.
2,500.
Well, the turn brings a 5 of clubs.
Yeah, it looks like Perkins has turned to 10 high flush draw with his two-way straight and takes a shot after getting a check from the raiser Perper on the flop.
Perper, of course, called the turn. And now the river, swing and a miss for Bill Perkins.
So we're going to see if Perkins is willing to take another shot here on the river. I would like a bet here, even though he doesn't have a hand. He's had equity throughout the hand, and he's shown some aggression, so it makes sense for him to continue the aggression, even though he's missed his hand.
I call. Snap call out of Daniel Perper after Bill bet 5,500.
And you can see that Perper, with his second pair top kicker and backdoor flush draw, had a plan for the hand. When he checked back the turn, it looks like he was just planning on calling two streets, and looks like it worked out for him.
I don't even want to know.
Yeah, it's funny that Bill got drawn to the seat next to me because we play a lot together.
He prides himself on reading people's hands, and he can read me really well.
Might have worked on a different planet. You had like slightly one different.
Jeff Gross is actually Bill Perkins' poker coach.
Even after the hand's over, sometimes he'll be like, oh, can I show? And I'll just say no, you know, because the other guys are really strong players, so like you can't give him anything. And you know, he likes to show whether he's bluffing or has it. He just loves showing, and I'm like, you know, don't do that. So I try to keep him in line.
Good advice there from poker coach Jeff Gross. I think it's probably a good idea to conceal as much information from these top pros as possible.
Some poker buddies, but they're not my
Jason Kuhn with King-Queen offsuit opens for a raise to 2,300. Action to Jeff Gross. Jeff went to University of South Carolina on a soccer scholarship, actually has a degree in marketing. Back over to Bill now with King-7 offsuit.
Bill Perkins is definitely the most active player at this table, playing the most hands, playing them the most unpredictably.
And he's going to 3-bet with King-7 off to 6,500. Didn't expect that. A little bit of steam from the last pot?
Potentially. You know, he's in position here, and he does have a king. I don't mind this 3-bet, but I think it's a little bit ambitious.
And if you're Kuhn, you can't lay down.
You could actually. King-Queen offsuit doesn't play that well out of position in a 3-bet pot, but I think, you know, Jason feels that he has such a post-flop edge against Bill that he's willing to take a shot with a slightly, you know, less than premium hand.
And the board is ace, deuce, king, couple of spades out there. Jason, of course, with the better of the two kings.
I think this would have been a decent spot for Bill to just check. He does have middle pair with a weak kicker, so he does have some value to his hand, but not enough to to bet 3 times. So I think a check on the flop I would have preferred to this flop bet.
Potentially trying to rep the ace, betting a call of 7,000 on the flop, and now we come to the turn. 9 of spades, puts a third spade on board.
Definitely check here if I was Bill Perkins.
And indeed he does after Jason checks to him. Both players, of course, picked up a flush draw. Jason's is better, and both players have completed the flush now. Jason with the second nuts, giving Bill a little bit of rope here. He obviously isn't worried about Bill having the ace of spades.
Well, it's not so much about worrying as it is about just staying in rhythm with the hand. He can kind of tell a lot from what Bill Perkins does here on the river.
Which is a bet of 5,000 into a pot of 29-2.
Yeah, I don't like this bet at all, really.
Undersized.
It's too small, and I don't like his hand to bet with. I mean, I think the 7 of spades here is actually the perfect hand to check. It's a little too strong to bluff with, and it's a little too weak to get value out of. And looks like he's going to be put in an awkward spot as Jason Koon check raises, correctly determining that his queen of spades, even though it's not the nuts, is still the best hand, and trying to extract extra value from it.
Perkins is looking like he may not release here.
Yeah, I think the majority of pros would fold in this situation. If anything, Bill has kind of leveled himself with such a small bet on the river. He feels like maybe it looked weak, and now Jason's capitalizing on that weakness by trying to make a play here. What he doesn't realize is that it was really more transparent than weak, and that Jason is able to correctly identify that his queen of spades is good and is now trying to get more value.
Call.
Oh, and Bill pays it off. Well, Koon didn't get as far as he has in poker by making mistakes or leaving money on the table, that's for sure.
Could have just rolled it over. Could have just rolled it over.
Could just, checked the river.
Just could have checked, but no.
And Jeff Gross giving Bill Perkins a little real-time feedback on that particular hand.
Welcome back to WPT Alpha 8 Florida. We're in the middle of day 1 at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, where a collection of talented poker pros and impressive tycoons have invested $100,000 each in hopes of becoming the Alpha 8.
Registration is actually still open to new players, and re-entry is open for those who have busted out as well, but is there any chance either of those things happen at this point?
Well, for players who have busted out, sometimes it takes, a little bit of time to kind of regroup and then decide to re-enter. So I could see that happening. In terms of late registration, you see this a lot in big buy-in tournaments, and frankly, I don't really get it. The only strategic reason I could see is that people who feel less comfortable with deeper stacks might want to enter, but otherwise I think you're just giving up value the later you register.
Well, we're back at our feature table where we pick up the action post-flop. Bill Perkins in a 3-way hand. He raised pre-flop and flop top and bottom pair. Now we're at the turn. Perkins' ace is up, still the best hand. Perper in a bit of trouble with ace-queen.
Yeah, I think Perper's hand here is definitely worth 2 bets. Matt Glantz, I'm pretty sure, will just fold his hand after taking a shot on the flop. The key will be the river. If a king, 8, or queen doesn't come off, will Perper be able to get away from just top pair good kicker here?
Well, against a guy like Bill Perkins, he may not, and we've seen him play this sort of passive, allow Bill to control the action approach against him already. A little over 40,000 in the pot. Value time for Perkins, and he comes up with 25,000. Snap call from Dan Perper.
Big pot, big bet there from Bill, and gets paid off by Perper. Like you said, I think Bill's reputation as a very active player, bluffing rivers, got him paid off there. I think Perper could have reasonably found a fold, but it's tough in this particular situation.
Or something like that. Ace queen, ace jack.
Lots of things were big about that last hand, including the look of disappointment on Perper's face, who is now down to 24,400, while Perkins is up to 126K.
Perper entering that desperate zone of about 25 big blinds. He still has a little bit of time to be patient, but he should be looking for certain spots to get his chips in.
King 6 offsuit, not going to be one of them, as he folds over to the chip leader, Jason Mercier, and he min raises with 7-5 suited.
Yeah, I think Jason is taking advantage of his chip lead. He's going to open a little wider than usual with a lot of chips. And also, he's just such a good post-flop player that 7-5 suited, not the strongest hand in the world, but can make a lot of interesting hands, and he feels comfortable playing in position.
King Jack offsuit, certainly worthy of a defense from Jeff Gross in the big blind, and Jeff is flop top pair on the Jack-9-7 board. Meanwhile, bottom pair for Mercier.
Jeff could have decided to 3-bet pre-flop. King Jack is actually a pretty good hand to 3-bet with.
Action goes check, check on the flop.
Don't like this check on the turn by Jeff. Definitely worth a bet there, and he does let Jason get there on the river.
Yeah, Mercier turned the gut shot straight draw and has now hit it on the river. Both players did check that turn, and now Gross bets 2,000 on the end.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff is bluffing, I think, with a jack, but I think his hand is too strong to bluff with and not strong enough to bet for value.
I think I win.
So Jason makes an easy call there with the rivered straight.
Just because he's the hometown favorite, you can't beat him. Just gets there.
Modest pot adds to the chip leader stack.
Hometown card.
And the crowd goes wild.
There are a lot of good players in this event, and I'm just going to avoid the one that's, in a good zone. And right now it seems like Jason Mercier is one of those guys.
Jason Mercier was quite an intimidating presence at the table. I find him difficult to play against.
My good friend Jason Mercier is one player I'd like to avoid.
Jason Mercier's on my left, and he's tough.
I most want to avoid probably Jason.
Hometown, running well, playing well.
Jason Mercier is our homegrown hero down here in South Florida, and he was kind enough to invite us into his new pad.
Amazing.
Yeah, this is it's kind of a nice backyard. It's always nice to stand up there, look out at the ocean.
Do you reckon this would help you, before playing a poker tournament, coming to a place like this to really sort of center yourself?
Of course, yeah. I mean, this is like being in Florida, like out on the pool deck, 25 stories up.
With such an amazing view, I was eager to see the rest of Jason's home.
This is my new place, yep.
It's simple.
Yeah, simple, exactly.
It's very manly.
So the master's not exactly set up yet.
Simple.
You gotta get rid of this fan. I don't like that thing. Simple.
Nice.
Gets the job done.
He keeps it clean.
Yeah, this is my trophy case.
Wow.
All the things that I've
Look at you,
won and
high
whatnot.
achiever.
Got the 2 World Series bracelets. This is the 100K that I won at Bellagio. This is the open face, my most recent one.
Of course he has an open face Chinese trophy. This guy's addicted to that game. There's another game close to Jason's heart.
All right, so now we're gonna play some basketball.
Yes.
It's so nice to have a court in my own building. I've actually been playing 3 to 5 times a day.
You're playing more basketball than poker.
It's been like a camp almost. Yeah.
I mean, you're still pretty rusty though. I was expecting a better performance.
I've been out here for 5 minutes.
Keep practicing.
I'll try.
All right.
Blinds and antes have gone up to 6 and 1,200. Jason Mercier has cleared the 200K mark and maintains the chip lead at our feature table. Bill Perkins is going to kick off the action in this hand with Jack-9 suited, making it 2,500 to go.
Here he comes, the hometown favorite from 15 minutes away, and a pull on a roof.
Oh, man. Jason Mercier getting a little bit of a hard time. Not so hard a time for JC Tran, who's been gifted aces on the button.
Just goes in set mining and just holds.
JC on the button here with pocket aces. This hand is going to look less than premium because he's on the button, 3-betting a very active and less experienced player in Bill Perkins. And look at this, Jason Kuhn with pocket kings in the small blind. This is just a disaster for Jason.
It's 6,100 total for Jason to call, and he's bumped it up to 14,500.
Well,
fold. Pretty trivial fold here for Bill.
And now back over to JC. What do you do in this spot? Do you try to get it all in now, or do you wait and try to let your opponent bluff off the rest of his stack?
You know, I would probably just trap and call here in position with aces. It looks like he does decide to 5-bet, and this is almost always going to be a disaster for Jason Kuhn. It really would make no sense for him to make any other play besides just going all in here with 2 black kings.
Mullen.
Yep, sure enough, there's the all-in, and there is the call. Get a look, boys. That's what we call a cooler.
This is one of those unavoidable spots. You just really hope to be on the right side of it.
Yeah, I'm on. Jason, the good news is you can't get knocked down. Thanks, buddy. The second good news is you have 5 cards to come.
That is good news. Glad the hand isn't over yet.
And we know that 2 of the kings have been folded, so the only way Jason can win is if he hits some sort of flush or straight with one of his kings.
Well, he certainly can't make the flush in clubs, as JC has the larger of the 2 clubs with the ace.
Another thing that's important to note about this hand is how deep they are. I mean, Jason has 100 big blinds, so this is an absolutely huge pot in this position.
It's gonna be a tough one to win.
The door card.
And this flop basically seals the deal here.
2 kings roll behind that door.
Looks like Jason is going to be pretty much crippled after this hand.
Yeah, he's drawing dead as of the flop. No kings remaining in the deck, and he can't hit running clubs. The run out is a moot point as they count down the stacks. Now, Kuhn did have JC covered by a little bit.
Looks good.
But he's on life support at this point, and he's letting the world know about it, apparently, as he's got his phone out.
It's like 6-6 cooler.
I could flat for Jack 9.
Good thing I didn't flat the trap, huh?
It's pretty brutal there for Jason Kuhn.
Now we get over to the outer table, big pot brewing between Joseph Chong and former WPT champ Eric Seidel. Joseph rolling over Jack 7 for top pair. On a Jack high board, Eric Seidel laying his hand down, and Chong stealing one away from a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Eric Seidel, really one of the legends of poker, one of my personal poker heroes.
2,500.
Now, one of my poker heroes has got to be Bill Perkins. He is never discouraged. Right back in the saddle with ace-4 offsuit. He makes it 2,500 to go, and it's a couple of 4s for a very short stack Dan Perper. This could be it.
Yeah, Perper with just around 8 big blinds, I don't think has much of a choice here with a pocket pair, especially against someone as active as Bill Perkins.
He makes it 9,000 total.
And this shows a little bit of Perkins' inexperience as he raises under the gun with a weak ace, kind of not being cognizant enough of the other player's chip stacks. Perper with a very short stack goes all in here, and Perkins might feel committed to call with an ace. Looks like he's instantly calling, and
we don't have each other's cards.
He's not going to like what he sees here.
No.
I'm sure that's.
Meanwhile, Dan Perper will love what he sees. He had to have figured he was up against at least 2 overcards.
So lucky.
I thought you were going to say your crush looked like
No, you're so lucky.
Well, when he said
He's like, no
cards, I figured he didn't have a pair.
Perper feeling a little bit more comfortable now that he sees that Perkins just has the raggedy ace.
He's about a 3-2 favorite heading to the flop. Not out of the woods yet, though. Got to fade 5 cards.
Queen Jack or something like that, King 10.
When you said you hope they didn't have the same cards, you weren't worried about the 4.
And oh, wouldn't you know it, an ace right away in the window on the flop. And suddenly, it's Bill Perkins who is sitting pretty. Daniel Perper has 1 out.
Yeah, Perkins' ragged kicker has come in handy now as it takes one of the 4s away from Perper, who really is drawing extremely thin here to stay alive.
Yeah, 1 card in the deck that'll save him, and the Jack of Spades is not it.
Yeah. Wait, I want that shit. Good playing with you.
Yeah, you too.
Chicago is.
I may be back.
Come back.
See how crazy I am? See how crazy I feel?
Bill Perkins has busted Daniel Perper, who doesn't appear to be on his way to a re-entry.
So Daniel, I'm sorry to see you be eliminated, but you seem like you're in high spirits still.
Yeah,
Tell us
I feel
what
okay.
happened.
I just didn't go my way today. I'm thinking about coming back, so that's a little part of the reason I'm not so dejected.
Yes.
But it's a lot of money, so I have to decide how crazy I feel, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Are there any sort of true deciding factors about other players that might enter, or what will be the pushing point for you?
I'm just gonna see if my wife talks me out of it or not.
Okay.
That's the plan.
Fair enough. All right. Well, very best of luck. I hope we see you come back.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Take an exclusive look at how Bill Perkins gave Jason Mercier and the other pros a run for their money. Log on to clubwpt.com and check out the A8's clip of the week. Clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino here in sunny South Florida as our inaugural WPT Alpha 8 event rolls on. Current chip counts, JC Tran is your new chip leader with over $250,000 in front of him. And on the short stack is Jason Kuhn in that danger zone like you talk about, Olivier, with just around 17,000. As we pick up 6-handed action at the feature table.
So with 6 here, there's 7 at the outer table. That makes a total of 13 left in this tournament.
Folded around to Matt Glantz, and everybody's favorite, 2 aces.
Also on the button, where he's going to be given less credit than usual.
Matt raises to 2,700 to go. Jeff Gross in the small blind with the Bill Perkins, ace-4 offsuit.
Yeah, you know, Matt Glantz is going to raise a little bit less liberally than some of the other pros. I actually like this fold here from Jeff Gross with a weak ace, out of position from the small blind.
It's Jack-4 suited for Perkins in the big blind, and with those blinds at 6 and 1200, he'll plop another 1500 out there and defend.
Yep, tough to make Bill Perkins fold his big blind.
Oh, and it may be even tougher for him to fold at this point. Jack 10-3 with a couple of spades on the flop. Perkins checks top pair over to Glantz. And with 7,200 out there, Glantz fires 3,000 into the pot.
It's a relatively wet or textured board here, which means that there are a number of draws, a number of straight draws and a flush draw as well.
It's a check raise from Bill Perkins, min raise to 6,000.
Yeah, this is pretty unorthodox play. I don't think any of the pros would have made this type of raise, especially with this type of hand.
Yeah, and Glantz just called the 3,000, getting us to the turn with an 8. Bill Perkins with control of the betting. And top pair weak kicker settles on 6,000.
Yeah, bets the same amount, another 6,000. His hand actually looks pretty weak here, but the 8 is not a great card for Matt. It does make a couple straights, and I think it's pretty reasonable for him to just check call on the turn.
Look at this disaster river card for Glantz's aces. Perkins now with the best hand with trip jacks. And with 31,000 out there, he bets 6,000 again.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange because if Matt did have a jack, a hand like queen jack, king jack, or ace jack, that jack doesn't change the situation. He still has a better hand. So Bill's not really in a position to make a huge bet there. He does get paid off by pocket aces, and I think Matt's feeling pretty good that he lost such a small pot when his aces got cracked.
Experimental.
Well, I don't think you ever feel good about getting your aces cracked.
It's all relative.
Keep it in perspective, right? It certainly could have been worse for Matt Glantz as he sends a good-sized pot over to Bill Perkins. J.C. Tran, the chip leader. Next to Jason Kuhn, who has just declared all in. J.C., of course, in the big blind. Jason under the gun, and ace-8 offsuit is what he's drawn a line in the sand with, 11,300 to call.
And under the gun six-handed is ace-8 offsuit is definitely, you know, strong enough for him to move in. Bill Perkins on the button with ace-4 offsuit. I think this would not be a very good call, and he recognizes that and folds.
Oh, you know that would not be a very good call.
Very good. King queen.
JC in the big blind can call a little bit more wide because there's no one after him.
Exactly the hand that you were hoping for him to say.
When the chip went in that quick, yep.
Yeah. You're like,
Yeah. Maybe ace-7 suited, but I doubt it. He might have been like,
I should have said aces.
Yeah.
I would have been on the ground somewhere.
I'm all in for 11,300 chips.
Well, Kuhn's ace-8 ever so slight a favorite against JC's king-queen heading to the flop. And JC, of course, responsible for the damage that's been done, and it continues. King-high flop, and JC gives him almost a sympathetic look there.
You know, sometimes in poker when it rains, it pours, and when you're running bad, it feels like you just can't avoid bad beats.
Much, does it? Seven of spades. Take it like a red.
Well, look at this. Kuhn has picked up a straight flush draw.
Yeah,
7 of spades will work. Any 7 for that matter will work. Or ace. Can he hit and stay alive? No. Board pairs, and that spells the end of this buy-in for Jason Kuhn.
Yeah.
Will he re-enter?
I'll take one.
Just ran into the JC Tran buzzsaw. 2 hands, and Jason went from a great stack to out of the tournament just like that.
Wow, today cost him 50,000 a hug. With Kuhn's departure, the feature table is down to 5-handed action for the time being.
Jason, tell us what happened.
Pretty standard. Ace in the door, and that's that.
You can't avoid it, huh? But it is still early. It's a re-entry event. Do you have a second bullet?
I'll be at the next one.
Meanwhile, over at the outer table, Steven Silverman finds himself all in against Tom Hall's ace-king with 2 queens. Classic race, flop is safe, turn is safe, and now all Silverman needs to do is avoid an ace or a king on the river, which he does, and he'll be doubling up through Tom Hall.
And because Jason busted and now they're at 7 at the outer table, 5 at the feature table, they're going to move a player from this table to balance out the 2 tables. We'll have to see who that is.
Oh, look, everyone's favorite if you're at the feature table. Ike Caxton, you know, just a fish.
Yeah, Ike, one of the top online heads-up cash players. Definitely not a sight anyone at the table wants to see.
No, bad news for those 5. Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to A8 at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in South Florida. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
With the blinds steady at 6 and 1200, here's a look at the stacks. J.C. Tran currently the chip leader, and newcomer Isaac Haxton is sitting on about 150,000. Button is on Matt Glantz. Jeff Gross and Bill Perkins in the blinds. Mercier, who is second in chips, first to act, pitches.
No, he wasn't then.
As does J.C. Tran, and Isaac Haxton looks down at aces.
Welcome to the feature table.
Yeah, no kidding. Now, he doesn't have a table image yet, but as we know, no one at this table is going to be thinking that Ike is going to be anything other than his usual self, which is super solid. As he makes it 3,000 to go.
Bill Perkins going to defend the big blind with Jack-8 off here.
For an extra 1,800, he'll be heads up going to the flop. And that flop is King, Queen, 10. Open-ended straight draw for Bill, who checks it over to Ike. Ike has the best hand with the 2 aces, and of course, a Broadway draw as well.
This is not the best flop for Ike. There are a number of hands that have connected and have a lot of equity or are either ahead of 2 aces here. Ike makes a relatively decent-sized continuation bet of 5,500.
And it's back over to Bill, who looks like he's reaching for chips.
Yeah, it's tough for Bill to fold here. I mean, he definitely at least has to call 1 bet with the open-end straight draw.
Pot up to 18,800 after a call. Third diamond on the turn, neither player with a flush draw.
Yeah, neither player likes that card. I think Ike, without the ace of diamonds, is almost always going to bet the turn here to protect his hand and not let Perkins see a free river card.
Bet is now 12,000 if Bill wants to continue.
Full.
And he's going to sit this one out. A little over 30,000 chip pot heading over to Haxton. Kind of a welcome gift.
Not a hand that I can pursue anymore.
It's like Bill discussing the hand with his coach, Jeff Gross.
Yeah, that's true. One of these times I'm going to ship it.
Perkins with 10-8 offsuit. This won't be the time he ships it. Pocket 9s for Jason Mercier. And he's going to open up the action by raising to 2,400, min raise. Over to Haxton. He's got Queen 10 offsuit.
Now, Ike on the button is going to play a relatively wide range of hands. He's going to feel very confident in his post-flop ability. And Queen 10 off, not the best hand in the world. I think Ike was probably thinking about either 3-betting or calling there and elects just to call.
Couple of 3s for Jeff Gross.
I personally like 3-betting with a hand like Queen 10 off, maybe just calling with Queen 10 suited, but Ike elected to just call and see a flop here.
3-way and Jack 9-8 with a couple of clubs. Jason Mercier has flop middle set, and Ike Haxton has the nut straight. Jeff Gross also involved, making it a 3-way pot. His pocket 3s should see an easy exit if there's any action at this point.
Yeah, this is just a huge cooler here, and Jason decides to check. My guess is that he's looking for Ike to bet so he can put in a check raise.
And Ike, of course, is going to indulge, betting 7,000.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting Ike to have a better hand, though.
Easy muck for Gross, and it's back over to Mercier on this highly textured flop.
Yeah, this is a really dangerous board.
Mercier has check raised it to 19,500 total.
Now we'll see if Ike decides to just call or to put even more aggression. My guess is that Ike doesn't expect Jason to be check raising very light here, so he'll probably put another raise in and try to get stacks in.
Indeed he does, 52,000 total now.
Yeah, and there's not really much for Jason to do. He has to ship it in with middle set.
On.
All in.
And that's exactly what he does.
Call.
Ike says call rather nonchalantly with the nuts, and Mercier has a look of concern.
Yeah, you could see on his face when he went all in, he looked at Ike to see how quickly he would call because there was definitely at least a possibility that he was beat.
Well, the trapper became the trappee.
I almost just called, too.
An absolutely massive pot here. Ike has over 100 big blinds and just a really unfortunate cooler for Jason. Things were going so well for him, and now it looks like he might lose a huge pot.
No help to a set of 9s on the turn. 290,400 chips in the middle. Mercier needs the board to pair, and it does. Look at this.
Wow, look at that. And Ike, just like that, has busted from the tournament.
All right, rebuy time.
Well, not quite. Apparently, he's ready for a second bullet, my friends.
Hey, buddy.
Jason, absolutely crushing the tournament at this point.
I do have 200. The set miner strikes again.
It's his hometown. What do you think?
Hometown.
You got to see a safe
Florida set miner.
I've never won a tournament in Florida.
Scary stuff.
Very, very fortunate river for Jason, and now he's got a really huge chip lead.
All right, so you always had the intention of a second rebuy, or this is a last-minute decision?
No, it's not a last-minute decision. I was probably planning on rebuying if I busted.
All right, well, off you go, 100K, and we'll see you back here.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, Ike's looking around to find out where he can drop off another 100K. So we know that Isaac Haxton is on his way to a re-entry. Both Chewy and Jason Kuhn most certainly not going to be rejoining us. Meanwhile, Daniel Perper and Daniel Elias still sort of up in the air.
And with that, we're calling it a night. So join us next time as Day 2 of WPT Alpha 8 Florida shuffles into action. For Ali Najad and Olivier Busquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. Welcome to the world of high-stakes poker. A seat into our exclusive tournament costs at least $100,000, and you have VIP access to all the action. This is WPT Alpha 8. We are here in South Florida at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino for continuing coverage of WPT Alpha 8. The game we play is Texas Hold'em, but our prestigious poker table is not just for anyone. Our players are part of an exclusive group who travel the world in search of the highest stakes games. All of our competitors started by paying the $100,000 entry fee. And while that investment seems smart for some, for others, not so much. The gentleman with an expert perspective on how to successfully play the game at this point, up in the clubwpt.com skybox, A8's noble commentators Ali Najad and Olivier Busquet. Gentlemen?
Hey, Lynn, thank you so much. Olivia and I are, of course, excited to be here for our continuing coverage of the first ever WPT Alpha 8 event, which drew a very interesting dichotomy of both poker veterans and very wealthy business people, all of whom have ponied up at least $100,000 to be here.
Now, during the first 6 levels, anyone with $100,000 could take a seat at the tournament, and anyone who busted could re-enter. But now we've reached the point where the field is locked in.
Basically, if you run out of chips, it's hasta la vista. At last check, we were waiting on both Daniel Elias and Daniel Perper to decide whether or not they were going to re-enter, and they have both made the decision to do so, joining Isaac Haxton as the only 3 players in the event to invest in a second bullet. Chris Klodnicki has joined the action at our feature table and tweeted, just registered the Alpha 8 100K at Hard Rock. Just got to beat 12 people to win. Doesn't sound too hard. Actually, Chris, it's 15 people, but who's counting? And for that matter, it is kind of hard, isn't it?
These 15 aren't slouches.
Action is underway at the feature table right now, where the blinds are at 800 and 1600. It's on options trader Daniel Perper, whose second $100,000 has produced the very robust 7-4 offsuit. Florida native Jason Mercier, he lays it down, and Isaac Haxton got a quick glimpse at him. He now lives in Malta. Seasoned pro J.C. Tran, who was a season 5 player of the year, lays down. Klodnicki doesn't get a hand he likes to start things off, and it's on to Matt Glantz. The Pennsylvania native with King-Queen offsuit plays the high-stakes cash games over at the Parks Casino.
Easy open from the button here with King-Queen.
Blinds are at 8 and 1600, so Matt's raise to 3200 is the minimum. Jeff Gross folds over to venture capitalist and energies and commodities trader Bill Perkins.
Bill Perkins with 9-8 offsuit. Pretty easy defend there to the min raise.
Flop is a 7 and a couple of 3s.
Extremely dry flop here. And Bill Perkins makes a very unorthodox and rather bizarre lead into the raiser, Matt Glantz.
What's the objective here? You think Matt's ever going to fold?
You know, maybe he thinks that without a pair, Matt will fold, but clearly just with king-queen high, Matt is not going anywhere. And he does turn a queen, so he's definitely not folding now.
Perfect card on the turn. Bill checks, as though he was only willing to take one shot at stealing the pot.
Yeah, it's odd to give up right away.
Well, Matt checked right behind him despite hitting the queen. Is that designed to maybe induce a bluff on the river here? As
Well, if it was, looks like it worked.
Yeah.
An easy call here for Matt. Bill Perkins showing a little bit of inexperience here, playing a very unorthodox line that does not work.
Not his finest moment at a poker table in that particular hand.
That was fun. What are you doing when you get here?
Well, let's get a look at the prize pool. Over $2 million collected between the 18 players. First prize is worth almost $900,000. And fourth, just shy of $250,000.
Pretty big bubble there between fourth and fifth place.
Yeah, absolutely, from zero to a cue ball. As we send it over to the outer table, gaming executive Tom Hall is all in post-flop. He has been called by Brandon Steven. Both Joe Chong and Philip Gruesome have folded. And Tom Hall is going to roll over 8-5 suited up against Brandon Stevens' pocket sixes. Stevens got a set of sixes, and Hall has bottom pair with an open-ended straight draw. Turn card is a 10, third diamond, neither player with a flush draw. Tom is just looking for a 4 or a 9, and he cannot connect. Looking for the straight, but instead, he's headed straight for the exit.
Yeah, Tom Hall, our first player to bust out without the option of re-entering. So we're going to say goodbye to Tom.
Officially in 16th place is Tom Hall as we get back to the feature table. Action on Chris Klodnicki, graduated from Lehigh University, and he's sitting on an ace-king suited. His raise is to 3,500, and it's back over to Bill Perkins with the suited connector, always tempting in No Limit.
Yeah, I like this call from Bill with 7-6 suited in position. Can hit a lot of deceptive boards and make some strong hands.
I've never been to Macau, so.
Folded around to Isaac Haxton.
35.
From the big blind with Queen 10, I can't imagine Ike folding Queen 10.
Yeah.
Isaac used that Queen 10 to flop the nut straight against Jason Mercier earlier in the event. It, of course, didn't work out as Mercier's set of 9s filled up. Flop is 9-4-5. Klodnicki has swung and missed, and it's an open-ended straight draw for Bill Perkins. Nothing much for Isaac.
Chris with 2 overcards and a backdoor straight and a backdoor flush draw takes a shot here. Looks like it's not going to work as Bill puts in a raise with his open-ended straight draw. Strong raise from Bill Perkins.
Easy out for Isaac, and it's back over to Chris.
Not much Chris can do here. Bill's just shown too much aggression.
We were trying to figure out the numbers for
Another 10,000 to call.
No.
I'm not sure what Chris is thinking. He can't really do much with just ace-king here. He could consider calling and then make a move if he gets more equity on the turn, but he does ultimately decide to fold. Well played there by Bill Perkins.
I was ready for it.
I was ready for it, says Bill, suggesting that if Chris would have come over the top, he would have made the call, which of course we know is unlikely to be true, but not impossible.
Hey,
Bill.
you never know.
Blinds and antes have gone up to 1 and 2,000 and a 300 chip ante. That, of course, reduces the value of every stack at the table and affects the shorter stacks more than the bigger ones. Chris is downgraded to 9-4 offsuit. He'll sit this one out, as will Glance. On to Jeff Gross. King 6 not good enough for him. And Bill Perkins, with a wider range than the average player, looks at Jack 9 offsuit.
In this late position, this is a pretty standard open from Bill.
Yeah, Bill has made it 4,000 to go from the hijack position, or 2 off the button.
JC never folds the big blind. JC's book is like chapter 2. Never fold the big blind.
Chapter 1.
Chapter 1?
Can't teach him the rest if you let him fold after chapter 1.
Both players here have flopped something. They both have a 2-way straight draw.
Bill looking for a 7 or a queen. JC for a 5 or a 9 as Tran checked it over to Bill, who bet 5,500.
And check, bet, call is the pretty normal way for this hand to go, and that's exactly how it's gone so far. See what the turn brings.
Never fold.
22,000 and change in the pot. King of diamonds on the turn. JC again checks.
This is a card that's pretty good for Bill to keep firing on. It makes a lot of JC's calling on the flop range weaker. It looks like he is looking for another bet.
And he settles on what looks like just 8,000.
Yeah, 8,000 is a little bit small. You know, his flop bet was 5,500. 8,000 is not even twice that bet, only about a third of the pot. We'll see how JC responds to this smaller size bet.
Check raise from JC Tran with 7 high.
A very strong play here from JC. Looks like he picked up on some weakness from Bill and decided to turn his straight draw into a bluff.
Tran, 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet holder and WPT Season 5 Player of the Year, is getting called.
Yep, Bill looks like he likes his draw enough to try to see one more card.
Certainly wasn't getting the right price.
Yeah, I mean, it depends how you value implied odds. JC now having missed his straight draw on the river, is not giving up, continuing to fire.
And a quick and easy fold from Bill Perkins and successful execution of the bluff from the stone face JC Tran. You know he's doing backflips inside.
Yeah, that was a really well-played hand from JC. Picked up on some weakness on the turn, turned his draw into a semi-bluff, missed, but had the strength to continue on the river. And since they both missed, it's really the aggressor who's going to win. And JC bets the river and takes down the pot.
I just can't get there. I was like, all right.
Action on Jeff Gross, the Baltimore resident, friend of Olympian Michael Phelps, originally from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Looks down at ace-king offsuit and makes it 5,200 to go.
That's the
Big hand here
reason.
for Jeff with ace-king, opening under the gun, 8-handed. Wow, Jason folds ace-jack. Most players, I think, would have at least called there. Jason recognizing that Jeff opens a little bit tighter than most players, and in early position, ace-jack just doesn't play that well to Jeff's opening range.
13-5. Queen or 7 come here.
Klodnicki apparently does not have that same recognition, as he has 3-bet from the small blind to a total of 13,500 with king-queen offsuit, and it's back on Jeff.
And king-queen is actually a pretty good hand to 3-bet with. It blocks certain strong hands from Jeff, makes it less likely that he has ace-king, ace-queen, kings and queens. Obviously, in this case, we see that Jeff does have ace-king. And Jeff surprisingly just calls. Chris started the hand with about 32 big blinds. It looks like the perfect opportunity for Jeff to put in another raise.
But an imperfect flop for Chris Klodnicki. This spells disaster for him, potentially.
Yeah,
King tray 5 rainbow, and he's betting out 12,000.
This is a horrible flop here for Chris. They've obviously both flopped a very big hand, pair of kings, with Jeff having the ace kicker.
And Jeff smooth calls.
Yeah, I think raising here would just be unnecessary. In position with ace-king, I think calling down is really the best strategy.
Well, you want to extract the maximum from your opponent, and raising gives him a chance to get out, potentially. Board pairs on the turn, and with over 55,000 in the pot, Chris Klodnicki is coming up with a number.
17,000.
Jeff is loving the situation. He decided to slow play ace-king before the flop, hit top pair with the nut kicker, and now he's just calling down, hoping that Chris is willing to put his whole stack at risk.
And the river card doesn't change much about the hand.
Yeah, Chris has really no options here besides just moving all in. He could consider checking, but it just doesn't make sense. His hand is too strong, and there aren't many bluffs to try to induce from Jeff.
All in.
And Chris does say all in.
I think we probably could have got this over with pre-flop, but...
A little bit surprising that Jeff hasn't already called. His hand is too strong to really consider folding in this spot.
So sick. Got this monster. 28-9, right? That's annoying.
Well, he seems uncomfortable with Chris's all-in at this point, as though he's giving him credit for aces.
PCA-ish.
Yeah, that's possible, but I really can't imagine him folding.
I don't know how I can fold. I guess you have aces. Wow.
And Gross makes the call, and Klodnicki looks a little bit confused.
That's in.
I wasn't going to fold. I was hoping you would check the river. I was going to check behind. I really did not.
Chris a little bit frustrated that his hand was beat there, but I think well played by both players.
Wow.
Can't blame Klodnicki for having that look on his face. Late entry and early exit.
I almost folded. I swear to God.
If you had more money, you would.
Yeah, I would have probably.
I'm joined by Jeff Gross. We are in the man cave of the Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood. This place is amazing. It's like a cheeky cabana. There's a pool, there's a massage table. Check out your mate back there getting a massage.
Yeah, he's having fun. Exactly.
One thing that I think a lot of people are kind of fascinated about you is your sort of tie with Michael Phelps. Did you teach him how to play poker?
We actually met at a poker table, I think 9 years ago. You know, he plays for fun now and again. He's pretty good, so you know, he's not like a soft spot by any means. He's pretty solid.
So at what point did you realize you were good enough to play these events?
Well, I started playing when I was in high school, and just like any other kid, saw it on TV and got a little money online, and I was like 21, 22, and I got my first decent score. I was like, wow, this is possible. And it's just like, you know, a lot of strategy, but obviously there's luck. And like luck is when preparation meets opportunity, so you're ready for it. And then when it's your time and you do well, when you have a chance, obviously you have to get lucky also. You know, having some six-figure scores makes me feel that, you know, I belong and can play with these guys. I'm not intimidated, and I feel like I like my chances in there.
Cheers.
Did you see the size of Lynn's drink there? Where's that all gonna go?
That requires a strong tolerance from Lynn Gilmartin.
Action at the feature table, three-way pot, which is raised to 5,200 pre-flop, and Jeff Gross has flop top pair, top kicker, but Bill Perkins has bottom two pair. Action on Jeff, who leads into the pot of 18-7 for 4,500.
Even JC has a pair and a straight draw here. We'll see how Bill decides to play his bottom two pair here. I'm more likely to just call in position here and see what comes off and how my opponent plays it. Bill raising a number of flops.
You and Bill play differently.
Just slightly. But I don't mind the raise here. I mean, his hand is obviously strong enough for a raise.
Well, it gets it down to heads up as Tran mucks the 2-8s and Jeff just calls.
Very good card here on the turn for Bill. I expect him to keep firing.
Action on Jeff first.
Check the Hodor.
And he checks it.
Hodor.
And Bill checks behind.
Very, very strange check there. And a terrible card for both players comes off.
JC would have made a jack-high straight if he had been able to continue, which of course he wasn't.
Jeff makes a small bet on the river.
And snap call from Bill.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah, that was a very weird river play. I think that Jeff should really just check that hand on the river.
I didn't love my spot. That's a very perky flop.
Yeah, it's super perky. That's got my name written all over it. My edge would be unpredictable. I'd make a couple of squirrely calls, a couple out of position, play some cards that you wouldn't expect me to have. When a flop comes there, usually they don't believe me, so they pay me off.
Well, Bill likes to keep it funky.
Yeah, some self-awareness there from Bill. He understands his strengths and he understands how to exploit them. Could come in handy for him later on.
Well, Bill Perkins' approach to poker, a little bit different than most, kind of a double-edged sword, and that's part of why he finds himself in sticky situations from time to time on the felt.
Yeah, but that's why he has Jeff Gross as his poker coach to help him get out of those spots.
Indeed, he does. As we get back to action at the feature table, action on Matt Glantz in the small blind. Glantz with pocket queens here.
I think I'm a good poker player because I can adapt to pretty much any situation. I wouldn't say that I have the best fundamentals or the best knowledge of any one game or a particular situation, but when it comes to any kind of spot in a poker game, I kind of figure out what the best alternative, what best move is to do, and pretty much go from there, and I'm always adjusting.
You know, Matt Glantz is really a good candidate for one of the best overall poker players in the world. Very, very skilled at all the poker games, not just No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, high-stakes cash game mixed player from the East Coast. His 3-bet with a couple of queens makes quick work of king-queen offsuit, and then he decides to huck some chips at Dan Perper.
Sorry, Dan. I should have, he has 200 change I threw it to him. It's a very bad shot, though.
You hit him in the head.
I'm vicious.
3-bet Jason, he folds, you throw
Well, Jason's an athlete. He's supposed to catch it.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, think fast, bro.
In the lights.
Let's get over to the outer table, where Dan Shack has moved his entire stack into the middle against Philip Gruesome on the board of Ace-King-10. Run out no good for Dan Shack, and he dishes out a few handshakes before making his way out of the building. Down to 13 players now. Philip Grissom inheriting the rest of Dan Shack's stack. He actually won the $50,000 high roller rebuy event at the 2013 World Series of Poker, good for $863,000 and change. As we come back to the feature table, where Isaac Haxton finds himself heads up in a pot against Jeff Gross. The board currently reads Queen, 7, Ace, Ace.
So Jeff raised pre-flop and then checked pair of queens with a king kicker after Ike had checked in position. Ike out of position led on the turn, which was another ace. Ike with just a gut shot straight draw, but I think he was picking up that Jeff probably didn't have a very strong hand since he didn't bet the flop. Jeff not going anywhere with his pair of queens, and we'll have to see what happens on the river.
Yeah, betting a call of 10,500, a little over 36 in the middle, and the river card, not a 10. That's what Ike was hoping for. Instead, it's a third diamond out there.
And Haxton's reaching for chips.
So, you know, Ike is the type of player, when he has equity and takes a shot at a pot, he usually follows through on the river, especially if a card like the 8 of diamonds, which makes a reasonable draw on the flop, come through. Even though Ike doesn't have diamonds, he can easily represent a flush here, or really any decent ace.
Well, he's not giving Jeff credit for an ace or diamonds, considering that Jeff checked back on the flop, which is obviously factoring into this decision, and now Gross is in a pinch.
What the hell do you think I have?
Jeff here with the king of diamonds can kind of discount a few flushes from Ike's range. He just has to try to figure out how often he thinks Ike is bluffing here. I think Ike, one of the things that separates him from some of the other pros is that he's actually bluffing in these types of situations more than most players and gets people to fold these medium strength hands like Jeff just did there with king queen.
I just can't think what you think I have there.
You have a bad ace or a queen.
And Ike spot on with his read there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, one of those two.
Jeff's
So
wondering if his cards have backs on them. Meanwhile, over at the outer table, Ace 9-10 rainbow board, Eric Seidel finds himself all in with 5-6 suited. And not looking good as the turn leaves him drawing dead. Joseph Chong dispatches the Hall of Famer, who is heading into the South Florida Sunshine, 100K lighter in the pocket.
Jeff Gross took a huge prop bet from Bill Perkins. It involves a tattoo and a lot of money. Log on to clubwpt.com and hear what Jeff told us in the Alpha 8 clip of the week. Clubwpt.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
With Eric Seidel's elimination just before the break, we are now down to 12 players.
With 7 at our feature table and 5 at the outer table, we've moved 1 player to balance the tables.
And that was Matt Glantz, who was all in pre-flop with pocket jacks against aces and tens, and has flopped a set of jacks. That's exactly how you want to script it, isn't it?
It's a pretty good flop there for pocket jacks.
He fills up on the turn, still looking to dodge an ace, and he does, making quick work of Brandon Steven. Brandon's probably thinking, you just got here, man, and you're going to bust me?
Yeah, huge pot there for Matt Glantz.
Always hard to go home busting with aces. Glantz tripling up there. Philip Gruesome had both players covered, so he emerges relatively unscathed as we get back to the feature table. Action is on Isaac Haxton after a fold from Jason Mercier. Haxton with 10-9 offsuit. Blinds and antes have gone up to 1,500 and 3,000. Ante is 500. Haxton makes it 6,500 to go, and Jeff Gross looks at a hard 12. Boxcars.
9-10 offsuit might seem like a relatively weak hand, but they're only 6-handed, and Mercier had already folded. So Ike raising there with 9-10 is actually pretty normal. Jeff calling with 2 6s on the button is completely standard.
Ike with about 40 big blinds to start the hand, and he'll end up heads up with Jeff heading to the flop. And that flop is 10-10 deuce. Easy game.
Yeah, and this is the type of board where I'd expect Ike to just bet 3 times and try to get his stack in. It's very deceptive, 2 10s on the board and him holding one of them, and even the other card being as low as a deuce.
Well, the first bullet is a 10,500 caliber. Jeff with 2 6s. Definitely not folding.
Jeff can't really consider folding at all. He could consider raising, but the vast majority of pros in a situation like this, in position with a pocket pair, elect just to call.
And that's exactly what he did as a 4 hits the turn, another undercard to the 6s.
And it also brings a backdoor flush draw. I expect Ike to bet here, but he decides to check and play it a little tricky.
And Gross checks back, and a jack hits the river.
Ike might have been planning to try to check raise the turn, but instead I think he'll go for a relatively decent-sized bet here on the river.
And with 41.5 out there, Ike fires 38,000, almost a full-size pot bet.
Yeah, that was a little larger than I expected.
Damn, dude, you're tough.
And there might be some history here since we saw Jeff and Ike play a hand earlier and Jeff fold on the river. He might be less willing to fold on the river again to the same player.
And we heard Jeff say, dang, dude, you're tough.
Yeah, Ike is really one of the toughest players around. And Jeff knows that Ike could be bluffing here, but unfortunately for him, if he does call, he's not going to like what he sees.
Which he does. Surprise.
Nice hand.
Jeff might have been a little bit tired of folding on the river. He might have just overestimated Ike's bluffing frequency, or maybe not, just in this case, Ike had it. It's tough to tell. It's a very difficult spot there for Jeff. Decided to go with it, but unfortunately, Ike did have 3 10s.
I was gonna lay it down.
Yeah, he should have called with the king-queen against Ike's king-jack earlier, and he should have laid down here. Just wrong decisions, wrong times.
And sometimes just looking at the results is tough to tell whether, you know, a player is playing well or not. Sometimes they're just getting unlucky and running into certain hands from their opponents. I think it's reasonable for Jeff to call there, but it's really tough to tell.
Well, Gross starts this hand with 170,000 and change, and he has put 6,000 of it out there with ace-10 offsuit.
It's like you are not afraid.
Blinds are at 1,500 and 3,000, so 6K is the min raise right now. Antes are at 500. Daniel Perper has ace-jack suited. And he is going to ship it. 23,000 total.
Dan Perper very short stacked here, just under 8 big blinds. Pretty easy all in with ace-jack suited, but he does run into the ace-queen of Jason Mercier, who does not fold.
He just calls, and another ace-jack suited, this time for Isaac Haxton, but he's got a razor, an all-inner, and a cold caller in front of him, so he's going to lay it down.
Good disciplined fold there by Ike.
Oh, this is awkward.
4 hands and 4 aces.
All right, Jason, if I hadn't just spewed off 40 on that river, I might play with you, but I think you got like either me dominate or a pair, yeah.
Perper just not able to get anything going throughout this tournament.
I had ace-10.
Which includes 2 bullets.
And I had ace-jack.
Did you really? I was like, oh man, this is, I don't feel like I'm even gonna get this. When you start tanking, I was like, oh God.
Was in a good spot to try to double up, but then ran into Jason Mercier behind him, who had ace-queen.
And the flop, king, queen, 9. Not over for Daniel Perper, despite Mercier's having the better hand right now. He's looking for a 10 to make Broadway.
Actually has 4 outs instead of the 3 he had before the flop. He needs any 10 to make a straight.
Well, 6 isn't going to cut it, and now he's got 1 pull, add a 10 to make Broadway and stay alive.
Get some.
That's the face of a man whispering quietly, 10, 10, 10. Instead, it's a 7. Daniel Perper has been eliminated.
Knew that was going to happen.
And that's never a good feeling when you bust, having put 2 bullets in.
First time I've had a playable hand in 6 hours, and then...
Unfortunate day for Daniel Perper.
Is that to induce me, or you just want? I mean, if I ship it, you.
I don't know, man. I was just hoping everybody folded.
I'm hoping you didn't have to make any more decisions.
Yeah.
Alpha 8 is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Fun, exciting poker you can play for free.
Welcome back to the world's most exclusive poker room, WPT Alpha 8. Tonight's event is brought to you by the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in South Florida. Action at the feature table is in full gear, so let's get to Ali and Olivier up in the ClubWPT.com skybox.
We get a look at the current chip counts. Jason Mercier, the big stack. Jeff Gross sitting on the short one.
We're now down to 10 players with 5 at our feature table and 5 at our outer table. So you might see players opening up and playing a slightly wider range than before.
Well, you don't need a wide range to get involved with pocket aces, which is exactly what Bill Perkins has right now.
Yeah, I think I might play pocket aces no matter how many players are at the table.
And he makes it 7,000 to go. That's 2.5x with the blinds at 1,500 and 3,000. Ante is 500. Mercier with the easy fold. And now to Isaac Haxton on the button with ace-jack suited.
Yeah, Ike has a couple options here. I think he could very easily 3-bet. He decides to just call, which I actually prefer. His hand is suited and plays well in a number of different flops. He's in position, so he doesn't mind adding a player or 2 to the field.
Both blinds fold, and it's Bill and Isaac heading heads up to the flop. 6-10-9 with a couple of diamonds.
Ike flops a pretty big hand here with the nut flush draw.
2 aces still best. 21,000 in the middle.
This is a pretty good flop for Bill. Not the best flop, but definitely worth at least 1 or 2 bets.
Perkins coming up with a number. 8,500.
Ike again with the option of either calling or raising with his very big draw. And I like in position just calling here, seeing what comes off.
And that's a troublesome card potentially for Haxton. He now has jacks with the nut flush draw. Yeah, certainly is drawing to beat aces, but is still behind.
He's definitely not going anywhere now, and Bill makes another bet on the turn.
12,500 this time. Haxton calls the 12-5, pot up to 63 even. And here comes the river. Haxton with a lot of outs, and a diamond is one of them. Awful river card for Perkins.
Just terrible for Perkins. Looks like he's reaching for chips, but I don't like betting here. His hand is just not good enough to put any more chips in this pot. Obviously now Ike is going to raise this bet, and hopefully Bill will be able to get away with just one pair here. But I think Bill could have gotten away with just checking the river and saving some chips.
Yeah, it looks like Perkins may have lit a match to 15K. Really hard to justify betting with that board texture on the end.
Sometimes it's just tough psychologically when you have two aces in your hand to accept the fact that maybe you've lost a hand.
And of course, here's the big raise from Haxton, the 67 total.
Now, obviously, Bill doesn't beat anything. Any 8 or king is a straight, 2 diamonds is a flush, and he does find a fold. So at the river does make the good decision finally.
Oh my God, that is not the best. Wow.
Not the best hand.
Not the best board.
And Perkins gives Haxton a look at the two aces.
Wow, it just got worse and worse.
It just got worse. I should have just opened shelves on the flop.
Might have lost.
That would have been interesting.
Wow, Perky gets the ones. I had an ace too.
I know he called me with some ridiculous hand.
Over at the outer table, Philip Gruesome has open raised all in with ace-7 offsuit. Matt Glantz has made the call with queen-9 suited, and we head to the flop. Philip, his tournament life at stake, and it's a 9-high board. Glantz now has the best hand. Philip is hoping for an ace to stay alive. Turn card doesn't connect, and he has 3 outs once. 4 of hearts is not one of them, and that is the end of the day for Philip Gruesome. Auf Wiedersehen, my friend.
Nice run for Matt Glantz here at the outer table.
Philip saying his goodbyes to his friends in the high-stakes community.
Philip looking a little less dejected than some of the other past bust-outs. I think he's more used to these stakes and the variance that comes with live tournaments.
Either that or the fact that he's exchanging British pounds for US dollars softens the blow. He
That
currently
does help.
lives in London, and he's getting a good exchange rate, isn't he?
You know that? We're back-to-back FCs, kid.
And he comes over to the feature table to say goodbye to his friends there as well.
And they are down to 9 players, so they will consolidate into one table. Looking for high roller excitement without the high roller risk?
Then go to clubwpt.com and sign up for our Alpha 8 High Roller Play Chip tournaments for a chance to be crowned champion.
There's a seat waiting for you right now at clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino here in South Florida for the continuation of our inaugural WPT Alpha 8 event, where the room has shrunk a little bit. We're down to 1 table.
There's also been a redraw, so all the players have new seats, and we've been joined by 3 strong pros, Joseph Chong, Steven Silverman, and Daniel Elias.
Matt Glantz, after taking a break from the feature table and moving over to the outer table, he's gone from short stack to chip leader.
It's been a good run for Matt.
Nice little shift out there. And there's a look at the current chip counts. As we mentioned, Matt Glantz, the chip leader. And we pick up the action at the feature table with the blinds at 2 and 4,000, ante at 500. Pocket deuces for Jason Mercier, and he pitches it.
Wow, that's surprising. I can't see myself folding deuces there with no real short stack. Maybe I should re-look at my under the gun range now that I see Jason folded.
Yeah, stop being such a fish cake, Olivier. Ace-10 offsuit for Bill Perkins, folded around to him, and he makes it 10K to go.
Silverman with pretty easy call on the button with pocket 5s.
No need to re-raise?
No, his hand is not strong enough to re-raise, and he's in position looking to flop a set and win a big pot.
Of course, you do invite the squeeze whenever you smooth call on the button in a spot like this. And it's not really a squeeze, but JC Tran is most certainly going to be playing back with pocket kings.
Yeah, JC looking to 3-bet and get as many chips as possible into the pot before the flop with his monster pair.
27,000 total. Bill Perkins bows out, and it's 17K for Silverman to call.
Good disciplined fold there by Bill. I think Steve, if he was out of position to JC, might consider folding this hand, but starting the hand with just over 40 big blinds, I can see Steve wanting to take a chance to flop a set and potentially double up here against JC.
And that's what he does. Steve hails from the Washington, D.C. area and has flopped a set of 5s, sucking out against those 2 kings.
Steve and I used to actually play heads up online quite a bit when he was first starting out. Very tough opponent.
Meanwhile, JC Tran post-flop has fired 38,000.
That's actually a pretty big bet on the flop here. Steve, having flopped middle set, is just loving the situation, looking almost definitely to double up here.
All in.
He says all in.
So sick. Give me exact count. Put him on a small pair, too.
I think it'll be very difficult for JC to get away. His instincts seem to know that he could potentially be beat, but I think his hand is too strong and Steve doesn't have enough chips to get JC to actually fold.
Yeah, 143,500 total, and JC calls the balance, and Steve gives him the bad news.
And I like that Steve didn't try to play it all tricky and make a small raise. He just put his chips in the middle. He hoped JC had a big pair, and if he did, didn't expect him to fold it.
I'm gonna suck out.
He was right and looks to double up here with a set of 5s.
Well, let's see if he can avoid a king. So far, so good on the turn, but that 8 changes things.
It actually increases chop outs, and so if any of the 7s come, they would chop with a straight on the board, but the river is an ace, and Steve Silverman does double up with his pair of 5s.
That's not how JC had it in his head with 2 kings.
Yeah, I don't think either player really did anything wrong there. Just one of those unavoidable spots where Steve took a chance, flopped the set, and was able to double up.
Total pot was over 357,000.
If I shove the flop, do you call?
The flop?
Yeah. No, pre-flop.
With 5s?
Yeah.
No. But could you beat kings?
At the river. On the river.
Action is on Jeff with pocket 7s. Jeff starting the hand with just about 17 big blinds.
He moves all in.
Jeff decides to move all in here.
Very easy.
Jeff under the gun, 9-handed here.
Is that like 70?
70 exactly, yeah.
All in with 2 7s.
69,500 to call. Action over to Joseph Chong, and with ace-queen offsuit, he is going over the top and all in, 174,500 total.
Yeah, Joe's stack is such that it doesn't really matter if he calls or raises all in. He's basically committed for the rest of his stack if he puts in the 70,000 that Jeff Gross has put in the middle. Almost 18 big blinds and his tournament life at risk.
Oh, that's a good start. That's not gonna do it.
Show me ace-king, Joe.
And you hear Gross say, show me ace-king, Joe. Ace-queen, pretty much the same thing. Of course, Chong either had an over pair or 2 over cards.
Good luck, brother. It's going to a good guy if you get it.
Thanks, appreciate that.
And we see from the stats that Joe's actually a small favorite with ace-queen offsuit, which is not typically the case. The reason here is that our statisticians have actually included all of the folded cards from the other players. Great flop there for pocket 7s, though.
I wish I had ace-king now.
Yeah, no, right?
Jeff looking to avoid an ace or a queen on the river.
Here's the river.
And that river card is a 10. Jeff Gross stays alive.
You survived.
Thanks. That's an awkward spot, too, with 7s. Under the gun, 9-handed. You know? I almost just raised, and I was like, I can't raise full. I gotta just ship it. Try to get a race or take it down.
Action continues in a moment.
My family are pretty used to the idea of me playing poker for big money at this point. I've been doing it for a few years, and they get it that this is what I do for a living, and they're not too stressed about it.
They just know it's part of the job, and they support me as I go.
They think it's a little crazy, but they also think it's fantastic.
I mean, my parents love poker. My dad, that's one of his favorite hobbies, and he likes following along, so they're really supportive.
My mom likes to follow along and to calculate how much I'm winning or how much what my stake is in the tournament.
I just try not to tell my mom. She would have a heart attack, so I don't tell them anything.
I like that. Chong is a good son. Why would you want to kill your mom by telling her you bought in $100,000 to a poker event? That's how my mom would feel about it. As we pick up the action here, you see the current chip counts. Matt Glantz still the big stack. Bill Perkins on the short one. Ace-Jack offsuit for Steven Silverman, who makes it 10,000 to go, and it's folded around to Matt Glantz.
Matt makes a somewhat tight fold with 7-6 of hearts on the button.
Ace-9 suited for Isaac Haxton in the big blind.
Ike definitely not going to fold this hand from the big blinds, especially to a min raise.
Yeah, blinds are at 2,500 and 5,000 with a 500 chip ante. And Ike defends.
It's going to be tough to beat the dominating ace-jack of Steve Silverman, though.
Well, here comes the flop. Queen-9 deuce. And Haxton has the best hand now with a pair of nines.
Yeah, Ike checks, keeping in rhythm, checking to the pre-flop aggressor. See if Steve puts a continuation bet out or not.
Well, why would he and why wouldn't he?
Well, the queen and the 9 are definitely a combination of cards that are going to help a lot of Ike's defending range. Hands like King 10, King Jack, King Queen, Jack 10. All these hands make some sort of hand here. Steve does decide to c-bet, and Ike quickly calls with mid-pair, a backdoor flush draw.
15,000 a man into the pot, and the turn is a 10 of diamonds. That makes things look a little better for Silverman.
It's a very interesting card. It gives Steve an open-ended straight draw, and even if another diamond comes on the river, Steve with the ace of diamonds might represent a flush. And for Ike, the 10 normally hits a big part of his range, giving him some sort of 2-pair or pair plus straight draw or even a straight. In this particular case, it's actually a terrible card for him because he just has an ace with his 9.
Now, Silverman doesn't know that, but nonetheless, he fires 37,000 at the turn with the open ender, or the up and down straight draw.
Yeah, very strong turn bet there by Steve, and pretty easy fold with just ace-9 by Ike.
Well, Silverman's aggression being paid off.
I think my strengths involve just being able to know what pieces to put together. It's not often just thinking I should do this or this, but there's various factors to consider, and it's kind of like doing a math problem.
Silverman actually retired in 2010 at the ripe old age of 22, actually dropping out of college in 2007 to turn pro. I'm not on that program.
Yeah, well, Steve made a decision to come back a year or two ago, and it looks like a good decision. He's had a lot of very good results. Steve, one of the more deliberate theoretical players, a very strong player.
Sort of Haxton-ish in that way, as we see action folded around to Ike, who has ace-8 suited this time.
Yeah, nobody is quite as Haxton-ish as Ike. He really is in a category by himself. Strong hand for him on the button with ace-8 of hearts.
Going Queen 10.
All in. How much is it?
All in.
Bill Perkins, short stacked here, decides to go all in with his raggedy ace.
It's probably like 73,000.
72,000 more for Isaac to call, and he makes that call and will be pleased to see himself in a dominating position.
Always in a situation against him too. Like
probably ace like 4 or 5. Go ahead and just get your wheelbarrow.
If I got to turn it over.
Yeah.
Bill could have considered just calling the min raise, but I think going all in was perfectly reasonable. Just a little bit unlucky that Ike had such a strong hand and is in dire shape to stay alive here.
Well, the flop will help bring things into focus as you see each player eagerly looking on, and it's a queen and a couple of 10s on the board.
And the chances of them tying have just jumped over 60% with any card above an 8 chopping the pot.
Is it hard not to chop?
Yeah, I need two cards under an 8, or to hit the 8. That works pretty well.
That's a tough card for Bill to see. Now he only chops with an ace or a queen and cannot win the pot outright.
And the river is a 3, spelling the end of the road for Bill Perkins.
Thanks.
See you.
Yeah, Bill Perkins, very popular among the pros, become almost a regular in these big buy-in events, actually finishing 3rd in the 100K at the World Series for just under $2 million. Though Bill doesn't play poker all day, every day like some of these pros, he's a strong player in his own right and can certainly hold his own.
Well, there you have it. The poker gods have spoken and the Alpha 8 have been chosen. Preparations for the official final table of WPT Alpha 8 Florida are underway. So join us next time as the fight for first place prize continues. For Ali Najad and Olivier Busquet, I'm Lynn Gilmartin. Good night. for a great time, so grab a bud and connect with friends as we go all in for charity. Hello, I'm Lynn Gilmartin, coming to you with a special at-home edition of the World Poker Tour. The King's Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT is a very special event because in addition to all the great poker action the WPT is known for, Budweiser is providing a cool $125,000 to World Central Kitchen as part of Budweiser's ongoing efforts to bring people together as one team by supporting our communities in need and our heroes on the front lines. Represents a $15,000 donation on behalf of 5 players at this star-stacked table, plus an additional $50,000, the King's share, on behalf of our winner. And World Central Kitchen is a very worthy cause. It's the largest global philanthropic food organisation, serving millions of fresh meals to those in need since 2010. And appropriately, among our celebrity players tonight, we are honoured to have the founder of World Central Kitchen. He's a culinary innovator and a man twice named to Time's 100 most influential people. Welcome, Jose Andres, a true king of the kitchen. Chef, I am so thrilled that Budweiser is able to provide $125,000 to you and your hardworking team to support your amazing work.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here, and thank you for the support. So far, we are already reaching over 5 million meals all across America. So thank you to the World Poker Tournament and to all of you guys for being here, for supporting this.
Well, it's an honour for Budweiser and WPT to be supporting World Central Kitchen through this event. All right, let's meet the rest of our players. Coming to us from my home country of Australia, we have the GOAT of surfing with 11 world titles and 55 career victories, the King of the Waves, Kelly Slater.
Yeah, early morning here. Looking forward to it.
And it's a good thing these are virtual because this Tony and Grammy-winning star of stage and screen is also an award-winning magician. It's Jason Alexander.
I do a trick, but I'm so limited during the quarantine.
Right, and we are safe with the virtual cards.
Exactly.
Also joining us is a 6-time NBA All-Star, 2-time NBA and 3-time Olympic medalist, the king of Spanish basketball, Pau Gasol.
How are you guys? Thanks for having me.
Now, we'll soon find out if he's a madman at the table, but his Emmy and Golden Globe winning acting talents should certainly play a role in his poker face. John Hamm.
Hello, thank you for having me. Proud to be here.
And finally, someone who is certainly no stranger to a poker game, SAG award-winning comedian, podcaster and author, Kevin Pollak.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Plus, our commentary team is standing by to call the action, also from the comfort of their own homes.
Well, here we go. We have a great table here tonight full of celebrities that can play some poker. I'm Vince Van Patten alongside Tony Dunst. Tony, how you doing?
I'm doing well today. Great to be here with you tonight. Can't wait to watch some celebrity poker.
There's the chip leaderboard. Every player is going to start with 25,000 in chips. Now, if you don't know poker that well and you're watching, each player will get 2 cards, and there'll be 5 community cards in the middle to make your best 5-card poker hand. No limit hold'em. You can bet anything you want at any time, and these players will.
Now, remember, we are here for a good time and a great cause. So let's shuffle up and deal.
So guys, we're gonna do this in Spanish, okay? It's gonna be in Spanish.
Let's see the magician.
We can see everyone's private cards, called the hole cards, but the players can only see their own.
John, is your Spanish good?
It's not as good as yours, I'll put it that way.
All right, fair enough. If it was, I would be not just shocked, but...
Where are you from in Spain? What
Barcelona.
city?
Well, near Barcelona. I was born in Barcelona, but grew up right outside.
I was supposed to leave for Spain today.
Oh,
Really?
God,
Yeah.
what a bummer. Where were you,
It was
for
a-
vacation or for fun or work?
It was a mix. There was a comedy festival that wanted to have me as a guest up in A Coruña.
Coruña.
And,
Wow, beautiful.
and my friend and I were going to meet up with friends and do, Seville,
Little
Granada,
twerk.
Barcelona, Madrid.
King Jack
No.
5 on the flop. Not much happening here for any of our 3 players.
What the heck is going on here?
4 on the turn. Set for the chef. Woohoo!
A set is when you have 3 of a kind, 2 down in your hole cards, and 1 on the board.
How do I do that?
And the chef,
Oh, Jesus. All right.
That's a big
Somebody's
bet.
in a rush.
He leads out all in, Vince.
You got to get where?
I don't know if I did it because I wanted to, I did it, but here you go.
You got a dinner to catch?
Well, he's running a little bluff with this table talk.
Well, turns out it worked.
Really? $600, all this work?
the chef overbakes the casserole there,
Wow.
but he takes down hand number one.
You know you went all in, right?
3/4, guys.
That's a good hand. You could have won a little more if you'd
A little more
if you wanted
patiently.
Now I realize.
The players at our table tonight have a range of experience. My understanding is Kevin, John, and Jason playing a home game together.
I can beat your fourth.
So they're a little familiar with each other's tendencies.
Not the trip force.
Pau, Jose, Kelly, a little bit of our wild cards tonight.
It's the best seafood in the world there in Coruña. It's amazing.
Really?
Gooseneck barnacles, percebes, sea urchin, spider crabs, great waves. I mean, man.
You're making it worse, Jose.
La Coruña, en Galicia.
Kelly Slater going to stick around for inside straight, gets nothing. Kevin Pollak splashing around with a little pair of sixes.
Going for a little more value.
Wow.
Kelly is going to fold that.
That a baby.
Hand that one over. Oh, hand that one over.
Kelly looks like he's coming directly from a surf dorm.
I was going to say, he's rocking the bunk bed. You think he's a top bunk or a bottom bunk kind of guy?
I think he deserves his own room. But you know, surfers all crammed together. They do a lot of things together, so maybe you got something there.
Well, maybe that's
He's in
why
Australia right now. Nice enough to be playing with us already here today.
An ace.
This time he's got ace king. He's got king kicker. He's betting 350, and he will not get any action. So Kelly Slater taking down his first pot tonight, and he says he plays a lot of poker out there on the surf circuit. Not much as of late, he says, but he knows Hold'em, and he knows it well.
Five players in on Kelly's big blind. He will check. Everybody but Pau Gasol in this hand, and it is Kelly who flops a flush draw with the spades, and John Hamm
Queens are hot.
has the lead with trip queens.
He does. He's going to make a bet 250.
Somebody has a queen already.
Kelly with the four flush here. That's when you have four of one suit, and you are drawing to a flush, looking for one more card of your suit.
Is 5 queen?
Yeah, we're going to find out how many queens are in this deck.
Depends where you live, Jose.
So John Hamm looking good here.
Oh.
John's going to bet 1,000.
Uh-oh.
So he's bluffing.
Now that does give Jose some outs here. Now he can catch a 10, although with one of them in Kelly's hand, doesn't look likely.
I am shopping.
Yeah, you are.
Slater making it a good drop there on the turn.
I am shopping.
Nothing happened for the chef.
Are you saying chopping, or are you on another site doing some shopping for
Are
shoes?
you having a problem with my English or with my accent?
Either Spanish. Either just class clown and high.
I was shopping. I was looking for the 10.
What is the chef chopping for? Steak knives?
Fair enough.
I was very pleased that no flushes or straights came up on that hand, I will say.
Yeah, John Hamm taking that one down. Kelly Slater dodged a bullet there.
That's your shopping trip.
Well, an ace in the hand for three of our players here.
But I also thought maybe you were saying chopping.
Everybody calls. No respect. No respect whatsoever.
I kind of have a Steve Martin arrow through the head thing happening here.
John Hamm, our only player out, and it is Kelly who makes top pair on our Jack 10-5 flop.
Kelly Slater got a bet 50, under bet there.
Well, I feel like a jerk for folding. It would have been a family pot.
Jason, ace 9 of clubs, making the call.
Jason with some backdoor possibilities here, looking for clubs or running straight, and he does make an open-ended straight draw on the. He is looking for a queen or a 7. An ace would also give him the win here.
Everybody gets some orange juice.
Oh,
how nice.
Orange.
Was that from you, John?
Yeah.
Jason has raised it. Kelly's pumping, but they're betting very small numbers here.
Pushing me, huh, Kelly? All right. It's for the kids. It's for the kids.
Kelly, squeeze a little more out of Jason and his orange juice.
So Jason doesn't get there. Slater just betting 50.
What are those things? What are the little Buddhas we just got?
Oh, I think you got it, Kelly.
Nah, it came from me.
Kind of under betting, but he's going to take the less.
I think it's a chip protector, is it not?
Jason goes away with his misdraw.
Yep, the great surfer. Doesn't get the barrel, but he gets the win. What are you going to do? Whoa, John Hamm picking up 2 queens.
How are you guys doling out things is what I want to know.
You click on your little shopping cart icon thing there.
Yeah, I don't know that part either.
Or
that's 150.
Yeah, right next to your name on the left. The club WPT.
Slater going to call with Jack 7 of clubs. The chef.
Yeah.
Going to stick around for the second course.
Everybody gets a little 4-leaf. Hello.
Jeez, you guys are too kind.
Yeah, let's see who's our luckiest leprechaun.
Should have given that just to Jason.
Pow's got a hat.
They are all calling. Let's see what happens. King 9-6, 2 clubs. 4 flush for Kelly.
Kelly and John, the ones with a hand here. Kevin and Jason do have outs to their straights, but as you can see from the percentages there, the 2 most likely to win this hand are John and Kelly.
And they're giving gifts out. Pau Gasol gives everyone glasses. You can do that on clubwpt.com. Give gifts away. Kelly raising to 500.
Is it a bald thing, Kelly?
Yeah, well, the partial ball. The cigars. Yeah, everyone's really excited about their buying.
Oh, flush for Kelly Slater.
There we go. Now it's going to get interesting.
And 3 6s for the chef. Queens for John Hamm. Whoa.
Well, no big all-in right away from Jose Andres. Last time he made 3 of a kind, he just let it for his entire stack. Now playing it a little more cautious.
Jason taking a stab.
John's right there. Right there. Kelly's raising. Of course he is.
Smooth call, min raise, devilish.
All right.
Another smooth call.
Look at all this action.
What do we have here?
All right, I'm going to pop out of this thing.
Wow.
Just got the boat.
River Carter King for Jose. He makes his full house. Whoa.
Wow. Watch out.
Shopping.
Watch out.
We are shopping.
You know, the lead has changed on every street. Jose Andres, winner here, so long as he doesn't fold.
He's going all in again.
See who's got the king.
Raise that, Kelly.
You could.
Well, he's got it covered. It's not going to knock him out.
What the?
He'd raise 1,300.
What the?
Yep.
And a nice fold from Kelly there, showing some discipline and dropping his flush.
Show me your bluff.
I had a full house. King 6s.
I had a flush.
It's a good drop, Kelly. Okay, welcome back to the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT.
Shout out to Budweiser, who invites us all to join together as one team to help our heroes on the front lines. They are providing $125,000 to World Central Kitchen on behalf of our talented celebrity players. For the most part, still pretty to their starting stacks.
Blinds are 50, 100.
Good, no call.
I think Kelly made a mistake. He pushed his sitting out button, so he's a little confused by that.
Oh, I guess I'm sitting out this one.
Yeah, you got to get yourself back in.
Now, Kevin here with ace-jack suited is going to go up to 700. Jose with his king-3. Does he want to play his button to the raise? Of course, the players can't see everyone's whole cards like we can.
Man, I cannot stay out a hand.
Flop, ace-9 deuce.
Just in case anybody feels it.
Now you're talking my language.
John Hamm giving a gift of handkerchiefs.
We're short on toilet paper in this house. This will be great.
There you go. It's virtual, but it
I
works.
think you're supposed to send that to people after after you put a bad beat on them and try it out.
Helps.
You betcha.
And Kevin Pollak.
Very good, Kevin. Very good.
We'll take it.
Everybody, check and see on the table window that you're on.
Yep.
That the little volume sign is muted, because I think we're getting some feedback.
So Jose here with the 4-7 of spades. Going to limp in behind John Hamm. Now Kevin on the button holding ace-5. Also going to call. Jason with a slightly better ace. Completes in the small blind. And Powell will check 9-7 suited in the big blind.
Muy bien hecho, señor.
Queen 8-4, 2 hearts. Pau Gasol with the flush draw. You can see those eyebrows pop a little bit.
I don't know why I did that out too. That was an accident.
Kelly's saying, okay, he's back in. He pushed the wrong button to say he was sitting out, but he's happy to be back in.
Very proud.
The flop will check around, and so a 9 on the turn will give Pau the lead. The pair of 9s to go along with his heart flush draw. So he'll start betting by firing out 200.
Yeah, the superstar basketball player can play some poker.
I feel like one of the hands they're going to televise.
Let's see if he'll take this one down. Yes, he does. With the 9s.
Well, most basketball fans know Pau from his time on the Lakers.
I mean, nice win.
But I was hoping he'd get a 3rd title last year with my Milwaukee Bucks, Vince.
Pau has always been very smooth on his shot.
Very smooth.
Nothing but net.
Very efficient. High percentage.
Now, right there, you see Kelly Slater giving us a little Chippendale moment here. He's taking his shirt off.
I do this all the time at the table, Vince. You know, sun's out, guns out. It's very simple.
Don't get any ideas, okay? Kelly can do it. Another host announcer. Come on, not so good. The greatest surfer of all time putting on another shirt.
As soon as you get that shirt back on, it's on you.
You're killing us.
I'm off camera here.
No, it's okay. Just keep calling.
Yeah. Kelly, I don't want to embarrass you, or I'd do the same thing.
Kelly with the second best hand, but probably in the best shape here.
Oh, what are we at now? How much is this?
Yeah, the action's on you to check, bet, or fold.
There we go. I'm back in. Sorry, guys.
Boom.
Kevin Pollak making a bluff raise on the flop with nothing but napkin.
Really? The usual suspects.
Now Jose making the usual suspects reference. That's a big movie for Kevin Pollak. And he does get Kelly to fold top pair. Now to Jose with a better top pair holding King Jack here. He is undeterred. So Jose and Kevin go to the turn. 8 on the turn.
Boom.
No help for Pollak.
Yeah. Let's see what do you do with this.
Continue to tell a story about the strength of his hand.
Keep pushing.
Boom. Yeah.
Yes, he will.
He's an expert.
Keep that pressure on.
I'm pretty confident I'm ahead right now. That's the only reason I'm betting.
Do I go and I do shopping? I'm not going to do shopping.
Oh,
Wow,
he's going
and
to
a
get a big fold from Jose.
I got 2 kings.
Boom.
Kevin, I folded garbage and it would have killed you.
That bull talk.
Rub some salt in the wound there.
Unbelievable. And I fall for it.
I'm just here to make friends.
Everyone around this table here for a good time and a good cause, and you can tell that they are laughing it up around this table.
Like any devoted poker player, I'm just here to make friends.
Budweiser is committed to going the extra mile to ensure beer drinkers enjoy their products in a responsible way, because every experience with one of their beers should be a positive one. So drink wiser.
Welcome back to the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT,
where $125,000 is going to World Central Kitchen, all because of Budweiser.
Well, Tony, as you know, we love poker, and poker is the greatest game to play with your friends.
That's right. It's a great way to say, what's up?
Yeah, good bluff there last time by Kevin over Jose.
I was ahead and I give it away. And now he has $29,000.
Just remember it for next time. You'll know to call.
Jose, the good thing is, no matter what, you win.
That's so true.
Kevin gave
There you
a
go.
free show, so Jose found out the bad news about making that fold.
Yeah, I never believe that we are all winners. No way. I want to beat you guys. Especially when I beat Kevin. I really thought he was a good man. I mean,
Who gave you that impression?
A few good men. I mean, you felt me, man.
Drove him off.
This time, Jose Andres' movie reference lands hard enough to knock Kevin Pollak out of the room.
It's only thanks to Seinfeld getting picked up for a second year that I became a few good men.
That's very true.
Wow.
I was happy to keep you afloat, Kevin.
Little inside baseball worked out very well for both of us.
John Hamm with a pair of jacks.
Get up a strong hand.
Maybe a little distracted here.
Did you know that story, John Hamm?
It's on, John.
No, I was going to inquire. What is that story?
I was cast in Kevin's role.
I was working on a TV project that Rob Reiner and Christopher Guest created. And while we were shooting, one day at lunch, Rob said, this next movie I'm doing was a big Broadway play called A Few Good Men. Very successful, over 500 performances. I got Tom Cruise. I think I'm going to get Jack Nicholson. And there's this part of Tom's co-counsel that you're perfect for. I have an offer out to Jason Alexander, but if Seinfeld gets picked up for season 2, he's not available. Now, this is a time when that, believe it or not, was almost a foregone conclusion that it would not get picked up. It was on Friday,
right.
Friday nights. They'd only done 4 episodes, right? The Seinfeld Chronicles.
Absolutely.
And just shy of no one was watching the show. And I went home and prayed for Jason's success.
The first and last time you've ever done that to another actor.
That's exactly right. Please, God, if you cared all about Jason Alexander, why would you take this away from him?
Jose with a straight on the river.
Jason, I was watching a rerun of Seinfeld the other night, and it was from, I think it was from one of the first run, like the first 4 or 5 episodes, because all the sets were different. Jerry's apartment was different. It was very strange because all of those hyper familiar scenes, like the diner was different.
Yeah.
It was clear that it wasn't like in the main tranche of episodes, and I hadn't seen that in forever. It was so wild to see.
I bump into them every now and then on the road, and it's like watching home movies going, really?
I have a similar thing when if I'll catch an episode of Mad Men on there. It's so bizarre. You're just whoa, what's the?
And I look at them and I go, I have no memory of doing that. Absolutely no memory of doing it.
With the 8 landing on the turn, John Hamm is open-ended, looking for a 9 or a 4, but that 4 would give Pau Gasol a full house here. Let's see if he wants to go to the river.
And he's going to get Pau to fold the hand, and now he can show his hand if he wants to. Didn't have to there.
The Pollock playbook.
KP, what was that project with Chris Guest and Rob Reiner?
It was a summer series that aired on CBS that back in 1990 or 91, which was when there was no original programming over the summer. So they started doing what they called summer series.
Oh, right. Yeah, right. Back when there were seasons of television.
Morton and Hayes was the name of the show, and it was Morton and Hayes. Rob Reiner started the show by coming out on camera and saying, "Hi, I'm Rob Reiner. You may know me from television. What you may not know is I've always been a big fan of the great comedy teams of the 30s and 40s. Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, and of course my favorite, Chick Morton and Eddie Hayes." Oh, he's gone all in, and I've got a big pocket pair.
All
Jose.
in. And now I am ahead.
Just your chance to bluff me on a hand. You're going to get a
Now I am ahead. I'm going to send you the photo.
a big pocket pair. I'm going to fold.
Good.
Show it.
I had 4 kings and 2 4s.
You got pocket jacks to lay down, so good on you. Nice hand.
Welcome back to the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT,
where $125 is going to World Central Kitchen, all because of Budweiser.
And there you got Kevin Pollak, now the chip leader with 27,000.
As we jump back into the action, blinds are at 75, 150.
Does it exist anywhere? Can you? Is it like, have you found it on like YouTube or anything?
It's absolutely on YouTube. Morton and Hayes, yeah. And Chris Guest is in a couple episodes, and
it is Jose who makes the best hand here with 2 pair aces and 5s up against the top pair of aces of Kevin. So let's see how much money he can get out of his nemesis.
What was it? That's 150. Kevin, so not going to raise with ace 10.
Bob Reiner were behind it. They're oh, what's it? Max.
We are going to the turn.
Deuce wrote on it also.
Pros?
Yeah. And I think Michael McKean wrote some too. He was in a couple episodes.
Wow.
1,200. Quick call by Kevin.
What?
Jose going into a little performance here. And a min bet.
Okay, Kevin.
I'm just curious what you have since you refused to show. Have you clicked?
They don't let me show.
Yeah, you can click something.
Could have gotten a lot more.
Options.
Ooh.
Wow.
Got to go to options.
Very
Boom.
good. Your ace 5 crushed my ace 10. Very nice.
Boom.
Jose,
Boom.
in the bottom left corner, Jose, if you click options, you'll be able
All right,
to,
Jose here with the 5-9. Not too likely to come in. We'll see if Kevin wants to play his a6. He did lose the minimum with his top pair up against Jose Andres and his 2 pair.
And it makes the chef the chip leader at this point with over 29,000. So he's looking good right now.
Nice hand, by the way.
I like it.
Fast start for Jose Andres. Made some hands. Put some money in the pot. Limped around to Kelly now with 7 deuce suited in the big blind. He'll check. 3 players flop a deuce here. Howe, John, and Kelly all with bottom pair on his best.
He's going to bet 300.
Boom.
Slater going out. Kevin out.
Oh, I think I disappeared here. What happened to my internet?
We can still see you.
We see you, Kelly.
In the Zoom. Can you hear us?
Oh, back.
Kelly looks to be having some connectivity problems, and he is calling in all the way from Australia. Not exactly a short distance call there.
Ah, yes. The old Jackson 2s.
John's going to pick up that pot.
Sometimes it's all it takes.
Kevin, start our action by calling here.
Jackson.
Keep waiting. I keep waiting for something.
Howe coming along. John will play the button.
That's what the words were. I always sang that wrong.
You thought it was Jackie Blue? No.
Yeah.
It's a song about poker.
I
Jackson
so
twos.
much prefer Jackson 2s.
Kelly will raise from the small blind.
Damn, that's good.
5 players will go to this flop with Kelly in the lead.
Ah, the 2s are back.
Jackson twos.
Twos are cheap.
Nobody with a deuce this time, but one holding a king.
You know, though, Kev, like doesn't there always seem to be in one of these things one card that is the magic card for every like tournament where you're like, what is the deal with 5s? Like,
yeah,
and especially online, like playing so many hands.
Every you'll hear people halfway through the night go, 9 card of the night, 9s card of the night.
Yeah, it's a full house for Pow.
It's funny how that works.
Much will it be, Pow?
I've also noticed, like, and again,
He
like I
bets
said, maybe
900.
it's like just playing the amount of hands that you play on when you're online because you don't have to shuffle.
Kelly can't make this call. Pau Gasol.
All right, Bob. Good hand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Born in Barcelona, studied medicine before joining the NBA. 2-time NBA champion with the LA Lakers. Playing some solid poker here tonight.
Imagine you go to see Dr. Gasol and a 7'1" behemoth walks in to take your temperature.
The amount of crazy hands, so straight flushes and quads, and these things that show up are just bonkers.
It is bonkers.
We move on. John Hamm with a pair of 3s.
Oh, the blinds went up.
Jackson 2s.
Now, Kevin.
Tito and Marlin. That's all you need.
Does he want to raise up his ace king? Yes, he does. He will juice it up to 1,800.
Mr. Pollack is the house.
It felt like a 12x raise made sense to me.
Yeah.
Let's see, does John want to try and spike a 3 on him?
I can't wait to show you why. No, good.
Yeah, he'll go for it. Kelly on the button. He might come along. Nope.
Looking for a very specific card. Look what showed up.
Heads up between these two buddies, Kevin and John. And it is a king high flop that gives Kevin the lead.
And he's going to make a $2,700 bet. And that should get rid of John. He goes out.
It was a race.
It was. But that sneaky 3 shows up, and
Good night, Irene, especially with the ace of the
oh
king.
boy, with the ace and the king there.
Yeah.
Kaka boo boo. I had to call. I mean, I didn't have to, but why not?
Yeah. Because when you hit
12x,
you take all the chips. 12x. Why? Because I hate ace king. That's the truth of it.
Now, pal, with ace jack of diamonds.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Both Kevin and Jason holding an ace in the small blind. Kevin wants no part of his ace suited. Jason with ace 8 is going to play.
God, what have I folded?
Well, the flop is a queen, 7-7.
Richard Kine, ladies and gentlemen. Richard Kine showing up.
Welcome to the table, Richie.
I gotta go. I can't stay. One more hand.
Kick it 2. And then in the middle of the game, when it's totally silent, you'll just hear him say, George.
Ah, George. To no one. Let him
To
say.
no George.
By the way, he is loving all of this free press we're giving him right now.
Oh, please.
Well, I get the impression that they've played some poker with Richard Kine. John picked that impression in about half a second.
His first review to me of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel was, Kevin, you're terrific on the show. Listen, I live right down the street. It would have been easier for me than flying you out from California. Oh, the best.
Pau Gasol with ace jack high is going to take it down against Kelly Slater.
The absolute. Wow.
Boom. Took it.
Boom. 3 points.
Way to stay with it.
High card wins. Not going to see that too often, I don't think.
3 points.
So Kelly takes a hit there.
Turn around 3-pointer.
And now currently our short stack, hanging around 20,000 in chips. Comes in with the 5-7 suited.
Okay. Let's see the flop.
Deuce. Deuce can't lose.
Jack 2. Jack 2s.
Careful, guys. Pau Gasol is taller. He can see your card.
I'm a picker.
Everyone is connected at least a little. Pau with the flush draw, Jason with bottom pair, Kevin top pair.
Kevin never checks. I was going to say, Kevin will never check.
Kelly not much, but some backdoor draws.
First top pair, second top kicker, and the button. What possible reason?
What more could
the
the man
Hollywood
want?
side of this table is completely broken down Gasol's poker face. But he does turn a pair of 10s.
I've proven myself to always tell the truth.
But he still needs a 10-5.
And only by the truth.
Oh.
Now let's see what your top pair.
Pau can't make anything happen there. Did not get his flush.
Queen will not do it. That will give Kevin a straight.
Kyle looks very happy right now.
Let's see it.
Oh, and he called the river. Yeah, he tried to catch Kevin bluffing.
Up pair. Great, nice. That time you spoke the truth.
Every other time.
Every other time. Yeah, it's good to mix it up. It's good to mix it up.
Gasol, basketball player, shoots the air ball and pays off Kevin.
Well, there's a pause in the action. Go ahead and grab another bud. We'll be right back.
We are back here at the King Celebrity Poker Challenge, brought to you by Club WPT and Budweiser. 6 players remain. Kevin Pollak, the chip leader, with close to 32,500 in chips, Tony.
Kevin Pollak on a little heater. He ran a nice bluff on Andres earlier. Now Jose Andres has got a target on Kevin's back.
Oh, is it 1-2?
No, one.
They just went
They
up.
went
Yeah,
up again,
1-2,
and
yeah.
there's an ante. I saw there was an ante as well.
Blinds are 1 and 200. There's an ante of 25 from each player.
Look.
Well, Tony, the thing about this event is no one is going to lose any money here. It's all on the upside. 125,000 going to charity.
Twos. Jackson
Can't
twos.
lose. Jackson twos all day.
Somebody created a pattern, man.
This game is rigged. That's what he said.
No one gets any of that. They all check.
Anyone ever started a game at 7 in the morning, their time? I'm sure we've all been in a game.
We've been in one, I was going to say, yeah.
Kelly in Australia now, so.
Yeah, I remember continuing to play at 7 in the morning, but not
Yeah,
starting.
exactly.
Did you even get coffee?
No, I haven't done anything. I haven't left my bedroom.
Well, we're going to get a break in a little bit, so put a pot on, damn it.
Kev, what
Oh,
is the journey on that when you sit at those big big tourneys, the multi-day deals? I've only played in a couple of those where you like bag up your chips and you like
12-hour days with breaks every 2 hours.
Yeah, they don't go like all night. Like they have normal.
No, it's 11 to midnight or 1 a.m. usually.
It's a long day.
But, you know, yeah, I mean, to get in the money, you're talking about 4 days of that.
Yikes. James, what's your best finish in one of those deals?
I'm sorry, what, Jim?
What's your best finish in one of those?
One year I finished, I got into late day 3, and I was about 150 out of the money. And every time I played the World Series, I busted out 4 times pocket aces and 3 times the pocket jacks.
Yeah, this last year when I survived, it was on fumes for most of it. I was 17-0. I can't keep up. Can't compete with Jose's yawn. I was 17-0.
Please send it to me.
I was 17-0 in all-in shoves until I was 17-1. But over 3 days, I was 17-0. Which is insane.
Kelly,
I got it in
with
right.
a decision, just a pair of deuces.
Man, what are you doing to me, Jose?
That's what it took.
Go for coffee, Kelly. Go for coffee.
Putting the pressure. Putting the pressure on me.
Let me send you some coffee. Is coffee there? Oh, coffee.
There you go.
Way ahead of you.
I'm gonna call you.
You're gonna call me?
Yeah, why not?
You're gonna call me?
Yeah.
Wow, he's trying to keep the chef honest.
Kelly bets 200 into a pot of 5,000.
Who gave the tissues?
Really? You know one thing? I'm gonna there. I don't want to lose more.
In anticipation.
I don't want to see your cards. Boom!
Twos.
I had to keep myself stuck in there.
Boom!
Jack.
I was worried you had.
I had to bet bigger to get you out of there, but I didn't have. I got the money. You've already taken half my money.
I am full of the best quality fat. I never go underwater, ever.
You're chip leader by $25 to prove it.
Yeah, look at this. Vince Pau Gasol with Jack 10 of diamonds has run right into the pocket aces of John Hamm.
Yeah, leave it to second place to tell you exactly where you're at.
It never happens. I feel lucky. I'm gonna call.
Yeah, the chef is going shopping again.
You feel lucky? You mean you feel like you're up $6,000?
Pau makes the call with his Jack 10.
Wow, flops a 9-8 deuce.
I'm gonna check. I don't want to overdo it.
And Pau Gasol with an open-ended straight draw.
Ooh.
He's got 4 to the straight.
John Hamm is a wicked. I'm gonna fold for you tonight.
Now John bets the pot.
I'll fold.
Pau will drop. John takes a nice pot there, but
Oh, it was so smart.
Milk some money out there.
Yeah, but I'm the same way as Kevin. I don't unless I've got the luck. I hate the race.
They're rough.
You mean you don't like those pocket twos I just had?
I mean, I love a pocket pair. That's why I called Kevin. It was, but only when they hit.
Oh, I just mean running the whole table with pocket twos sucks.
Okay, Kevin is in the run.
Jason's going to make this call with just queen 5 of clubs. Kind of surprising.
Jason, I don't know where.
Yeah, just because I get bored. That's all. It's just
This is a difficult one.
All right, so 4 players going to the flop.
Shopping! Shopping!
And it's a big one for Kevin Pollock.
The twos! I'm telling you, the twos can't lose.
Top pair of aces. Jose Andres also with an ace, but the kicker.
Very, very excited.
This gamer is going to be won or lost on twos.
I'm getting
For sure.
very excited. Hold on. Really?
Yeah.
And Kevin follows through with a bet of 4,800.
I'll show you. I'll show you how far you're behind.
And he is talking like a man who has it.
Really? Really?
So he's going to get the action here.
He beat me on the 8.
Jose needs a 9.
Okay.
Better get a 9.
Twos!
Okay. Two.
Another ace.
Nope.
No, we are going to lose Jose Andres in 6th place.
It doesn't seem fair.
It doesn't.
Big pot for Kevin Pollock.
He's a pro. You finished 6th in this tournament, really?
No doubt that Kevin Pollock is your chip leader now after knocking out Chef Jose Andres. John Hamm behind him at 28,000, and then Jason, Pau, and Kelly between 20 and 17,000.
Jose, the one we were all, of course, rooting for. First one to go.
I don't know. I thought I was invincible. But actually, take a look. I am the only one with real chips on the table. So technically, I am in. I don't know what happened. They kicked me out.
In real life, you look like you've won all of the chips. I like it. You came in looking like a pro.
I mean, technically, I've never really lost a poker game in my entire life. Obviously, is some people that maybe have an advantage over me. I'm a man that I like direct contact with having the cards on my hand. So I'm gonna say that this didn't happen. Nobody watched me losing against those guys. And my record is still, I never lost in my entire life.
Oh, well, you know what? This is all for World Central Kitchen. So at the end of the day, you absolutely are the winner because $125,000 is going to your foundation, World Central Kitchen. It is just such an honor to be supporting it.
Yeah, so I'm super happy and thankful to World Poker Tour and Budweiser and others to support the men and women in the front lines of World Central Kitchen. So thank you very much.
So that's going to do it for the chef. He has baked his last cake.
That's right. For his 6th place finish, Budweiser will be donating $15,000 to Jose's charity World Central Kitchen and will continue playing to reach a grand total of $125,000 on behalf of the whole table and Budweiser.
Welcome back to the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT, brought to you by Budweiser. We are down to 5 players. Chef Jose Andres out of here in 6th place. Kevin Pollak, the chip leader.
That's right, Kevin, way out in front after scoring out blow against Jose Andres in a big pot. We'll see if he tries to lap this table.
And Kelly Slater in last chip position. The surfer needs a big wave to get back in here.
Of course, the players can't see everyone's cards like we can.
Couple nice hands here. Ace, Queen, Ace, Jack. Jason Alexander going to push it with Ace, Jack.
Jason, what are you doing?
You know, I hit the wrong button. That's all that.
That extra 0 or whatever.
Yeah.
It's so. I wish it were easier to raise $1,000. Actually,
that's good. Yeah.
A lot of respect.
Always.
The last thing he flop an ace here. Little does he know we can see that he is in bad shape, but of course Jason has no idea what his opponents are holding.
Gotta hate that 2 showed up.
King 9 deuce on the flop. John Hamm actually out in front with a little pair of deuces.
Yeah, that's right, Vince. But Jason's aggression here may pay off. Bottom pair, tough to call when there's a king high board.
Give me a break, Kelly.
God dang it. It's the 2s, isn't it? It's the 2s, right?
It's the 2s.
It's the 2s. It's always the 2s.
Kelly.
I'm going to just let it run out here. I'm just going to let it run out for you. Tell me what you got.
I'll show you.
He is going to time out and be...
Here's what you beat. Here's what you beat, Jason.
And Kevin is going to give him a free show, so Jason knows he got away with a little bluff.
Lay down the winner.
I had a 2. I couldn't do it to myself again.
There's that respect you were hoping for.
Yeah, exactly, right?
That's a good lay down, Kelly.
Yeah, I folded it 2 as well.
Kelly has not clicked sit in after timing out last hand, so his pocket queens here are at risk. And yeah, they just got folded.
What just happened? Why am I sitting out?
Well, a small mistake there from Kelly.
Because the clock ran out and you didn't come back.
Yeah, there's a button there that says. Yeah, there's a button there that says come back in.
No, but you get that whole thing to count down, right?
That's a unique type of bad beat, Vince. You didn't even get a chance to lose with your hand.
Taking a break.
Oh. No, I did. I thought I had I didn't even. I'll just tell you, I had pockets. Killing me right now.
So Jason has bet 600 with 10s. Pow is going to call with 4s. And so here we go, 9 of diamonds on the turn. And they go to the river. 3 10s for Jason.
This would have been a tough hand to be in.
He's going to make the bet and take down the pot. That's unfortunate for Kelly Slater.
There's a lot out there. Flushes, full houses.
I had pocket queens, and I don't know how I sat up, but I hate when that ace pops up.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing where you didn't even lose, but you still might be a little on tilt afterwards. So we'll see if Kelly decides to.
I didn't even realize it was on me, I guess.
Change the pace with his ace-8 of spades.
Well, no one's going to lose in this poker game. It's all going to the charity. Thanks to Budweiser.
2s.
7 4 3. 7s and 4s for John Hamm. 2 spades for Slater.
Action flop here, Vince. That's right. 2 pair for John. Gut shot for Pow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my.
Flush draw and overcards for Kelly. As you can see, everyone with a pretty realistic win percentage here.
John Hamm going over the top of Pow.
The big blind 5-6, John? Is that what happened?
Who call you?
Kelly's got to call this.
Because I got all this.
For those non-players, you need 5 of the same flush. And this would be a quality hand if Kelly should pick this off. 9 on the turn.
What's going on here?
John is going to bet full pot.
How'd you end up with that bet? Did you just like pull that thing over and see what it ends up on?
I clicked pot, so that'll bet the pot.
Oh, gotcha.
Pot.
People confuse John with Affleck all the time, so he's just taking advantage of it. That's all.
Oh. Decision, making the call, though.
Called you. Last second.
Kelly needs a spade, and he does not find it. So, John, good on this river.
Might as well put them all in.
Is he going to go for the rest of Kelly's stack?
Yeah, I might as well, right?
I mean, pretty deep in it.
One player to a hand.
Oh, and Kelly calls him down with ace high to get busted out. We lose Kelly Slater.
You had me right on that big blind hand that all of a sudden turns into an awfully good hand.
Right, exactly.
I just was guessing you. Nobody paired there.
You're still my hero, Kelly.
So the greatest surfer of all time, Kelly Slater, wipes out on that hand, and he's over to talk to Lynn. Lynn?
Kelly, that's it. You're out.
That's it. I'm done. And I haven't played cards in a long time. Obviously, by the way, I played, but I got stuck in a couple hands, and I was just dwindling down on money, and then it was over before I knew it.
Well, Kelly, just by playing, Budweiser will be donating $15,000 on behalf of you to World Central Kitchen, and we'll continue playing to reach a grand total of $125,000 on behalf of the whole table.
I appreciate you guys inviting me on, and it was good to chat a little bit with all the guys.
Absolutely. Looks like you had a great time. Play poker often?
I used to play a lot, but I honestly haven't played in years, and I think that showed my performance today.
That's all right. Well, you've got plenty of time down there in Australia to brush up on your game after this.
Yeah, I'll run down to the RSL this week and tidy up my game.
Good luck with that. Still have 4 players battling from home at the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT. So let's get back to the virtual belt.
Yes, Lynn, a big title at stake. And as you can see, Kevin Pollak is the chip leader with $63,700, Tony.
That's right, Vince. Budweiser is providing $125,000 to World Central Kitchen, a $15,000 donation on behalf of 5 of the celebrity players, plus an additional $50,000 the King share on behalf of our winner.
Yeah, there's no losing at this table. All going to charity. A great cause.
Jackson too.
Man, it's so true. It's just the weirdest.
Yeah.
Ace King for John Hamm. 7-5 pow.
John finding some hands so far tonight. As you can see, he is chipped up. Took a big chunk out of Paul Gasol's stack earlier.
I think I got you, but who knows?
Sure did.
And Pau Gasol is on the short stack. He needs a little luck here. And so he's going to lose that one.
Hasn't had much luck tonight. Action is with Kevin, but he seems a little distracted by his phone, so I'm not sure he's aware that he has pretty looking Queen 10 suited.
Is everybody in the Los Angeles area that's left
I am.
here?
Yeah.
Power, are you still an LA guy?
Northern Cali. My wife is from
Northern Cali.
Atherton.
I'm a San Francisco boy.
Pow getting a little piece of this with the deuces.
Very close by.
And raised down in San Jose, so the whole.
There you go.
You have family up in the Bay, okay?
I do, yeah, a bunch.
Yeah.
As the players are acting very casual right now.
I was supposed to be actually on stage at Cobb's tonight.
So Pau Gasol going to take that putt.
That's such a good place. I love that. I love that club.
It was the boarding house where Martin recorded Let's Get Small.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Jason starts a raise.
A somewhat influential album in my youth.
Me too.
Pau re-raises him.
So got a min raise? Wait, are we 300, 600? No.
No.
There was a min raise followed by a min raise. All right, good luck, fellas.
150, 300.
You're going to win, pal. You're going to win.
They're going to see a flop, though. King-Queen versus King-7. Flop is an ace-10 deuce.
Twos never lose.
This board should be Pau's hand if he wants to bet, but he checks back on ace-10 deuce.
I'm just giving you more money, pal.
That's nice of you. Very giving. Ooh.
There it is, tens and twos.
And so long as nobody folds on this river, we'll chop this pot.
I'll split it.
Both players playing tens and deuces with an ace. They call that playing the board.
I had the two that time.
I'm going to give her two.
Thank you.
Why would anyone fold twos? I don't know.
At this point, it really doesn't make any sense.
No.
You know, the table is getting superstitious about jacks and twos, especially deuces, which keep turning up on flop after flop.
That's my prediction that twos will crack aces for the final hand.
What do you think, Vince? Will twos crack aces in our final hand?
Odds are probably not, but maybe John's feeling something here.
We'll see about his powers of prediction if John can get heads up.
I'll go easy on you, boys. I'll go easy.
Jason Alexander with aces and tens here.
Wow.
Holy moly. Look at this board.
He's got the b-ball start in a quandary. He's got jacks.
Oh, man. Tough one. Yeah. Jack.
And he's going to fold it.
Didn't have enough firepower.
So Jason finally getting a real hand, makes it work. He's been very steady tonight. Poised for a strong move here. He's got 6-7 of diamonds here.
Let's play.
Man, I love watching.
Look at that.
Oh, huge for Jason. Flopping the nut straight, big flush, straight flush draw.
That's right, the nut straight, meaning the best straight possible. So on the turn, the best straight possible would actually be 8-6 would be the nuts, but Jason Van High straight still in very good shape.
Seems like he wanted you to believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I had the straight on the flop, my friend.
Wow.
Oh, now you're friends.
Back-to-back big hands for Jason Alexander. And he's close to 30,000 now in chips. Pau getting whittled away. John Hamm with the weapons of mass destruction. The best hand before the flop, pair of aces.
Oh, that's sexy as hell.
Second time we've seen John with aces tonight.
You guys go ahead. You play, boys. Let the big stacks battle.
Yeah, boys have fun.
He has fast played them both times. Let's see if he can get some money out of his buddy Kevin Pollak here, who makes second pair on 9-7-5.
Ace Queen doesn't look so good now, does it?
Take that. Quick call by Kevin saying I induced something there, but he might have induced the wrong thing.
I didn't realize the action was on me.
4 on the turn.
Looking at your...
And another 3,000. Insta call by Kevin Pollak. He's going along for the ride here. 8 on the river, so Kevin not improving here.
Now there's 4 to a straight on this board. John makes a little value bet and gets some extra out of Kevin.
Wow. That board got scary for you.
Wow, John. That was brave play, brother. That was brave play.
No, I just needed to push back with a lot. That was the only way I was going to get those aces to go away. Nice hand. Nice hand, chip leader.
And he does take the chip lead from Kevin by winning that hand. So the man they once called Don Draper out in front.
This time he's got ace-6. He folds it.
Completely screwed.
The blinds. Kevin gonna raise it. Jason slopping around with 4. Queen of hearts. The flop is a 10-9-4. 10s and 4s for Kevin Pollak. Wow.
Massive hand here for Kevin. Jason has a decent piece here. He's got bottom pair and some backdoor draws to work with.
What are you doing, Kevin? What are you doing? Trying to win
Announcing his presence with authority.
Taking your chips. That's what I'm doing. Why don't you put the
Yeah,
rest
only
in?
because I'm a chicken. I'm a big old chicken. I probably have you. Oh, no, I didn't have you.
There's no chance you had me. I was
No.
trying to save you chips is what I was trying to do.
No, I appreciate the gesture.
How
nice of him.
Now, Jason with the wrong guess, but the right play. Thought his buddy Kevin might be bluffing him, but that was not the case.
The Broderick Crawford. You can't beat the Broderick Crawford.
10-4.
John coming along with King 10 here.
Speaking of 10-4, the 4 is back.
4's back with us.
Alexander leads the action with a check. It's checked around to the ham bone. Let's see what he's going to do. And it's a three-way check. We're going to see that turn for free.
Free poker.
5 of diamonds, don't you know?
And it sounds like we've got some competition for our job here, Vince.
Somebody finally with the gumption to bet. And that's all it took.
That's all it took.
All it took.
Kevin doing his poker commentator impression. Sounds like it's kind of mixed up with a baseball commentator.
Okay, guys, I need to double down here. I'm a little short.
Pau Gasol can never say he is short. Man is 8'11".
At least.
But he does have ace-10 of hearts.
The cards. Which I do not have.
It's weird that you would say that after you saw your cards.
He's going to get action by Kevin with ace-3.
Now the 2.
And the 2 made an appearance.
Neither player connects on a queen 7 deuce flop.
It's got the VIP guest.
Get a couple of checks. Kevin picks up a gut shot to a 5. Looking for a straight on the river.
Check, check.
There you go.
Neither player picking up a pair.
Take it home, pal.
Right?
I'm just going to call because I need to know what you have.
Sure.
Big ace.
2 2s.
Kevin finds out that Pau has made a nice little value bet on the river there with a better ace high.
Thank you.
Kevy, I had you on a big pair of 2 big cards on that hand that I took from you. I didn't think you had this flop the set or were chasing any kind of crazy straight, but I felt pretty confident in my
When you had the Rockets?
Yeah, with my bullets over Broadway. By the way, is anybody listening to the
Man Am I
podcast?
Listening and loving.
It's so good.
Broadway.
Yeah. The podcast.
The podcast.
Talking about Bullets Over Broadway, which was a Woody Allen movie, and now a musical, and now a book, I think.
Did anybody see that show when it was on Broadway?
I saw it and was in it.
I did it when they did it at the Cherry Lane Theater, that tiny little theater.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, this is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Second pair for Kevin Pollard. Pair for Jason Alexander.
I remember seeing it at the
we've seen Kevin call down with second pair before.
Theater long before it went to Broadway.
Sure.
And when they did it in LA.
Nice fold from Kevin Pollak there. Gets out of the way.
I folded my big jack. I hope you hit that queen.
And then some.
Okay. So your queen jack beat my king jack?
and dim sum.
In fact, Mel Brooks came backstage also that same night and was in their face saying, "Take this to Broadway." And
it was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, everyone thought that the moment you saw it. The 4s, may the 4s be with you.
May the 4s be the 2. Well, you know what a 4 is? It's just 2 2s.
It's 8 2 in this case.
Does that math check out, Vince?
Oh boy, ace-10 for John Hamm. John's gonna bet.
Look at you, John.
He knows how to play that button.
I got a little bit of a hand there.
Yeah.
Jason with nothing has to fold the hand, so John Hamm taking this one down.
Yep. Excuse me, that must be nice in the microphone.
That was super fantastic for everybody at home.
Yeah. I got a little on my shirt, you know.
Welcome back to the King Celebrity Poker Challenge by Club WPT, brought to you by Budweiser, where 4 players remain. John Hamm out in front with 55,000 in chips.
I have this nesting pair of hawks that lives in the tree behind me.
Yeah.
And every so often, this enormous shadow will come swooping across my lawn. And I'm like, ah.
Yeah.
They're really big animals when you see
They
them
are very
up
big
close
animals.
because you so rarely see them up close.
Yeah.
Once again, let me call the action for you. I was the only one sitting out this particular hand. On the button, there's a bet from the button. 1 fold followed by sweep.
Out there trying to steal our jobs, Vince. Not going to stand for this, I'll tell you that much.
Does it well. Jason Alexander going to take that pot with nothing but a bet. Opened up his game nicely here. Ace Jack this time for Kevin Pollak.
Family pot or not?
All depends.
I hate that family.
There's a bully in the family.
Yep.
No, just good cards.
A couple of nice hands here between Kevin and John.
Sometimes you get some crazy.
Nothing materializing on the flop for either player. 5-5-4.
You gotta hate that flop.
Yeah.
Well, I hate it even more.
Right? Not enough.
I think I was ahead.
You were more, yeah.
And look at this. Kevin is saying, listen, I don't have to have the nuts, the best hand in order to bet. Come in next time. He's mixing up his table talk and his bets very nicely.
Twos.
Top.
John calling for the deuce, and he's slightly better with the 3s.
Even better.
Kevin in the lead here with his 9s. Also has outs to a straight if he catches a 6. And he gets a little more out of John with the min bet on the river.
Oh, you son of a gun.
John, taking a swig of water. If you happen to be enjoying a bud tonight, make sure to hydrate between buds.
Anybody watching any good movies? I've been going on a pretty good tear.
I've just been watching the Last Dance.
Oh,
that's like, and I'm not a sports guy, and I'm loving it.
Out of this world, good.
It's kind of crazy how good it is.
We're talking my language now, Vince.
I was also having this conversation with a bunch of people, but it's like, it just reminded me of that era of NBA and how different the game is now. But like, it was crazy to kind of revisit that era and you know, how physical everything was and how much they just beat up Jordan, and it was just crazy.
Yeah, the Detroit part. It
was bad boys.
Yeah, those guys just getting
Bad
together
boys.
saying, so we're going to hurt him, right? That's what we're going to do? Yep. Yeah. We're going to hurt him.
And the rules allowed him to hurt him.
Jason, I will respect your ace.
All right.
I folded my king.
I folded my king.
Yeah, same.
I laid down 3-5.
Good to know.
Make that call. How do you do that?
Good down. Great lay down.
I mean, sometimes you regret them.
You can tell you're a seasoned player. Very experienced.
Pow, despite always being one of the biggest men on the had a lot of finesse to his game.
Oh, what a wet board. What a sexy wet board.
Kevin says a wet board, he means a connected board.
Yeah,
so a hand like King Queen makes a straight here.
Ha-ha!
We got some action.
Oh, man. I mean, I hit it, but yikes.
Pau Gasol hit aces.
That's what it looks like from the rim.
What's another 800 to you? What's another 800 to you?
Middle pair did not seem strong enough.
Interesting to hear Pau Gasol talk about a basketball documentary like that. I mean, the respect we got to give to Pau Gasol as being two-time NBA champion. Fun to have him playing poker.
Yeah, I love that big blind raise. Such a strong move.
And usually good athletes are good poker players, just they love the competitive spirit. Pau does have that.
While he sits back praying for a flop. Please let me hit this one. Continuation bet. Come on, here we go. There's your 2.
Twos never lose.
Come on, Kevy. Come on, baby.
Oh,
Whoa.
Come on, Bob.
Up in a big way.
I was just waiting for a gut shot. You kidding? Didn't even have a hand.
There's that too.
Never lose.
Behind the whole way. Just trying to give you action. Waiting for the gutter.
Bless you. God bless you.
The gutter comes. Oh.
Do you think they're gonna be able to see our?
Yeah.
Our.
They're gonna. Yeah.
They figured that out.
They have the technology.
Man, oh man, do they?
We can see everyone's private cards, called the hole cards, but the players can only see their own.
Flop is a 3 Jack 5.
I'll say Jack is giving the 2 a pretty good run for its money as a favorite card.
So 3 of a kind for Pau Gasol.
Jason starts with the bet, and as you can see, Pau the 91% favorite to win this hand. And look at this Fincy playing it slow. Just calling Jason's bet.
All right.
All right, pal. Be careful, brother. Be careful.
Deuce on the turn.
I'm trying.
Nice bet.
All right.
Getting the call for 2,400.
What a river, Vince.
Be careful, pal. I'm gonna make you earn it.
Okay, let's earn it.
Wow!
Jason Alexander with trips runs into a full house from Pau Gasol.
Hey.
Whoa!
Hello. I earned it.
That river card made your double up possible.
Amazing.
Thank you, Jason.
Amazing.
It's not enough to hit it. You need your opponent to think he hit bigger. Man, oh man, was that beautiful.
Yep.
I mean, sorry, Jason.
No, it's quite all right. Quite all right.
That was.
So glad I handed you your whole career.
Oh, baby, from the depths of reality. Look out.
Let's get some momentum going here, guys.
Good things happening for Pau. 2 pair on the turn.
Kevin with the open-ended straight draw. He's looking for a 4 or a 9. Pau in the lead with his 2 pair, and he is good on the river.
See.
Take another one down. It's a sweep.
Look at you.
Storming place.
Might as well.
Budweiser is proud to serve and support communities in need and the heroes on the front lines with a wide range of initiatives. Welcome back to the King Celebrity Poker Challenge. Kevin Pollock, your current chip leader, but John Hand only a few big blinds away. Pau Gasol just chipped up with a nice sequence of hands, and Jason Alexander, our short stack.
Blinds went up. Blinds went up.
Blinds went up.
Blinds went up.
Let's see a flop. Heads up. Let's see if the master's got what it takes.
King, Jack, 9 on the flop. Pau Gasol hitting top pair kings.
Yeah.
Pau starting to find his groove here, playing more aggressive.
There it is.
Holy moly.
There's your big.
Turns trip kings here.
Running over the game. This guy. Nice hand.
Yeah, Kevin's got to lay it down.
Running hot. How do I show it? Do you guys see it?
Yeah, you just go into options and unclick.
I did.
Oh, with that.
On-click automat, right?
Yeah.
Pau wants to give his opponents a look at his trip kings.
He asked an hour 30 into the game. Whatever, it's cool, man.
Let him know that he's sticking honest, guys. I'm sticking honest here.
I did have the king.
Yes.
All right, boys.
Jason in the big blind, all in.
I had a feeling that was coming.
He's picked up on the weakness of his opponents. He's got an ace in his hand, and he's going for it.
Captain short stack shove every time. I don't know. I mean, I've got crackable cards here. I'm gonna. All right.
It's a long run for a short slide, Kev.
Must be a reason you didn't show.
Many. 2 of them.
Kevin, so gonna try and bust his buddy Jason there. Thought about making a pretty loose call, but lets Jason get away with that one.
Wow, John Hamm, big hand here. Ace, queen of diamonds going to go up to 1,200. Kevin with ace 8 folds. Jason calling, as well as Pau Gasol. And the flop's 8-4-3. There's 2 clubs there.
Massive flop for Jason here.
Let's go, boys.
Wow.
Any 5, any club.
Already had my check fold.
Any deuce even would give him the best hand at this stage.
That smells like a draw. Who am I?
And Kevin kind of calling Jason's hand out loud here.
He's got to make this call.
I hate it when I'm right.
Makes the call. He is in front, but not a favorite.
Good luck, Johnny. That's my 2.
Man, there's a 2.
on.
Oh, wow.
And the deuce on the turn puts Jason in the lead.
Boom.
Dog,
Boom.
look at that. I didn't even see the club for a second.
Queen of clubs on the river.
The wrong queen.
Wrong queen. Oh, man.
Story of my life.
The name of my one-man show on Broadway.
Well, Jason Alexander was born in Newark, New Jersey. Of course, the iconic George Costanza on Seinfeld, and won a Tony for Jerome Robbins Broadway.
Funny man. He's played a lot of poker, a lot of big tournaments.
But the only queen that brings it home.
Goes out right now. Pau Gasol with 10, 8 of diamonds, making a call.
Crazy. Also, just that the 2 almost won it.
Right?
That was bananas.
I hate this game. I hate this game.
John with a pair of kings goes up to 2,400.
John with all the big pairs tonight.
By the way, thank you, dealer. No one knows how we rehearsed. It's phenomenal.
10-7 deuce. So hitting top pair. John with the over pair.
Could be trouble. He bets full pot here, so I don't know if Pau will be able to get away from his top pair. He does make this call.
I can't blame him for that. A 9 on the turn.
Man, these are action cards.
Sure are.
Pau, top pair, and an open-ended straight draw seems nearly impossible to fold here against this bet from John.
You know what? Might as well.
Wow.
We're here to play.
There he goes.
Ooh.
Come on, Jack. 6. Hit it.
Holy cannoli.
And the king's
Good job.
hold
Good
for
hand.
John Hamm.
I'll be honest, I was very nervous. Felt good until I did not feel so good.
And that is going to cripple Pau Gasol.
Pau now with a6. Jason making the big raise.
I'm glad that they don't put the little percentages by your little name tag, because there's nothing worse than going from like 96% win chance to just 0.
To a loss.
Like, nope, you lost.
Where are you going, Kevin?
I have the better hand at this point.
Do you?
I do.
You might. You might. I can't play with this little bat. Oh!
He did. He wasn't lying.
Why would I lie? Why would I lie?
Oh, that's fantastic. That's brilliant.
I put you on a big ace. That's actually why I said that.
Good.
Jason fired out on the flop. Kevin hit him with the min raise.
Too funny.
That was great.
Got him to lay down the deuces.
Oh, man.
I'm calling you right now. I'm going to win this thing.
Jack Deuce showing up again. We'll see if they break out into song.
You might, John.
You might, Rabbit, you might.
You might. Would I throw a match in there?
Oh, a lit cigar in there?
There's your twos.
There's your two.
So John does improve.
You got it, play it.
I got it. How do you not play Jackie Deuce?
Right?
I mean,
The winning hand.
I told you I was going to win that hand.
And by the way, you had me.
Vince, I think these guys have found their lucky hand of the evening.
Yeah, John Hamm, once again, the chip leader.
crushed, in fact.
58,000.
Here we go, pal.
Let's go.
Pau Gasol lost 8,000 here.
Good deuce.
Flops a 6-5 deuce.
The deuce is loose.
You go check, check.
There's the jack.
Jack deuce. I'm telling you, willing hand.
A jack on the turn, and Jason's going to bet this. Gets cold.
Heats ups.
Wow. Ooh.
Flushing
Wow.
Meadows.
Sure. I don't know what you're chasing, so I'm going to.
Not much.
Pau can do nothing. He's on the respirator right now.
At A10. Okay, then.
Let's see if he wants to move in with his king 8.
I think I might make a play here.
You get a caller.
John Hamm's going to make the Pau. Going to need to connect on this flop. He's in bad shape.
Baby.
Puppy feet, party of 3. Puppy feet.
The deuce is back.
You got to bet the deuce.
Always, right?
John says you got to bet the deuce.
Man, should I make this? That's tough.
Pau now very short. Is he going to call off the rest of his stack?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Yes, he is. You can see he's 23% to hit one of his kings or
See,
8s.
king and 8.
Oh,
there it
my.
is.
Wow.
There
There's
you go.
that king.
Give me another
No
club.
clubs.
Club would do it.
No, stay out of the club. Stay out of it.
Oh, we will chop this one up.
Even when you win, you lose. That's not good.
Stay out of the club.
Wow.
Oh,
Runner for the tie. Those of you at home keeping score. That is runner, chop.
Unfortunate for Pau Gasol.
Oh, wow. Now I only got rid of that because I thought you were going to.
No,
I'm looking at you're all in every time.
You know, it's coming. It's coming.
Pau still on the short stack here.
Boom.
He's going to go all in. Does Jason want to call king queen?
All right, I'll come along.
Play, Jace.
I'll come along.
Play.
2 live cards.
Pau the one needing to improve.
There it is. That did it.
A little less live.
That did it.
And he is dead on the
short.
turn. We are going to lose Pau Gasol in 4th place.
Guys, it's been a pleasure.
Great playing with you,
pal.
pal.
Thanks for playing, brother.
Thanks. You're very welcome. Thank you, guys. Stay safe, okay? Have fun.
All right.
See you guys.
Pleasure.
See you. Pleasure.
Now there's a look at our updated leaderboard. John Hamm edging out Kevin Pollak for the chip lead. Not long ago, Jason was our short stack, now all the way up to 40,000 in chips.
Superstar Pau Gasol here in 4th place. We're down to 3. Let's see what Pau has.
Hello.
Hello, Pau.
Nice.
It looked like you'd made a recovery, but here you are.
I did. I had, I had top pair. I had that straight draw, but the pocket kings got me. So I took a chance. I thought I was running a little hot, and I hit the brakes there.
Oh, hey, it happens to the best of us. But the good news is, by participating today, you've helped raise $15,000 on behalf of World Central Kitchen. So thank you so much for taking part in this.
You're very welcome. It's my pleasure. I love contributing to World Central Kitchen and the work that they're doing, and I'm partnering with them, with our foundation, to complement their work. So it's it's my pleasure.
Every little bit helps. And as we continue playing, this table will reach a total of $125,000 from Budweiser to World Central Kitchen and your Spanish mate, Jose Andres.
We have a very, very nice friendship, and as I always tell them, we're a team. So we always support each other.
Oh, that's lovely.
Fun. We had fun. It was nice to play with the guys and kind of, joke around and stuff and play a little poker.
Any predictions who you think might take this down now?
I don't know. I think John might have a chance. Might have a better chance. I don't know. I see John playing well. He's kind of under the radar. I think he might sneak away with a win. And he's getting lucky. I think his luck is also a good factor there.
Luck is a very important factor in this game.
Very important.
Fortunately, you didn't have any on your side, but
That's all right. Yeah, that's right. Maybe next time.
Welcome back to the King's Celebrity Poker Challenge. Club WPT brought to you by Budweiser. John Hamm is our chip leader with 57,700 in the three-way action.
And we're going three-handed.
He's had all the big picks tonight and won with all of them. These three kind of regular battlers in a home game together have a good sense of each other's play.
These average every flop.
Are they though?
I actually caught something, John. I actually caught it. Look at that.
Jason with a junky little 9-3.
You got to know how to play 9-3 off.
Yep.
You really got to know.
That was in your second poker book, Jason.
And we move on. Ace-10 for John Hamm. Kevin Pollak with King-Queen.
The art of the schlemiel.
Yeah, let's run.
It should do it.
Oh, the clubs are back.
Puppy's feet.
10-7 deuce all clubs. 10s for John Hamm out in front. They go check, check.
There they are.
Oh, hello, boys.
Wowza, wow, wow. I like your ace better than my king. That's respect.
How about my 10?
Wow, you hit top on the flop.
How about my 10?
Wow. I didn't know you were that solid. I mean, I was right about the ace, and I hate being right. I think you know that.
There's nothing I hate more than being right, Vince. Can't stand it.
Yeah.
Really?
Just what? 6x? 7x?
Come on.
Saved your chips. I'm just trying to save your chips.
Tony, you know, of course, they don't have to show these hands, but now the guys are just opening up the games.
Wow, you're playing tight there, buddy.
And saying, no, I'll show you what I play.
Betcha.
Folding the deuce.
Yeah, we're even adopting a home game feel here.
Folding the deuce.
Name of the four.
Fold it or take one. But I digress.
Oh, my God, what have I folded?
What have I done? It's impossible. I had Jack 2. I folded. I'll never do it again.
And we're back to Richard Kind.
Kick it, 2.
Kick it 2. Ah, George.
Jason, you gonna take it down?
I mean, swear to God, Richard Kind is one of those guys, like Lorne Michaels, that everybody does a plausible impression.
Absolutely.
Everyone's got one.
Absolutely.
Walking, kind. Oh, what am I doing here? I'm not even going to take it.
I had the Doyle. I had the Doyle Brunson.
Oh, there you go.
10 deuce.
Dolly.
Famously, the hand that Doyle Brunson won back-to-back World Series main events with in the late 70s.
What is it? Gunga Galunga.
I watched that recently. That is such a weird movie.
Yes.
What is that movie?
Caddyshack.
Oh, Caddyshack. Jesus.
You know, I was just trying to think of like the production meeting where they're like, okay, there's going to be a little puppet gopher that we're going to keep going back to like a lot, and somebody going like, wait, what, like a puppet? Like, yeah, no, like a hand puppet, like a little.
Yeah.
And we're gonna do it like it is a thing, right? Like,
and all the effect, the sound effect from Flipper. That's the
yeah.
Yeah.
That's apparently what
the Flipper bark.
Yeah, we've gone from Richard Kind to Flipper impressions around the table. John Hamm takes that one down with, but of course, Jackson Hughes.
Yeah, you had me dominated, my friend.
Once again, you cannot lose with Jack Deuce.
Jackie Deuce.
Until it happens, I don't believe it's possible.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna fold that to you too.
Ah, you
Playable cards. Mine weren't.
Action. John, nope,
Jesus.
not gonna play.
I love when you get cards that you just can't fold fast enough. You're like, ah.
Kevin with ace-9.
I don't know, Kevin. Maybe.
Oh, interesting. I don't know, Kevin. I don't know, Kevin. Maybe.
Maybe.
Huh, that feels like ace jack, ace pocket eights.
It's not getting called regardless.
All right. Too much respect, maybe.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
It's going to work out for Jason Alexander.
It's 50-50. Right?
You had a lead.
Now Kevin with the passes.
Jason with aces. Whoa, this could get very interesting quick. Jason's going to make it 3,500 to go.
Doing some deep dives on like some like bands from the 70s and the 80s as well, like
Flop A7-3.
way early Fleetwood Mac.
Oh wow, yeah.
They go check,
Like,
check.
Oh well, that song, which I was like, oh yeah, right, that was a Fleetwood Mac song. Like, they were a weird progressive rock band, like in the late 60s, early 70s.
Damn straight.
Kevin, come along, looking for a 4, which would give him a wheel straight.
Speaking of damn straights, there's one on the board.
3 on the river, so Jason aces full.
Let's try this, Kevin.
Seems desperate.
Doesn't it?
Why so little?
Half a stack, third of a stack.
I mean, I only went along for the ride as long as I did because of these.
Yeah.
Wow, what a fold by Pollock.
Read me like a book.
Slightly, but from the get. Holy Toledo, how did he know? How did he know with that board his 2s were no good?
By the way, one of the first times 2s have lost.
The topsy-turvy lead going around the board.
And Kevin now with his kings. He's got outs to a straight. But Jason with 2 pair wants to play for more.
Feels like everybody caught a piece of this. Somebody might have just gotten a little luckier.
And he is still good on this river, so Kevin Pollock suffering a reversal of fortune here lately.
I had a feeling that was coming.
Oh my, you son of a...
That was awfully quick.
Oh, too quick.
Kevin caught bluffing red-handed.
You lucky son of a...
That center button getting a workout tonight, Vince.
Wasn't buying that flush draw.
I'm trying to keep you here. That's the thing. You did me some favors. I'm trying.
All right, I can dig it. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Not even a chance.
And we'll play ace-4 for an all-in.
Yeah.
He's gonna take the gloves off here.
So Kevin Pollak now down to 18,000. Flop is a queen 5-3, 2 clubs.
Got the hiccups.
Great flop for Kevin. He's going to shove it all in. And he should take this one.
My gut shot straight draw is not enough.
I had every out in the deck.
Wow.
You sure did.
Look at that draw.
Beautiful.
I folded the 6.
A better hand, no doubt. But
no, I mean,
I liked my chances, as they say.
not liking this run of cards I'm getting. I'll say that. I'd like it to change, please. There's our friend the Jack.
And with these blinds at 400, 800 now, the stack's getting a fair bit shorter relative to the blinds. We may see a little more all-in action.
We're going to play it soft to the river.
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
fantastic.
That's the Widowmaker.
You got it, brother.
It's 2-2.
You got it. No matter what you had. You got
High
it.
card, queen.
You betcha.
Yeah.
Kevin's going to bet and take it.
The slow road back.
These guys play fast. I'll give them that. They don't take a whole lot of time. They got a lot of experience in poker, these three.
Where are you going? I got nothing.
Kevin's going all in with his ace-jack.
Everybody's got nothing until they get some.
And he'll quickly take this one. Kevin's going to call with a 4-5. And Jason calling with his king-jack of clubs.
That's the move.
You better like those cards, guys. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to try,
Not just
John.
kind of like
I'm going to take a peek.
Raised up by John Hamm.
Take a
I'm going
peek.
to take a peek.
It's a
Yeah.
3-3-6.
Push me around.
I'm gonna do that. I don't think you have a 3.
Nice continuation. Bet by John Hamm.
You know?
It's a pretty big bet to have a tree. I could be wrong though.
Interesting call. Jason's got a 4 flush down. Wow, and he's going to bet 12,000. I love this bet.
It's a good bet. Hey pot.
I got some reading to do here.
He brought props. All right, Carrot Top.
He's a prop comic. He's a prop comic. What can you do?
You got a show.
Oh, I had 2 clubs. I had king-jack clubs.
And they know the truth here.
You can check it on the replay.
He had nards, is what he had.
Now Jason with the mid pair of 6s. Calling. Flop is a 6, queen, 8, 3 of a kind for Jason Alexander. Queen's top pair for John Hamm with a king kicker. And he's going to bet at 4,000.
John is in for a world of hurt here.
John, I'm going to make it easy for you.
All
Okay.
I hope so.
I got a piece.
Yay!
Oh, you got 2 pieces.
Hey.
John not going anywhere.
Nice hand.
He is almost he's
Come on,
running hearts or a
queen.
running full house.
Here's
No,
the 2.
a deuce on the turn will end John Hamm's time at the table.
Happy to be a bronze medalist with you 2 boys.
God bless you, Johnny. Good to see you, brother.
hand.
Good to see you, Pally.
Bye-byes. Yes, indeed.
For his 3rd place finish, Budweiser will be donating $15,000 on John Hamm's behalf to World Central Kitchen. And after we crown the $50,000 winner, we'll reach a grand total of $125,000 on behalf of the whole table. Let's check in with Lynn and John.
John, you were the underdog there. We were rooting for you against the 2 regulars, but here we are.
So it goes. Yeah, pretty good hands there for Jace. I should have stayed in the hand previous. I think my ace would have, but you never know. He could have sucked out a flush. So it was all good. It was very fun, and obviously Jose's charity is pretty impressive. That part's been amazing.
Absolutely. Just simply by taking a seat and playing today, you've helped raise $15,000 World Central Kitchen.
I'll take it. I'm very familiar with what Jose's organization does, and have known and worked alongside him on some of these projects, and they're incredibly impressive. How he just parachutes into crazy turbulent areas and is able to help people in need. And here we are in the middle of a time where the world is a crazy turbulent area. So what he's doing is super important.
It sure is. And we're pretty lucky to be able to support from the comfort of our own homes playing poker.
Well, especially your incredible home. I mean, my goodness.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it was a pleasure to have you playing with us, John. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
If you love poker, which I know you do, you don't have to leave your house. You can play poker for free.
That's right. You can check out Club WPT, where you can win a share of $100,000 cash and prizes every month.
All right, the heads-up action about to begin at the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT. Jason Alexander well out in front with chips. Kevin Pollak needs a lot of luck to come back.
And Budweiser is providing $125,000 to World Central Kitchen, a $15,000 donation on behalf of the players who finished 6th through 2nd, and an additional $50,000 the King's share on behalf of our winner. Jason Alexander with a huge lead against Kevin Pollak, and a huge hand in the form of Pocket Kings.
Here we go.
Here we go, pal.
This could go very quickly.
Come play with me.
Oh, man. I got a double gutter. Double gutter!
I'll tell you, I got my right now.
Oh, man. Look at that double gutter.
Wow.
You're on a little heater there,
Any
huh?
4 or any 8 would have given him the winning
That's
straight.
the only way you're going to win this.
And now Jason back-to-back wired pairs with a pair of 4s this time.
Yeah. I got a 2.
Jason is just dropping the hammer.
That's a good card.
That's almost a
That's
reason.
a lucky card. If you got a jack too, go.
It would have to be insanely lucky. I only had one
He's
overcard.
gone all in, so he's going to quickly take that pot. You know, Jason bided his time throughout this whole event, never picked up many hands, and he's like a racehorse that comes from way behind, like a Seabiscuit or something, and he came behind, he's picking up hands, he's playing well, and now he's in a position to win it.
What a...
They keep eating me.
It's a heater. It's an official heater.
Wired pairs in a row. Kings, 4s, 6s, and he's going to take that one too.
Yeah, sometimes it's just your night. So far, it has been Jason's. Here, he's going to limp in with 4-5. Kevin will check his King 5 suited. Pretty harmless looking Ace 10 6 up.
They go check, check.
The hell do you do with this?
3 on the turn. That gives an straight for Jason. And he's going to yield to Jason Alexander, who he's going to bet.
Garbage I had.
So he is running over Kevin Pollak at this point.
I had garbage and then it came around.
You had 6-3.
I think I 4-5.
Okay, we got Queen 9 of Hearts here for Jason.
Here we go.
All in.
I'll play with you.
Oh, perfect.
Nice situation to be in.
Baby.
You're going to be fine.
Oh, come on!
Look out for those hearts, Kevin.
Oh, my. Holy it's a barn burner. Congratulations!
So Jason Alexander.
Only happens in charity tournaments, baby.
What a run!
He is going to be our champion at the King's Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT.
God bless you. Only in charity. Only in charity.
That's right.
You guys, of course, the two that we expected to go heads up, you wrote the story as expected. Congratulations.
It was the battle of the Maisel actors, that's all.
That's right. The two remaining marvelous Mrs. Maisel players. Yeah.
The marvelous poker players. Congratulations. Kevin, you came runner-up. Excellent effort. Did you have a good time today?
It was a blast and an amazing cause, and I couldn't be more proud of my friend Jason Alexander for taking the trophy. But man, oh man, I think everyone had fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, the biggest congratulations, of course, goes to Jason Alexander, who has taken the title of the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT. You, Jason, have helped raise $50,000 for World Central Kitchen.
God, it's fantastic. And God bless Jose. That's what a great organization he's put together. And it's just really thrilled to be playing for him.
Thank you so much for participating on behalf of Budweiser. And guys, back to you.
So Jason Alexander has done it. He is now our champion of the King Celebrity Poker Challenge on Club WPT. Congratulations.
Amazing stuff, and thanks again to all our players, Jose Andres, Kelly Slater, Pau Gasol, John Hamm, Kevin Pollak, and the king of this table, Jason Alexander. As a result of their efforts, Budweiser is donating $125,000 to World Central Kitchen.
Lots of fun for a great cause. Thanks for playing, guys. We'll see you next time. Stay with us on the World Poker Tour. We'll be there.
Minute to learn, lifetime to master. Gotta get fixed. Revealing even faster. Get your chips all in. Put your skills to the test. It's everybody's quest to rise above the rest. All my PIs, pull a chair up, please. We gotta see it open for the king of the club.
guys will understand when you see it on why.
Hi everyone, welcome to a special presentation from the World Poker Tour. This is King of the Club. I'm Maria Ho.
And I'm Jeff Gross, and you're in for a special treat tonight. This is going to be fun. Now, Maria, you and I know what it's like to make a World Poker Tour final table, but tonight, these players get to experience the same feeling.
ClubWPT.com is making poker dreams come true. Through a number of qualifying tournaments online, players gave it all they had to make it through to the final qualifier, where the top 8 spots were awarded an all-expense-paid trip here to the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, and a VIP experience that money can't buy.
Plus a shot to take home some phenomenal cash and prizes. Let's take a quick look at tonight's lineup.
Hi, I'm Thomas Painter. I'm from Grand Junction, Colorado. It's fun to hammer somebody when you've got the nut.
I'm Rob, and I'm from Holland, Pennsylvania. I'm a meat and potatoes guy.
Hi, I'm Bernie. I'm a cabbie. I'm a cab driver. Love it.
I'm Debbie, and I probably would be considered a type player. I don't take a lot of risks, and I don't bluff.
Hi, I'm Paula. I never thought I'd be on television, but it's exciting.
I'm JP. My wife says before retirement, I practice retirement for 15.
I'm Seth Chia. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. Anyone can win on Club WPT. I'm here.
Jose, I'm from Denton, Texas. I did believe that I would be here, that I would get an opportunity to play with the big boys.
We've got some cool people at this table, and another one joining us, Caitlin Howe.
I am so excited for tonight. These players are great, and we've got some really fun surprises in store for them. So I'm anticipating everyone to have a really great time.
All right, let's get this started and head down to the table. All 8 players are starting on an even playing field with 100,000 chips each.
Action starts on Bernie Skelly this hand. Blinds are 300, 600. Bernie and Debbie fold over to Paula, who is going to fold as well, and JP with a playable Queen Jack of clubs. Who doesn't love a good suited connected hand, you know?
The Queen Jack, the Broadway suited's your 40% to a Royal. So yeah, it's a nice one to look down at.
JP makes it 1,200, set fold. So is Kevin. Thomas lets it go, but ooh, hello aces.
What's it, 20?
No, it's 1,200.
1,200?
Yeah, you just doubled your bet.
Rob in the big blind.
I'm gonna re-raise. Go, make it 3,600.
Oh man, the best place to get it, last to act, leaves you when you get aces in the big blind.
But Rob's not messing around here. He's gonna make it 3,600. And JP is gonna make the call here. Oh, hi. Queen 8.
Hello.
Trips for JP. Rob is going to check it over to JP, who checks back, just playing coy. And on the turn, he makes a boat, and JP still just no sign on his face that he has made a full house. Wow, Rob is in a lot of trouble right now and gonna bet 6,000.
6,000?
So JP does get his customer to now bet.
Raise.
But he is gonna pop it up. This is a pretty hefty raise, over 3x what he bet. You know, he's going for blood right away. He's trying to get a lot of chips, trying to maximize his hand.
He's making himself heard, and
Better have the queen.
it's gonna get Rob to fold. JP's gonna show.
Nice hand.
Rob's
Good
like,
fold.
oh,
Nice
I did
hand.
make a
That was
good
hard.
fold.
Good hand, JP.
Very good hand.
From getting that third ace. It was coming on the river. Good bet. Yeah.
Hey, Debbie, slide your cards. When you fold, slide them, because when you throw them, it's...
Oh, I was throwing them?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Pretty nice of him to say something to Debbie, but I don't know. You want to get an edge in this game, and that could have been Kevin's.
So better.
Better.
Action is folded around to JP, who looks down at an offsuit, and he's just gonna call. Seth with 5s is going to raise, though. Makes it 1,200.
I'm gonna call.
Kevin's gonna come along with King 6 suited.
Thomas folds.
I'll call.
Rob calling with the 10-6 of clubs.
Bernie sits his hand out.
JP's not gonna play.
We have 3 people to a flop.
Flop is ace 5-4. Ooh, Seth has middle set.
That is the best feeling in poker, for me at least, to flop a set in a multi-way pot. It's just exciting.
Seth is gonna bet 3,000.
I like betting there. I mean, if someone has an ace, you're gonna start getting some money in the pot.
But unfortunately, his opponents don't really have much of anything here, so they're both gonna fold.
Nice hand, Seth.
Couldn't have to see that on TV. Sheesh.
That ace was good.
No ace, no ace.
Seth, how long have you been waiting to say that, man?
No, it's a good hand, though. It's a good flop. Tune in on TV, guys.
Yeah. What do you have to say?
Seth Chia is going to take down this pot, and his club WPT screen name is Chia Pets. I used to have a Chia Pet when I was younger. I'm not even going to lie, and I took really good care of it.
This is going to shape up. This is some good energy. Nice table, nice group of people, and this should be really, really exciting.
Paula folds. So does JP. Back to Seth now, who has another very playable hand, King Jack suited, and he's gonna raise it up to 1,200.
Action is around to Rob. Rob will make the call with the King 9 suited. He is dominated in this particular spot.
Debbie's like, nah, I'm gonna fold. I don't want to defend with King Deuce offsuit from the big blind. So heads up to the flop. And the flop is Jack 8-3, all spades though. And Seth, is that a tell? It's like, oh, I have top pair, but I have no spade. Seth is like, I like this flop, but not.
Does go ahead and lead out.
He's gonna bet 2,500 here with top pair, and that's gonna get a quick fold from Rob.
Yeah, 1 spade, right? At least 1, Seth?
Gotta see that on TV.
Ah, come on, Seth.
Seth has definitely been taking control. He's picking up a lot of pots right now.
You guys don't understand when you see it on TV why.
What a player. What a player.
That's all I got. I'm done. I never thought I would be on television and play poker. This experience, wow, off the charts. The casino, all the players that we bet. It's great. It's kind of like a family. But when the final table comes, it's work. I'll stay quiet, just to get a feel for what everybody's doing, and don't let them get a feel for what I'm doing. Then all of a sudden, just like an assassin, we play it slow, 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 and bam. I enjoy meeting them, and I will enjoy beating them on the final table.
Seth really excited to be here. The joy of playing at a TV table, playing for real money, and he's off to a great start and having a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm sure when you're watching WPT final tables on TV, you can never imagine yourself down at a final table just like that. And I think this is going to be really awesome for all of these people, win or lose. Although they do have $10,000 plus a $15,000 tournament package on the line. So Seth limps in with 9s. Kevin's gonna be the one raising, and Paula calling with Queen 10 offsuit here. So 3 players to this flop. King Jack 7 with 2 hearts is the
Paula's first time getting involved. She's got a decent start, picking up down the open-ended straight draw. Not a great board for 9s, but that's not gonna slow down Seth. He's gonna take a stab at it.
I'm gonna call.
Kevin is gonna call here with top pair.
Call.
Paula has an open-ended straight draw, likes it enough to come along as well.
Yeah, I think Seth just entered beast mode. He was for a second just thinking I might win every pot at this table, and he took a stab with the 9s and a pretty scary board.
Turn is the 8 of clubs.
5,000.
And Kevin is going to bet 5,000 now after it's been checked to him.
Call.
Call.
But wow, so Paula calls. Seth is going to overcall with 9s.
Seth's hanging in.
River brings the Queen of Hearts, so that's just going to slow everybody down.
Check.
Check it.
It's checked over to Kevin, who is going to show down top pair here. Happy to take it down.
The kicker.
Never works, Chase.
Nice hand, Kevin.
Good bets.
I'm working on that thinking. It was actually one of the hardest things for me to learn was how to adjust my betting.
Kevin makes a really good point there. I think for a lot of people who don't play very often, deciding how much to bet and your bet sizing is really important, because sometimes people actually give away a lot by their bet size, and it's a really important thing to note, especially if you're going to be playing on a televised final table such as this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Bet sizing, one of the critical points of the game, how much to bet, when, and why. I think that's something he's noting, that he's at least aware of it. It's interesting to hear him kind of reference it to the players, like, hey, I've been working on it.
JP's gonna make it 1,200, but Seth, ace king offsuit.
Raised.
And he's gonna 3-bet it to 3,000.
Seth, don't be a bully.
This wasn't from the seminar. This is.
This you got at the seminar, huh?
No, this is not the seminar. This, I'm playing the cards.
And JP is gonna make the call with sevens. He wants to see a flop with them. He's in position. And the flop is ace, ace 10. Seth has trip aces now.
Trip aces with the best kicker, and this is quite a flop. And again, we're seeing check and a check behind, so everyone's kind of trapping on flops and going for the delayed bets. But man, big hand for Seth there.
16.
Seth has had enough of checking. He is 1,600 now.
Really small bet. P, don't blame him. Looks like he is gonna, he's cutting out the calling chips and he puts it in. See Seth do a little double check. It's almost too good to be true.
And oh my gosh.
Come
just
on.
improves the quads. Hi.
Daily quads out of the way early in the show. And wow, how can he get paid? That's what he's thinking now. How can I get money here? I have quads. What could my opponent have?
48.
The sizing he decides on is 4,800. Just praying and hoping 4,800 is the right number for JP to get some more chips in this pot.
Yeah, so he went about half pot. JP thinks it over and does make the call. Table, of course, applauds quads. How do you not applaud quads? It's always fun to see.
Get him out of the way in the beginning, Seth.
Thank you.
Sitting there seeing that third ace come out, he's like, oh, boy. That hand going.
Nice start, nice hand for Seth. We are back at the Seminole Hard Rock for Club WPT's King of the Club, and it's not just poker here tonight.
Thrown in some extra fun and games, and during the break, the players participated in a chip stacking contest. And let me tell you, for these players, the competitive spirit is strong even off the poker table.
This match a tie between Debbie Joyce and Seth Chia, who then had a stack off. Let's head down to Kaylin to get the final results.
All right, Debbie, you are consistent. You did it again, 116 chips in your stack.
I'm scared to clap.
Seth, you did it again also, but you had a few extra. 119 chips for Seth, making him our winner of the Chip Stacker competition. You win a WPT chip set. Let's hope you can do it again at the table with your chips out there.
Looking good, great smiles. This has been beyond a VIP experience. The poolside and bar and parties.
To be sitting here today in this wonderful casino through qualifying on Club WPT, it's just a dream come true.
I feel like I've been treated phenomenal. Club WPT is awesome, and you do win. I'm proof of it. I'm here.
It's pretty awesome to see that through Club WPT that all of these players get treated to such an awesome backstage VIP experience. Kevin Hozak in the early lead here, but all of these players still have a lot of chips to work with, still have a shot to be the king of the club or the queen of the club.
That's right, all 100 blinds deep plus, so plenty of play. Things are starting to shake out a little. People are getting a feel for each other.
What's the blinds?
4 and 8.
Action on Debbie. Blinds are up to 400, 800.
16.
And she is going to raise it up to 1,600 with ace-10 suited.
Okay.
We see Paula with the ace-9 offsuit come along.
JP's not gonna play.
Seth folds.
Okay.
Over to Kevin now, who has ace-10 offsuit, and he's also gonna call.
And Thomas is getting out of the way. Haven't seen him get involved yet, but he's just studying, seeing what's happening. Gonna hopefully get involved in a little bit.
The flop is ace, king, 7 rainbow, so all players have top pair.
This is the case ace on the flop.
26.
Debbie, who was flop aggressor, is gonna continue her aggression.
Cool.
Everybody got aces.
Debbie looks a little frustrated. Everyone called.
The turn is the 9 of diamonds.
Sure.
Debbie, contemplating after Kevin checks it over to her, decides that she no longer wants to bet now.
6,000.
Over to Paula with 2 pairs, going to bet 6,000.
Cool.
She feels fairly comfortable that she has the best hand here, but quick call from Kevin.
That's my ace. It's no good.
And Debbie, really disciplined laydown with top pair.
Sure.
The river's the 6 of diamonds, and
I check. I got a pair of aces.
both players are gonna check now. So Paula Ray from Bristol, Connecticut, real estate broker, she's gonna take down her first pot of the night.
I knew everybody had aces.
She's gonna win this pot with 2 pair.
I'm a real estate broker. I own my own company. I've owned my own company since 1989. It's a good feeling working with first-time buyers because they really need a lot of guidance, and I made it my business to know everything so I could help give them advice. Buying a house is a big step in people's lives, so you're dealing with high emotions, and you do learn to read them. I think that's helped me in my poker game.
Paula's club WPT screen name is Abba Dabba, which she says is her nickname for her granddaughter Abby, but Paula also says she has 10 grandchildren, so how do the other 9 feel about it, Paula?
You've been called out. It's an awesome name. I don't blame her.
Debbie looks down at pocket 4s.
What is it, 18?
12.
12?
Asks how much the big blind is, because that's how much she wants to put into this pot right now. She calls the 1,200 with pocket 4s. Over to Seth now, who looks down at ace 8 of diamonds.
26.
And he's gonna raise it.
Yeah, I think Seth was paying attention at Binger's course. Put some chips up in position with good value hands, getting money in the pot.
Call.
And I think Thomas is kind of sick of folding. He's gonna come along with 10-9 offsuit from the small blind.
No, that's the wrong color.
Action is back to Debbie.
So you'll have to give me change.
You got a 5 and a 1 there.
Say it again?
26, right? So you have a 5 and a 1.
Oh.
After limping in with her 4s, decides to call this raise as well.
Don't confuse me, Seth. Are you trying to confuse me?
No, I confused myself.
The 3-5-5 2-diamond flop.
Thomas checks.
3,000.
Debbie feels confident. Gonna go ahead and bet out her pair of 4s on this board.
I'm gonna raise.
Seth has the nut flush draw, and Seth kind of on the aggressive side, so he is going to take the aggressive action.
75.
Making it 7,500 to go. And Thomas folds.
And if you're Debbie, you can't feel too good. You limped in, you got raised. You do have a pair, but your opponent is putting more chips in, but Debbie's buckled, not going anywhere yet.
Debbie says, I'm gonna call 4,500 more. I ain't scared.
This turn, though, should be scary because ace-king gets there, the flush gets there. She's already seen a lot of pressure from Seth, so 4s in this spot shrink up, especially doesn't have even a diamond for a little bit of backup. I can't imagine she feels too good about calling a bet here.
12.
She decides to check it over to Seth, who of course is not gonna check with the nut flush.
Call.
Debbie.
She's hanging on.
Yeah, she is. She check calls. 12,000 chip bet from Seth. And the river. Ooh, 5 of spades. Yikes. Debbie makes a full house.
Check.
Seth? Wow, really great check by Seth, and he's not gonna like what he sees because he had Debbie in bad shape here.
5, river.
Gotta love that river sometimes.
Way to stay in there, Debbie. the force.
Debbie went to that class too, you know.
Sometimes being sticky and stubborn pays off, Jeff. We've all been there.
All these players won their way here by playing on Club WPT, and you can too. Sign up at clubwpt.com today.
Welcome back, WPT King of the Club. We still have all 8 players remaining, and it has gotten a little bit of shorter stack play as the levels have gone up. We have a range between 66 and 45 big blinds. Paula Ray and Debbie Joyce at the close behind is Kevin, but anyone's game.
Blinds are 900, 1800, and Seth is going to fold. Kevin also releases the ace-4 offsuit, and action is on Thomas Painter, and he has king 5 of hearts.
Thomas has been fairly quiet, but we do see with this suited king, he is going to come in, make the call for 1800.
Debbie looks down at 7-6 of hearts, and she's thinking.
I call.
With queen deuce offsuit in the small blind, halfway there, she decides she's going to complete, and JP with 9-7 of diamonds is going to check his option from the big blind.
He's happy to see a free flop with that nice hand, and he starts out here with top pair on the and hard heart flop.
Paula with bottom pair checks it over to JP, and JP with top pair is going to make a bet here, 1800 to Thomas.
Raise 15.
Thomas with the overcard to the board plus the flush draw.
Wow.
Is going to make a big, big raise.
You were at that seminar, weren't you?
What I like about poker is the people, and you get to abuse them. It's grueling and cutthroat, and you make people cry. and I like that.
Good bet.
Thomas is going to take that pot down. Thomas Painter looking to bring the pain today. He was airborne in Vietnam. He received the Bronze Star for Valor. He is retired now, though.
Also, his wife Vicky plays poker on WPT as well, and they have a 100-acre gold claim, which is pretty impressive. So keep an eye on him today. He's looking to win. I think we'll see Thomas either on the podium or far away, because he is going to not be shy, going for the win today, I'm sure. Rob looks down at 2 aces, his second time tonight.
Raise the 6.
Supposed to get him every 221 hands on average, and he is well ahead of pace. He's going to raise it up to 6,000. It's folded to Paula.
I raised to 12.
Oh my gosh, and Paula has pocket queens. She's gonna put in 12,000. JP looks down at the other 2 aces in the deck.
I raise.
Huge hands here.
Gonna pop it from 12 to 25, so a small raise, but man, these are some huge hands, and the money should get in here.
Crazy, so 4 bet now, back to Thomas, obviously gonna get out of the way, and Rob here.
All in.
That's what I had a feeling.
Rob gonna go all in for 81,100. There's a lot of money in the pot, really nothing else to do but ship it all in and hope your hand holds. So the action on to Paula.
I kind of think she could get away from it.
I'll call.
But ooh, she is going to put the calling chips in, and now
I'll call.
Of course, I got to be the first, right?
It's not over yet.
No,
it's not over yet, mister. It's not over. Anything can happen. It's not over.
You just called, right? 81,000.
action is back on JP, who, I mean, yeah, you got aces. It's time to go.
Is he doing a little Hollywood? There is still chips behind for Paula, so maybe he's trying to reel her in, doing a little bit of acting, or he looks genuinely concerned. I think he realizes that he is at risk. Aces, I mean, he's played a lot. He knows that they don't just get to win by the end of the river. So I'm not sure if this is a little bit of Hollywood or if this is him genuinely trying to think if he's going to raise or just call. I'm not sure what's going through his head, but you have aces and you got some big action ahead of you.
81-1.
Oh, I'm going against two guys. This sucks.
Well, you're going against that lady, too.
If I win, it's huge, though.
Oh, yep, they're still there. You still have to put the chips in. Whatever you do, JP, don't fold. JP is going to make the call, so there's actually going to be a side pot between JP and Paula having both players covered.
$240,000 pot. Good luck, bub.
Rob just hoping his ace is going to hold up. Flop is king, king, deuce, 2 hearts. They're both going to check, not feeling great about their hands.
King is certainly a scary card, but it is a 3-way all-in, and people are putting big money in the pot.
On the 4th turn, they still don't quite feel comfortable putting anything into the side.
Rob's walking around pacing as well.
The 7 of clubs comes on the river, and Rob and JP are going to split it here, both having aces and kings. Unfortunately for wow. She's going to lose a huge chunk of her stack.
Twice he's had aces.
She just could not lay down queens. I don't know if I would have either.
I couldn't lay him down.
Yeah. I can breathe now.
Yeah.
I thought for sure somebody was going to have a king.
3 people in aces, I thought I was done.
I don't know why you play that junk.
That was exciting.
That was.
That'll be on TV. I think that one will be on TV.
Jeff and Maria here, bringing you King of the Club thanks to ClubWPT.com. Right now, it looks like it's time to play card counters.
Now here's the object of the game. One player will be shown 12 cards from a single suit. They will then have to determine which is the one missing card. Sounds easy, right? Wrong.
It looks like Rob Huron is the Club WPT. He gets to take the first shot at this one.
How are you feeling?
Confident.
Not surprised. All right, let's get it started.
All right, yes, let's
Show us those cards.
Jack of heart.
All right, let's see that card. He got it! Congrats.
Give me some, thank you.
And you're a gentleman who loves his sunglasses, I can tell.
Maui Jim.
You are getting another pair of Maui
Nice,
Jim sunglasses.
good. Thank you very much.
Keep the luck going at the table,
I
my
appreciate
friend.
it, thank you.
Back at it now, JP in the lead after he woke up with aces and chopped that big pot with Rob. Action on Debbie, and she's gonna fold.
Paula and JP step out of this hand. Seth, who was active early, gets away with the king 4, not gonna play.
Gonna raise.
Kevin looks down at pocket 10s and he announces a raise.
The min raise, which we've seen a lot of min raises.
And Thomas, look at him getting involved with a speculative hand, and he's gonna call.
3 raise it, make it 10.
But Rob waking up with another premium here. Pocket queens.
Mr. Aces, huh?
Not this time.
I believe you.
Yeah, I believe him, yeah, believe him.
You play here, you lie.
Kevin is gonna make the call, and Thomas decides he's not gonna bring the pay in this hand, and he's
Checking the blind, too.
Getting fancy?
Yeah, I like your trick from earlier. That was cool.
The smoke check?
Yeah, interesting that in this situation, Rob decides to take the pre-flop betting lead, but checks in the dark, and after he checks in the dark, he flops top set.
10,000.
Make it 30.
I show you show? One time?
I owe you one from earlier, but no, not this time.
See a little table talk. Kevin saying, I'll show.
Yeah, Rob check raises here, which definitely confuses Kevin a bit. Oh, these players are playing with an action clock. They have 30 seconds to act on their hand. If they want an extension, they get another 30 seconds, but they have to throw in one of their 5 extra time chips.
See, I knew I shouldn't have talked to you yesterday.
I tried to send over some chicken at the pool, but he didn't want anything to do with it.
And he's going to lose his customer here.
All right, since I love all you guys.
Rob is going to take this pot down, building up his...
It wasn't aces. I'm an electrician, union electrician. I love working with my hands. I love constructing things. I work in all kinds of different warehouses, solar field, hospitals. I build America. How could I not love that? I think one of the things that I bring to the poker table is just like hard work. No doubt in my mind that Club WPT has prepared me for this final table because I've played on their website for 3 years now, learning different strategies and just grinding out every night. And you probably hear a lot of people say this, but I've been second place, like I can't even count how many times. I'm gonna win this thing. I think I'm gonna win this thing.
Rob, who lives just north of Philly, has a lot of confidence in himself. Thinks he's gonna take this down.
Off to a good start, has the chip lead. We see Paula Ray now at the bottom with 41,000 and Rob at the top with 169,500. And the blinds are now 12, 2,400.
Paula Ray looking down at a very playable hand, King, Queen of Spades.
I call.
She's gonna call.
Yeah, suited Broadway, better even than suited connectors. It is a very powerful hand, King, Queen suited.
Action folds over to Thomas with 8-6 of hearts, who also folds. Rob here with 4 deuce offsuit. You know, he's either had really easy decisions like this or he's had huge hands. It's kind of a good place to be sometimes.
Yep, we see Bernie, who we were just talking about. If we haven't seen much of him, if any, does get a playable hand, and he has entered the pot with also another suited Broadway, Queen Jack suited.
And Debbie, she's in the big blind. She's going to check her option with 5-3 offsuit. Flop is Queen 10-5, 2 hearts.
24.
Bernie, unfortunately for his first time in, he does make top pair, but he runs into a better top pair from Paula.
Bernie is going to bet 2,400.
Debbie passes.
A raise. 5,000.
Paula is going to go ahead and pop it up a little bit, make it 5,000.
Bernie is going to come along and oh, that is unfortunate for Bernie because now
24.
He's improved to trips, but it hasn't changed the fact that Paula still has the better kicker.
He bets 2,400 into 17,200, so really small bet.
A raise. 5,000.
Paula says it works so well on the flop, I'm just going to raise it to the same amount.
I'm all in.
Bernie's changing the action. Instead of just calling, he is going to go all in for 86,600.
The all-in stand-up.
Call. The first one out.
Think long, think wrong. She just says call. She's right. She's ahead.
What do you have with your queen?
I got 2 of them. Oh no, I got a jack. Oh, you got me out kicked. She's got me out kicked. Nice. Nice hand.
You're gonna...
I'm gonna bust it.
Yeah, you're fine. She's only got...
No, I don't think
Yeah, you still got...
You never know. We still have the river.
Bernie looking for a jack, a 10, or a 5.
Oh yeah, I like your chances.
The 9 rolls off.
Nice hand. Good hand. Thank you.
Paula very relieved to double up.
Wow.
Yep.
Back in the game.
Same.
Thank you.
You can breathe now, Paula.
Bad place for that king kicker.
We are back. This is King of the Club. We still have 8 players remaining. You could see that Rob Huron and JP Carabaz on top of the chip leaderboard here, but Bernie Skelly and Thomas Painter, they have got some work to do, Jeff.
Yeah, it's time for them to make a move if they're looking to those top 3 prizes. So look for them to find their chips in the middle here.
Blinds are 1,200, 2,400, and action is folded around to Rob Huron.
I mean, again, really? Is this just his day? This is number 3.
Raise it up to 10.
Makes it 10,000 to go, and Bernie here with the short stack wakes up with kings, though, and of course that's going to be good enough for him to put his 52,800 chips in the middle.
Geez, aces into kings, I mean, come on. And not only has Rob had aces, he's had big pots all in pre-flop with these several times.
I call.
Oh, you got them aces again?
And look, Bernie knows it. Bernie said, you got those aces again.
Again. 3 times he's had aces.
Wow.
Woo! Just hold on, baby.
What have you had him 3 times?
No, I don't know. Yeah, 3. Yeah. This is bad, though. Good luck, brother.
Looks like I'm going first. I'll be the first exit.
What a night for Bernie. Unfortunately for him, he's just been coolered all night.
That sucks.
Running into slightly better hands than his.
Come on, put a king down there. Put a king up there.
And the flop is 6-6
Come on,
deuce.
put a king up there.
I see Rob fist pumping. Seeing it is a very good flop. He still has to avoid the king, but
no whammies. Come on, put a king up there.
Knows there's no back doors, no straights, no flushes that he can lose to, so it's only the king here.
Turn is the queen of clubs.
Woo! Woo! That was close. Too close. Too close.
Good game, guys. Nice.
Stop. Don't do
Bernie
that.
is looking for one of the 2 kings left in the deck.
Bernie acknowledges defeat before the river, and he is correct. Bernie just couldn't get it going today. Never really got it into gear. And really unfortunate run of cards for Bernie today.
We are gonna lose Scalbone from upstate New York.
All right, Rob, that's enough. It's enough.
But first, he's gonna go ahead and talk to Caitlin.
Aces 3 times, man. That's enough to scare you.
Definitely out probably sooner than you wanted to be, but you've come this far. What were you expecting coming into this final table?
I definitely didn't expect to be the first one out, by no means. But I didn't expect to run into the situations I ran in. And this is a bum break, bad break.
Indeed.
I'll be back.
I don't doubt it.
I will be back.
I'm sure we will see Scalbone again, but in the meantime, he's gonna get back to driving cabs and taking names on Club WPT. I would be afraid to play against Scalbone.
And again, just not your day-to-day, man. Good playing. We'll see you next time.
Action this hand starts on Thomas Painter. He's gonna limp in 4,000. Blinds are 2,000, 4,000 now.
Yeah, so he's got 8 big blinds. This might be a hand you would just shove, but looks like he's been limping all day, decides to limp again, maybe get someone to raise and get it in, but on 8 big blinds, I think he's gonna be willing to go with it in this situation.
Action folds to the small blind of Seth, who calls.
Raise.
And Kevin, he's like, I sense some weakness. I'm gonna go ahead and raise it up here.
All in.
And we do see the limp re-raise all in from Thomas with 10. So does end up getting his money in pre-flop with 8 big blinds. Got someone to bite behind.
Seth's gonna let this one go.
I'm calling.
Kevin makes a call after raising the queen-8 suited, and they're gonna go to C5 cards here. So Thomas is gonna need to double up if he can hold on with the 2 10s.
Kevin's got 1 overcard. He's got Thomas covered. Ace 6 4 1 club though. So Kevin does have a backdoor flush draw. He does have backdoor straight possibilities too, but really he wants to just hit the queen.
A 4, which is going to be no help to Kevin.
Queen. No, it doesn't even do nothing for me.
Now it's down to a queen and a queen only, or else Thomas will double up.
War Tom is liking his spot. He just needs to fade 1 card on the river. So Thomas's hand is going to hold up. He's going to double through aces and 10s for 2 pair.
Isn't that what they're supposed to do? Yeah.
Yeah, he's in survival mode, doubled up, back in it. Welcome back to Club WPT King of the Club. We are going to pick up the action with 7 players remaining. Blinds are up to 2K, 4K. We got our friend Rob leading the way with 230,000. Might as well call him Mr. Aces. He's had it 3 times so far today, and he's got a nice lead right now.
Well, when your aces hold up, not only are you going to eliminate Bernie Skelly in 8th, but you're also going to amass a pretty big lead against everybody else here. Action this hand starts on Paula Ray, and then it's folded all the way around. Rob with ace 4 offsuit.
Make it 8.
We see Rob with the fake aces. He's been playing aces very well today. Let's see if he can do anything with the ace and the 4.
I'll call it.
He is going to min raise from the small blind. Debbie is going to defend her big blind with 10-8 offsuit.
I'm colorblind. What can I say?
We are to a flop.
Okay, Rob. Just flop a boat, why don't you? I mean, Rob is running pretty good today, but
6.
He's gonna get a little cagey and check.
A call.
I don't mind this. Debbie taking a stab. Her opponent limps in. She has 10 high. She's trying to pick it up here. She does get resistance from Rob.
The turn is the 5 of hearts, and after Rob calls that flop, he decides he's gonna check again and hope Debbie bets, but she doesn't. She checks behind.
The river's a 4.
25,000.
Rob says, you know what? I think it's time to bet now, and maybe I'll get a call. I don't know from what, though. He's got all the cards covered.
Wow, he flapped it.
He's on fire.
Beautiful.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
That's illegal.
And you see the table kind of woo and ah at Rob, and everything's working for him right now. He's got the fear instilled, and it's looking like his to lose at this point. He's got a clear lead.
He's sitting there thinking, yeah, that first place prize of $10,000 and a $15,000 WPT main event package, yeah, that has his name on it.
See Thomas here with the ace-jack. He's been limping pretty much throughout the whole event, and we're going to see him do that once again here.
Rob folds this hand.
Debbie's going to give it up. The king deuce off. Paula will follow the jack 7.
Now folded to JP in the small blind. He looks down at ace queen. It's a big ace. Does have Thomas's ace jack dominated, but
I'm gonna raise.
He's gonna just limp in as well.
20.
And Seth with the 5-3 of hearts is going to make a big squeeze here to 20,000.
So Thomas is gonna call now after limping in with ace jack, but JP's gonna give it a think here, and doesn't look like he loves this spot, but he does have the best of it. He just doesn't know it.
Gotta hate throwing that away.
He makes a comment, Sai folds.
So now heads up to the flop between Seth and Thomas. Queen 6, 5, 2 diamonds. So Seth outflops Thomas. He has bottom pair.
20.
He's gonna make it 20,000 to go. Thomas just has ace high and no real backdoor possibilities.
Let's go all in.
But it's War Tom, so he's gonna move all in and he's gonna do about it.
Makes the move, and Seth, after having invested so much, does make the call and will be in with the best hand. Maybe a little surprised. He has the best hand here with bottom pair.
God. I was in position.
Thomas looking for an ace or a jack. He is the one at risk.
No ace, no jack.
The turn is the 9 of hearts.
Black 5, black 3.
So that's not a good card for Thomas because now he can't hit the ace or the jack of hearts. The river's the 4 diamonds, and unfortunately that means we're gonna lose Thomas Painter, War Tom in 7th place, but he's gonna go home to his wife and his gold mine in Colorado, so not a bad consolation prize for this Vietnam vet, and he's gonna have a chat with Caitlin.
Lost opportunity.
How was your experience here?
Oh, this is the most fantastic casino. And Club WPT has, made a dream come true.
We'll see you on the felt at clubwpt.com.
Yes.
Screen name War Tom.
War Tom.
War Tom.
Yes.
Watch out, everybody.
I'll be back.
All right, we don't doubt it.
Well, War Tom, we'll see you playing on Club WPT.
And we'll see the rest of you next time when one of the players becomes king of the club. We're out.
Get up for the king of the club. Look at you now, you're the king of the club. Minute to learn, lifetime to master. Gotta get your fix. We're feeling even faster. Get your chips all in. Put your skills to the test. It's everybody's quest to rise above the rest. All my VIPs, pull a chair up, please. We got a seat open for the king of the club. Now get up for the king of the club. Now get up for the king of the club. Get up for the king of the club. Look at you now, you're the king of the club.
You guys don't understand when you see it on TV why.
Tonight we are at the Seminole Hard Rock in Hollywood, Florida. This is King of the Club. I'm Jeff Gross.
And I'm Maria Ho. I love this format from World Poker Tour. 8 players won their way here at WPT.com and are now playing for cash and prizes to be awarded to the top 3 spots, including a $15,000 WPT main event package for the winner. What an opportunity to go from playing poker online to playing on TV.
The action has been great at this table. We have lost 2 players, and whew, I can't believe the number of big hands we've seen.
I I want Rob here on seat. He's been dealt pocket aces 3 times so far.
Again.
Playing well and running well. Luck definitely on his side. Woo! And we're lucky too. We got Caitlin Howe joining us from the sidelines here tonight.
All right, so we are down to 6 players. We have Rob Huron with 244,000, a nice lead, and Kevin is at the back with 13 big blinds. Going to need to get active here if he wants to stick around.
Blinds are 2,000, 4,000, and action does start on our chip leader, Rob, and he's going to fold 9-7 off suit. Debbie looks down at pocket 6s, and she is going to limp in here.
Paula gets out of the way. JP will follow. And there they are.
Yeah, we expect to see aces, once every 2 hands at this table.
I raise.
It's been a pretty prominent hand, and Seth announces the raise.
Make it 16.
And Seth has been very aggressive today, so I don't think he's going to get as much credit as, say, Rob when he raises. Back to Debbie now.
All right. She does elect to make the call, and we're going to see a flop.
You need a rake.
And Seth will be first to act after the flop. Flop comes Jack, 7, 6, 2 spades. And Debbie's flopped bottom set here, and it looks like she checked out of position. Maybe she got a little bit excited.
Check.
But Seth is gonna check, and Debbie's gonna check again.
And now the queen of clubs comes, making a super wet board. We have straight draws, 2 flush draws.
16.
And Seth is done checking now. He's going to bet 16,000.
There's a lot going on out there, but Debbie decides to keep the trap sprung just.
The river's the 9 of clubs. That's a pretty scary card for everybody.
Seth does have the ace of clubs, so he's got to be a little less worried about the flushes and the clubs coming, but scary board.
That's 33,000, and Debbie,
I'm all in.
Quickly moves all in.
I call.
And Seth calls and sees the bad news.
Oh, wow. I got cracked.
Rob's house. You got Rob's.
Good hand. Had pocket aces. Yeah, but she got me on trip 6.
And trips are good. Debbie, big pot there. Jumps into second place with 180,000 now.
And Debbie Joyce is an Air Force veteran, retired now, and she loves bass fishing. She says fishing is like poker. You've got to have patience, and I think she reeled a pretty big one in there with Seth Chia cracking his aces. Folded around to Paula on the button. She's going to fold queen 6 offsuit.
And JP finds ace king. Big hand here, 6-handed.
I'll try it.
He says, let's try this. He limps in. I love the limp here. He knows his opponent's aggressive in the big blind. That Seth takes the bait and he pops it up.
I think everybody's fishing for Seth here at this table.
Yeah.
He makes it 16,000 to go.
We see the agony with the ace king in the small blind. JP.
I get 32.
It's always alarming when a player looks agonized and then raises you. And that's what has happened as he puts it up to 32,000. A lot of clicking, a lot of min raising.
I'm all in.
All in.
Seth quickly moves all in, which I'm shocked because JP has not shown a lot of aggression.
I'll call.
And JP does call because I think we all know Seth's reputation by now.
Yeah, I was in position.
I think we may have seen a little bit of tilt here from his aces being cracked.
No ace, no king, pop a queen.
It's a lot to ask for. Seth calling the board.
Ooh, he asked for a queen, but he got a 7 instead.
No ace, no king.
Need an ace, I need a king.
Yeah, the roles are reversed now. JP is going to need an ace or a king with the turn coming.
Turn is the 5 of diamonds, so that's not going to help JP. Seth is patiently waiting, hoping for a double up, hoping to fade an ace or a king.
And he does get a middling card. A 9 is not going to be good for JP, and Seth will double up.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. Good job.
Seth is healthy and back in.
How in the hell do I lose that?
That's what I said about pocket aces.
You're insane, Seth.
That was a desperate call.
He's insanely lucky.
And speaking of luck, looks like Caitlin is about to hand some out down on the floor.
That's right, it's time for grab bag.
All right, let's find out who the lucky winner is. It's gonna be Debbie. Debbie, come on up. With your good luck, you have won a Monster Superstar back float speaker.
Oh, wonderful. Yay. Thank you. Thank you.
You can go ahead and take that luck back to the table with you.
Very good. Thank you. With hearing aids, you need something like this.
They sound good, too. They sound real good.
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
Debbie Joyce running well tonight. She has hit the set of sixes, taking her to a comfortable third position with 168,000.
Action this hand starts on Kevin. He's not gonna let Seth's crazy play rub off on him. He's gonna fold ace-7 offsuit from under the gun.
Debbie been the talk of the town right now. She does wake up with ace-queen, a very strong hand.
Raise.
She elects to raise, not limp this time. Debbie makes it 16,000.
Paula is gonna fold her button.
JP with the J5, gonna give it up, and Seth doesn't see a lot of cards he doesn't like. And the 3 is gonna be enough for him to see a flop, calling it 10,000.
The flop is ace-10 for all clubs. Debbie has top pair club, but Seth does have the 6 of clubs.
16.
He's gonna check it over to her, and she's gonna continue here for 16,000.
Yeah, I like it. A little bit of protection, betting her ace. She doesn't have a club. A lot of scary cards for her. She gets called.
The deuce of spades rolls off, and they're both gonna.
He did pick up additional outs for a straight draw, but the river breaks off the jack of diamonds.
And I like to see that Seth is reaching for. It's not gonna hit his flush. At least he's gonna try to win this pot. He bets 30,000, but Debbie calls.
Good call. You got it.
Good call by Debbie. She pot controlled and then picked off a bluff on the river. A nicely played hand.
Seth doesn't really have any gear but go so far.
You aren't giving her my money.
Debbie poker and says she loves fishing and she's gonna reel in this pot.
Absolutely, I love fishing. I try to fish as much as possible. Now that I'm retired, I get to fish every day. I think fishing is a lot like poker. You gotta have patience, because there is a reward for putting in that time and effort and grinding, so to speak. I think that in any sport, the more practice, the better you're gonna get. And with Club WPT, you're able to go online at any time and play in a free roll or play in one of the 10-point tournaments. And at that point, you can practice and take different approaches. I think it's very important. I mean, look, I'm here and I won, so definitely you can really win.
Debbie plays on Club WPT as DJ 2008 because she's been a Club WPT member since 2008. So she's a real OG right now.
She has played for a while. See if the experience can pay off here.
Rob folds 8-7 offsuit. Debbie folds ace-5. Paula folds over to JP.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000. It's getting expensive.
Raise.
And he's going to make it 21,000. Nice to see him raise his hand on the button.
I'm all in.
And Seth, ace-10 offsuit in the small blind, good enough to move all in for 110,000. Not surprised to see him be aggressive in this spot.
JP, he does make the call, and he's going to be happy to see the situation he's in.
I need 10s, no queens.
You'll probably get it there.
Let's chop. Let's just chop it. Let's go ace, ace, king. Let's go ace, ace, king.
That's reasonable there, ace-10. Not a ton of chips. You put it in.
You know, I think at this point, JP's done folding to Seth. I think everybody's done folding to Seth. Flop is king 4-3, rainbow.
5 deuce.
Seth is calling for some chop outs, 5 and a deuce. Would give them both the wheel.
Or 10.
How about a queen?
Seth is looking for a 10 to eliminate JP.
Not going to be a chop. He's going to need the 10 and a 10 only.
Now I need a 10.
Or else we will see JP doubling up, and that is what happens with the 3 of diamonds on the river.
Was that a split? Wait a minute, is that a split?
No.
Yeah.
Looking for the split. Seth's looking hard.
No,
I don't
ace,
think
ace.
you're going to
Oh,
find it here.
Ace, ace. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I keep thinking there's
Seth never wants to give up on a pot too easily.
Give me a break, will you, man? Let me have one hand, will you? Jesus. I'm back in the game.
Not your lesson for now. Spoiled, huh?
Paulo with the little needle.
That's it. If he beats me again on some crappy damn 7, I'll die.
JP Carabaz from Tallahassee, Florida. He just celebrated his 50th anniversary to his wife, Karen, and he is hoping that he can take home $10,000, maybe buy her a nice anniversary present, you know, plus that $15,000 WPT main event package.
Paula wakes up with an ace 10.
I raise 16.
She does make the minimum to 16,000 a min raise.
JP looks at king queen offsuit, and he's gonna call. Seth, take a break now.
Good thing he did, because Kevin wakes up with aces.
I'm all in.
And he gives a little bit of shrug of the shoulders. What else can he do? He's got 36,000 total. He puts it all in.
Okay.
Paula is not going to take long to call the additional 20,000.
JP always looks so pained.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fold this thing down. I got 16 in now, and it's 36.
He knows with the raise, the all-in and a call, his hand is not in particularly great shape, most likely to start.
But he is going to make the call as well, so that means there's going to be a side pot between Paula and JP. Kevin is all in, and he has way the best of it, and he's just hoping his hand will hold up for a nice triple up.
Gonna see the 10-5-3 rainbow flop.
Come on.
Paula does make top, and she says, I'm all in, protecting against JP, which I like.
Nice hand, Kevin.
Perfect time,
Paula is going to see that an ace is not going to help her, seeing as Kevin has pocket aces. She's going to need another 10 in order to eliminate Kevin.
I got 2 more 10s in there.
Yeah.
Could be the 4 deuce run out for a chop. That's a little less likely, and there's a jack, so now it will be a 10 and a 10 only on the river.
And the rivers, the 5 of diamonds, Kevin's aces are going to hold up. He looks very relieved. Nice triple
Good
up.
job, good job.
Patience.
tripled up.
Yes. And you're right, I got it right on time.
Thanks to Club WPT, some of these players get to turn a free roll into a payday. Find out how you can get in the game at clubwpt.com. This has been an action-packed week here at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, and these players really found out what it means to be a Club WPT VIP.
The player party was spectacular. Oh, the crowd, the music.
And there was great food and great drink and a lot of fun. And excited to rub shoulders with the pros.
I got pictures with Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Nick Dinger. I had to delete a couple photos because I have so many.
To be able to rub shoulders with the best, it was awesome. And it blew my expectations away.
That you see on TV, we were part of it. We were there. It was like a family.
Club WPT put on a phenomenal party. It was just unbelievable.
Where were we at that party, Jeff? That looked like a lot of fun.
Yes, it did, but also looks fun as being the chip leader, which Rob is right now. Debbie close behind, and Paula, Ray, and Seth Chia at the bottom. Gonna need to get something going here.
Action is on Kevin to start, and he's going to fold. So does Rob.
Debbie gets out of the way, queen 6 suited.
Paula folds, and it's to JP now in the small blind with king queen offsuit.
Gives a casual flick in there. Pretty big hand.
I'm all in.
Oh, you son of a...
Seth goes all in instantly.
Good luck, all in.
Thank you.
No, let's not give him good luck. Let's let him have his way home.
Yes, that's all.
I'm gonna be able to sleep if I didn't call you.
So king, queen, blind on blind for 4 blinds. Gonna need to make the call. He does ultimately do it, and he's maybe a bit surprised to be behind. Seth waking up with a nice hand there in the big blind.
King, queen, man, I've seen other do. There's been a lot of aces and tens, though.
Yeah, it didn't help last time.
Yeah.
Just pop an ace out.
I thought you had, like a 5 deuce or something.
Flop is 8-6-4 rainbow.
Look at this crap. Give some face cards. Please.
Ace.
Seth's ace high still good.
JP calling for paint. He's going to need to find a king or a queen with 2 cards to come to the turn. No help, deuce, so he's down to the river. King or a queen, or else Seth, his nemesis today, will double up.
And the river is not a king or a queen.
Still alive.
JP, you know, showing a lot of emotion. I think Seth under his skin a little bit with how aggressive he's playing.
Gun, man, you're killing me. You're just killing me.
JP's not loving it right now.
I'm not an emotional player, but do I ever? That's a good question. Look at this crap. Oh, you sound like. You know, sometimes when you get cracked and you have a big hand, you get a little tilt. You're killing me. You're just killing me. But I try to get over it right away. And I think I am a thoughtful person that is driven to excel. If I don't excel in it, I keep trying till I do. That's the way I live my life. How can you have an ace when you usually do it with something else?
JP plays on Club WPT under the screen name JP Kara, and his favorite player is Phil Hellmuth, the poker brat. I'm not surprised at all.
Absolutely. Also, he loved tennis, and when he was a youth, he played competitively, being ranked as high as 23 in the world.
Action folds around Apollo with 4-3 offsuit. She's gonna fold. So does JP, and what do you know? Seth probably gonna get in the mix here in the small blind, ace 6 offsuit. He makes the call, and Kevin is gonna check his option here with 9-8 offsuit.
Flop comes 8 deuce 5 with 2 diamonds, neither player having a diamond. Seth is gonna lead out here after limping in for 12,000.
Raise 24.
And Kevin makes it 24,000 with top pair.
And Seth is thinking his ace high may be just good here.
Turn brings another 8, giving Kevin trips now, and it might make Seth feel even more comfortable with his ace high on this paired board. He checks.
Normally you would bet again here, but knowing his opponent, Seth, being pretty aggressive, he decides to give him some rope.
Yeah, Kevin checks back, and on the Queen of Hearts river, let's see if Seth's gonna go for it.
All in.
Oh.
A call.
You got the 8? Yeah. I figured you had 8 when you looked.
Nice job, Kev. Nice job, man. Way to check that down. Good job.
Sorry to snap call, dude.
You got it. He's got it.
Seth Chia is going to be eliminated. He's the 6th place finisher. He's played really fast today, and he's going to talk to Caitlin.
You're out earlier than you probably wanted to be, but how has this whole experience been for you?
Whole week's been great. The staff, the Club WPT, great. Enjoyed it. First rate, first class.
We can find you on the felt again soon at clubwpt.com.
Probably right after this, I'll be back on clubwpt.com.
You might see him in there. His name is Chia Pets, so watch out.
5 players remain, but only 1 will become king of the club. See who has what it takes when we return.
Hey everyone, Nick Binger here with your LearnWPT.com tip of the day. If you're just waiting for good cards in tournaments, your chip stack's gonna dwindle down and down until you have less than 10 big blinds. To prevent this from happening, you have to be able to make a pre-flop reshoving or re-raising all in after another player raises first allows you to win uncontested pots pre-flop so that you can ship up in tournaments. Look to make this move when you have a stack of between 10 and 20 big blinds so you have a good risk-reward ratio on this play. For more information about reshoving and other moves, check out LearnWPT.com today.
Great tip from Nick Binger there. I feel like a lot of times players are playing a little bit too tight, and when your image is really tight, you actually get a lot more folds for your reshove because they're putting you on really big hands.
Absolutely. We're down to 5 players, Rob and Debbie at the top, so it's getting exciting, and everyone jockeying for position. here for that top prize of 10 grand plus the 15,000 World Poker Tour tournament package.
Action folds to JP, and with ace-7 offsuit,
All in.
he's going to move all in. Can't really blame him for that, given the blinds.
Shoves first in, which is a powerful play. It's a lot easier to shove than call.
That hurt. That hurt.
And we see Rob lay down a pocket pair.
You had a pair, right, JP?
Yeah, big pair.
Oh, JP.
I had your hand.
Nah.
Yeah. Aces.
Can't even keep a straight face on that. He's smiling ear to ear.
Now JP's resorting to just outright lying to his opponent.
That's allowed.
Action is on JP first now, and he looks down at King 9 offsuit. He's gonna fold.
Kevin 9-5 gets out of the way. Rob with the 9-7, not gonna play. Debbie, Jack 8, and she is gonna limp in. And Paula
with Jack deuce offsuit from the big line is gonna check her option. Flop is Queen 8-4, all clubs.
Neither player with a club. Debbie does have a pair.
Turn is the 10 of clubs.
Debbie's gonna check it again. Paula checks and double checks her cards for a club. Doesn't have one. The 9, both players are gonna make a straight.
But there's a flush out there. And now Debbie decides she is gonna bet. And Paula, she's like, I'm gonna go all in. I mean, I only have 14,000. I have a straight. I don't have the flush, but
You have it.
for 2,000 more, Debbie's gonna fold.
Oh.
You had the ace of clubs.
I wonder if she knew how much more it was, because to bet 12 and fold for 2 more, that's a little bit of confusion.
Good play. Good play.
Thanks.
For Paula, she's gonna get a nice pickup there on what was a chop pot.
Where'd you eat last night?
Well, Jeff, that noise can only mean one thing.
That's right. I think I see Lingil Martin joining Caitlin down on the horizon.
All right, it's time to set sail and find out which lucky player will win a WPT cruise for 2.
I'm so excited to share this with you. I've got to say, the WPT cruise is one of the highlights of my year. So one of you are going to get to join us.
And Lynn, what do they look forward to here on the cruise?
Oh, well, it is one of the greatest holidays. I mean, you get to go to tropical destinations, and while you're out at sea, you get to play poker. I mean, what more could you want, right?
She's gonna help me draw a name. You're gonna come up, select a hat, and if your hat has the gold star on it, then you won.
Cool.
All right. Lynn, will you do the honors?
Okay. Who's the first possible cruiser? Kevin.
Come on up, Kevin.
Lynn, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Caitlin, I'm going to do this one.
You're all right. Just hold tight right there. And show it to the audience. And if your hat has the gold star on it, then you won. Go for it. Kevin is our winner of the WPT Cruise for 2. Congratulations.
That's great.
Congratulations. And his lovely wife right here. I bet she's going to be your +1, huh?
I'm so happy.
That's a pretty awesome prize to win. I want to go on a WPT cruise.
His wife Renee was right there. That's amazing. Congrats to them.
Back to the table. Action here on Paula. She has ace-10 offsuit.
I go all in.
And she's going to move all in. She
Good luck.
Thank you.
really only has 3.5 big blinds. She definitely was hoping to pick up a hand that she can go all in with. JP with ace-4 offsuit behind her is considering making the call. But nope.
Kevin, not a decision with the 7-5.
I call.
Rob, though, there's a hand used to the biggest of the non-pairs, ace-king.
And you know, Rob does continue to run good here, having Paula dominated.
King versus 10.
Rob fist pumping early.
We've seen it win before.
Yeah.
Ace-10, yeah.
Paula's tournament life at stake here.
Come on, throw a king down for me.
No kings.
No kings, but no 10s. All right, I'll work with you. Tell you the truth, I'm not feeling good.
Flop is Jack 6-6. So, you know, a couple of for Paula, but Rob is still ahead. His kicker's still playing. Turn is the 9 of clubs.
I can't watch.
Get a 10 for me.
You're supposed to say one time.
I get what you're saying.
Paula will need a Jack 9 to chop or a 10.
Nope, the deuce of diamonds comes on the river, and that means Rob is going to eliminate Paula. Really great effort, though, by Paula Ray from Bristol, Connecticut. She's a real estate broker, and she's going to go home and play on Club WPT under the screen name Abadabba, and she's going to talk to Caitlin.
I love interview time.
I did my best, and it's been a lot of fun. I did my best.
Well, you're undeniably a winner already. What are you thinking for the rest of the tournament? Who do you think is the best competition out there?
I think you're going to change the title to Queen of the Club.
Ooh, that sounds like a vote for Debbie. All right, well, we'll see.
We are down to 4. That means 1 away from the money. Let's take a break, come back, see who gets it done.
We are bringing the fun here at the Seminole Hard Rock, and it's time for card counters. All you have to do is identify a card from the 13 cards in a particular suit. Joining Caitlin to play is JP Carabas.
All right, you remember what to do?
Yep.
Okay, let's
ready.
start it. Show us those cards.
Uh-oh. That's what I thought it was. I was sure it was going to be the Jack, but my final answer will be the 6 of diamonds.
6, final answer?
Final answer.
Show us that card. 2 of diamonds. Darn.
Oh, well, that's the way it goes.
Better luck at the table, JP.
Well, let's see if JP can avoid being on tilt after getting that incorrect.
JP is the short stack right now on the table, and you hate to be in that position because a lot of the times that does mean you end up being the bubble person. Rob folds. Debbie has ace-9 offsuit. And she's gonna call.
God, I ought to be playing this.
And JP also calls from the small blind, and Kevin here in the big blind with 8-6 offsuit checks. 7, 6, 5, 2 spades. So Kevin has a pair and an open-ended straight draw.
24,000.
It's checked to him by JP, and Kevin is going to put out a bet of 24,000. That's going to be good enough to get Debbie and JP to fold.
Nice, nice.
Very
nice.
I was looking for the 8, but had the straight.
Kevin takes the initiative and wins that pot.
When I first found Club WPT, it's 2000, I got crushed by a forklift. I was having a hard time sleeping. Sleeping patterns were off. I was wounded. I went over to the computer, put in online poker. After my accident, poker really gave me something to fight for again. And anybody can win. That is really what I really love about poker. Everybody does have a chance. In my entire life, I have been a, if you can see it, you can achieve it person. And I did believe that I would be here, that I would get an opportunity to play with the big boys.
It's a good story from Kevin Hozak. It's nice to see that. It seems like he's recovered pretty well. And, you know, he's here now. He has a shot at winning the $10,000 plus the $15,000 WPT main event package.
Let's not forget he has already won the WPT Cruise, and his wife Renee in the audience will be going along with him. So no matter what, he's going to walk away with something, but I know he has his eye on that first prize.
Action is on Debbie. She has ace-8 offsuit. And she's going to raise to 36,000. Blinds are 9,000, 18,000 now.
I'm all in.
And Rob's just going to move all in with 10s, just going to put all the pressure back on Debbie.
Interesting to note, she is in 3rd place right now with JP below her.
I'll call.
So she is putting herself at risk, raising, calling the ace-8 off, and Rob
Pocket tens versus ace-8.
Who has not been messing around today. Coming when he puts big chips in, he's had ace-king or pairs. He finds himself in a position.
Good luck, Deb.
Good luck. Debbie is gonna need to get lucky here. She's looking for that ace. Flop is queen, jack, 5, rainbow. So Rob's tens still in the lead.
2 cards left.
And she is going to need an ace or a running straight, which is going to be hard. There's a 9.
Ooh. Open end straight.
Now, Rob does not want to hit a set of tens because that would give Debbie a queen high straight.
10.
And Debbie knows it too.
No tens either, Deb.
Right. You don't want either one of them now.
Don't do it to me, Deb.
Give him a 10.
Rob's looking like the one at risk.
Straight.
River brings the king of clubs.
Good playing with you.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
So that means Debbie Joyce from North Carolina, the retired U.S. Air Force veteran, is unfortunately going to fly away in 4th place, just shy of making the money.
Woo. Oh my God, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to like hang out after this. I'm gonna have to go right to my room and just sleep.
Well, you didn't take it down, but will we see you again on clubwpt.com?
Better believe you will. If I can do it, you can do it.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank
Congratulations,
you.
Debbie.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So 3 players left, and they're all in the money.
This has been quite the battle, and they are all feeling pretty good right now.
We made the money, man. Awesome job. Awesome job.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and ClubWPT.com's King of the Club.
Let's take a look at the remaining 3 players. Rob Huron, pretty much been the chip leader since the start. A lot of big hands today, so no surprise.
All players guaranteed prize money here, $2,500 for third, $5,000 for second, and $10,000 plus that $15,000 WPT package up top.
I call.
Rob gonna come in with the queen 9, JP with the quick check in the big blind with 10-9. So Rob has the dominating hand to start.
The flop is 2, 3, 7, couple of spades there, but neither has connected with this flop, so they're both gonna check.
And there's the money card for Rob. Turns top pair. JP also has a 9 and a slightly worse kicker.
40.
Rob's gonna cut out a bet here of 40,000.
I think he's sucking me in here.
Yeah, well, he does have you out kicked, JP. This was not a good turn card for you, but I don't see how you could fold to this bet.
I think I still got some time.
And Rob looks very serious over there in those Maui gyms.
Oh,
oops.
And JP decides to not just
Got
call,
about
but to move all in
80-some
for 97,000. Rob's gonna survey the stack.
So it's only like 40 more to call?
A little more than that.
97.
97.
All right, I call you.
And he does make the call for 57,000 more.
Come for that 10.
JP's not gonna like what he sees. We got Rob. Is he fist pumping it? Yep. There's the double pump.
8 won't help me. I gotta have a 10.
So far, Rob's hands have held up when he's gotten it in ahead. Let's see if this proves any different.
Come on, no tens, Bubba.
The river is just a third 9.
Wow, a lot of case cards today.
You're going, brother.
It's good. Nice to meet you, brother.
Nice to meet you.
JP, man, awesome.
Way to go.
Good luck in your future.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Rob scores another knockout, and we get to see that patented Rob fist pump.
And JP Carabas has to head home to Tallahassee, Florida, but first he's gonna check in with Caitlin.
You're out in third, but that's not so bad. You got $2,500 in cash. How does it feel?
Feels great. Going home with more money than I came with. That's unusual in the casino.
Indeed, indeed. You came so far. How was your experience this whole time?
It's been fantastic. From the Club WPT to the hotel staff, everybody's just been wonderful and treated me great.
You think you're going to play a little more poker on clubwpt.com after this?
I play twice a day. How much more I can do?
Fair enough. We'll take it. Well, congratulations on an awesome finish. We're so happy for you.
Thank you so very much.
Good luck, brother. Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, I can tell you, we saw it coming.
Rob Huron and Kevin Hozak is gonna share a little heads-up embrace before they battle. Heads up, Rob has 474,000. to Kevin's 331,000.
Anyone's game, this thing can go either way. I wonder how much experience they have heads up. One of those forms of poker people don't play a lot of, so it should be interesting.
Make it 30, not 24, 48. 48. Raise it to 48, yes.
Blinds are 12,000, 24,000 now, and Rob with Jack-9 offsuit can make it 48,000 to go.
Rob counts out the chips, finds 48, does elect to min raise here. It's a little pressure on. Kevin with a really nice hand, the ace-3 suited for a heads-up battle.
Just call.
Gonna make the call.
And the flop is ace, 10, 6, couple of clubs, and actually has top pair.
50.
Rob doesn't have much, but that's not going to stop him from putting out a bet of 50,000.
Pure bluff.
A full.
And Kevin, with not a lot of thought, lays down top pair in the heads up.
That's kind of shocking.
Pretty surprising play, but
Rob gets a lot of credit these days, you know. But also, I think maybe Kevin's just, as you said, not used to playing heads up, maybe feeling the pressure a little bit, not wanting to get involved too early.
Crazy how the brain just fries up, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
I think he just explained it right there, and I think when he watches his back, he's going to regret that. He's going to feel like he kind of let the pressure get to him.
Call.
They're also not super deep, so, you know, if you look top pair heads up, I don't know what else he's looking for there. Either way, he's already heads up. Pretty good day. Oh.
Wow, look at this. For Rob, he flops a straight.
24. Or I'm sorry, 40. Living in the past again.
Not much for Kevin, but Kevin's going to go ahead and bet 40,000 now.
Everyone's got a style. Some people fold top pair and then some bet going high.
I'm gonna raise.
It's not going to work when your opponent flops the nuts.
Do 60, 80,000. Raise it up to 80.
I don't know. The fact that Rob's raising right away just because he has such a strong reputation for having big hands today, hitting a lot of flops. I think I would like to see him just call it.
Likely will get Kevin to wait for another hand.
So that's 2 going Rob's way. He's taking control of this heads-up battle.
Yep. Smooth sailing for Rob today.
We are down to heads up between Rob Huron against Kevin Hozak. Kevin, 2 big blinds, and even Rob only has 8 big blinds, so both of them are going to have to get pretty aggressive pretty soon.
Blinds are now up. It is 40,000, 80,000.
All in.
That's a move that's aggressive right there.
I'm gonna call.
Here we go, buddy. Here it is.
Kevin, quick ace 3.
Ooh, king 5.
Are you king 5?
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to throw him.
Rob's excited. Rob is fired up. He can sense it. He senses the win, but at the same time, if he loses the hand, it's 6 blinds to 4 blinds. So, I mean, they're at the point where...
Either way, I'm still in it.
It is down to it.
He's got like 2 home.
Rob is very live here, and this time, for, you know, one of the first times all day, he has not gotten it in with the best of it, but he could still get lucky.
Oh. It's a pretty conclusive flop.
Nice
He needs the running 3-4, and Kevin has a 3, or he's going to need a king and a 5 or a king 5-5 run out.
How about a 3?
The turn is a jack of hearts, so Rob is drawing dead. Kevin's going to double up here with pair aces.
And just like that, it is now, what, 6 to 4 blinds? So it is anyone's game.
I had to keep it rolling, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
We're getting into it.
And I had the chip, so, I mean, we're about even right now.
Yeah.
So, here we go again, dude.
Yeah, you're pretty up there, though. Oh, thank you, man. It's not over yet.
Took a swing.
Great playing by these guys to take it all the way down where the blinds are now making their stacks this shallow. Means these guys have hung in there. 2 worthy champions for our first ever King of the Club. Let's see who will get it done.
I'm gonna call.
Kevin's going to limp in here.
All in.
Rob with pocket deuces
He's good. He's good.
shoves 479,000 in the middle.
So deuces.
Nice, brother. You had me. Yeah, you had me. It's a good bet.
Thank you. All in.
I call.
Wow, I mean, this is heads up play. You shouldn't be getting pairs.
I know. Rob is pretty excited having and the best of it.
But he's smoked.
But I'm all
Rob goes all in.
Good luck, brother.
You too, brother.
This is a scary one here, buddy. You had
Those
my
twos.
hand last time.
I know.
Let's do this. If not, I'll see you on the cruise.
Oh, definitely, brother.
$10,000 in cash plus the $15,000 WPT main event package. And don't forget the title of being the king of the club.
You know what, though? 3 weeks ago, somebody got quad deuces on me, dude.
I don't even want to hear that story. I don't want to hear that story.
I want payback today, right now.
Rob can almost taste this victory. Just hoping the nines will hold up. Flop is ace 7-6 so far. They are still in the lead, and he knows that Kevin is in pretty bad shape now.
Seen the fist pump, the double fist pump, the fist thrust. He's got all the fist moves.
One more card.
Turn is the ace of hearts. Still good for Rob. He's got aces and nines. Kevin is looking for a deuce.
One more card. This is that 6 stuff we were talking about earlier, dude.
Deuce or deuce only, or else Rob will be the king of the club. And there's the river. It is the king of clubs.
And that makes Rob Huron our first ever king of the
I had a
club.
great time. Hey, it was nice to meet you.
I did it. Thank you. Love you guys. Kevin, hey, great game. Back with you, man. Thank you so much. These guys, awesome player, man. Thank you so much.
And let's not forget, Kevin did win the WPT Cruise, so a little extra bonus to go with his second place $5,000 finish.
My expectation was to win. Place to a gentleman like Rob, great player, great guy.
Oh my God.
I won a cruise, and oh my God, I mean, I had to bring myself back into the game. I was so excited. So, top of the world. I am on top of the world. I will always play on Club WPT. Always.
Rob, you did it. What are your emotions right now?
I can't even tell you. I'm so excited. Thank you, WPT, for making my dreams come true.
You did an incredible job. You won a trophy, $10,000, a $10,000 seat in another WPT tournament. You're going to prepare for that.
I'm going to play a lot more cards online, WPT, and we'll see what happens.
Well, it worked for you this time.
It worked, yes.
Rob,
thank you.
you are king of the club.
Woo! Yeah! Yes!
Congratulations.
King of the club! Here you go, babe. Thank you so much. This won't fit in my wife's pocketbook, though. Thank you. Dreams come true.
Who doesn't love to take home a giant check, right?
The cash, the WPT main event seat, and the journey all started by playing online at clubwpt.com. This has been fun.
Join us next time when a new set of players attempt to become king of the club.
Woo! Let's party!
Woo!
Look at you now, you're the king of the club. Minute to learn, lifetime to master. Gotta get your fix. Reveal them even faster. Get your chips all in. Put your skills to the test. It's everybody's quest to rise above the rest. All my VIPs, pull a chair up, please. We got a seat open for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Look at you now, the king of the club.
All right.
Hey there, everyone. This is King of the Club. Tonight, we are coming to you from the Seminole Hard Rock, where 8 players are fulfilling a lifelong dream of playing poker on TV. I'm Jeff Gross.
And I'm Maria Ho. Now, Jeff, this is such a cool opportunity from the World Poker Tour. Qualifying tournaments on clubwpt.com, these players mixed it up online and won an all-expense-paid trip. Plus, they now have the opportunity to win even more cash and prizes tonight, including a $15,000 WPT main event package.
A lot on the line, and joining us from the sidelines is Caitlin Howe.
I've had the pleasure of getting to know these players this week, and we've got some serious characters at the table. Really appreciate this opportunity from Club WPT, and this is something they all want to win.
Hi, my name is Lawrence Adams. I'm from Surprise, Arizona. I would consider myself a geek.
My favorite poker hand is pocket jacks. My name is Jerry Jackson, so JJ Jacks.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Linville. I think the discipline that I learned in the military is the greatest thing I can bring to the poker table.
My name is Rob Gottfried from Charlotte, North Carolina. My screen name is Chef.
I'm Bob Gartz, and I'm from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I would say I'm conservative.
My name is Steve Nichols. I try and be extremely aggressive when I know I have a good hand and push hard.
Hi, my name is Anita Dahlstrom. If you're too passive, you just aren't going to win enough.
My name is Jan Garner. Poker surprises you. You gotta wait till you get to the table and see who's pushing the chips around.
They're ready, they're hungry. All the players are starting out with 100,000 in chips.
It's a sit and go format. Top 3 spots pay, but they're all eyeing not only the title, but the first place prize of $10,000 plus a $15,000 WPT main event package.
The blinds are 300, and we get the action kicked off right away. Rob raising the king-jack.
Anita decides to pass.
Call. Jan with the ace-jack flatting, so he's going to have position and a better hand.
Lawrence doesn't want to play.
See Jerry fold the queen-6. Jeremy not going to play the 5-4.
We're going to be heads up to this flop.
What would Nick say?
He told me to raise under the gun. Didn't Nick say raise under the gun immediately?
Nick being professional poker player, Nick Binger, who gave them all a great seminar beforehand with some tips and some tricks. We'll see if they put that to use today.
A good start. Rob gets top pair with the king-jack. He does lead out for 2,200, and it looks like that is going to get it done. So Rob will be taking the first pot.
Thank you.
Chip leader.
Nice. It's over. You guys can leave now. You got. That's it. Under the gun. Give me him on the button.
For now, Rob is our chip leader, but I think all the other players will have something to say about that. They're all going to be eyeing the top prize, $10,000 plus a $15,000 WPT main event package.
All right, we got Bob with the jack-5, going to give it up 3-2. Not going to play. Anita looks down at the ace-queen. This is certainly a good hand for 8-handed.
Raise.
She is going to raise. Puts a little more than the min raise, so she makes it 1,400. Blinds again, 300, 600.
Lawrence lets go the 4 deuce. Jerry folds, so does Jeremy.
I call.
And Rob actually has a really nice hand here in the big blind, jacks, but he is just going to call.
Yeah, kind of underreps his hand, keeps the pot small, and going to evaluate the flop. Queen 8-9 rainbow, so Anita does take the lead.
Yeah, but I don't think Rob can fold his hand on this flop. He does have a gut shot straight draw, and there's only one over card.
Not only does he not fold, but he does go ahead and put a raise in. So you could argue to just call here, but go ahead and raise in, take control of the hand, and see where he's at.
Call.
So he does get called by Anita with top pair, top kicker. She's definitely not going away for that small raise.
A turn is the queen of hearts, so now Anita's improved to trips. That might be trouble for Rob because it kind of makes his jacks look a little better.
Now it's like he's thinking, oh, maybe I was worried about the queen. Now it's unlikely she has one.
Raise.
So he leads out and gets raised. Now it's got to be a little bit of a alarm bells going off that he might not have the best hand, but he is going to stick in there and call. And they're going to the river.
The river is the 6 of clubs, so Rob is going to check to Anita.
About 40,000 in the middle, and she goes for a 10,000 bet, so pretty small size on the river. I think she just wants to make sure she gets paid off here, and Rob will oblige, call, and is going to see the bad news.
To it.
Nice hand.
Nice hand. The lady got some ladies.
Rob going to see that big pot go Anita's way.
For the moment. For the moment.
Straight drop kept me in there too for a little bit. Good bet.
But maybe for our resident chef from North Carolina, he'll get something cooking later on today.
When I'm in the kitchen working as a chef, everything is very high pressure and very high tension, and you have to make the right decisions and the right moves at the right time.
Good bet.
And same thing at a poker table. You really have to know what you're doing. You find yourself with good cards that you have to fold.
I don't.
It's the hands you fold playing poker that help you win a tournament, as opposed to the ones you play.
It was tough. I was hoping you had like 10s or something. You know, it's one of those.
Sounds like Rob has a recipe for success. We'll see if he's able to follow it. He plays on Club WPT as Chef Donk.
Well, his mom, who is now in her 80s, still plays poker, and she used to live in Atlantic City and would mix it up with a kid named Jerome, which we might know better as Phil Ivey. So I would be curious to hear some of those stories, and that's pretty cool that his mom was a stud back with Phil Ivey in Atlantic City. So he's definitely got some good stories for us. And we got the action here with Rob raising it up to 1,300. Rob and Bob, not to be confused. Bob has the queen 10 suited, decides to flat.
Action around to Anita.
Anita will fold here. Jan is out. Go heads up to a flop.
The flop is Jack 8 for Rainbow, so Rob here has top pair, top kicker, but Bob does have a gut shot straight draw and backdoor straight flush outs, plus an overcard to the board, so...
Not going anywhere. Queen 10 suited, feeling good about it.
I'm not getting anybody off any hands. It always happens to me when I play.
Turn, wow, it's an amazing card for Bob. Not only does it give him the straight, but he also does have a backdoor flush draw now.
Nick told me to be aggressive.
Rob is going to check it over.
Call.
And call Bob's bet of 3,000.
Rob definitely can't just fold the one bet there.
The river brings the 5 of hearts. Rob checks again.
5.
Bob, of course, going to get some value here.
Rob is not going to like what's going on here.
Okay, I call.
He's lost a couple tough pots. Got now flopped, now turned, and he's kind of saying, what's going on? What's happening? Can I hit the reset? It's not how I envision the start.
That straight flush draw.
I had ace jack. Ace jack. What am I going to do?
It's too confusing when they're both in a pot, so I'm going to just start calling Bob Pappy Poker. That's what he plays on Club WPT under Pappy Poker 412.
I guess I'll be the first all in, huh? If I get that far.
Oh, don't say that, man. Stay positive.
I am. It's a positive all in.
Oh, yeah?
I plan on winning it. I plan on winning that all in.
All right. You plan on winning? All right. Touche, man.
Give me some bad cards so I can just fold, will you?
Sometimes that's the better thing, yeah.
I'm telling you. Especially because I don't know how anyone plays here. It's not like I have.
We played online for years.
Yeah, I know. I know who you are.
And Rob, I think he just wants to board, right? He's gonna limp in with 10-6 of hearts.
He said, give me some bad cards. I mean, 10-6 suited's on the borderline there. So if he wanted to give up, that would have been one he could have let go, but he's gonna try to get to a flop.
Anita here on the button with King 7 of clubs. Are those raising chips she's cutting out? Because...
Raise.
Go on, Anita.
Anita came to play today. Not a hand you necessarily want to just come in behind, so she's kind of thinning the field, taking control.
Looked good for a second. Yeah.
And I like it. I like the hand selection. I like picking up on some weakness. It's definitely a strong play by her.
She was so friendly in the break room.
Right? I call.
So Jeremy decides to call after limping with Queen Jack of clubs, but Anita has him dominated in the suit.
And Rob gives it up, so they will be heads up.
The flop is 7-7-4, so Anita picking a good time to squeeze. She has trip sevens now on this flop, but Jeremy doesn't really have much to call with, and he doesn't have the backdoor flush draw. He just has 2 overs, and he is going to let it go to her 3,500 flop bet.
I tell you, Club WPT has been a great place for me to practice and try out different strategies. You know, sometimes I'll go into a game and be super aggressive and just see how it comes out. I'm really not as concerned about winning or losing, but how did that strategy work? So it has been a great, great learning ground for me.
Anita is from Tampa, Florida, and she plays on Club WPT as Fiery One. I feel like what she did is pretty fiery, but she says she got the screen name when she studied martial arts because fire means attacking and being committed.
Look out. She's showing some aggression, and she looks comfortable out there. She's got a good table presence. I like her game. Folded to Bob.
16.
Blinds are 400, 800. Bob with queen 10 offsuit is going to raise to 1600.
Steve will pass this hand.
Call.
Anita calls with the jack 9 suited.
Call.
And Jan with king 7 of diamonds is going to come along from the big.
King 7 suited, the best hand going to the flop, and all of a sudden, really in third, I mean, queen 10's got to feel okay with the up and down, and Anita hits top 2 pair. That is quite the flop.
Bob bets 3,000 with his draw, and he was the pre-flop aggressor.
9,000.
But I like this raise from Anita to 9,000 right away. There's a lot of draws there. She's going to charge Bob something for seeing a turn card.
She is out of position. She's in the small blind, so she went for the check raise, and now she'll be first to act on the turn.
Bob called the extra 6,000, and the 7 hearts falls on the turn.
This is going to be a little bit of a scare card, and she does slow down. Bob wastes no time trying to represent that.
Raise.
Now Anita's like, nope, 25K if you want to see the river.
The double check raise, that's intense. If you triple check raise, it's called the meat rack. It's rare. You can almost never get that done.
Girls tough.
We found a killer in the group.
They went from playing online to playing on TV. They Club WPT. Find out how you can win too at clubwpt.com.
We are back at the Seminole Hard Rock for Club WPT's King of the Club.
And it's time for a little off the felt fun and games. Right now, all 8 players have a shot to win a prize. They just have to stack the tallest chip stack in 60 seconds. But here's the catch, it can't fall down.
All right, players, you know the rules. Give me 60 seconds on the clock. Ready, set, stack. Got some interesting strategy over here with Jeremy.
Oh. Rob already out. He fell on the floor.
Jan's really taking a strong first lead. Got Rob coming up right behind him. Jerry's doing great. Look at that. 30 seconds left, players. You're halfway there. Let's see what you can do in the last half.
Competition is definitely in my blood. I know all 8 of us are very excited to be here, and I look forward to the game in hand. I look forward to knocking them out.
10 seconds left, players. Home stretch. Make it count. Chips down.
Oh. There went mine, man. Yeah, I had a tall one. I had a tall one, dude.
I was going to go like that.
All right, Jerry. You're the clear winner of our Chip Stacker Challenge. Congratulations, you won a WPT chip set. Let's see if you can stack them again that high at the table. Good luck, players.
It's nice to see them get away from the seriousness of the poker tables and have some fun with games like that.
Absolutely. Everyone's pretty bunched up here. Rob, though, at the bottom with 53,000, and Anita, our early chip leader, with just over 154,000. Jerry going to fold the 9-10 under the gun. Jeremy with ace deuce suited.
24.
Says good enough for a raise. He's going to go ahead and make it 2,400. Steve gets out of the way. Anita with 10-9, not going to play.
Jan's not going to play.
Call. Lawrence with the king 4 suited is going to come along. So Jeremy with the better hand, the better suit.
The flop is 5-4-3, all clubs. So Jeremy does flop a wheel.
5.
He leads out for about a pot-sized bet, 5K.
Lawrence folds to the flop bet.
Mine were red too, but
they weren't ace and 2.
They weren't ace and 2.
No.
Jeremy picks that pot up. No contest on the flop.
I joined the military in 2005. I served 7 years with the 82nd Airborne, 2 deployments to Afghanistan. For the Purple Heart, I needed something, some form of hobby when I came home from the war. I signed up for a free trial on Club WPT, and now here I am. It's so surreal.
Jeremy learned poker while overseas with the troops, and he said they use snacks as poker chips, and he really didn't want to lose his Slim Jims. It's a good thing to play for. Thank you so much for your service.
Ooh. Price of poker
just went up.
It's going up.
Blinds are up to 900, 1800.
It's starting to get serious. This is where the pots get big. Things can happen fast.
We're gonna start off the action with Bob. Jack 3 offsuit, not gonna play. Steve's gonna hit this one out.
Anita with the 10-8 suited. This looks like her type of hand, but she's gonna lay it down. Jan with the King 10 folds, and Lawrence,
Raise.
the Ace King.
He makes it 5,000 from the cutoff.
I re-raise.
But Jerry behind him on the button
13.
with pocket nines re-raises to 13,000.
Around to Lawrence.
And Lawrence does call.
We see the 6-5-10 rainbow flop, so nothing for Ace King. He thinks about betting, gives a little pump fake, doesn't, and
25.
A big bet here, pot size bet basically from Jerry with 2-9. So this is a tough spot for Lawrence and really hard to continue here with Ace King high with this kind of aggression shown from your opponent.
Lawrence is not going to see any more cards with his 2 overs.
No, you can't have them cards.
His trick is playing 4 at a time over there.
See the board, Rob still down at the bottom. Have Anita still holding the lead, 146, Steve with 123, and Jerry up to 108,000.
Good thing she was both of our picks after she already had like 140K.
She's still in the lead. She's still up there. She's still doing it.
Steve Nichols looks down at ace-6 offsuit. Gonna pass on that. Anita folds a weak ace as well.
Double down.
Raise.
Lawrence is out this hand.
Make it 7.
Jerry fresh off a nice pot with the 9s, has the ace-queen suited.
And he's gonna make it 7,000.
Pretty big raise, 900, 1,800, so he's making it almost 4x there.
Jeremy folds 10-9 suited, which isn't a bad hand.
Call.
But I guess he didn't want to play for that price. Bob, however, with pocket 4s does. He wants to defend from the big blind.
He is closing the action off, and he does flop a set. Not much better feeling than flopping a set. Big raised pot, so he slips it to the aggressor Jerry, who doesn't bite, and now on the turn Bob's gonna have to do his own betting. He decides to lead out as 3 clubs have hit the board. He wants to protect his hand, try to get some value.
I'll call 7,000.
I'm a little surprised to see Jerry continue with a high, especially because he has no club in his hand.
This is tough here. I guess you just think your opponent's up to no good. In the river 5, we see another small bet from Bob trying to get paid off.
I call.
Wow, calls here with just ace high.
3 4s.
Not even close there. It wasn't like it was a king. It's a set, a big hand. So
it's nice when we catch one of them. Nice hand. Thank you.
Nice pot for Bob.
Would I consider myself a geek? Oh yes. I used to play strategy games like Command & Conquer, Dungeons & Dragons, and card games like Hearthstone. When I got into poker, they just went hand in hand. So I continued the game, and it helps my poker game. I know you can win Club WPT, because I have. And I've come close to WPT seats before, and they've slipped away from my fingers, and it's like, oh. But this time, I definitely got it. I'm bursting out ready to roll. I do believe that I am prepared, and I am going to play to win.
Lawrence is from Surprise, Arizona, and I think the coolest part is that he has a sword collection. Let me tell you, Lawrence, first of all, nerds are cool, and swords are back in, especially because everybody loves Game of Thrones.
Been a Club WPT member since 2009, so not his first rodeo, and he's on the big center stage today. Let's see how he fares.
Ida decides to pass.
Jan's gonna. We have Lawrence getting 2 jacks, so a pocket pair.
Raise.
For Lawrence, and he does raise to 5,000. Folds.
Make it 10,000.
Oh, but Jeremy has aces. He's just gonna make a small re-raise, 10,000. He wants Lawrence to stick around.
Keeps his opponent in.
And the flop is ace 7-3 diamonds, so top set for Jeremy. Not a great board for Lawrence's hand.
He does lead out, though. Looks like he wants to see where he's at. We see Jeremy give a little wipe of the face. Wow, I have top bet. What should I do? Do I just smooth call, or do I raise, try to get it in? Maybe somehow he has ace-queen or ace-king, even though it would be the case ace. Or maybe my opponent is betting some sort of flush draw, and, you know, I want to protect my hand and get value, so.
Raise. 30,000.
He does elect to go for the raise.
Jeremy makes it 30,000 after Lawrence bet 15,000.
For Lawrence, this lead may save him some money, because if he had checked, he might get stubborn, say, you know, let me call a bet, and then could get in. Instead, he's going to lead out and get out of the way.
Nice. There's the bullets. Nice hand. Gotta like that.
You made me smile so much when you bet. I was like, yeah.
It's like I see that ace, like, I'm wondering.
And I put you on diamonds. I was like, I'm thinking you got 2 diamonds, man, and
better get him out.
Ain't messing around.
Action starts this hand on Lawrence.
Gonna get out of the way. Jerry, the ace-7 offsuit.
I raise.
Makes it 5,000.
Jeremy folds 9-8 suited. Rob, though, pocket queens.
12,000.
And he is going to put the 3-bet in to 12,000.
Bob will pass. Steve, who we haven't seen much of yet, he's debating, and he will call with the ace-queen offsuit. We do see Jerry and Steve sharing an ace, so Rob.
Raise, re-raise. Nobody folds when I raise.
See if he can hold one up.
Both the blinds let it go. Jerry's gonna fold as well.
So they will be heads up to the flop.
Ace 8-4.
I'll check.
Rob is just not running too well today in these kinds of spots. Steve does pair his ace.
That ace had to come up on the board, didn't it?
Rob checks in 15,000, and you know, look at Rob just without much thought folding his queens. I think he kind of feels like maybe it's not his day.
Let me do a queens and ace, and it comes up like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucky draw. Today we are going to be drawing for a pair of Maui Jim sunglasses. Let's find out who the lucky winner is.
Jerry.
Okay, it's gonna be Steve. There you go.
All right,
Would you like to have a look?
Yeah.
Let's see how they look on you.
Oh, nice.
Got it? Awesome. They match your hat and everything.
It's great.
Really good look.
Thank you.
Steve Nichols, his club WPT screen name is 16 Hondo. He said he got the nickname from an old John Wayne movie, and 16 was his old football number. Blinds are up to 2,400.
Around to Lawrence.
Call.
Lawrence with 9-7 suited will call.
I call.
Jeremy again with queen-jack suited.
Call.
Calls. Rob will call.
Raise. 6-1.
Bob picks the ace and the 10 offsuit to squeeze to 8,400, which I like this. He's thinking he might have the best hand. It doesn't play so well if we go 3, 4, 5 way to the flop.
And Jeremy does come along, but Bob did thin the field. He got it down to heads up, and the flop is king 6, 5, 2 hearts. So Jeremy has a flush draw, but Bob does have the ace of hearts in his hand.
He decides to bet 6,000.
Raise 12,000.
Jeremy with a flush draw is here to 12,000.
Bob with the ace of hearts, ace high, says, all right, let's see another one.
And the turn is the 10 of hearts, so that actually gives Bob a pair and the nut flush draw, but Jeremy has the flush now.
Bob's gonna lead out.
Raise.
Bob makes it 12,000, and Jeremy says, nope, we're going to pop this one up to 50,000 now.
Oversized chip. Big wheels.
Sizing here is really big. I guess Jeremy wants to take it down here or charge his opponent.
The action clock is ticking down on Bob, and oh, there he goes, throwing in his time extension chips for another 30 seconds.
I gotta let it go.
Don't you feel like Jeremy was looking over at Bob just like, I dare you to call my bet?
I had the ace, but I couldn't do it.
Jeremy Linville demanding respect and receiving it.
Do them blues out there.
Mm-hmm. I knew I had him. I was hoping he was gonna call. I was actually hoping he was thinking I was full of Oh, I'm sorry.
Beep.
Beep.
Welcome back to beautiful Hollywood, Florida. I'm Maria Ho, he's Jeff Gross, and this is Club WPT's King of the Club.
Now it is time to play card counters. We're testing players' focus and memory to see if they can spot the missing card after seeing the rest of the cards of that suit. It's on AC Cool Jan Garner to take a shot. Let's see if he's cool enough to get this one.
I'm ready.
All right, you look ready. Let's do this. All right, show us the cards. You have a good feeling?
No. 8 of diamonds.
8 of diamonds?
Don't remember that one.
All right.
Final answer.
Let's do it. 8 of diamonds, lock it up. Show us that card.
Yeah.
You got it! Well done. There's some instincts right there. And you have won a fabulous pair of monster headphones.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
love it. Wonderful.
He wasn't too sure, but he still got it right. Nice job. Let's take a look at the chip counts. Jeremy Linville with 169,100 chips. He's on top of the leaderboard. But Rob, it didn't start out well for him today, and he is our short stack now with just over 28,000.
Actually, Lawrence, he will take a look at the cards. He's got the fake aces, the ace-4 off. Gets rid of it. Jerry folds a 5 deuce suited. Jeremy, king 3 off is down. Rob not going to play.
Call.
And there is Bob, a.k.a. Pappy. The ace 5 suited is going to go ahead and limp in.
Anita in the small blind with jack 7 off suit. Doesn't want to call the extra 1,200 to see a flop. And Jan with a 7-5 offsuit. He's going to take the free flop. Heads up.
He is basically forced in. He has 7-5. It's got some potential.
And the potential comes in because he just flopped a straight.
Me? Oof. 5.
Me? I have the nuts. What do I do? All right, I'll lead out.
I call.
But Bob has the nut flush draw.
Wow, big flop for both players. We go to a turn and is the queen of spades.
More.
It goes from flop nuts to turn nuts, and there's 0% for Jan at this point.
Jan bets 5,000 and Bob calls the 5,000. Rivers the 2 of spades, which might save Jan.
Check.
He does check. There's 4 spades now on the board, and Bob is going to bet 10,000 and...
Discipline fold, even though there are 4 spades, you can get frustrated with having the nuts and then having to fold, so...
Probably lucky I'm still here. Get on that one.
So we see Jan who flopped the nuts, but it was Bob who ended up with the nuts, and he is on his way.
I didn't start playing poker till after I was retired. Learning to play is easy. Learning how to win takes some time. When I found out I won the tournament to come to Florida, I was shocked. My wife was in the room, and she said, "No, you didn't win. You couldn't have won that." Yes, people really do win on Club WPT. I did. I never, ever thought I'd be playing on TV. nervous about it, but I think after a few hands, we'll all calm down and have a good game.
You made it here, and let's see if you could take this all the way. You play on Club WPT as Pappy Poker 412 because you go by Pappy to your 4 grandchildren, and now you got me and Jeff calling you Pappy as well.
That's right, and I will switch my pick. I'm gonna go from Anita to Bob. I like how he's playing. I like his game. He's not leading, so I think I'm allowed to switch. And he also has traced his family tree back to all 16 great grandparents. So I don't know. That just seems impressive. I think he can get it done. I'm going with him.
I'm all in.
Action's folded to Rob on the button. He's gonna move all in.
Did I win something for that?
Good luck, man.
Action is on Bob.
Bob will pass.
Steve here in the big blind has ace queen.
Call.
Oh, I wasn't looking for that.
Make the call. Rob just hasn't had a good day at the table. He has had big hands that got cracked.
Okay, I have 2 live cards. Doesn't have a pair of queens at least.
This is the right move. I think Jack 9 good enough hand to do it.
2 people left to go. Of course, he's got ace queen.
Oh, ace in the window.
All right.
Jack and 5 of diamonds behind it. I mean, a little hope for Rob, but he's gonna need to get lucky.
Now the 5.
Oh, that's not a good card. Good luck, everybody.
This is going to eliminate some outs as well because a 9 no longer good. So he's going to need a Jack and a Jack only, or else he will be the first player gone from today's King of the Club. 6 on the river.
Good luck, everybody, gentlemen.
Rob, nice guy, just wasn't his day
Nice
today.
hand. Gotta have that ace queen, right? I told you, it doesn't matter what I do. Everyone called.
It really was not Rob's day today. Great effort by him, but he will finish in 8th place.
With losing Rob, we are down to 7 players. Let's toss it to Kaylin.
You didn't get King of the Club, but how would you rate your experience overall here?
The experience was amazing. I still got to meet a lot of really nice people that I've played with online that I never saw their faces before, and
Nice.
someone got to be the first one out. So somebody's got to lose. You know, you get. I always say, sometimes you get cards good enough to lose.
The action is heating up in Florida. King of the Club, sponsored by ClubWPT.com, continues now.
We've only lost 1 player, so as you can see, the remaining 7, Steve Nichols on top of the chip counts.
Jan with 68,000 in the back, and Anita not far behind with 168.
The blinds are up to 3,000, 6,000. The bottom stacks are getting pretty shallow, so they are looking to make something happen very soon.
I raise.
Jerry on the button.
Make it 30,000.
Jerry wakes up with a pretty solid pocket pair. 2 10s raises to 30,000.
So that's a pretty big raise with pocket 10s. Bob from the big blind has ace jack offsuit.
I'll call.
Calls the extra 24,000.
So we have a fair fight here. Coin flip situation.
The flop is king, 7, 6, 2 clubs.
Check.
So Bob did not connect here, and he checks. Jerry doesn't really like that overcard, and he decides check behind.
Check again.
The turn is the 5 of spades, and Bob checks again.
30,000.
Jerry draws out there. If he wants to protect his hand, he's going to make a delayed continuation bet of 30,000.
All in.
And Jeff, your pick.
Aggro.
Firing.
I like that. Sure, take control.
I'm committed.
This could work.
I call.
Oh.
Nope. Bob went all in.
Just kidding.
And Jerry decides to call. And the chip stacks are pretty similar, but it's Jerry who's all in.
You be kind to me, dealer. Deuce, 3,
Ace,
4,
Jack,
8, Queen. Nice.
River's not going to do it for Bob. Hearts.
Listen.
Bob took a stab at that pot. It just didn't work out for him, and unfortunately, he's left with 5,000 in chips.
I need a bathroom break.
Now you afford one.
Huge pot for Jerry, and we see a little extra pep in his step.
Playing live poker, you get to talk at the table, but playing Club WPT, it's convenient. It's right there in your home. I don't have to travel. I pretty much just go online, get in a tournament. While I'm making dinner, I can come back, fold, play a hand, do my daily chores, dishes, washing clothes, yard work, dealing with my 17-year-old daughter and her drama and the boyfriend drama. She's gonna kill me.
Jerry, who lives in Dayton, Ohio, you just put your daughter on blast on national television. I'm sure she's not very happy about that. You also say that your favorite player is none other than legend Mike Sexton. 7 players left, all vying to be the king of the club and to win the first place prize of $10,000 plus the $15,000 WPT main event package. Action falls to Jerry with King Queen of Diamonds.
27,000.
And he's gonna make it 27,000 here.
Jeremy on the button. Whoa, ace queen, but decides to pass.
All in.
Pretty surprising. It's a very big fold against a late position opener, but you know, Bob here doesn't have much choice. He lost most of his chips last hand against Jerry, and now he has to put it in with Jack-8 offsuit.
Good luck all in.
Bet me off ace queen.
Really? Nice. You want to punch me right now, don't you? Elbow up to the chin.
Yeah.
We hear Jeremy show a little frustration and got to feel better, instantly feeling better with his fold when the king does.
And with this 3 of hearts on the turn, Bob is unfortunately drawing dead. Is gonna eliminate your pick, Jeff, in 7th place.
All right, Bob. At least you went for it. You went down swinging. I respect that.
What's that?
Thank you.
Here, I'll give you my time.
My guy, my pick, Pappy Poker is out. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, Bob. I know you're a little disappointed because you didn't get king of the club, but did this trip live up to your expectations?
Oh, very much. It was the whole wonderful.
Well, we're so excited for you. You did a great job. You're a winner just for making it here. Congratulations on coming this far.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bob. Being a Club WPT VIP member really has its privileges. And this week, these players are in spades.
I think the Learn WPT seminar was really good. Definitely top-notch VIP.
I'm Nick. Nice to meet you guys.
Getting our own private session was a great perk. It's solid poker advice.
A lot out of the Learn WPT seminar. Nick Binger as an instructor is clear, precise.
It's likely going to be by one of
People pay a lot of money for those seminars, and we got it for free.
I'm going to use my Learn WPT membership and try to improve my game.
Nick Binger being a longtime instructor with Learn WPT, and that was some very valuable free advice that they got in that seminar from him.
Jerry Jackson taking the lead. Blinds have gone up. They are now 4,000, 8,000.
24,000.
Come on.
Jerry, ace queen offsuit, 24,000 to go, he says.
Jeremy with 2 5s. We saw him fold ace queen off before the 1 raise, and 2 5s. He's not going to play that wired pair in the hole. Gives it up.
Here we go. Here's my pick, Anita, in the small blind with a playable hand, king.
Make it 60.
Oh.
Upstairs, check the temperature. She takes it up after being quiet. She comes in raising the fiery one on Club WPT.
I'm all in.
Gets Jan to fold the queen 4, and Jerry doesn't care about the fiery one's raise. He says, you know what? I have an ace, I have a queen, 6-handed, I'm all in.
I think after putting 60,000 in pre, she probably has to call that extra 90,000 if she thinks she's in shape, but Anita didn't feel comfortable doing that. It's okay, Anita.
I had pocket 5.
We'll get them the next time.
But
would have been a chip race, right?
Yeah, but most likely them queens have been hitting though.
I know.
Aces and queens have been hitting, so basically everything above my 5s has been hitting, right?
Small blind and big blind.
I was hoping you would. I was like, don't call me.
I almost called you.
I seen.
With the blinds getting bigger, though, I don't know how much more time Jeremy has to be as patient as he is, but sometimes it does pay off in the end.
Steve gets out of the way. Anita with the Jack 2 suited. She folds and in.
All in.
Ace queen off. Chips it in the middle for 70,000, just under 10 blinds, and unfortunate timing for him. Lawrence.
I'm all in.
Ace king.
Step aside, gentlemen.
Let's hope he's got something.
And Lawrence, who has Jan covered, is going to ISO here, moving all in himself.
Brutal. And time chips.
I got 5 too.
Come on.
Yeah, I've seen more queens than I have kings.
Very few kings.
Right up until this.
Ace king to ace queen. There is tops. The board can double pair.
Flop is 6-4.
Yeah, well, there's part of it.
Unfortunately for not the part of his hand he needed. He needs a queen and a queen only, or he will be our 6th place finisher.
Okay, I can live with that, just not any more queens.
You like that?
See the turn, the 5 of hearts. Again, now the board has not paired, so on the river.
Jan is still going to be looking for that queen.
Oh,
Jan! Jan gets there on the end. That hurts for Lawrence.
Just how I planned it.
He was 1 card away from eliminating Jan and adding a really, really big pot to his chip stack.
That's poker right there. Yeah.
Well, that hurts.
That's poker.
Thank you.
You're smiling now again.
We lost 2 players. Both Rob and your pick, Bob, unfortunately exited in 8th and 7th place. But there was tons of action today.
Absolutely. Chips were flying. There were some nice moves, great calls, drama rivers. It was literally all that you can ask for. These players came to play.
Be sure to join us next time to see who will be named Club WPT's King of the Club.
Look at you now, you're the king of the club. Minute to learn, lifetime to master. Gotta get your fix. Reveal them even faster. Get your chips all in. Put your skills to the test. It's everybody's quest to rise above the rest. All my VIPs, pull a chair up, please. We got a seat open for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Look at you now, you're the king of the club.
All right.
Hi, everyone. Tonight, we have a special presentation from the World Poker Tour. I'm Maria Ho, he's Jeff Bros, and this is King of the Club.
Through ClubWPT.com, 8 players won the chance to be here tonight to compete for some fabulous cash and prizes. We are down to 6.
We've lost the man they call Chef Donk on Club WPT, Rob Godfrey, in 8th place. And your favorite, Jeff, Pappy Poke 412, a.k.a. Bob Gartz, fell in 7th. There's been action, there's been suckouts, and there is no stopping until we have a winner.
Caitlin Howe is joining us tonight with some special action from the sidelines. I'm pumped. Play begins now.
Looking at our remaining 6 players from the 8 that started, Jerry Jackson on top, over 200,000 in chips. Lawrence Adams, though, has a lot of work to do. He is down to just 2 lines. He got pretty unlucky in an earlier hand, and so now he's going to be looking for pretty much any 2, I think, to put the chips in.
Around to Lawrence.
I call.
He is all in, and Jerry snap calls.
Jeremy's going to fold the 7-3 offsuit.
Oh, Race, I can deal with that.
You got something. You got a queen.
Yeah. You got N2 overs.
You got a queen.
He has a queen or an 8. Also some straight possibilities, flush possibilities. It's a coin flip. A lot can happen.
Up is ace-7-6. Coin flip no more. Jerry has bottom set here. Lawrence is looking for some running straight outs.
There's a straight in there for you somewhere.
Gonna need the running 4-5 or the running
Need to run a runner.
9-10.
That is one of them. 10 of clubs.
It's possible.
He's breathing.
Yep. He's got life.
No 9.
Lawrence can hit a 9 on the river. Otherwise, Jerry's going to eliminate him with his set of 6s.
And there it is. The river is at 10, so
Nice playing with you.
Nice playing with you,
That
Lawrence.
will eliminate Lawrence.
And here's the time.
Lawrence, our 6th place finisher, a self-proclaimed nerd.
Good luck, everyone.
Let me tell you, nerds are cool.
We are headed back to Arizona. What are people going to say when they see you on TV?
Well, I think they're going to be kind of surprised. He made it on the TV? Really? But I think they'll be really excited for me. And it's something that's really cool. Hey, you made it on TV. That's awesome.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
You're going to keep playing on ClubWPT.com?
I'm definitely going to play some more because there's a lot more to be able to be played and a lot more prizes to try to win.
Absolutely. Well, we look forward to seeing you back on there. Thanks so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
We're down to 5 players now. Jerry Jackson on the top with 235,000. We see Anita Dahlstrom here with 91,500. She is our short stack. And she's going to start the action this hand under the gun with 10-9 of clubs. She folds, I think, with her stack. I'd probably like to see her go all in.
I call.
Jan folds right behind her.
Jerry Jackson is going to call on the button, and then we see Jeremy Linville.
Make it 16,000.
With the 9-3 offsuit, raise it up to 16,000, followed by a Steve Nichols 3-deuce off fold, and
I call.
Jerry Jackson makes the call.
That's it. Flop is ace 5 deuce, couple of clubs.
8,000.
It's yours.
Jeremy is going to continue the aggression.
Suited connectors. Come close to me.
That's going to get Jerry to fold.
That's it.
Wanted to call that time.
I bet. I wasn't nowhere near me.
I'm going to try to milk it that time. Just give me a little bit.
Bigger bet, I would have folded.
No, folded pre.
Jeremy, some aggression from him. We haven't seen much of that, but it worked this time, and it was good timing because he needed to pick up some chips.
Call.
Jeremy calls with blinds are 6,000, 12,000. Now a button with 10s. She's finally waking up with a hand can go with.
Make it 40.
But she decides to raise to 40,000 instead.
She could have gone all in, but she does raise, showing she's not afraid to welcome some action in.
I'm all in.
Jerry is going to go ahead and go over the top with his ace-queen suited, putting the pressure on, and it's up to Jeremy now, who looks visibly distraught. Jerry's been a thorn in his side. Jerry keeps getting in there first in and puts Jeremy in some difficult situations.
219.
This is not the spot for Jeremy to lose his patience after he's been patient all day long. And he does fold.
Calm.
But Anita, 10s is not a hand that you need to be patient with, and she's going to put all the chips in the middle.
Good luck all in.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Wish you didn't have that ace queen. This is when you were supposed to have 8-3.
Right.
So it will be a coin. She's looking to avoid some flushes, some overcards. With the deuce rainbow, good start for Anita. She is clear lead. Gonna have to avoid an ace, a queen, or some running draws.
Oh, that's it for Anita. She has Jerry drawing dead. The 10 on the turn gives her top set.
Make you feel better?
Much. Much better.
The river is a meaningless 6 of diamonds. And Anita, she is going to get a very healthy addition to her stack.
Nothing better than seeing your pocket pair hit, right?
Oh, yeah.
Nothing better.
Oh, yeah. Needed that one for sure.
Yeah, it's nice to make a set, especially when it's all in for your tournament life and you're racing.
Anita from Tampa, Florida, she plays under the name Fiery One. We want to see more fire now that you're second in chips. Let's use that chip stack.
Anyone's game still, plenty of chips.
Who's it? Me?
And we see Jan ask a question. Maybe it's a rhetorical one. Is it me? Last time he asked that, he had flopped a straight.
Make it 30.
And this time he has a really nice starting hand, the ace and the queen. So he's going to raise it up to 30,000. See a couple of folds. He finds himself a suited ace. Ace 8.
Raise. 60.
And this is interesting from Steve to 3-bet with ace 8 a small blind. I mean, I like that every time he's in a pot, he's very aggressive, but Jan has not really gotten out of line. He hasn't opened too many pots, so I don't know if I love Steve taking the spot with this particular hand, but he does have some credibility for himself as well because he hasn't been getting too out of line, and I guess that is the reason why Jan is going to make the fold here.
I see it on TV.
He's referencing he will see it later on TV because he knows Steve has not been showing his hands. Some of the players do that, but not Steve.
I'm a competitive person. I love basketball, baseball, football. When I got a little older, those sports really aren't available, but I still wanted the competitive part, and I found it at Club WPT. I was not very good to start. I remember the first time I made break in a tournament. I was so excited. Club WPT absolutely changed my poker game. I just started gaining more confidence. Here I am at a spectacular event, so anything's possible if you put your mind to it.
Well, Steve Nichols says he's very competitive, and he is the youngest of 5 children, so I feel like that has something to do with it because you really got to fight for your spot when you have 4 older siblings and all sisters. Kind of a tight hand with ace 8 of diamonds.
I call.
Jeremy with ace 9 from the small blind, and he's just going to limp. Steve checks his option.
I think you're trying to trap me.
He's the one who limped in. He just checked his option.
Flop is 10, 6, 5, 2.
Check.
Neither of them hitting that flop, and they both check.
Shows us it is hard to make a pair, but the turn is going to pair up Steve's king.
18,000.
Now Jeremy's betting, and this timing is a little bit unfortunate because our friend Steve has top pair all of a sudden. Certainly won't be folding.
Raise 50.
And there is Steve. When he's in there, he is going to put more chips in the pot. Jeremy can't really catch a break today.
Can I change my pick? Can I get Steve, or am I out of picks?
I think you're out of picks, but
okay.
You can just help me sweat Anita since he's left in this race.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so Steve is going to take another one down here. He plays on Club WPT under the screen name 16 Hondo, which he says he got from an old John Wayne movie, and 16 was his football.
I'm on.
Oh, there's Jeremy all in.
Jeremy's had enough of being patient. Stack is telling him it's time to go, so he moves it in with 10-9 of clubs.
Steve with a pair of 6s and a healthy chip stack.
Raise.
He's gonna re-raise.
I might need some.
I like this raise. We see a queen jack.
Don't want me in there.
Steve is protecting. He's re-raising, figuring he has Jeremy's range beat based on his position and stack size.
I have 2 overs.
He doesn't want to necessarily invite other players in, such as a queen jack hand or a king queen. So he's re-raising, isolating, now their heads up in a coin flip.
9-3, deuce 2 spades. So Jeremy,
No 6. Come on now.
he has top pair.
No 6 and no spade.
He needs to fade some flush, straight possibilities, and also a 6.
No 6, no spade.
He does that. There's no 4, 5, or spade or a 6, so he fades a safe turn king. Now it's a 6 and a 6 only, or else he will be doubling up.
10. I'll take it.
Ace of diamonds.
I'll take it.
Jeremy is going to stick around. He has more life now. He's been really patient to the point where he's let his chip stack dwindle down, so hopefully that doesn't happen again to him. He's from Baltimore, Maryland, and he was an Army paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne, and he was a Purple Heart recipient. Thank you for your service.
Stick around for more from King of the Club, sponsored by ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock. We are here for Club WPT's King of the Club.
We have 5 players left. Anita Dahlstrom has the chip lead with 244,000.
Getting short stacked generally leads towards aggression. Gets rewarded often in these situations. It's anyone's game, though. So action's on Jerry.
He's gonna pass. Jeremy and Steve also fold. Anita in the small blind with 6-3 offsuit.
Make it 28,000.
And Anita applying some of that aggression. She's gonna make it 36,000 as blinds are 9,000, 18,000.
And Jan.
All in.
Oh, wow. A little more aggression than Anita because he decides he wants to move all in with 10-7 offsuit from the big blind.
Can't do it.
You know, it's just bad timing for Anita. I like that she tried to be aggressive with a pretty unplayable hand after the flop, but Jan just decided that he wanted to get the chips in the middle.
Took a stand. Interesting. I think Anita sensing Jan was on the more cautious side, and she put up a raise, but Jan just said, hey, let me use my image. Let's put one through. And shoved all in and got it done. No contest. Picked up the chips. Every pot's huge now. Nice hand for Jan.
Jeremy and Steve fold. Anita looks down at ace-deuce offsuit.
Ace on the button. She gives it up. Maybe a little shy after Jan sent the message.
36.
I'm all in.
Bastard.
Jerry, not afraid to put his chips in the middle. 7-6 of diamonds for him.
48. Oh, I can't get out of that now, can I?
Little does Jan know he actually has Jerry pretty crushed here. Jan decides queen 9 of diamonds is not good enough to call, but we are seeing the chip in the middle here.
Is that lunch?
Well, Maria, you know what that noise means? Someone is going to win a WPT cruise.
The first player to reveal a gold star is going cruising with the World Poker Tour.
All right, players, it's time to set sail and find win a WPT cruise for 2. Woohoo! And who better to help us figure out who that is than Lynn Gilmartin. Lynn, you've been on the Tell us what the players can look forward to.
I have. I mean, the cruise is so much fun. Obviously, we go to amazing destinations on the World Poker Tour, and I have to say that the cruise is one of my highlights of the year. I mean, we get to sail around the Caribbean while playing poker out at sea. What more could you want?
Let's find out who has a chance to win. Will you do the honors?
Yes.
All right.
All right. The first potential winner is Jerry.
All right, you're gonna select a hat and is that the hat?
That's the hat.
All right, show the audience. A black star.
Sorry, Jerry.
Good try, right?
Nice try.
Better luck at the tables.
Yes.
You did amazing.
Good luck to one of you all.
All right, Lynn, who's our next contestant?
Potential cruiser number 2 is Jen.
All right, Jan.
Whoa, which one? Right here.
All right. Oh.
Sorry.
Thanks for playing, Jan.
Do we have a lucky number 3? Let's see. Steve.
Steve, come on up.
Exactly.
Oh, will he get a cruise to go with his sunglasses?
Yeah!
You got it! Nice work, Steve. I bet your wife's pretty excited. Congratulations. Let's see if that luck can keep going.
Man.
Congratulations to Steve, who's pretty lucky today, winning some sunglasses, winning that cruise, and look at him, he's on top board with 5 players remaining, so no doubt he's eyeing the real prize of the night, the title of King of the Club, along with the $10,000 first place, plus the $15,000 WPT main event package.
Action is on Jan, and he has the ace to give it up.
I'm all in.
Jerry, and he takes the opportunity, makes a move, shoves in the queen 8.
It's kind of nice to see that now that most of these players do have shove stacks, that they're not afraid to put the chips in the middle.
Jeremy will sit this hand out. Steve gets out of the way with the ace-4 offsuit, and Anita
in the big blind.
Call.
She has ace-queen, and she's going to make the call.
Didn't want to hear that.
Here we go.
Jerry didn't want to hear that, but he definitely doesn't want to see the fact that Anita has ace-queen against his queen-8.
Oh, I'm crushed. Damn.
Crushed is right. She has him oversuited in both suits as well.
Lots of 8s.
Queens are good.
He is in some pretty big trouble going to the flop. Oh, Maria.
Wow.
Not like this.
Hits that 3-outer.
Deuce. 3.
Aces, aces, aces.
Queen would be okay.
No, aces.
Anita knows what she needs. She needs an ace.
Deuce.
The turn is the queen of hearts.
Give me an ace.
For Anita, if the board pairs the king, then she would actually have kings and queens with an ace kicker and counterfeit Jerry's 2-pair.
Any low card. Any dirt. No fit. No ace, no ace, no ace.
Ugh. The river's the jack of spades, though, so Jerry's gonna double up.
Thank you, dealer. Meet you in the bar after hours.
Anita's gonna take a bit of a hit to her stack.
You can really win on Club WPT. My being here for this all-expense-paid trip is proof of that. It's definitely a first class all the way.
I did not know the extent of how fantastic the experience would be. Way over the top, more than anything I could have expected.
It was nice being let through the velvet rope, you know, hey, I'm on the list. I won this on my free trial. Now here I am in Florida playing on TV. Club WPT is a great place to play.
Pretty awesome experience for all of these players, regardless of whether or not they walk away with the top prize. But Jerry Jackson in a good position to do just that. He's our chip leader right now. And he's gonna fold 9 deuce offsuit.
Jeremy here with ace jack off. No one has over 10 blinds. This is the time to move all in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw something go. I thought it was, saw his card sometime.
12 and 24?
24.
I call.
A little bit of a mishap. We see Steve, who was showing that he was calling, maybe influencing Jimmy's decision to just call, not wanting to raise, thinking his opponent has something, but I would have liked to see an all-in, and now we see Steve with the 7-8 suited, a lot of equity, calls behind.
Cool.
And Anita in a small blind with king 10 of spades. She's gonna come along. Jan has ace-3 offsuit from the big blind, and he's going to let the flop come out.
So we get the king 8 deuce rainbow. Anita finds herself with top pair.
Oh.
Backdoor flush draw also just for a little backup, and she's gonna move in for her 60,000. And this is what we're talking about. Here it is, Jeremy finding himself in a tough situation. Didn't go all in pre, and now he's been out flopped.
And that signals the time is running out for him, and he needs to throw in a time extension chip. There it goes. Just to get an extra 30 seconds for this tough decision that he's kind of put himself in.
Ultimately making a good fold, but could have potentially ended that hand pre-flop with going all in, and now he's been out flopped, and Anita, with a much needed chip increase, is back in it. Every pot's so important as the blinds are massive at this stage of this game.
And for everybody's stack sizes, picking up the blinds in the antes by moving all in pre-flop is huge right now. It would be a huge increase to anybody's stack, and so they just need to
All in. Not enough to scare anybody.
not be afraid to get the chips in the middle like Jan's doing here with queen jack of spades.
Call. But I had nice cards.
Steve calling with queen 7 off, so he didn't have to call much more.
You could have let those go, Steve.
Again, at the beginning, it's less serious. Now, though, they can feel the money bubble. There's 5 left. They know they're right there. And let's go to the flop.
Flop is jack 10-6, so Jan pairing his jack. That puts Steve in even worse position, as you can see, down to 1% to win. The turn is the 6 of hearts. Now that becomes 0% for Steve as he's drawing dead. Jan is gonna double up. He had the best of it before the flop, and it remained that way through the run out.
Breathe a sigh of relief.
Jan from Venice, California is gonna pick up this pot.
I've been nicknamed the Giggler. They mistake that for weakness when you're laughing and having a good time. And I'm 20th Century Fox. I run the budget department for the feature film division, managing hundreds of millions of dollars. My work is definitely very stressful. Poker seems to calm me down. The thing I like best about Club WPT is I come in anytime and there are games to be played. I think it's so fun, it's worthwhile, it's such a bargain. I really couldn't size up who will be my toughest opponent. They all seem very nice, but I hope to beat them all.
Jan says he's good with numbers, which I would hope he is, managing these big budgets for his job. But that will also help him at the poker table, so I think if we see him use that skill set here, he'll probably do really well.
Jerry Jackson showing some serious aggression. He does have the ace-4 off, fake aces. He is first to act. And I think he's thinking about shoving here.
Oh,
he does it. Jeremy folds 10-7 suited, Steve 5 deuce off, Anita the 8-7 off, not much of a decision.
And action now is on Jan.
I call.
Yep, easy decision for Jan as he picks up big slick in the big blind and calls.
Jerry again finds himself in a dominated position, but as we know, it's no guarantee.
No fours.
Lots of fours.
The fours.
Lots of fours.
May the fours be with you.
Jan just doubled up, so if he doubles up here again,
and 66.
He's going to have a really nice chip stack, and Jerry is going to be pretty short.
Good luck.
Good luck. Good luck, gentlemen.
Good luck to me. I'm the one all in, right?
Flop is queen 6-6, 2 diamonds.
We're looking at a chop here, maybe.
Queen be all right.
Queen chops it, yeah.
Jerry does have the ace of diamonds. 5 of hearts falls on the turn, so just 1 card to go for Jan to get a double up. The ace of hearts means that Jan is going to double up. He has aces and 6s with the king kicker.
Big hand.
And is right. That is going to put Jan into the chip lead.
Time to see Big Slick.
These players came from all over the world to compete, but everyone's journey started at Club WPT. Sign up at clubwpt.com today.
What's up, everyone? I'm Jeff Gross here at Maria Ho, and we're back at King of the Club.
It's time for another card counters. We all know there's 13 cards in a suit. Now, Steve Nichols, who has been on fire so far tonight, has to determine the missing card to win another prize.
Let's get those cards on the screen.
Queen of spades.
Queen of spades?
Queen of spades.
Feel good about it?
Feel good about it.
All right, Queen of spades, lock it up. Show us that card. 9 of spades. Oh, darn. You're so confident.
Steve did seem really sure of himself, so bit of a fail there, Steve.
Unlucky for Steve. His first adversity of the day. He's in second place, but it's only 4 big blinds. As we can see, we started out with deep stack poker. Now it's shallow, short stack poker. Who's going to be aggressive? Who's going to take advantage? Because it favors aggressive play in this type of format at the end. So I think that's going to be interesting to see who's going to step up and put the pedal to the floor here.
Yeah, with this stack size, you run out of options. You can't really play post flop, so picking up the blinds and antes is super important. You have to be willing to get it in, and here we see Steve limp in with king queen offsuit.
All in.
Jerry moves all in, but it's only 10,500 more.
Call.
So Steve will make this call. And you know, when stacks are this shallow, we are going to see a lot of flips, and you just have to hope it holds.
That's what burned me last time.
Yeah.
When I had sixes.
Yeah.
There's my 4.
Flop is ace 7-4, a couple of clubs.
Both players have a club. Steve does have the king of clubs.
1 flop off.
Need running clubs, a king or a queen, or running jack 10, and the turn is an offsuit 8.
No paint.
No paint, as in no king queen.
River's the ace of hearts. It pairs the board, and it gives Jerry the double up.
That made me sweat.
You made me sweat, but you get to stick around for a little bit longer.
I'm just unlucky on the knockouts today.
Jerry showing he's one that I've seen aggression from. He definitely, I feel like, is one of the players here that has a good opportunity that he's not afraid to make some moves and put the chips in.
Steve's gonna fold.
Anita ace queen, seen her with this hand. This time it's suited. She knows what to do. She's all in.
Not insignificant.
She's all in for 96,000. Jan with sixes this time, and he has the chip lead, so this is definitely a good spot for him to try and knock out Anita, but unfortunate passes, even though it was only a couple of blinds to him.
Jerry folds. We're gonna see Jeremy get out of the way as well. Anita, known as the fiery one on Club WPT, got off to a blazing start. She took a little bit of a setback, but now she's shifting gears to finish it out.
As a child, when all the aunts and cousins would get together at my little Sicilian grandmother's house for Christmas Eve, and the grown-ups would play cards. If you could count your cards and you could count your pennies, you could play. So I learned math pretty quickly because I wanted to play, for sure. I like strategy. I also like psychology, and I'm competitive. I like to win. When you roll all that together and you get it in one game, it's pretty exciting, and it really keeps me engaged. My husband and I are big boaters. We have our own boat, and we spend lots of weekends out on the boat. And honestly, I take my computer with me and play poker on Club WPT, sitting out there in the water. You can win. Sometimes it's just points. Sometimes it's a few dollars, but you never know. It could be you.
Don't let Anita's sweet demeanor fool you, because she plays on Club WPT as Fiery One. She studied martial arts, and fire means attacking and being committed, and I think she is committed to stacking those chips and hopefully earning herself the title of King of the Club.
Make it 100.
See Jan open the King Jack suited.
I'm all in.
Jeremy does play the Ace Jack all in this time for his 2 big blinds.
Steve's gonna sit this one out.
Need some luck here.
You don't need luck, Jeremy. You just need your hand to hold up.
Ooh, all right. No king. No king, no clubs.
All clubs. Well, not all clubs. Yeah.
Come on, no king, no clubs.
Dominated.
Jeremy is in the lead for the meantime, but Jan definitely not out of it yet on this spot.
2 clubs, just like that.
2 clubs to start. He has got the work cut out if he's going to hold. He's going to have to dodge a king, a jack, or a club.
10 of spades, so now they both have a straight possibility.
I'll take a chop.
A queen would give Jan right, though.
Come on, club.
2 hearts.
Oh!
Sorry.
Wow.
Yikes. Queen of clubs on the river, so both the straight and the flush coming in for Jan, knocking out Jeremy Linville. Unfortunately for him, he finishes in 5th place, and he's gonna hit Caitlin.
All right, Jeremy, you're a self-described adrenaline junkie, but you were cool as a cucumber out there. The lights didn't faze you, the cameras didn't seem to faze you. How was it to be at the final table?
It was exciting. After a while, and you start getting in the thick of it, you forget the cameras and the lights are even there, and you start focusing on the table, really.
Yeah, well, you handled it really well. I know you fell a little short of where you wanted to.
Yeah, I was like, what, 5th?
5th?
Got out.
After all this time, you've come so far. I mean, you were a winner when you got here.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, I already won this vacation, and it's been great so far, so, I mean.
Awesome. What was your favorite part?
I mean, the party was nice. The WPT party was fun. And then also, you know, just being able to play here on a final table like this was a good time.
4 players remain, 3 spots pay. Come back for the money bubble from Club WPT's King of the Club.
Hey everyone, Nick Binger here with your LearnWPT.com tip of the day. Many players make the mistake of calling pre-flop with a short stack, just hoping to hit. But if you have less than 10 big blinds, you should use a push or fold strategy, meaning any hand you play should win. In push or fold play, most players focus too much on their hand strength and not enough on their position. So in situations where it folds to you in late position, you can move all in with a very wide range of hands. For more information on short stack play, check out LearnWPT.com today.
Well, that is a timely tip. Nick Binger, because on the bubble, time to go all in, especially with the stack sizes the way they are, as you can see from the chip counts.
Yeah, 5 bigs is the big stack, less than 1 big blind. On the bubble, not the place you want to be. This is time where Jan can really utilize his chip stack, put some pressure on.
Is that right?
50, right? No. 80, 50, 60, 70.
Hundreds, not 5,000.
Blinds are 40,000, 80,000. Anita's gonna start us off, 10-8 offsuit. I would probably not be picking this spot to go all in.
Anita will fold here.
I call.
Oh, man.
Jan!
Jan, not like that. Ace-6 off, put it in.
And don't look at the fact that Jerry has ace-9 of diamonds. It doesn't matter. With an ace there, you should have put everybody to the test. Either way, we're going to go to a run out between Jerry and Steve.
There's a lot of action there.
That is a lot of action. That took the words out of my mouth. I mean, what a flop. Top pair versus the over and the flush draw.
8 of clubs comes on the turn, so Steve is still ahead.
7, diamond, ace.
Jerry's got a couple of outs, though, to knock him out. The river is the queen of clubs, so Steve's going to double up here with a pair of 10s.
Huge.
Yeah.
Dodge the big one.
What a hand. A lot of cards to fade. He did it, and he's going to double up. Critical timing, being on the bubble.
Jan might feel good now about folding his ace-6, but Jan, did you hear Nick Binger's tip?
Nope.
I'm all in.
Jerry moves all in here with king-9 offsuit, though.
He gets Steve to fold the ace-high there.
I have to call it.
Anita calling 8,000 more.
At this point in the game, the blinds are 40 and 80.
Good luck. Sure, yours is better than mine.
She didn't even really need to look at her hand.
The better hand has not been winning.
6s, 8s would be really good.
2 overs. Remember that envelope I gave you in the bathroom? This is what that was for.
We shall see as he is all in for his tournament life again.
It's all right.
Yeah, you're looking all right so far.
Ace, 4, 4, couple of diamonds.
Great flop for Jerry, but oh,
killing me. One more diamond.
Oh, Anita pairing her 6. Jerry still has hope as it's the 6 of diamonds, so he has a diamond as an out as well.
not going to do it. The queen on the river, and Anita will knock out. Jerry's going to be our bubble 4th place. Anita takes a sigh of relief, just secured yourself a spot in the money.
Way to call that.
Huh? 8,000. I mean, it's, you have to.
The bubble buster, that's terrible.
No.
On the bubbles. The experience was wonderful. This whole day, the whole week has been awesome. Met some good friends.
All right, well, you've been a total pleasure to be around. Thanks for coming, and congratulations on such a successful trip here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can relax. Now let's just play some poker.
Steve saying we could relax now because we are all in the money. First place, of course, 10,000 plus a 15,000 WPT main event package. Second place, 5,000. Third place, 2,500.
Anyone's game.
All right, Steve. 10-9 offsuit, 68,000 to go.
All in.
He decides a 10-9 off is good enough.
What's the count?
Really, with 68,000 total, not much choice.
Anita folds.
I call.
Jan that he has to call.
69. Ooh, dominated again. The sixes. Come on, 6. 6, 6, 6.
He actually doesn't have that many outs considering Steve's hand has him dominated. Flop is 7, 6, 5. Jan outflops Steve.
There's 6 again, huh?
But an 8 will give Steve the nut straight.
More 6s, please.
And he still has an overcard to the board. Turn is the queen of diamonds.
Queens all night, huh?
No help, so again, the river is only going to help Steve if it is a 10 or an 8.
The river is the queen of clubs. Jan is going to eliminate Steve.
Steve, you played really well.
Steve Nichols, he's going to take home some prizes, $2,500. and leave us heads up between Anita and Jan for the title of King of the Club.
Oh my God. The two that were the short stack the most, we hung out.
You may not be king of the club, but you won some Maui Gym sunglasses, which you can wear on your WPT cruise, and even a set of Monster headphones that you can listen to on the travel there. I mean, you're a pretty huge winner. Oh, and you won $2,500. How does it feel to take home all of those prizes?
It was fantastic. It was the best experience I've had in poker in my life, and it was just an amazing day, an amazing week.
You've had a smile on your face the entire time, so I'm not surprised.
Oh yeah, it's been a blast. From the party to the actual poker, it was fantastic.
So I guess it's safe to say you're happy you signed up on clubwpt.com.
I'm so happy. I'm proof that sign up and play and great things can happen.
Ah, I love it. All right, your screen name is 16 Hondo, is that correct?
Yeah, that's my name.
So if you find this guy on clubwpt.com, I mean, you might get some people razzing you for all the stuff you got.
That's okay, I'll be on the boat.
Congrats, Steve, thanks so much.
Thank you.
May the best man or woman win. Hopefully the woman.
The man with the woman's name.
Welcome back from the Seminole Hard Rock. This is King of the Club. We are heads up right now between Jan Garner and Anita Dahlstrom. Jan has Anita out-chipped about 2-1 here to start, but it really is anybody's game. They are playing quite short right now.
Jan looks down at the Jack 6.
All in.
And he does shove it in.
Abusing the small. Abusing the big blind, that's just.
She had Queen 8 and you have 3 bigs. Probably got to put it in, but she just doesn't want to call it off.
I got the feeling I'm all in now.
Uh-oh.
These are going to be the best 2 cards of my life.
Last hand this level. What are they going to do the blinds now?
Oh, I'm all in.
She's in for less than a big blind.
I think I call. It doesn't look like quite enough, does it? What do you got?
Good luck.
You got good cards? I got a 6.
Yours are suited. Yeah. Come on. Jacks, 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 jacks.
If she wins this hand, still doesn't really get all the way back. So I think that Queen 8 was her chance to get back in the game.
Good luck, Anita.
Flop is ace, 10, deuce.
I'll take 10s. I'll take 10. It's only going to double me up to the big blind.
Looks like double up, yeah.
So Anita's paired her 10s.
And the 10 will secure it. She will double up. She is still going to be right around 1 big blind.
I live for one more hand.
I don't see a way out of this one.
Awesome. One more hand. A full house. I've done a full house.
Did get an awesome hand out of that.
Good news for Anita, she has doubled up. The bad news is the blinds are even higher, 60,000, 120,000 now, so her 88,000 still less than 1 big blind.
Jan, this is it, by God.
Sort of hope so.
She sort of hopes so.
Good luck again.
One more time. Best of luck.
Best of luck. She's all in for less.
Yeah, you could just deal mine face up. If I jump up and scream right now, does that give some drama?
Nina's all in for less than a big blind, so Jan's going to make the call for 28,000 more.
Kings are really good. Kings, spades, nines. Nines would be really good.
All right, so the cards are on their backs. Let's go to a flop.
Five, 5, 4 on the flop for Jan.
Oh my gosh.
That gives Anita 1% chance to win.
2 nines are on their way, I swear.
Good. I was thinking 2 kings. Maybe another 5.
Oh.
Oh.
I think I got this one.
You.
Jack of clubs. That'll seal it. Jan, he is the king of the club.
Very good.
All right.
What a match. Well done, and congrats to Anita. Strong showing. Going to take away $5,000 for her second place finish.
All right.
Jan Garner, though, is going to win $10,000.
Take it.
plus that $15,000 WPT main event package.
I am stunned.
I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled.
Wow. Wow. Yes.
My expectation for today was just really to play well, make good decisions, and kind of represent the females in the sport. I had good hands. I played some of them really well. I pulled off some bluffs. I was really happy with that. Made a couple mistakes along the way and maybe held back a couple times. I should have pressed forward. But all in all, hey, second place, I think I played darn well.
Congratulations, Jan. What's going through your mind right now?
I am stunned. This is just fantastic. I believe playing online Club WPT got me this far.
Can you believe it? Oh my gosh.
Just fantastic. What an experience, really. I can't believe it.
Well, without further ado, Jan, you are the king of the club.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you. Fantastic.
What a tremendous achievement for Jan Gardner. From playing to being crowned king of the club.
Hand that man his trophy. Wow. This was a lot of fun, and we'll be back next time with a fresh set of Club WPT players taking the felt. See ya.
Well, this was a worthwhile trip.
Minute to learn, lifetime to master. Gotta get your fix. We'll feel it even faster. Get your chips all in. It's everybody's quest to rise above the rest. All my VIPs, for the chair up, please. You gotta see it open for the king of the club. Give up for the king of the club. Give up for the king of the club. Give up for the king of the club. Look at you now, you're the king of the club.
What's up, everybody? Tonight we are at the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City, New Jersey for a special presentation from the World Poker Tour. I'm Jeff Gross.
And I'm Maria Ho. This is King of the Club. Ever thought you have what it takes to play poker on television? Well, tonight, 8 lucky players are going to get the chance to show off their skills thanks to ClubWPT.com.
Through a number of qualifying tournaments online at Club WPT, these players won an all-expense-paid trip to Atlantic City, where they've been living large all week, and now they get their shot at winning real cash and prizes.
The top 3 finishers will be taking home some serious cash, with the winner getting $10,000 and a $15,000 WPT main event package. Plus, we've got some additional surprises from Caitlin Howe, who's joining us from the sidelines.
I've really enjoyed getting to know these players this week here at Borgata. They've all been having an excellent time, but the one thing they all say they're most looking forward to is playing some poker. So you can expect to see some action early on in the
My name is John Bechtel, and I'm a truck driver. I don't want to be a trash man all my life. I'd rather be a poker player. It's a little more glamorous.
My name is Cristina Torch. I'm originally from Italy. I actually like to play more with men. I like to meet them. They think that they know it all.
I'm Coach, and I'm from Chemung, New Jersey. There are times that I'm a tiger and playing serious. It's a little on-off switch that I have.
I'm James. 3 things to know about me is poker, swimming, and family. I will take advantage of any opportunities presented to me, but I wouldn't say that I have any particular.
I'm Wayne Joy, and I'm a service tech for Dunkin' Donuts. I'm a carpenter by trade, so I understand the percentage of things, but in a different way. When you start talking numbers, you lost me, but you haven't lost me from the table.
My name is Richard Seal. When you're playing poker, patience is one of the better skills. You learn something every time you play in a tournament. Trust me.
I'm TJ. I was in the Army for 22 and a half years. Since I've been fully retired, my wife and I do whatever we damn please.
My name is Brian Whitman. One thing I do to relieve stress is recreational chainsawing. I've considered the parallels between chainsawing and poker. Unless you just get a big stack and a pocket pair and you just mow down the competition.
Jeff, we've got an eclectic group today. I'm excited to watch how they're all going to approach this sit-and-go format.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like everyone's ready to gamble, have some fun.
All right, come on, guys, break the ice. Let's start talking. Have a good time.
They all start with 100,000 in chips, and blinds are 500, 1,000.
No? All right.
Yeah, 100 big blinds a person. That means plenty of play, plenty of exciting. Oh, well, speaking of exciting, look at this. 2 aces right off the bat for John.
Same bet.
John says he's going to raise here to 2,500.
Christina with an 8-5, not going to play.
Bob looks down at Jack 5 offsuit and folds.
King 9 suited for James. This is a playable hand, and he will make the call.
I think when you stay very deep, it's fine to make calls with these speculative hands because you could always smash the flop and maybe even crack aces.
Absolutely. 9-10 suited, one of those type of hands that can do exactly that. And Wayne is going to call and hit top pair on the flop as he checks it over.
Richard with Jack 7 has a gut shot. He checks as well.
John with 2 aces going to make a healthy bet for 6,500. James folds.
And Wayne makes a call here with top pair. Richard folds.
See a 6 of spades on the turn. This is a card that could slow both players down. We see Wayne check his top pair.
11,000.
Yeah, there's a flush possible and a straight possible. Doesn't slow John down. He continues again with 11,000, and that's going to get a fold out of Wayne.
Yeah, disciplined fold there for Wayne. Could have peeled one, but he made a good fold.
First place will win $10,000 in cash plus a $15,000 WPT tournament package. Second place takes home $5,000, and third place $2,500 for their efforts. Not a bad day of work for any of these players.
Folds around to John Bechtel. He gets another solid hand, ace-queen offsuit. This time he's going to open to 3,000 for the flop.
Christina taking her time with 7 deuce offsuit and folds.
I think we're going to see her trying to get in a lot of hands today. She does not look like she likes to fold.
Richard in the small blind calls with ace 5. The big blind folds.
Go to a flop, we see the Jack 3-3 with 2 clubs. Richard does have the ace of clubs. He's going to check it over.
4,500.
And John continues for 4,500 with his ace high and backdoor flush draw.
Richard does make the call, having the ace of clubs.
And the turn brings the queen. So now John has paired his queen.
9,000.
His hand looks pretty strong, and it's worth a bet of 9,000. Richard still has ace high, so it looks like he is gonna fold.
John gonna take it down.
It's a little bit too easy for you.
It's never a good sign, early.
You want to win the last 5, not the first 5.
12 years ago, one of my buddies took me to a card room, and then that was all I needed was one time, and now I'm hooked to it. I want to play every day. I want to be a poker pro. My favorite player is Gus Hansen. I take a lot from him. Any 2 cards can get you there. You get that crazy guy who's going to play them crazy cards. That brings action. Playing club WPT is the best. I tell all my friends, hey, look, I'm going to play on TV. You know, you can't believe it. Oh, how'd you do that? I said, well, it's just club WPT. You can play unlimited tournaments. You can't go wrong. Thrilling. It's out of this world. You can't compare this to anything. For a guy like me who plays maybe 3-4 times a week in tournaments, who wants to be a poker player, this is it. I'm gonna enjoy every minute of it.
John plays on Club WPT as Hammer MYK, and he says they call him that because he keeps banging away at poker. I feel like I know a few hammers in poker, Jeff.
Absolutely. This guy, I got my money on John. He's the hammer. He wants to be a professional poker player.
Cool.
He's already winning hands. This is my pick for the day.
He has King 3 of diamonds this hand. He's going to limp in, but Christina with ace jack suited, she knows that's a raising hand. She's going to make it 3,500.
Christina, she's got that look in her eye. She didn't want to fold 7-2. If she doesn't want to fold 7-2 offsuit, I don't think she's going to shy away from many hands today. So we see her kicking up the action right away.
Richard has ace queen offsuit, and he comes along as well. So 3 ways to the flop.
5-2 2 hearts.
6,000.
John jumps into the lead now with a pair of 3s, and he bets 6,000.
Christina knows she doesn't have a heart, but she does have a draw and 2 overs. What to do?
See her reluctantly fold.
But Richard gonna raise it up to 15,000 and put some pressure on John.
It's a tough call with King 3, but he does come along. Richard's got 2 overs, a gut shot for a straight.
The turn is the 4 of hearts, so Richard does hit his gut shot.
I check.
But it's not the best because it does bring the flush.
Richard bets 50,000.
I see.
John will fold, and a pot for Richard.
Richard says he's been playing poker since the 70s. All of those old school variants like low ball, 5-card draw, and 7-card stud that a lot of the young players nowadays really don't know how to play anymore, Jeff.
Yeah, can't say I'm an expert in any of those.
Wow, everybody's so serious. Look at you.
So quiet.
Once you win a hand, it's a lot easier to kind of loosen up.
Anything to say? I mean, come on, guys.
We're all scared of you.
I ain't gonna be scared of me.
Action's on Bob, and he folds Jack 3 of spades. James lets it go.
1,000.
See Wayne pick up a very pretty 9-8 suited. He does call. Folded around in a hammer.
4,000.
And John in the small blind with 7-5 offsuit. He's gonna raise it to 4,000. He is aggressive.
Oh, John the hammer. Going for it. Christina gives him a look with her 9-5 suited. She wants to get in. She's having trouble with John taking action on her right every time first.
Wayne makes the call with his 9-8 suited. The flop is queen, queen, jack, 2 clubs.
Check.
10,000.
John checks, and we see Wayne bet out with his 9 high, takes it down.
Not a good flop for pocket 3s.
Well, it's a shot, though.
Not a good flop.
Wouldn't blame you. I'd have done the same thing.
Not a good flop.
People probably think I'm very tight. And that's what I want them to think. I've been playing since a teenager. Stimulates the brain, it keeps you moving. A lot of parts playing poker that most people don't understand. They think it's just what's in front of you, but it's what's coming up after that. And I find that a challenge.
Well, looks like Wayne's on a mission today. He's competitive. He's letting everyone know it. Let's see how he does as we pick up the action. James is going to call with his ace-jack for 1,000.
Wayne folds, as does Richard.
TJ gets out of the way.
Brian also folds.
45.
John on the button with 9s, and he's going to hammer away 4,500.
John with a wired pair here, definitely going to be pushing the action with 2 9s.
And it folds back to James, who will call the raise.
Got a fair fight here. 2 overs versus a pair.
The flop is ace, king, 4, 2 spades. So James does make top pair. He checks.
9,000.
John takes the bait and bets 9,000.
Yeah, I think sometimes you will see players check here with 9s, but not John.
James does spring the trap. He throws a bet out there, makes it 20,000 with the check raise.
Good bet.
And James is going to take down that pot with a check raise, but I don't know, Jeff, with how aggressive John is, James may have been able to get a little more out of him if he just called.
We're back at the Borgata with King of the Club, and tonight we're mixing things up with some competition off the felt.
When you're playing poker online at Club WPT and you win a big pot, you don't have to stack your own chips. So we thought it would be fun to put these players to the test and see who has the skills to build the tallest stack.
Okay, players, you know the rules. Give me 30 seconds on the clock. Ready, set, stack. Looking pretty strong over here on the right side of the table. Got some different techniques going over here. 10 seconds left, players. 3, 2, 1. Down.
Well, we see the winner down there.
Ooh, it's looking
Wow.
really close.
I may have a chance.
All right, it was super close, but our winner is Brian. Brian, you just won a custom BBO poker table. Congratulations, Brian. Hope you keep the luck going at the table.
Absolutely.
It's a nice prize. Gets a free table. That's awesome.
I was once in a chip stacking contest, and I think I could learn a thing or two from Brian. And you know what, Jeff? The Club WPT VIP members here tonight aren't the only ones who have a shot at winning. Every day there are tournaments running around the clock with cash and prizes up for grabs, including WPT main event seats.
Log on now at clubwpt.com. All right, let's get back to it.
Let's take a look at the chip counts. James Johnson with 113,000 is in the lead, followed by Richard Seal with 111,000. Looks like your man, John Bechtel, on the bottom there, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, he's the guy I told you. He's going to win it or he's going to be out pretty quick. So let's see if he can turn it around and get back towards the top of the leaderboard. Picks up the 10-8 off. He's going to pass.
Christina folds.
Bob with a 9-4, not going to play.
James with 6-3 of clubs is going to limp.
Richard on the button. Jack 7 offsuit, but he has position, and he says, no limping here. Going to raise it up.
Raise.
But TJ with ace-king from the small blind is going to re-raise to 16,000.
Yeah, nice hand, nice spot. I like his sizing.
Brian folds. James folds after limping in.
Richard, getting some resistance, decides to give it up.
And the retired Sergeant Major takes down the pot.
I was in the Army for 22 and a half years. Worked for the United States Postal Service for another 22 and a half years, and now I'm fully retired. And since I've been fully retired, my wife and I do whatever we damn please. Club WPT, my favorite pastime because it's available right in my house. I mean, I go in there, click on the computer, and I can play anytime, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's just great. I love poker because it's a strong mental game. You got to be focused, and you got to take notes, and then you got to study it and practice it. But Club WPT gives you that opportunity. A lot of people think that Texas Hold'em is a simple game. It's a simple game to play. It's a very, very difficult game to master.
TJ in the lead with 115,000. It's pretty close up top, but they're still very deep. So even if you're a player at the bottom right now, you still feel like you have a shot.
Plenty of big blinds. No reason to rush. Everyone's kind of feeling each other out, getting acclimated to how the others are playing. As we pick up the action, Richard, pocket fives. Going to raise it to 4,500.
TJ folds the king 8 offsuit.
Not play the 9-7.
I call.
But John announces a call with queen 9 offsuit. I've taken a few hands off. It's time to get back in the action.
See Christina with the 4 deuce, folding semi-patiently.
Bob with 10-6 in the small blind folds.
James closes the action, the big blind. He has a king 7, and he decides to come along.
So 3 ways to the flop.
Ace 5-7 with 2 diamonds.
Richard's flop bottom set here. James with middle pair checks.
Richard bets 12,000 with his bottom set. There's a lot going on this board, so I like this bet.
John folds. James comes along, and he does have the backdoor nut flush draw as well.
Turn is the ace of hearts. That makes a full house for Richard. James checks.
Richard bets 25,000. And kind of a quick fold from James there.
Well, he doesn't have to wait long to know. He gets shown the full house. And with that pot, Richard Seal is now our chip leader.
More action when we come back from Club WPT's King of the Club.
Welcome back to the Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa, where action is underway at Club WPT's King of the Club.
We still have 8 players remaining, and John, who came out swinging, now finds himself of the pack, but he's still got plenty of play left, even as blinds move up to 1,000, 2,000.
Richard's gonna fold to 8-5.
TJ folds.
Over to Brian, who picks up a nice hand, 2 queens.
Brian's been pretty patient, and now that's being rewarded. He raises to 11,500.
Action folds to Christina, who has been super patient, and she will fold her king 3 suited.
Bob, let's go 9-3 suited on the button.
Call.
James passes.
But Wayne in the big blind with ace-7 of clubs, he's going to make the call.
He's in the big blind, definitely worth a peek at the flop, so let's see that flop. 10-9 deuce, all different suits, also known as a rainbow flop.
Nothing for Wayne, but it looks like he thought about betting, but thinks better of it and checks instead.
$13,000.
He bets 13. I don't see Wayne continuing. He does fold.
Nice hand for Brian.
Brian is a corporate lawyer, and he's married with 2 kids. How do you have time for poker?
Action's on Christina.
Christina with king 6 offsuit under glasses.
Raise.
James finds the ace jack. Good enough for a raise. 10,500, pretty big sizing.
Richard calls with 8s. Brian folds. But John doesn't like folding.
John, speculative call here with the jack 8.
So 3 players to the flop. John will be first to act.
You see the queen 7 flop.
Check.
John and James check to Richard, who likes his hand. He bets 16,000 with queens and 8s. And that's going to get both players.
Richard takes it down.
Last night met Vincent Patton, and we talked a little bit about playing and why people play. And as a real amateur psychologist, I think it's the adrenaline. You know, whether it's the win of a big pot or the losing of a big pot. Most poker players are adrenaline junkies.
Come on, guys. Liven up. Come on. Come on.
This is my poker face.
There's definitely nothing like getting away with a huge bluff in a big spot. That adrenaline is something I've never felt before.
Think he's onto something there.
Fold it around to coach.
Not gonna play.
James passes his button. And Wayne with queen 10 offsuit from the small blind will limp in.
Loose call, loose call.
Loose call, he says. Queen 10 certainly a reasonable hand in the small blind.
Richard checks the option with 7-4 offsuit. And Wayne leads 3,000 on ace-3 deuce rainbow.
Richard gonna call. He does have a gut shot of 5, would make him a straight.
The turn is the ace of hearts.
Wayne acts very quickly and checks.
That says to Richard, I'm gonna take a stab.
Richard, with the worst of it, takes down 2 in a row.
There's no time to be holding a middle pair with that flop.
A lot of lying going on, which is okay at a poker table, but no one's claimed the real hand yet.
Action on Brian. Folds queen 3 offsuit.
85.
John, been quiet for a little bit. He's gonna open it up to 8,500.
Christina with 9-8 offsuit really hasn't found any playable hands. Bob folds.
Our swim instructor, James, with a pair of sixes. He's going to take a look.
His motto is swimming and winning.
I can get behind that.
TJ folds the 4 deuce of clubs.
So we're going to see another coin flip type situation, a pair versus 2 overcards.
Flop is queen 8-4, 2 diamonds. So John does pair his 8.
16.
He's going to lead out middle pair. James has a diamond. He has backdoor flush draw possibilities, backdoor straight draw possibilities. Let's go to a turn.
Turn is the 5 of spades.
Same bet.
John will continue with another bet of 16,000. The 5 of spades actually gives James a couple more outs. 7 for a gut shot.
I'm all in. He puts it all in.
James moves all in for 56,500, and he's staring down John.
I think it's the only way you can win, man. I think that's the only way you can win this hand.
He's not gonna call.
I'm positive it's the only way you can win that hand.
Really nice hand for Vavoom Viper.
If you're that positive, you should have had a call, John.
Can't wait to see that on TV.
If he was strong, he would have shown.
We're all friends here. I'll tell you if you want to know.
Nah, you would have shown if you wanted to know. That's for sure.
If I show, you might not want to know. If you want to know, I'll tell you.
I don't want to hear from you. I want to know what you had. Nice hand, man.
Hey everyone, Nick Binger here with your Learn WPT tip of the day. Too many players make the mistake of thinking they have good reads on their opponents right after they sit down at the table. But when you first get your seat, you get a lot of information about the other players. This is why it's crucial to have a default strategy that works regardless of who's at the table. Once you have this solid game plan, then you can adjust from your default. You have real information about your opponents. To get started on making your game plan, check out LearnWPT.com today.
Nick makes a lot of good points there, and I think someone who has been able to have a good default strategy from the start is Richard Seal. He is on chip counts.
Yeah, he's got a healthy lead, and now we see John in the back. He is going to need to do some hammering. He is in trouble back of the pack.
Action is on James, and he folds.
Wayne with the ace-6 offsuit's going to fold.
Richard and TJ both muck.
Brian, a 6-3 suited. We err on the side of tight pre-flop, but you can see he was thinking about the 6-3 suited. He's off doing really well, so he decided, you know, let me stick with what I'm doing.
Cool.
And we see Christina enter a pot.
Christina hasn't been involved, but limps in.
Hey, I'm playing in the game. Hi, everybody. Yeah. Why, no raise?
Bob does check the queen-9 offsuit from the big blind. The flop is 5-3 deuce. Christina has hit bottom pair.
I check.
Both players check. We get to a turn. The jack of hearts.
Now she's improved to 2 pairs, so she feels like it's time to bet 10,500.
I'm guessing you have it.
And the singer, Christina, takes down her first pot.
Yes. Yeah, I went ahead.
Yeah, that's what we all expected. She was going to win the first one she played.
That's how you do it. Oh, and you're supposed to win. I love singing. My mother was a singer. My mother sang every day. When I came home from school, I knew what mood my mother was in by the songs that she sang. If she was mad at my father, you know, there would be angry songs. If she was in love with my father, there would be romantic songs. So I learned from her. I was a singer in the 70s and 80s. I sang in clubs in New York City, had a lot of success. I decided to play poker, cash games in the casino about 15 years ago. I love Club WPT. I can't do without now. They have a variety of games, and any time that you want to play, there is a game that you can play. I can play poker 24/7. It gets me all excited, it gets my adrenaline going, and I can play forever.
You could tell by that rasp in Christina's voice, she probably has an amazing singing voice.
Absolutely. Singing in New York City back in the 70s and 80s, that is pretty cool. So let's hope she can make a run here, get to see more of her today.
Blinds are 2,500, 5,000. Action starts with Brian from under the gun with Jack 4 of clubs, and he'll pass.
John with Queen 4, not going to play either. Jack 10, playable hand here for Christina. She just won a pot, takes a long look here.
But she decides to fold. Bob folds as well. James with the ace-5 offsuit doesn't open an unopened pot on the cutoff. It's a little bit on the tight side.
It's rock and roll, yeah.
Do see Richard in the small blind limp. J 7-8 suit in the big blind says let's rock and roll, also known as a check.
Flop is king 10 deuce 2 hearts. Richard leads out 16,000 with his middle pair.
Good luck, brother.
TJ makes the call, has a flush draw.
The turn pairs the king of diamonds, so Richard probably feeling a bit more comfortable about his hand now. Bets 20,000.
In a fold.
I don't think you have a king.
I'm looking for a heart, man, if the heart comes. I give myself one opportunity. If that king come, I got to go to bed.
Richard, the chip leader, has almost doubled his starting stack of 100,000, but you see John Bechtel all the way on the bottom with just 6 big blinds.
First or last, we kind of thought so. Let's see if he can double up and get back in it.
Richard folds. TJ with pocket sixes
Raise.
raises it to 13,500.
That's easy.
Brian passes 4-3. John and Christina gonna get out of the way as well. Bob not gonna play.
James, big hand from the small blind, peeks down at ace king offsuit.
Certainly is gonna play. It's just a matter of for how much.
I'm all in.
And I like this move from James. He goes all in for 100,500 with, 35 big blinds or so. I think ace king is a hand that you should just 3-bet all in pre with.
Well, there goes my pair.
Not a hand that he would mind getting some action with, but get the better hand to fold. Another nice play for Vavoom Viper.
For these players, the path to playing poker on TV began at Club WPT. Start your own journey today at clubwpt.com.
Welcome back to Club WPT's King of the Club. We are at Borgata in Atlantic City. Richard still hang on to that chip lead. Just been slow and steady climbing that leaderboard.
Yeah, John's in the back of the pack. He has 6 big blinds, so still anyone's game.
Action is on TJ with ace 8 of hearts.
I call.
He limps. Brian folds.
John, 6 big blinds, decides to call. With 6 big blinds, I think I'd prefer to see a shove or a fold, but he's going to try to get to a flop.
James on the button with king queen offsuit. Doesn't raise, will just limp in with the other 2.
Wayne folds. Richard, who doesn't have to put any more money in the pot, gets to see a free flop with this queen 5.
It's 4-handed to the flop, and here it comes. Queen 8-4, couple of diamonds.
Richard does have top pair, so he leads out for 21,000.
TJ folds his middle pair.
John gonna fold his inside straight draw.
James calls with king queen, but Richard exposed a queen by accident, and so now I think he has to play the rest of this hand with the card face up.
Totally incidental. As we see, accidents happen. This is part of the game, and this makes the hand a little more interesting.
Yeah, when you play with one card face up, it does give your opponent somewhat of an advantage. Let's see how this hand plays out. Ooh, that 9 would have given John the straight. Richard checks it over to James.
You see James sort of like, man, king, queen, this should be good.
And James is like, this could maybe be a trap, but I still have to bet my king, queen. He bets 15,000. He is going to get a call. The river is the 6 of hearts.
Check, and James checks behind.
Yeah, it's definitely a spot where you could get tricky when you do have one card up and you have 2 pair hands. You just never know. People have tricks up their sleeve.
Oh, you're so excited to get that pot, to see that queen.
Feel free to do that anytime you and I are playing. I'm sure that'd make everybody happy.
That was my triple up. I had Jack 10. He made it 21. I can't call. I hit the 9 on the turn. I can't believe I'm gonna be the first one out of this.
John, you can hear and see he is visibly frustrated. He decided to call, and that's what happens. He didn't get to see all the cards. Generally, when you're under 10 big blinds, you mentioned it, it is best to play a push or fold strategy.
4 and 8, you said, right? Yeah.
Blinds are up, 4,000, 8,000.
Brian, 6-4 offsuit, will pass. John, queen deuce offsuit, not good enough to put all the chips in the middle. But Christine up with a nice looking hand, ace king offsuit. She makes a min raise to 16,000 and gets a lot of quick folds behind her.
That's right. She knows how to sing and she knows how to play ace king. She comes in raising. She's got a customer, TJ, calls out of the big blind.
The flop is ace 5-5-2.
Christina.
TJ almost concedingly says, Christina, this is your board.
And Christina does bet 15,000, and
you win, dear.
TJ, giving respect to the former singer out of New York, lets his hand go.
She doesn't play a lot of pots, but when she does, she brings them home, and that's a good way to play. It's a good style.
James Johnson is now our new chip leader, but Richard Seal still in second place.
John is critically short now. He has just over 3 blinds, and king 9.
All in.
Certainly good enough to move in with 3 big blinds.
Try to steal my blind now.
And you know, the players behind John can call somewhat wide here, but you would expect that someone in the blinds will definitely be calling.
Yeah, it's hard to get folds with 3 big blinds. And Brian
actually has a great hand, ace jack offsuit from the big blind.
Call.
And he will call.
Cool.
John's tournament life here on the line.
Nice hand.
John taps the table. Looks like he's already conceding.
You gotta go nowhere, John. You never know what that flop will bring, brother.
It's gonna bring me a trip to the door. That's what it's bringing me.
Good luck, John.
I need it. Thank you.
Brian is in the lead with ace jack. Flop is ace jack 7. And now maybe it's time for John to be a little more pessimistic because Brian's flop top here. He's going to need running kings or running 9s or running gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah. All right. Good luck, everybody.
No, not yet.
Brian not going to shake hands yet. He's seen this trick before. Now he's okay with that turn. That's going to seal it 100%.
Good luck to you. Yeah, you too.
John,
Good luck.
he started off really great today, but unfortunately things didn't work out in the end.
Thank you.
Nice hand. All right.
John, what was your strategy going into this?
I was trying to be aggressive early. I did get a lot of good hands early that allowed me to raise and stay in a lot of the hands, but just didn't work out today.
Your overall experience here?
It was amazing. Top of the line. Club WPT was awesome. Everything from top to bottom. I'm really happy that I was able to be here.
Happy to hear it. We're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Well done, and congratulations on making it
Thank
this
you
far.
so much. It was great to meet you.
It's sad to see John head to the door, but there's more action to come.
There are many perks to being a Club WPT VIP member, and these players got to experience them firsthand here at Borgata.
The VIP experience that I've had up here at Borgata has been incredible. We had a received evening.
We had Vince Van Patten come to attend, and the amazing thing is that the personality and the energy and the excitement that you see on TV, it's all real, it's all genuine. I mean, that's the way Vince really is in person.
Get going. Kick it. See that?
The opportunity to come here and to play in a tournament on television is an incredible experience, but it's also been great to just see how the World Poker Tour itself works and to be able to meet the personalities, to meet Vince and Tony and Lynn. I've gotten to see behind the scenes parts of the process that you would never see as a casual viewer on television. So it's been wonderful to come here, to enjoy the hospitality at Borgata, and to really experience the World Poker Tour like few people can.
Cool to get the opportunity to see how everything works. It looks a lot different on TV, but there's a lot that goes into the production part.
Oh my God, that's a lot.
7 players remain, and it's pretty tight. This is anyone's game.
Come on, you were very comfortable throwing 16 out last time.
Action starts on Coach this hand.
He's got the 8-7.
Too many players.
He's thinking about it, but not going to play that. Holding, James folds the King 5.
Wayne folds, as does Richard. TJ lets it go to Brian, who is in the small line with ace-deuce offsuit.
Yeah, he's got all options here, really. It's sort of how you feel your player in the big blind's going to react, and I think Christina, being on the more cautious side, he elects to raise here.
Oh, he feels strong now, right?
Brian makes it 19,000.
19,000.
Christina with a very playable hand here, 8-6 of clubs in the big blind. If I were her, I would definitely defend with this.
Okay, you can have it.
Gonna elect to pass.
This time.
Brian winning an uncontested pot.
Jeff, I think we'll award some more prizes. Caitlin, who's it gonna be?
All right, the lucky winner is Christina.
Wow! Oh my God! Watch out! I'm gonna win.
Congrats, Christina. You have won a pair of Maui Gym sunglasses.
Oh, they are beautiful.
They're gonna look great on you.
Thanks. Oh, I love them.
Nice pair of Maui Gyms there for our singer, Christina.
Feeling pretty lucky after winning the grab bag. Let's see if the luck translates to the tables.
Fold it around to Richard.
I call.
He has the King 9. He limps in.
All in.
TJ finding a wired pair of 7s. He's all in for his 44,000.
Not this time.
When you're short with a pair, it's good enough to move all in, and you do get to pick up the dead money in the limp a lot of the time.
Coach looks down at a bigger pair. He has pocket 9s.
Coach has TJ dominated. He's certainly going to call. Sometimes he could isolate.
Call.
He does make the call. That's going to get Richard out of the way. So now it's TJ who is in pretty bad shape for his tournament life.
Get in there, Coach.
It's got the under pair.
How many of you folded 7s?
We got down to 6 big blinds. You can't come around so fast. You got to just do it.
He's dominated with the heart. He does have a live 7 of clubs, so there's a couple ways you could make a straight or a club flush to win this pop.
Here comes the flop. Jack, 10, deuce, rainbow.
Really good flop for Bob's 9s. TJ is going to need a 7 or running straight, but to make that running straight, a 9 would have to come. Bob has 2 of those, so his best bet's a 7.
Turn is the 5 of hearts.
2 outs.
TJ is trying to hit his 7.
Don't hurt me, Ian.
Can he fade the 2 outer? 1 card to come.
Our river is the 8
And the river's the 8 of clubs. So unfortunately for TJ, he's gonna finish in. Things didn't really seem to go his way. He couldn't get much going.
Yeah, man. Christina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our
sweetheart.
retired Sergeant Major is gonna head down and talk to Caitlin about his experience today.
Was your plan to come out swinging?
To knock him out.
You must feel like a winner already.
I'm a winner. Have this opportunity to come up here and just experience this. Bring my wife. My daughter lives in New York City, so she come down with the 2 grandkids. We have a great 1 week in the Borgata, first class.
You did well, and we're happy to have you. Congratulations on coming this far.
Glad TJ and his family enjoyed their time here, and we hope you have too.
Be sure to keep watching to see who of these 6 remaining players has what it takes to be named King of the Club.
Minute to learn, lifetime to master. Gotta get your fix. We're feeling even faster. Get your chips all in. Put your skills to the test. It's everybody's quest to rise above the rest. On my knees, for the chair up, please. You gotta see it open for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Lock it up for the king of the club. Look at you now, you're the king of the club.
Hey everyone, welcome to Club WPT's King of the Club. I'm Maria Ho, along with Jeff Gross, bring you all of the action from the beautiful Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa in Atlantic City.
Club WPT World Poker Tour are giving these players an awesome opportunity to live out their dream of playing poker on TV. Tonight's table started with 8 players who won their seat by playing poker online, and now we are down to 6.
First to fall was the hammer, John Bechtel, a truck driver from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And then retired Sergeant Major TJ Ribeiro from Fayetteville, North Carolina, had to say his goodbyes in 7th place. And now it's still anybody's game.
There are real cash payouts going to the top 3 spots. Plus, we've got Caitlin Howe join us on the sidelines to award some additional prizes. This is going to be good.
James Johnson in the lead with 172,500 in chips.
Anyone's game between 8 big blinds and blinds. This is wide open for our 6 remaining players.
Blinds are 4,000, 8,000.
So we're 4-8 right now? Yes. Let's make it 20.
Wayne has ace queen, but he decides he just wants to raise instead of moving all in. Short stack.
Yeah, this is something maybe with aces or kings you could try to go for, but when you have 8 big blinds, really anytime under 10 big blinds, hands that you're going to want to play, you generally just would go all in.
James Johnson is a big fan of Suicide Squad. He's got a Harley Quinn card protector. Bob comes in with ace deuce of spades from the small blind, and James also calls from the big with queen 10 of clubs.
Couple of nice hands, suited, connecting hands, and no one gets a piece of this flop though.
3 rainbow. Bob checks.
All 3 players do check. We're going to see a turn, which is the jack of diamonds.
Still, no player has connected with the board. Wayne's ace queen is still ahead.
James does pick up a gut shot. 9 would give him a straight.
Bob and James both check it to Wayne. Wayne checks back, and the river's a 3 of diamonds. And they're going to show the hand down.
All 3 players. No one made a pair. That shows you how hard it is to make a pair. An ace queen will hold up here. Wayne going to drag a critical pot for his 8 blind stack.
Good hand, guys.
He is going to get himself back in the game.
Richard under the gun this hand. He has ace 4 of spades.
Yeah, he's going to limp in. Other players get out of the way. Bob with the jack 9. Fold.
James folds. And now to Wayne in the big blind with 6-4 of clubs.
Cost me 4 to play.
No, you're right, the big blind.
Oh, I'm in. Good. We'll check.
He's got a free look at this flop.
Whoa.
Wayne, yes, you did flop a flush.
20,000.
And Wayne just comes out leading with his flop flush. I think maybe he could have checked and slow play it a little bit.
A little bit of a heater there, Wayne.
I don't like them little ones. Scary.
Wayne was the short stack, is making a very nice comeback.
Yeah, I watch poker on TV, and I really had a feeling that I could be in one of those seats someday on that final table in one of these big tournaments. And here I am. I am computer illiterate. I only use a computer to play poker and check the weather. It's very easy to play on Club WPT. You can play any time of day, any time of night. It's right there. All you got to do is sit down, stand up beside, lay it on top of your dash. Don't be driving. And play. If you have the time, you can play poker right now on Club WPT. I'm the kind of guy that needs constant mental stimulation. Can't sit still. Got to have something to do. And I drive my wife crazy with it. If I'm not playing poker, she relaxes better when I am too.
Well, Wayne saying that he doesn't use his computer for anything else but poker and the weather. He's got his priorities straight, Jeff.
His Club WPT name is Maine Wayne. He's from Maine. His name's Wayne. That checks out to me.
Action folds over to Christina, who's been very patient, waiting for playable hands. Definitely on the snug side. She has ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, here another hand where ace-jack with her stack size could certainly go all in, but you know she's going to raise it up. We see Wayne get out of the way with his king 10.
But Richard's going to call 13,000 more from the big blind. Jack 5-4, 2 spades is the flop. Richard quickly checks it over to Christina, who is happy to bet 21,000 with top pair, top kicker.
Even had the ace of spades there as a little backup with 2 spades on the flop. So nice pot for Christina.
Titanic's important.
Chip coming through. Oh.
That's right. Ship it.
This game is Bon Voyage, and the goal is to reveal the hat that contains a gold star. The first player to do so wins a WPT cruise for 2.
And WPT's Lingel Martin has joined Caitlin down on the floor.
All right, Lynn, you've been on the cruise before. Tell the players what they have to look forward to.
The WPT cruise is so much fun. I mean, there's so much to do on a cruise anyway, but imagine getting to play poker all day and night in between stopping at beautiful islands in paradise. What more could you want?
Let's get it started. Will you pick our first player, please?
All right. First player is Richard.
Richard. Come on up, Richard.
Come on over.
This one? All right. Go ahead and lift the hat and show it to the table.
Oh.
Black star.
Richard. Tough luck.
Sorry, Richard.
Tough luck there, Rich.
Better luck at the table.
Yes. Lynn, will you draw another player, please?
All right. Next lucky player is Bob.
Right.
All righty.
What do you think?
I'm right here.
Oh, that was a quick choice.
Right.
Yep.
Show it to the table.
Sorry, Bob.
Black. Oh, man. I like the confidence, though.
Let's see if we're third time lucky. Christina.
Okay.
Christina.
This one? All right.
Sorry.
Oh! Good try.
Oh, get a better shot. My wife would just love this if you guys would give me that.
James.
Hey!
James.
Holly Quinn with me. Okay,
Take your time.
I am. All right.
Feel it out.
One of these has the magic star. All right, I'm gonna pick this one.
Okay.
Oh!
Oh, goodness. This is
Wow.
good try, James.
This is intense. 2 hands left.
Let's make a deal.
You want to chop it? Yeah, let's go.
Let's make a deal. You and I will go. I'll leave the wife home.
We have 2 players left.
Who's up next? Brian, come on over.
Are you going to win by default, Wayne? Just if we all picked the wrong one.
Well, I'll tell you what, I won't take it as bad if I win by default.
50-50 shot here.
Yeah!
You got it!
I was going to
for two. Amazing. Who are you going to bring, do you think?
I'll bring my wife with me, Heather.
I thought we had a deal.
Oh, congratulations, Brian. Well done.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Well done. Congrats.
You're having a very good day, sir.
Yes, he is.
It's a good day no matter what now.
You're having a very good day.
I don't know. That's 15, 20 grand worth of prize, I think.
Brian not only winning the cruise, but he is also the chip leader with 165,000 right now.
You can see between 8 and 13 blinds separate the remaining 6. So I think whoever shows a little bit of aggression is going to have a really good chance to take this tournament down. 3 will make the money, 3 will not. Action's starting to heat up here.
Blinds are 6,000, 12,000.
Thank you.
Action folds over to our chip leader, Brian.
Raise 15.
You have to make it 24.
I'm sorry.
Brian min raises to 24,000.
Ace deuce offsuit isn't always an open, but Brian does have the chip lead, and he understands right now it's important to use that to put pressure on his opponents.
Going to see 2 better hands come in where we get a call from Bob with the ace-10 offsuit, and James with the pocket pair 2 5s calls as well.
Queen 9, couple of hearts. James's 5s are still ahead, but it's not a great board for him. Bob and James check it over to Brian.
Brian, who was the original raiser, has the ace of hearts.
25.
And he is going to lead out, and this is going to be tough for our 2 other opponents, James and Bob, who did not connect well with this flop.
Fold.
They both fold to his bet of 25,000. So Brian's going to increase his chip lead even more.
I think we saw a little cruise confidence. Fresh off of winning a cruise, going there bluffing. The momentum's real.
These players need to start getting more aggressive, and when you chip lead, it makes it a little bit easier for you to be aggressive, and it's nice to see Brian take that initiative. Actions on Richard, and he folds. Over to Brian, who's really putting the pedal to the metal.
24.
The raise coming from him with ace-5 offsuit.
And Bob, known as Coach, who is a high school soccer coach out of New Jersey.
Call.
His team, Delrain High School, is ranked 6th in the state. Picks up pocket calls here.
I think I would have liked to see Coach shove over Brian's raise there with his stack size, but 8, 3, 4 all hearts comes on the flop, and if you're Bob here, you have to feel pretty good about an overpair and a heart.
40.
Brian in the continuation bet does have a gut shot. He does have a low heart in his hand, so pretty reasonable flop for ace-5 offsuit, but 2 10s, overpair to the board and a heart. And he elects to fold, which I am not crazy about.
Brian taking yet another pot down.
I'm a corporate attorney, and I primarily do mergers and acquisitions and venture capital and corporate formation. So largely what I'm doing is drafting and negotiating business transactions. There can be a lot of pressure in my job. It has to be done correctly. It has to require a lot of attention to detail. A bit of math to make sure the numbers get right, especially if you're talking about a lot of dollars. I actually started playing poker about 6 months ago. It was on the Club WPT website. I had watched it on TV for a number of years, and I decided that it was time for me to try and see if I could learn the game. I've always been a very competitive person. I've always liked to play games, and I like to win. But I'm not so competitive that if I don't win, I'm going to be bitter or angry or upset about it. Losing's as much as part of the game as winning. And poker, only one person can end up winning a tournament at the end of the day. And it doesn't make everyone else losers. That just means you've got a lot to strive for in order to be the winner.
I bet it's nice for Brian to get out of his suit and wear a t-shirt at the poker table.
It's also nice to be the chip leader, which he is at the moment with 6 remaining. Let's see if he can keep his foot on the gas.
Action starts on James Johnson this hand. Va Voom Viper on Club WPT.
Queen deuce off, not going to be able to play.
Good call.
Main Wayne with ace-7 of spades just calls. Brian also going to come along with ace-9 offsuit.
Christina with a nice jack-8 of hearts, has some potential, complete blind. And Bob will check his option with king-8 offsuit in the big blind.
Flop is king 8-7. So Bob has top 2 pair. Wayne has bottom pair.
Christina checks. Bob, he decides, you know what? Let me go ahead and bet with my top 2 pair.
Call.
Wayne makes the call.
Brian folds.
Christina folds.
Yeah, Wayne's got bottom pair and a nut flush draw, and boom, look at that. He hits the gin card, the 7. This is going to be difficult for Bob to see how that goes. Wayne, this is a troublesome turn for Coach.
Mullen. Count, please.
Bob doesn't have that much behind. He only has 55,000, which is a lot.
Call.
Wayne's more than happy to call with trips with an ace kicker.
Show me the bad news. Oh, excuse me.
He has been caught up by main Wayne. He's going to need a king or an 8 going to the river. 4 outs, 1 card to come.
Unfortunately, the river is the 10 of spades, so we are going to lose
Good job,
Coach
man.
Bob Kuba
Thank
in
you.
6th place.
Couldn't get away from that, that's for sure.
Tough spot for Coach. Hard to lay down 2 pair there, and now he's headed over to see Kaylin.
So how was your whole experience here this week?
It was a real great experience. Club WPT really does it right, from the prizes that they offer to, you feel like a movie star the way that they escort you around here. It's a great place.
Well, you're a TV star now. When will we see you on clubwpt.com again?
Probably later on tonight.
Coach is going to get right back on the horse and play on clubwpt.com and let the remaining 5 players battle it out to see who's going to be king of the club.
The thing I like best about Club WPT is it fits my schedule. It's there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Whenever I have the time to play, I can.
I would recommend Club WPT to everybody that likes to play poker because you can sharpen your skills.
Club WPT is a very cost-effective way to play poker and still win excellent prizes.
There are a lot of things that I like about playing on Club WPT. Originally, I wanted to play on a website that I had confidence in, and the fact that it was associated with the WPT gave me that confidence, so that felt good.
And look at where these players ended up here in Borgata playing on a televised. I think that's really great value, don't you, Jeff?
Absolutely. 5 players remaining. 3 will make the money. Let's see who gets it done.
Wayne will be first to act. Let's go.
Richard with a premium holding, getting ace king 5-handed. That's a big hand. Just deciding whether it's going to be a raise or all in. He does go with a raise.
Makes it 50,000, and it's folded to James in the big blind, who wakes up with ace king of his own.
Oh, dear.
James is actually a little bit shorter to start this hand with than Richard.
I'm all in.
I call.
Man, you snapped me.
James, it's okay, because you guys got the same hand.
Well, I expect this is going to be a chop.
We've seen crazier things happen.
Let's see every club in the deck.
Yeah, so he's going to have a slight advantage in the hand. He can make 2 flushes, while Richard only can make a heart flush to win.
When he snapped me, I thought he had aces or kings.
Flop is king 10-9, 2 diamonds, so James's flush draw is still alive.
Give him a sweat. Put a diamond out there. Let's have some excitement.
Wants a little sweat, not asking for it all, just says 1 diamond.
Going to be a chop.
Yep.
And they will chop it up with aces and kings up.
Definitely a chop up.
James Johnson said he learned to play poker when he was 7. Mom taught him and his brothers, so she would have someone to play with, and it looks like James has kept up his thirst for the game.
18, big blind.
Blinds are up to 9,000, 18,000.
Blinds are big. Not a lot of room to be raising and playing post-flop at this point. It started out deep structure. Now, as the players have lasted, it's time to move it in.
I'm all in.
Christina will show us how it's done, going all in with the king 9 of diamonds.
James folds.
Wayne's out.
Wayne, of course, passing with 5-3 offsuit, and
I don't think so.
Not with the lady.
Richard in the big blind, he's got nothing to call Christina with.
Wayne, that's your button.
From picking up the blinds in the ante, she's going to increase her stack size by almost 40%. So when you're able to do that this deep in a tournament, you're obviously very happy to not have to see a run out.
I'm all in.
She here has a suited wheel ace, ace 4 of hearts, and she will again move all in.
And it's folded all the way to Brian.
Can I have a count, please?
I like to be friendly. I like to laugh and, join in the conversation. But I try to talk as little as possible because that's when you give tells to the players.
Call.
We do see Brian ultimately make the call. It is a fair amount of his stack, 81,000 more, having 225,000 total. So, he had to think about it. I think makes the right decision. Has a king jack suited and gonna go to a flop.
Flop is king jack 6. Brian has top 2 pair.
He's running lucky.
This is a tough flop for Christina to come back from.
Yeah, gonna need some runners. Running queen 10, needing running 2 pair, running ace 4, or running 6 ace are her options. See if she can get a sweat.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, the turn is the 9 of spades, and Christina knows that she is drawing dead now. The singer from Italy is going to be our 5th place finisher.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Good game. You played very well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like her play. She got a little bit unlucky there. She was willing to go for it, and at the end, it just wasn't enough.
I don't have to tell you good luck, right? You're cleaning everybody out.
I'm right now.
Pretty good luck, yep.
And she's off to talk to Caitlin.
Well, Christina, we're sad to see you go, but how much fun did you have tonight?
Oh, I had lots of fun. It's poker, and you have to know how to lose in order to know how to win. And it was good being here. It was a good experience.
Great.
So I'm going to go home and play on Club WPT.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
it's great
you're
to
welcome.
have you.
You're welcome.
We have 4 players left, which means we're officially on the money bubble. The action continues on Club WPT's King of the Club.
We are back at it on King of the Club, and it's time to have some fun with card counters.
One lucky player will have their memory tested by having to identify the missing card from a particular suit. Not so easy, but if they get it right, they will be awarded a prize. Take it away, Caitlin.
Let's find out who our lucky player is going to be. It's gonna be James. You can go ahead and stand right here on this mark, and you're gonna just print the monitor over there. How are you feeling?
I feel pretty good.
Pretty good?
Yeah.
You got this.
Maybe.
Be positive. All right, let's do this. Show us those cards. All right, you saw him.
I saw
Let's
him.
talk through it a little bit. What are you thinking?
I had an initial strategy, and then halfway through it, I was like, what was your So I'm gonna go for a guess.
There you go. Guesses work sometimes?
Yeah.
What do you think it is?
I think it's the 10 of clubs.
Okay. You feeling good about that one?
No, not at all.
10 of clubs, lock it up. Show us that card. Nice work! You did it. James, you just won a WPT chip set. Congratulations.
Awesome. All righty.
I hope your luck continues at the table.
Ooh, it's a tough table. I'm gonna need it.
Well done, James.
All right.
James showing that he has a better memory than I do. I didn't remember that card. Brian still at the top of the leaderboard, but it's very close.
We are down to 4, and we are on the money bubble. 3 players will walk away with cash. Wayne.
50,000.
Gonna raise up the ace-jack suited.
Deuces.
Brian also with ace-jack, not suited, but a huge hand four-handed. Gonna pass.
It's a bit surprising for me, especially because he does have the chip lead. You would think that on the money bubble, he's going to put a lot of pressure on his opponents.
Yeah, and James here with a pair of fours, four-handed, short stacked, one of the short stacks. And he also passes. I mean, this has got to be Wayne's image. This is, like he mentioned, he perceived as a tight player, and, you know, he got some credit there. Got some other really good hands to fold.
I had a nice hand, man.
2 big cards.
Suited.
I had a small pocket pair.
I folded a nice hand. It's close.
All right, so as the play goes on, players tell the truth more. Earlier, there was a lot of random calling of hands that weren't true. They all just told the truth there.
Richard folds queen 7. Brian does the same.
I'm all in.
James, 10-3 offsuit, but only 64,000. Gonna move in here, and he'll get a fold.
Take down this pot.
My best friend in the entire world is my wife, LaWan. She is awesome. She is everything. She's the reason why I'm here. When I wanted to join the site, clubwpt.com, I didn't think that I could because, you know, your confidence levels are a little low when you first start anything. She was the one who pushed me and said, well, you're not going to learn until you try. Like most people, I guess, in my situation, I was watching TV and saw professional pokers playing and thought that that would be cool to do it. And for a small fee, able to join and take off and learn from there.
Thank you very much.
My screen name is Vavoom Viper. Watch out for the Vavoom Viper. The poker world needs to watch out for me.
Well, look at that. He is the Vavoom Viper, and it's hard not to love this guy. And you know who he loves? His favorite player, Elias. Little throwback there, Maria. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, for him being new to the scene, you know, some people might not know Eli, but I guess he's done his homework.
Good player to select as your favorite player. And as we pick up the action, we see an ace-jack raise from Brian. James folds pocket fours. Again, we're seeing ace-jack and fours and seeing the lower pairs kind of relinquish. And it's one of those things where as you get short, the value of hands go up. It's really hard to make a pair. And I think the players that are going to be folding pocket pairs are going to find themselves running out of time. You got to take a stand. Having a pair, even though it's low, short-handed, you got to put it in.
Action is on Wayne this hand. Not gonna play.
I'm all in.
Richard, it's like he'd heard your advice, Jeff. He's moving all in with 7-6 of diamonds. That's gonna get Brian to fold. And of course, James, even though it's not that much more, 4-3 offsuit, just look good.
Richard picks up a nice pot there.
Club WPT, you can find tournaments running around the clock. Get in the game to win a share of $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes at clubwpt.com.
Hey everyone, Nick Binger here, and it's time for another Learn WPT tip of the day. Satellite tournaments, or tournaments where you can win a ticket into a bigger tournament, can be very profitable if you know how to play them. Whenever you play a satellite, you should keep asking yourself a fundamental question. If I fold every hand from now on, how likely am I to win a seat? In the beginning, you can't just fold your way to winning a seat. But later on in a satellite, you might already be locked into winning a seat. So there's no reason to play any hands, even good ones. For more strategy tips to help upgrade your game, check out LearnWPT.com today.
Lights are a great way to increase your return on investment. I know I would have liked to satellite into a couple big buy-in events.
Four-handed play you're seeing. 3 players will walk away with prize money, and 1 will go home not receiving prize money. So let's see what happens here on the bubble.
I'm all in.
Richard moves all in for $130,000 with King Jack offsuit.
Call.
Brian pretty quickly makes the call with Ace Queen offsuit.
Wow, look at this. Vavoom Viper with Ace King and a big decision here. Whoa, you could see the look on his face. This is not clear cut. This is one of those kind of ICM bubble situations? Does he put himself at risk, give himself a chance to maybe win the tournament more often, also to go away with nothing? And we're gonna see him throw in a time bank.
Well, each player has 30 seconds to act on their hand, and they started with 5 time bank chips each. And James is gonna use an extra 30 seconds to think about what you said, Jeff. This is a very tough spot for him. He only has 46,000 behind, throws in another time bank chip. And of course, James is gonna take his time with this decision because 3rd place takes home $2,500, but 4th place takes home nothing.
Wow, the double time bank. If there's ever a time to do it, it's now. It's on the bubble. Maybe a little math going through his head, maybe a little heat calculation. He's running hot.
Yeah, ideally, he wants Richard to get knocked out this hand, but that's only if Brian has a better hand, is able to hold up. Lots of things need to happen. James decided this spot.
I'll leave it to you guys.
Wayne with a very reasonable ace-10 bows out of the way, but four-handed, those are some really big hands we just saw.
It shows king of spades.
Small pen.
Brian has
Ace-king.
ace, queen, ace.
And Richard might have thought that his hand is a bit more live than it looks, but seeing as how James folded a king, it's going to be tough for him to win this one.
See a flop of 9-9-6. No help to either player. Brian in the lead with ace-queen currently. See James shaking his head thinking, oh man, I had the best hand here.
Turn is the 7 of clubs. Brian just hoping to not see one of 2 remaining kings or one of 3 remaining jacks in the deck so that everybody can be in the money.
And the river is a 7, no help. That will be an elimination. Richard will be our 4th place finisher.
And Richard's gonna go down and talk to Caitlin.
Welcome to the money.
Hey, it's always good. Congratulations.
I know that's where your decision was. Oh,
Yes,
God.
that's what I was thinking,
If
you know.
If I lose his hand.
And then I go out behind him because, hey, he's been running so hot.
Did you notice that?
He's been running so hot.
Playing well too, of course.
Richard, how great has this week been for you?
As I said earlier, it's a one-in-a-lifetime experience. The only thing that would have made it better if I would have won.
Will we see you on clubwpt.com again soon?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's your screen name?
Unsuited Jacks.
Unsuited Jacks, all right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you at another event, and congratulations on making it so far.
Thank you.
3 players left, and they are all guaranteed to take home at least $2,500. 2nd place gets to take home $5,000, and 1st place wins $10,000 and that $15,000 WPT tournament package.
See Wayne with an ace on the button, decides to fold, trying to ladder up the pay grade. Nothing wrong with that.
Call.
Brian calls from the small blind, effectively putting James all in. He has just crumbs behind.
James does elect to take the option and see a flop.
This is Queen 9-8, 2 clubs, so James is obviously going to put the rest of the chips in with his flush draw. Brian has Jack high, which is the best hand at the moment, and a gut shot straight draw.
Does have a club as well, so if James were to hit a flush on the turn, he could still hit a higher flush on the river. And he's got some outs. He's smiling. He knows this isn't the worst spot.
Here comes the turn. It's the 6 of spades. It's a black card, but not the club.
Double gutter.
Needs a 2-3er club, and it is not.
And just like that, Bob Boom Viper finishes in 3rd place.
You played great, man. Congratulations.
He does get to take home $2,500.
Main Wayne, heads up. They each got some prize money locked up. This is, what else do you want?
Wayne.
Hey, go shoulder to shoulder on this one. Good luck, man. I'm feeling a bit intimidated, as lucky as you've been. So I'm gonna have to play hard.
And let's hear from James.
How excited are you right now?
I'm very excited. This has been awesome. It's been an awesome week. I didn't finish as well as I wanted to, but I'll take 3rd.
Yeah, 3rd, you got $2,500, a WPT chip set. What are you gonna do with that money?
It'll go in the bank. I don't have any immediate plans for it, so I'll put it in the bank.
To be determined?
To be determined.
All right, very exciting. How has your overall experience been this week?
It's been awesome. Club WPT, the Borgata Hotel, match made in heaven.
I love it. I love it. Well, you've been a delight to have. Congratulations on getting so far.
Thank you.
We hope to see you on ClubWPT.com
You will.
soon.
That's right.
With James finishing in third place, we are down to heads up. Come back to find out who's going to be the next king of the club. Looking to improve your poker game? At Club WPT, you can play unlimited poker, plus get a shot to win a VIP poker experience of a lifetime. Join today at ClubWPT.com.
And right now, it's down to heads-up play between two Club WPT VIPs who want to become the next king of the club.
Kicking off heads-up play, it's Brian Whitman with the chip lead with 606,000, Wayne with 194,000. So basically a 3-to-1 chip lead for Brian.
Yeah, and as you know, heads up can turn fast. One double up for Wayne would bring them basically dead even, so this is anyone's match.
All in.
And Wayne moves all in with ace deuce offsuit. The right play in situation with his stack.
No need to count.
Got an ace, your heads up, under 10 big blinds. Put it in, take down the pot. See both players taking a deep breath.
24.
They've locked up some prize money, but who doesn't want to be king of the club? To get the title, the trophy, the 10K plus a 15K WPT package, a lot to play for still.
Call.
Brian limps in with 4-3 of spades, and Wayne checks his option with 3 deuce of clubs.
9-8-4, 2-spade flop.
Check.
Brian flopping bottom pair and a flush draw. Really strong flop for this holding, and unfortunately, his opponent doesn't have anything, so he's going to bet and just take it down.
Brian Whitman from Garden Ridge, Texas, loves pugs and is on the board the Pug Rescue of Austin, but he also likes recreational chainsawing in his spare time.
Yeah, it seems normal. All right, we'll see Wayne here with